In the early years of the Ming Dynasty, the turbulent winds of fate dictated that the man destined to meet a tragic end, to be consumed by flames, must embark on the treacherous path of treason. Entwined in a web of love and hate, accomplishments and failures, everything shall unfold as Chapter 1, Young Master Hong. This place boasts exquisite mountains and waters, delightful breezes and moons, not to mention enchanting individuals and captivating happenings, enriching centuries with splendid tales. The world is rife with infatuated men and women, lost in dreams and desires, and how many generations have been filled with such foolish hearts. The resplendent couplet still hangs at the entrance of Fuel Courtyard, yet the illustrious author of these words, Zhu Yuanzhang, has been gone for nearly a year. The sagacious and mighty founding emperor also possessed a charmingly romantic side, and gazing upon it truly evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Positioned by the window, one can see the Qinhuai River, a place of considerable wealth. Seated at the tea table is a youth of around 16 or 17 years, clad in coarse gray fabric, yet one who occupies such a spot must surely be a wealthy dandy. Outside, crimson flowers dance upon verdant waters, willow branches playfully sway, and boats glide gracefully across the river, all enveloped in the alluring hues of spring. The young man gazes out, his expression tranquil, as if lost in contemplation or perhaps composing verses, yet his bronze skin and towering physique betray him as anything but a refined scholar. The dissonance between his demeanor and appearance is unsettling. The young lady possesses a full bosom and a gracefully curved waist, exuding an air of delicate charm though not tall. Her shoulders are elegantly poised, and her features are meticulously adorned. Her bright eyes and ruby lips render her quite lovely. "Forgive me for keeping young Master Hong waiting," she says, hands clasped before her and bowing gracefully. "Not at all, Miss Du. Please rise," replies the youth known as young Master Hong, waving his hand. At that moment, a maid with a double-looped hairstyle approaches with tea, and Miss Du turns, delicately lifting the teacup with one hand while supporting its base with the other. As she advances and says, "The tea has likely cooled. Let me fetch a fresh cup for young Master Hong." "Very well," he responds. As Miss Du moves with graceful precision, she softly adds, "Your friend has not come today, young Master Hong." Hong nods, acknowledging her words. He shifts his body slightly, eyeing Miss Du with interest and remarks, "Miss Du plays the pipa beautifully. Would you honor us with a tune today?" After a brief silence, she replies, "I would not wish to dampen your spirits, but my fingers have suffered an injury, and I fear." Upon hearing this, Hong reaches out and gently grasps her delicate hand, revealing bruises on her pale fingers, all swollen. His expression darkens. "Who has harmed you?" Miss Du shakes her head, her face reflecting sorrow. "It was merely my own carelessness." Hong's anger simmers beneath the surface. What sort of carelessness could lead to such an injury? Miss Du hesitates, then whispers, "It was an official from the Ministry of Rights who oversees us. It is solely my fault." Hong smirks coldly. "What is his name?" She shakes her head, sighing. "It is of no consequence." At that moment, an uproar erupts outside, accompanied by a woman's cautious entreaties, abruptly shattering the serene ambience of Qinhuai. Among the loud shouts, one voice booms, "Where is Du Qianrui?" Before long, a group bursts in. Leading the charge is an official clad in a green robe with a cowhorn belt, flanked by an elderly, faded courtesan, a turtle-faced man, and several lackeys. Hong, unruffled, lifts his teacup, appearing utterly unconcerned, as if he has heard nothing. "Ah," the official sneers, advancing with a couple of steps. "I see you prefer to drink punishment instead of the fine wine offered." Hong remains composed, not shifting an inch, still seated, his gaze not once meeting that of the official. The official, emboldened, circles Hong, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then tugging at his mustache, he raises his hands in a mock salute and declares, in the capital there, "Our noble patrons hosting banquets, and I must select talented performers to entertain." With that, he casts a glance at the cowering Du Qianrui. "Play a piece for me now. Let me hear your skill." Miss Du implores, "Sir Su, you are aware my fingers are injured." "Play." He barks, his tone laced with authority. The atmosphere thickens, everyone holding their breath, awaiting the unfolding of events. Hong's voice breaks the tension. "Is it you who has harmed Miss Du's hand?" Several pairs of eyes dart toward him, though his voice is unassuming and his tone calm. The suddenness of his words draws attention. And if it is? The official scoffs. Do you even know who I am? In a flash, Hong seizes a brush from the table, jabbing into the surface, snapping it cleanly in two, the sharp end glinting ominously. Then he leaps forward, pinning the official's right hand onto the table, forcefully driving the brush down. The movement is swift. The official's word dies in his throat, replaced by a piercing scream. The crowd gasps, and soon a woman's shriek pierces the air, louder than the official's agonized cries. The turtle-faced man and courtesan retreat hastily. Two lackeys, one stout and one slender, charge in the stout one lunging directly at Hong, while the lean one feigns aggression, hesitating as if searching for a weapon, missing the chance to engage. The stout lackey, off balance, lunges, arms outstretched toward Hong. Hong, with a smirk, takes advantage of the situation, delivering a swift kick that sends the man crashing to the floor, his weight collapsing the table. The scene descends into chaos, yet Hong stands there as if unfazed. The lean lackey finds a round stool, hesitating as he witnesses the turmoil. With a swift kick, Hong sends the lean lackey flying, leaving a shoe print on his chest as he collides with the screen, tearing a gaping hole through the embroidered design. "Mother!" The lean one cries out in pain. At this juncture, the stout lackey scrambles away, prostrating himself on the ground in retreat. The green-robed official, Sir Su, stands several paces back, cursing while eyeing Hong, poised to flee. The commotion has turned the upper floor into utter disarray. The courtesan stands stamping her feet, tears streaming down her face, while glancing at the silent Miss Du, who, despite being a delicate maiden, displays no fear, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her features, evidently harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Sir Su. Hong produces a silver coin, tossing it onto the table. "For the damages, I shall compensate. It is not merely a matter of money." The courtesan exclaims anxiously, "Young Master Hong is in grave trouble. I cannot fathom how to extricate myself from this mess." "Da-da-oh?" Hong regards her. The courtesan explains, though Sir Su holds only a minor position in the Ministry of Rights, he has connections that elevate his status. He is aligned with the influential Lord Huang. "Is not Lady Huang of the Su family?" "Young master, you are young and appear to lack insight." "Huang Zicheng?" Hong inquires. The courtesan continues, "Any individual with a modicum of understanding of court politics knows Lord Huang is a favored figure, and few dare to provoke him." She resumes her frantic pacing. "What shall we do?" Unexpectedly, Hong merely chuckles softly. The courtesan, startled, leans closer and urges in a low voice, "I advise you, young Master Hong, do not linger, foolishly leave at once." However, Hong exhibits no intention of departing, immediately turning to Miss Du. He declares, "That scoundrel has already bullied you. If I leave now, he may well take his frustrations out on you. Come with me. What is there to fear? Come with me," Hong asserts, taking Miss Du's hand and leading her away. Du Qinrui struggled several times and furrowed her brows, saying, "Young Master Hong, do not concern yourself with me, just go on your way. Leave." Young Master Hong fixed his gaze on the brothel keeper. "Do you dare to obstruct me?" At that moment, young Master Hong's voice echoed, "In the bustling market, it is inconvenient for me to hold you. Now release your grip and follow me." "Miss Du, rest assured I have my ways to handle this. What do you say?" As they quietly traversed the long street, Du Qinrui could no longer restrain herself and softly murmured, "Hong red. Red signifies vermilion. Young master, could it be?" Chapter 2. A desire to hear the melody again. The trio climbed into a donkey cart covered with felt, driven by a burly man accompanying young Master Hong. As soon as they boarded the cart, the driver spoke up, "Young Master Hong, someone is watching us." "No need to mind him," replied young Master Hong. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped them, leaving only the rhythmic creaking of the cart wheels resonating in the air. After an indeterminate span of time, Du Qinrui quietly inquired, "I am but a humble performer. Why does young Master Hong go out his way to protect me and invite trouble?" Young Master Hong chuckled dryly. "If I were to stand idly by and allow Miss Du to injure her fingers, how would I ever enjoy your people playing again?" Du Qinrui was taken aback, her cheeks gradually tinged with a faint blush. Young Master Hong continued, What grievance does the official from the Jiafangxi hold against you, to resort to such cruel punishments? After a moment's hesitation, Du Qinrui replied, I owe my entrance to the fuel courtyard to his doing. In the past, when my family faced heavy taxes and dire straits, my father and brothers borrowed money from the prominent Su family. Unexpectedly, they seized our fertile land, coercing us into a low-price transaction. When my elder brother confronted them, he was beaten to death. The local magistrate, in collusion with them, fabricated evidence, accusing my brother of consorting with bandits, which led to his exile, and the women were sent to the Jiafangxi. Upon hearing this, young Master Hong's countenance darkened, and he subtly cautioned her, one must be careful with words. Is what you say truly the case? Du Qinrui responded, I would rather not speak of it. Why would I deceive you? I have only recently entered the fuel courtyard and unexpectedly encountered that Su, who now serves as the Jiafangxi's envoy. The officials from the Jiafangxi come to collect fees, and with nothing else to do, they take liberties with the girls. I was not a courtesan when I was placed in the fuel courtyard. I did not entertain clients. Moreover, since that Su envoy brought ruin to my family, I naturally refused him. Enraged and humiliated, he sought various excuses to make my life difficult. Just then, the donkey cart came to an abrupt halt. The driver exclaimed, Young master, the road is blocked. Young Master Hong glanced at Du Qinrui. Stay in the cart and do not move. They found themselves in a narrow alleyway, flanked by brick and earthen walls, with a blockade sealing the entrance. Creak! A door facing the alley was hastily shut. Amidst the agitated crowd, the voice of the Su envoy boomed, Seize that rascal and beat him to death. Teach him humility for his father. Upon hearing this, young Master Hong's fury ignited. At that moment, reason was futile, and there was no time for verbal exchanges. A group of men wielding clubs rushed forward, eager to engage. The driver immediately leaped in front of young Master Hong, shielding him with his body. However, instead of retreating, young Master Hong surged forward, roaring in defiance, charging ahead, unarmed yet propelled by an extraordinary speed. His fierce momentum startled the assailants ahead. Bang! Young Master Hong, using his momentum, collided shoulder first into one man's chest, causing him to cry out and stumble back into several others. Some among the crowd were still reeling from the shock, while others raised their clubs, preparing to strike at the perceived threat. After all, it is often said that a single fist cannot contend with many once he was among them. Even a robust man would seem vulnerable to being overwhelmed from the sides or rear. Yet, unexpectedly, young Master Hong continued his charge, weaving through the throng with agility, eliciting cries of pain from the chaotic crowd. In a fleeting moment, young Master Hong seemed to bounce off the ground, launching a fist straight towards the Su envoy's face. The Su envoy, seated amidst his men, did not anticipate danger, as several dozen of his followers stood in his way. In the blink of an eye, he was caught off guard, his wide eyes staring blankly, his face turning ashen. Curse you! A thunderous roar resonated, accompanied by the swift force of young Master Hong's punch. With a resounding bang, the Su envoy was propelled away, his body sliding across the moss-covered stone pavement, crashing against the brick wall where he finally came to a halt. A startled hen flapped its wings and took flight, feathers scattering into the air. The Su envoy emitted not a sound. His body slumped against the wall, leaving a trail of blood on the bricks behind him. The alley fell into an eerie silence, reminiscent of the stillness following a thunderstorm. Only the hen within the wall remained unyielding, clucking defiantly. Blood oozed from the Su envoy's 7 orifices, while a white feather drifted down, sticking to his bloodied face like a paper offering. Young Master Hong withdrew his fist and turned to face the crowd, his rage palpable as he locked eyes with the foremost man, glaring fiercely as if a beam of light pierced through him. Several individuals instinctively recoiled, while the man under scrutiny trembled, the wooden club slipping from his grasp, clattering against the stone ground. Uncertain who fled first, a throng soon scattered in all directions, like birds taking flight. Did someone die, young master? Du Qinrui, who peeked out from the cart, her gaze falling upon the motionless Su envoy by the wall. Her complexion had turned pale, her expression a complex blend of fear and concern, distorting her features. Upon witnessing the death, young Master Hong stood frozen, glancing at his own fist in astonishment. The driver's face turned ashen. I failed to heed your warning and protect you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Young Master Hong reassured him, Wanggue, do not fear. The three left the Sioux envoy behind and resumed their journey in the donkey cart. They traveled south along the western bank of the Qinhuai River, stopping before a modest courtyard just south of the imperial city. Yet before crossing the river, they halted. Outside the residence stood a guard of soldiers. Recognizing young Master Hong, the doorkeeper promptly opened a side gate, bowing respectfully. Upon entering, they encountered a row of inverted roof houses, but young Master Hong did not proceed further, opting instead to enter one of the inverted roof houses and sit upon a bamboo couch. Wang Ge and Du Qinrei stood nearby, observing as young Master Hong stroked his chin in silence, too apprehensive to speak. After all, a life had been lost, and the situation seemed far from simple. After a lengthy pause, young Master Hong finally spoke. It appears this matter cannot simply be resolved. Indeed, Wang Ge quickly concurred. I could see that moment. A commotion erupted outside the courtyard, drawing their attention. Wang Gui exclaimed, that was swift. It seems the victims have come to seek justice. Young Master Hong rose and paced a few steps, casually remarking, that Sioux envoy has brought a group with him. If they cannot fight, they will surely follow to gather information. At the courtyard entrance, the doorkeeper cautiously opened a crack in the side gate, peering outside. Wang Gui hurriedly joined him to look. They beheld a throng gathered outside, with a corpse covered in white cloth lying at the entrance. Two women knelt beside the body, wailing inconsolably, while nearby, a child, frightened, cried out, the scene a harrowing spectacle of sorrow and chaos. The corpse, unmistakably, was that of the Sioux envoy, who had met his demise at young Master Hong's fist. The surrounding crowd consisted predominantly of the Sioux envoy's family and servants. To passers-by, this spectacle was undoubtedly intriguing, and curious onlookers gathered, causing the crowd to swell. After a prolonged uproar, a troop of soldiers made their way through, clearing a path for a redrobed official on horseback, accompanied by his subordinates and local constables. Approaching this way, beside the official clad in red robes, stood an elderly woman, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. Her voice choked with emotion as she implored, Lord Zhou, you must advocate for our family. The official, exuding a sense of righteousness, replied sternly, such heinous acts occurring beneath the very feet of the Son of Heaven shall not be tolerated. Fear not, venerable lady, the sanctity of life is paramount, and I shall ensure that the perpetrator is dealt with severely, honoring the instructions of Lord Huang. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman nodded. So the news has indeed reached you. The official seemed to disregard her previous statement. Consumed by indignation, it is utterly audacious to murder a court official in broad daylight. Such lawlessness, such impudence. At that moment, a commoner attendant reported, respectfully informing you, we have arrived at the location. This is the place. Excellent. The official tossed the reins to his attendant, and, as the latter steadied the horse, he dismounted with a proud demeanor. Adjusting his cap with both hands, and with a huff he cast a cold gaze toward the entrance. The official's attention was immediately drawn to the row of armored soldiers standing at the door, poised for action. Notably, the weapons in their hands were pointed outward. The redrobed official inquired of those around him, who dispatched the soldiers at the entrance. Send someone to inquire. The redrobed official commanded as he approached the entrance. Just then, the grand door of the residence swung open. A robust young man stepped forth, prompting the official to scrutinize him closely. Shortly thereafter, an attendant leaned in to whisper something. The expression on the official's face darkened considerably. After a brief struggle between red and white, he advanced, surprisingly bowing with cupped fists. This humble official pays his respects to Prince Gaoyang. What brings you here? The young man inquired. Nothing of consequence, nothing at all, the redrobed official replied. Again cupping his fists, this humble official has intruded. I take my leave. The elderly woman stood there, momentarily stunned, her hair tousled by the gentle breeze. She grasped the official's sleeve, exclaiming, Lord Zhou, why this sudden change? The official offered no response, moving away from the entrance, then turning to glare at his attendant. What a blunder you have made in handling this matter. The elderly woman hurriedly followed, and the official spoke in a hushed tone. Madam, forgive me, how could someone from the emperor's household be within my jurisdiction? It turned out that the young man implicated in the crime was none other than Zhu Gaosu, the second son of the Yin King Zhu Di. The newly arrived official seemed to realize at once that he had stumbled into a treacherous quagmire. There was no time to hesitate in extricating himself from this predicament. Chapter 3. How could this end? Liu Gang recently traversed to the Ming Dynasty, discovering that he had transformed into Zhu Di's second son, Zhu Gaoxiu. Initially, he found it hard to accept this reality, but as time passed, and with no alternative explanations, he had no choice but to believe it. In his previous life, he was merely a commoner, living modestly and cautiously. His father had exhausted a lifetime of savings to purchase a home for him, only to find that the development was a failure. Even more astonishingly, the property had been sold multiple times. His father, overwhelmed by rage, passed away from the stress. Subsequently, Liu Gang, through a series of unfortunate events, became entangled in gambling, leading to his demise, only to awaken as Zhu Gaoxiu. The immense blows from his past life left him with emotional scars, which inevitably affected his reactions regarding Su Dashi's incident. Outside, the tragic scene was far from over. The sounds of weeping and commotion echoed through the walls. Within the residence, a boisterous figure was incessantly ranting. Zhu Gaoxiu's elder brother, Zhu Gaoqi, the heir of the Yin King. A few days prior, their uncle had chastised him for his idleness and troublemaking, claiming that on the day of the incident, it was he who faced the blame in Zhu Gaoxiu's absence. Do you know how many good words I spoke on your behalf? Now here you are, causing all this distress. The uncle referred to as Su Huizhu, the eldest son of the founding General Su De, making him the elder brother of the brother's mother. Due to Zhu Gaoqi's considerable girth, which was beyond ordinary, he had to remain seated, his body motionless while his mouth continued to chatter. Beside him stood a somewhat delicate youth of about 15 or 16, Zhu Gaozai, the third brother. Though the three siblings shared the same parents, they were distinctly different in appearance, particularly in stature. Zhu Gaoqi continued to implore, "The capital is not like Beiping. You must temper your actions, dear brother. We have come to the capital to honor our grandfather, and with such behavior, do you not realize you're giving others ammunition to gossip?" Zhu Gaozai interjected, "Elder brother, do not be too harsh on second brother. What he said earlier regarding Su Dashi was warranted. He deserved his fate. If he had to die, it would indeed rid our Zhu family of a scourge. Even if I were present, I would act as second brother did. Surely the emperor would not take action against his own kin for a minor official?" Zhu Gaoqi shot a glare at Zhu Gaozai, then glanced at the doors and windows, speaking in a hushed tone. "Several of our imperial uncles have had their fiefs stripped. The atmosphere is precarious. As brothers residing in the capital, do you not understand our situation? And yet, you would act recklessly over a lowly singing girl, resulting in the death of a court official. Were you thinking?" Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent, merely listening to his brothers. He lowered his gaze, examining his own fist with an expression of disbelief, finally speaking, "Elder brother, please do not be angry. At that moment, I only intended to teach him a lesson with my bare hands, never imagining he would perish from it." Zhu Gaozai chuckled, "Second brother, you must know your own strength. Few can withstand a blow from you." Zhu Gaoqi paused, pondering, "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent. Zhu Gaoqi, sensing something, shook his head. "I understand your intent, but your actions are not so simple. One must tread carefully to avoid calamity." Zhu Gaoxiu turned his ear toward the distant clamor outside. "Elder brother, you seek stability, but I shall step out momentarily to handle a small matter." Zhu Gaoqi frowned. "What do you intend to do?" "Patience is crucial at this juncture. Stirring up trouble will only exacerbate the situation." Zhu Gaoxiu reassured, "Do not worry, the deceased had his own issues. The more details that emerge, the murkier the waters become. If Huang Ziqing seeks to exploit this, it will only complicate matters further." Zhu Gaoqi pondered for a moment, then remarked, "There may be some truth to that." Zhu Gaozai enthusiastically declared, "Second brother, I shall accompany you." Though slender, Zhu Gaozai still possessed the impetuousness of youth. Yet in Liu Gang's memories, it seemed that Zhu Gaozai had not always been this way. Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "Your presence would not be of assistance. Dear brother, I appreciate your goodwill." The crowd outside was growing by the moment, all eager spectators, with those who arrived first unwilling to disperse, and newcomers joining the throng. Such a disturbance at the foot of the imperial city was decidedly inappropriate, yet the nearby officials turned a blind eye. Consequently, more and more people clogged the once spacious thoroughfare, creating a cacophony. The guard at the entrance were preoccupied with securing the residence. As long as no one stormed through the main gate, they showed no inclination to intervene. Some audacious individuals, dissatisfied with merely observing the aftermath, pushed forward to inquire. How did this death occur? A woman kneeling by the corpse choked on her tears. It was this family's doing. They beat the man to death. How tragic. The questioner shook his head in sympathy, though privately he seemed to revel in the drama, for there was profit in witnessing such spectacles. After expressing his condolences, he added, "Why not report this to the authorities?" The woman wailed, "It would be futile. They say he is a prince from Beiping." The man appeared suddenly enlightened. Just then, as Zhu Gaoxiu stepped out, his voice resonated. The one who struck was a prince. How could the victim be insignificant? Was there more to this story? The excitement of the crowd intensified, their attention turning eagerly towards Zhu Gaoxiu as they clamored for clarification, demanding, "Speak up. Let's judge for ourselves. Why is the victim not to be dismissed lightly?" The onlookers were clearly not deterred by the unfolding chaos. The elderly woman, torn between grief and anger, pointed into the residence, scolding before the eyes of all, "You have beaten a man to death. The public is outraged. Human life is precious. Will you not provide an explanation?" Zhu Gaoxiu emerged onto the steps, clasping his hands before the crowd. "This victim, Su Dashi, has perished. You seek justice here. But let us not forget that he once seized fertile lands in his hometown, leaving countless families destitute. Who shall he answer to for their suffering?" The elderly woman retorted, "My son's body lies unburied. Do not slander his name." At that moment, a carriage pulled up by the street, and from his vantage point on the steps, Zhu Gaoxiu could easily see it. The carriage was flanked by numerous attendants, including mounted escorts, suggesting that the occupant held considerable status. Shortly thereafter, a figure approached and whispered something to the elderly woman. She turned to glance at the carriage and promptly abandoned her confrontation with Zhu Gaoxiu to move towards it. Seeing this, Zhu Gaoxiu shouted, "Su Dashi's corruption and injustice. Who was he relying on among the powerful? Shall I publicly debate this with everyone here?" The crowd erupted into a frenzy as the noise escalated. Zhu Gaoxiu ceased his words, focusing instead on the newly arrived carriage, from which the occupant had yet to reveal himself. Previously, officials from the Jingtian Fu had attempted to quell the disturbance, but had failed. Now, this mysterious figure seemed to possess the authority to resolve the situation. Who could it be? Zhu Gaoxiu speculated that it was Huang Zicheng, for only he would command such influence among Su's kin. Though Huang Zicheng had silenced the uproar for the time being, Zhu Gaoxiu sensed that he would not let the matter rest so easily. Chapter 4. Lord Huang's troubles. His demeanor was calm, as one nearing 50 would be. After years of endurance in the imperial examination and the political arena, Huang Zicheng had reached heights that most could only dream of. Yet the journey had consumed much of his time. At this moment, he found himself reflecting on the lavish comforts of home, with beautiful concubines and sumptuous feasts. Yet they seemed to have lost their allure. However, when he contemplated the gratitude and respect of his wife, concubines, children, and the flattery of friends and relatives, a spark of vitality gradually returned to Huang Zicheng's composed face. Memories of his domestic life flickered through Huang Zicheng's mind, his wife gazing up at him with adoration. And when he reassured her, "I know what I am doing," her face shone with trust and delight. These fleeting images ignited a hint of uncertainty within him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Huang Zicheng responded, "I shall make my audience now." He bowed respectfully to the eunuch, expressing his gratitude. "Oh, we would not dare to impose," the eunuch replied with a smile. Maintaining his composure, Huang Zicheng inquired, "Who accompanies the emperor?" The eunuch promptly replied, "Minister Qi, Qi Tai, and Duke Wang Ning, are present." "Is that all?" Huang Zicheng asked. "Yes, that is all," the eunuch confirmed. Huang Zicheng emerged from the yamen and quickly made his way onto the imperial road leading to the palace. His earlier thoughts were interrupted by an eunuch, and as he approached the audience with the emperor, Huang Zicheng knew he must have a clear mind. He could not appear disoriented in the presence of the sovereign. He seized a moment while walking to clarify his thoughts. The death of the official from the Su family, who served as an envoy in the Ministry of Rites, hardly concerned him. Rather, his focus was on maintaining his dignity before his relatives. The second son of the Prince of Yen had killed a ninth-rank official, an act for which he could not possibly face execution, especially given the current context of the imperial court's efforts to curtail the power of the feudal lords. with the Prince of Yin commanding an army of 100,000. A lenient punishment was to be expected. Would he advise the emperor to reprimand the prince? Huang Zicheng had another option. If the prince had committed a crime, he could hold those around him accountable. Blaming Zhu Gaoxiu directly would only lead to a mere reprimand, leaving Huang Zicheng powerless in front of his friends and family. Placing the blame on others would allow for a more satisfying retribution. In comparison, the latter option would provide a sense of relief, making it easier to explain. As spring transitioned into summer, the daylight began to linger. As the hour of Yu approached, the sun had yet to set behind the city walls, and the streets remained bustling, though the city gates would soon close. Wang Gui cautiously inquired, "Will the prince encounter trouble?" Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "I have my own considerations." Observing this, Wang Gui stepped forward, seemingly wanting to take his leave. But Zhu Gaoxiu raised his hand and contemplated. "Du Qinrui, please bring in a cup of tea." "Yes, this servant takes her leave," Wang Gui responded. After a while, Du Qinrui entered with a cup of freshly brewed tea, carefully observing Zhu Gaoxiu's expression as she placed the cup on the table, fearful of making any noise. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Zhu Gaoxiu casually remarked, "Even if you know my identity, there is no need for such formality." "Unexpectedly, Du Qinrui quickly responded, her voice soft yet clear, "I hold the prince's character in high regard." Zhu Gaoxiu smiled slightly, regarding her with a non-committal gaze. Though it may have been flattery, Du Qinrui's thoughts were rather astute. Perhaps she believed that someone of noble birth would not relish being fawned over for their status. However, when it came to lofty ideals of righteousness, Zhu Gaoxiu found such notions rather far-fetched. In his past life, he had often faced injustice, and the distinction between good and evil was not so clear-cut. As the light began to fade, the sun would set swiftly, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired nonchalantly, "Miss Du speaks in officialese, but you are not from the Zhili province, are you?" Du Qinrui replied, "I hail from the Raozhou prefecture in Jiangxi." Zhu Gaoxiu wished to ask her for more specific details, but considering the lack of manpower in Nanjing and Wang Gui's impending departure, it would be futile to inquire further. After a moment of contemplation, he heard Du Qinrui murmur, "After so many years away from home, whenever I think of my hometown, I can only recall the small cornelian cherry trees." "Cornelian cherries?" Zhu Gaoxiu queried. "Are they the low trees bearing many small red fruits?" Indeed. Du Qinrui's face lit up with a hint of surprise, as if a member of the royal family should possess no knowledge of such things. However, Zhu Gaoxiu, in his current state, was quite familiar with such flora. Not only did he recognize the common cornelian cherry, but he also had knowledge of many rare plants, having enjoyed cultivating various flowers and herbs in his previous life. A sense of relaxation washed over him, accompanied by a nostalgic sigh for the passage of time. Du Qinrui continued softly, "In my youth at home, during the idle farming seasons, I would sit by the window learning needlework, yearning for a room with larger windows. It was stifling otherwise, and my eyes would tire easily." After a glance at Zhu Gaoxiu, who appeared genuinely interested, she added with a wry smile, "By the time I turned 10, the farthest I had ventured was to the creek at the edge of the village. During the hot season, while harvesting rice, the sharp edges of the leaves would cut my face and arms, causing both itchiness and pain. The fine hairs from the rice would cling to my sweaty skin, making me feel uncomfortable, as if there were countless lice in my clothes. At that time, I wished for someone to come and take me away from the village, even if it were just a peddler." As she reminisced, she became immersed in her past, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing others might think her lazy or seeking an easy life. Will the prince think the same? Zhu Gaoxiu shook his head. "Public opinion shifts with one's status and circumstances. People like me pay no mind to such trivialities. However, your youthful aspirations do seem a bit naive. A peddler would likely not be able to assist you." Du Qinrui boldly raised her head to meet his gaze. "What I mean to say is, the prince is no peddler, yet you are the one who has taken me away." Zhu Gaoxiu regarded her for a long moment, as Du Qinrui, emboldened, returned his gaze. Her expression a mix of complexity. For a fleeting instant, their eyes locked, but she quickly averted her gaze, her subtle expression reflecting an elusive emotion, mingled with courage and self-doubt. Zhu Gaoxiu felt an uncharacteristic stir of emotion, despite the differences between men and women and the disparities between eras. He too had endured moments of weakness and helplessness. After a brief silence, Zhu Gaoxiu feigned nonchalance. "Miss Du, I am not a peddler, and I fear I cannot take you away. Instantly, Du Qianrui's face fell, her expression clouded with disappointment and fear. She was perceptive enough to understand that a case involving the death of an official would not end favorably. Zhu Gaoxiu continued calmly. Because my brothers and I cannot leave the capital yet, you must accompany Wang Gui. Is it too abrupt to leave tomorrow morning? Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. Since I have taken this matter upon myself, I must see it through to the end. Otherwise, why would I have intervened in the first place? Du Qianrui lifted her eyes slightly and glanced at Zhu Gaoxiu, asking, the prince will not face any consequences? Zhu Gaoxiu felt a flicker of worry, but quickly smiled. I'm the grandson of the great ancestor. Killing a minor official will not cost me my life. Will it? That is good, Du Qianrui nodded. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand lightly. Du Qianrui promptly bowed deeply. This servant takes her leave. Zhu Gaoxiu remained seated in the grand chair, enveloped in shadow as the room darkened. Chapter 5. Junying grasped the following morning. Before dawn, Zhu Gaoxiu rose. The residence was exceedingly quiet, shrouded in mist, with the flickering lanterns casting an eerie chill. He encountered Du Qianrui outside a side room, where she clutched a floral cloth bundle, hurriedly approaching him with a half-curtsy. I did not expect the prince to be awake so early. I hope the prince is well, she said. Lord Wang resides in the outer room. I was instructed to tidy up this morning before going to find him, and I am preparing to do so now. Thus, the two made their way along the corridor to exit the building, reaching the front of the outer room. Suddenly, hushed whispers emerged from behind the stables. Zhu Gaoxiu turned and stealthily approached the corner of the wall, standing there for a moment. As he drew near, he overheard one voice speaking lowly. Have you heard about the Xiang King? His entire family has committed self-immolation. How could this be? Another voice responded. Some say it was the court suppression that forced them to do it. I think otherwise. The princes have too much pride to be oppressed by mere clerks. True enough. Look at how the Prince of Gaoyang has been behaving. He kills court officials at the slightest disagreement. Without the Prince of Yin, how long could he remain so arrogant? Zhu Gaoxiu stepped out, maintaining a calm demeanor. The two men turned to see him, their faces paling to a ghostly hue, frozen in shock, their legs trembling uncontrollably. One of them was the first to kneel. Please spare us, Your Highness. The other quickly followed suit, bowing and begging for mercy. Zhu Gaoxiu coldly remarked, spreading rumors and sowing discord between the sovereign and his subjects. Do you not value your lives? Fearful and pale as paper, the two servants dared not utter a word. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand dismissively, commanding them to leave. Du Qianrui, observing the scene, wore an expression of surprise, likely pondering why this prince, known for his violent temper, would so easily let the two servants go. He paused and added that arguing with them served no purpose. Du Qianrui promptly remarked on the prince's magnanimity, expressing her admiration. Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent, his gaze drawn to several clusters of white flowers blooming beneath the banana tree in the corner. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were lily of the valley, a common ornamental plant in later generations but quite rare in this era, known in ancient times as Junying, a plant from the deep mountains of the north. Most of the inhabitants of the Yin Wang Fu hailed from the north, leaving him curious as to who had brought them into this courtyard. Suddenly inspired, he spoke with a tone laden with significance. Miss Du, have you noticed the little flowers in that corner? Junying, small in bloom and easily overlooked, thrives in the shadows, yet it is entirely poisonous. Du Qianrui seemed to ponder his words thoughtfully. Before long, Wang Gui arrived, and Zhu Gaoxiu offered a few instructions before bidding them farewell. They departed at this hour, intending to exit the city as soon as the gates opened. Zhu Gaoxiu speculated that if Huang Zicheng were unwilling to let the matter rest, the best course of action would be to report to the emperor. After all, the only one capable of punishing a prince was the emperor himself. A prince's crimes would not be treated the same as those of commoners. One method of punishing a prince involved targeting those closest to him. 2 hours later, Zhu Gaoxiu's suspicions were confirmed when his maternal uncle, Su Zhengshou, arrived. After a brief reprimand, which extended into lunchtime, Su Zhengshou divulged some news. He was a few decades younger than Zhu Gaoxiu, donned in a brightly colored robe that accentuated his youthfulness and frivolity. After leaving the dining table, Su Zhengshou plopped down into a grand armchair. 3 maidservants approached, one with a wooden tray, another with a bowl of water, and the last with tea. Su Shou expertly lifted the white porcelain bowl, took a sip of water, and exaggeratedly cleared his throat before spitting into a basin. Then he picked up the teacup, removing the lid to stir the surface of the water. Zhu Gaoziu exchanged glances with the heir and others present. The heir waved his hand, dismissing the maidservants from the hall. Su Shou, having completed his trivial tasks, softened his tone and ceased his tirade, addressing Zhu Gaoziu. Gaoziu, I hear this matter arose from a courtesan at the Filiyuan. I have learned the full circumstances, and it seems you are in the wrong. Ambassador Su was injured during a dispute over selecting musicians for a banquet. Later, when he confronted you again, he was killed. However, that is merely hearsay. Your uncle wishes to hear your side. At this moment, the heir and Gao Zai also turned their attention to Zhu Gaoziu. He pondered for a moment and identified the crux of the conflict. It was not merely a quarrel over a singer, and the relevant issues did not lie within the Filiyuan. Thus, he recounted how Ambassador Su colluded with local officials to exploit lives, leading to Du's downfall as a courtesan. Su Shou's demeanor during the meal was somewhat coarse, but he soon demonstrated his virtue by patiently listening. After hearing Zhu Gaoziu's account, he fell into deep thought, contemplating the right and wrong of the matter. Zhu Gaoziu continued, I have visited the Filiyuan 2 or 3 times. Not for anything else, but to request Miss Du to sing. Her voice is enchanting, with its highs and lows, yet who would know she has endured such injustice? Su Shou regarded Zhu Gaoziu with earnestness and said, regardless of the complexities involved, she is merely a courtesan. Gaoziu, you need not concern yourself so deeply. As for that official you mentioned, who bullies the weak and commits all manner of evils, do not mention him in your report, understood? Zhu Gaoziu felt grateful and promptly replied, I am willing to heed my uncle's counsel. Su Shou nodded, such matters are futile. The emperor only recognizes that you killed a man. He will not be interested in the trivial disputes of the common folk. Simply admit your fault. Just then, a servant rushed to the door, bowing to announce, reporting to the heir, the Duke of Wei has arrived. We did not dare stop him and have welcomed him in. The Duke of Wei was Zhu Gaoziu's maternal uncle, Su Huizhu, the eldest son of Su De. Upon hearing this, Su Shou's expression shifted dramatically. The heir immediately stood and said, Quick, help me to greet my uncle. Su Shou rose, casting a discreet glance at the back door of the room, and said, I shall take my leave. Zhu Gaoziu and Gao Zai assisted their elder brother in welcoming their uncle, Su Huizhu. The heir muttered before us, My uncle does not set an example, not even greeting his own elder brother. Gao Zai quietly remarked, Eldest brother is not unaware. Our 2 uncles are not from the same mother, while the 3 of us brothers share the same lineage. Zhu Gaoziu pondered this, while the heir cast a fierce glare at Gao Zai. Before long, they encountered Su Huizhu, whose furious countenance and flushed face rendered him formidable, his robust frame and stern brow embodying authority and moral rectitude, evoking both respect and trepidation. Yuan, filial son. Su Huizhu's gaze fell upon Zhu Gaoziu, and his anger intensified as he swept up his gray robe's sleeve, seemingly ready to strike. At that moment, the heir's voice trembled. My second brother is young and ignorant. It is entirely the fault of the elder brother for not managing him properly. He then grasped Zhu Gaoziu's collar and sternly commanded, Apologize to your uncle at once. Zhu Gaoziu remained silent. Su Huizhu turned and pointed at the elderly scholar accompanying him, saying, Remove the leather belt. Zhu Gaoziu was taken aback, wondering if he was truly going to be whipped. The elderly man who was tasked with unbuckling the belt urged, Your Grace, please calm down. Do not let your anger get the best of you. Zhu Gaoziu, steeling himself, replied, I am aware of my wrongdoing. If my uncle wishes to strike or scold me, it is warranted. Su Huizhu sighed deeply, clutching his chest, and lamented, If it were not for your mother, I would not bother with you. The implication was clear. To strike and chastise him was ultimately for his own good. What reason could Zhu Gaoziu muster for resistance? Why not quickly welcome the Duke of Wei inside for some water to ease his spirit? The elderly man urged. The heir beckoned his 2 brothers to assist Su Huizhu into the main hall. Once inside, Su Huizhu continued to lecture Zhu Gaoziu from a moral high ground. Zhu Gaoziu, regardless of right or wrong, offered no retort, merely enduring the admonishment. A sudden realization struck Zhu Gaoziu. Wang Gui and Du Qianrui were surely meant to have left the city by now. Initially, Su Huizhu's moral lecture seemed utterly tedious. But Zhu Gaoxiu could not focus on a single word, his mind occupied with thoughts of why Wang Gui remained in Nanjing. After a while, a maidservant entered with tea. Zhu Gaoxiu approached, took the teapot, and personally poured tea for Su Huizu, seizing the opportunity to say, "Uncle, please calm your anger. I shall change my clothes and return shortly." At that moment, Su Huizu slightly turned his head, noticing the hurried footsteps outside. It appeared that Zhu Gaoxiu's excuse had been seen through. Zhu Gaoxiu paid no heed to the details, stepping out of the room and casting a glance at Wang Gui before moving ahead, prompting Wang Gui to hurriedly follow. Chapter 6. An alternate perspective so soon? No one has even discussed how to handle a matter, and yet it has been investigated? Zhu Gaoxiu felt somewhat taken aback. Wang Gui appeared utterly bewildered and frightened. Zhu Gaoxiu furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before asking, "Do you remember the person I encountered at the Filiyuan?" Wang Gui eagerly nodded. "His name is Wang Zhenliang, son of the Duke Wang Ning and Princess Hua Qing." Zhu Gaoxiu affirmed quietly, "Wang Zhenliang is my cousin, a childhood companion. The bonds of old still linger. You should seek him out and ask him to provide temporary arrangements." Zhu Gaoxiu then halted him, saying, "No need to mention that. You have always been by my side and have done nothing wrong. How could I disregard you?" He paused for a moment, then coldly scoffed. That matter was somewhat unexpected. But since it has been done, it must be seen through to the end. Am I someone who easily capitulates or admits defeat? With that, Zhu Gaoxiu extended his hand, and Wang Gui promptly rushed to the table, selecting a used brush. After moistening the tip with his tongue, he placed both hands into Zhu Gaoxiu's, and then laid down the paper. Zhu Gaoxiu swiftly inscribed 2 lines, his cursive remarkably elegant, far from the scrawl of a mere warrior. "Hurry," Zhu Gaoxiu urged. Wang Gui carefully accepted the letter, bowed deeply, and said, "This servant takes leave." Zhu Gaoxiu then exited the study and encountered his younger brother, Gao Zai, in the corridor. Gao Zai called out in a hurry, "Second brother, have you been in a latrine for so long? Someone from the palace has come with a decree. Hurry." Zhu Gaoxiu glanced in the direction Wang Gui had departed, his expression darkening, and silently accompanied Gao Zai to the front courtyard. Upon reaching the courtyard, a group had already assembled. The grand gates stood open, revealing a contingent of armored soldiers stationed in the hall, while several eunuchs waited impatiently in the courtyard for Zhu Gaoxiu's arrival. As Zhu Gaoxiu approached, the leading eunuch stepped forward, raising his voice. "The emperor's edict. Gao Yangjun Wang received the decree." Zhu Gaoxiu and the others exchanged positions with the eunuch, allowing him to stand to the north before they collectively performed a kneeling salute. Only then did the eunuch announce, "The performer has sown discord, and the servant Wang Gui has incited wrongdoing. Immediately, the officials are commanded to apprehend them and imprison them. Zhu Gaoxiu is reprimanded and must not transgress again. Thus is the decree." The courtiers responded in unison, "We accept the decree and thank you." The atmosphere shifted immediately after their formalities, as a eunuch bent slightly with a smile, saying, "Wei Gugong is also present. Su Hudu Dhima, I have just heard of my nephew's outrageous conduct and am filled with indignation. I have come to confront him." This scene resembled the conclusion of solemn play, whereupon the actors shifted to casual banter backstage. The eunuch looked at Zhu Gaoxiu and inquired, "Gao Yangjun Wang, where are the 2 individuals the emperor seeks?" Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "I know not where they have fled. Has my elder brother seen them?" The young lord appeared bewildered, as Wang Gui had always served the second brother. How could he possibly know? Zhu Gaoxiu remained composed and turned to the eunuch. "Would you like to search the manor?" Just then, the young lord suddenly knelt on the ground, his voice choked with emotion, unable to speak. Zhu Gaoxiu was momentarily taken aback. The eunuch and Zhu Gaoxiu rushed to support him, with the eunuch reassuring, "Do not fear, my lord. The emperor harbors no intent to harm Gao Yangjun Wang. Even if the culprits are not apprehended, it shall not come to that." The young lord expressed his gratitude to the eunuch as he departed. Su Huizu remarked, "It is getting late. I must take my leave. Gao Su, take care of yourself." With that, he cast a complex gaze at Zhu Gaoxiu. "With our elders' teachings today, my younger brother shall not dare to be lax again," the young lord quickly added. At that moment, Wang Gui, accompanied by Du Qianrui, arrived at Wang Zhenliang's residence, delivering Zhu Gaoxiu's sealed letter. However, they did not encounter Wang Zhenliang. A servant hurriedly emerged, leading them away from the estate. They were taken to an unremarkable courtyard. used as a warehouse for cotton. An elderly couple guarded the warehouse. Before long, Zhu Gaoxu's friend, Wang Xinliang, arrived alone. Wang Yi and Du Qianrui quickly rose to their feet, preparing to pay their respects, but Wang Xinliang gestured for them to forego formalities. Wang Gui, still bowing, inquired greetings. Wang Qianshi, is our lord well? Hearing this, Du Qianrui was taken aback, having recognized him from previous encounters at Fuel Courtyard, where he had identified himself as Wang Gongzi. Now, upon seeing him again, she realized he was not just a commoner's son, but an official. She could not help but speculate further that Zhu Gaoxu's meetings with Wang Gongzi at Fuel Courtyard were likely not merely for revelry. Gaoyang Jun Wang as well. Wang Xinliang affirmed, but you two may need to hide for a while. The emperor is enraged and demands your accountability. Wang Gui's face turned pale as he lamented. I have caused such a grave disaster. Gaoyang Jun Wang was acutely aware that such matters could easily implicate those around him. Wang Gongzi calmly remarked, fortunately, Gaoyang Jun Wang possesses foresight and, recognizing your loyalty, has made arrangements in advance. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui was moved to tears. Wang Xinliang glanced at him but said nothing further, maintaining a calm demeanor. The situation is tense. You both should refrain from venturing outside. After some time, gauge Gaoyang Jun Wang's intentions and make further arrangements. He paused before adding, by the way, the old man delivering food is surnamed Li. Wang Gui knelt, exclaiming, thank you, Wang Qianshi, for your gracious rescue. Du Qianrui hastily echoed her gratitude. Rise. I am but fulfilling a request, Wang Xinliang stated, turning to exit the room, leaving no room for further conversation. The two accompanied him to the door, watching him depart. At that moment, Du Qianrui asked Wang Gui, who is Wang Gongzi? Nodding repeatedly, she awaited his response. Wang Gui glanced at her and said, let me speak candidly, Miss Du. Our future depends solely on the Lord. You have neither lineage nor support. Having encountered such a calamity, who will not seek retribution? A mere fingertip could crush you. Du Qianrui quickly replied, thank you for your kind words, my lord. Her expression fluctuated, revealing a subtle change in her demeanor, as she murmured, were it not for the Lord arrangements, we might have faced dire consequences. It is well that Miss Du understands, Wang Gui remarked. The eunuch pondered for a moment, then leaned in and whispered, the minister of the grand sacrifice, Lord Huang. Su Huizu stamped his foot, deepening the furrow in his brow, and sighed heavily. The eunuch observed this and promptly inquired, does Wei Guogong have any differing opinions? The eunuch quickly replied, of course. If Wei Guogong wishes to see the emperor, how could we not relay the message? Su Huizu, accompanied by the eunuch, proceeded unimpeded through the noon gate, stopping at the Feng Tian gate, awaiting the eunuch to announce their arrival. The eunuch stated, the emperor is currently attending to affairs of state. He should still be inside. Wei Guogong may wait here for news. Thank you, Wu Gong, Su Huizu said. His tone noticeably more courteous, his voice lowered. In the picturesque city of Nanjing, adorned with pavilions and towers, the imperial road was devoid of trees, featuring only the wide thoroughfare and the grand palaces, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity and magnificence. Despite Su Huizu's towering stature, he appeared diminutive beneath the grandeur of the imperial palace. After a prolonged wait, a series of repeated announcements echoed from within. Announce, Wei Guogong Su Huizu seeks an audience. Announce, Wei Guogong Su Huizu seeks an audience. Su Huizu adjusted his hat and straightened his clothing, striding confidently toward the imperial gate. Upon reaching Feng Tian gate, he dared not glance around or raise his eyes to behold the emperor seated behind the imperial desk. He first performed the customary bow at the threshold. He could faintly see several civil officials seated on either side, with the emperor, Zhu Yunwan, donned in yellow robes, presiding over the proceedings. The voice of Emperor Zhu Yunwan resonated, no need for formalities. Come in and speak. Perhaps due to Zhu Yunwan's youth, his voice lacked depth and was somewhat high-pitched, and his rapid speech felt out of harmony with the imposing imperial setting. Nonetheless, Su Huizu dared not be careless, carefully and respectfully entering. The emperor's voice continued. Gaoyang Jun Wang has caused trouble. I hear Wei Guogong has objections regarding the punishment. Su Huizu bowed, his gaze fixed upon the ground, but mustered the courage to subtly tilt his head to ascertain who among the civil officials was present. Upon recognizing Minister of War Qi Tai and Minister of the Grand Sacrifice Huang Zicheng, he felt a pang of anxiety. Oh, Zhu Yunwen uttered. Su Huizu, steeling himself, stated, Gao Yang Jun Wang has been cunning and fierce since his youth, which displeased the founding emperor. Now that he is in the capital, his arrogance remains unchecked. Should he be allowed to roam freely, he may provoke further incidents. Given his prior offenses, a house arrest as a form of punishment is reasonable. It serves to prevent further transgressions while keeping the princes of Yin under control, ensuring they cannot conspire with external forces. There is some merit to that, Zhu Yunwen mused. At that moment, unbeknownst to Huang Zicheng, Su Huizu caught a glimpse of his subtle maneuver, and the emperor seemed to turn his gaze towards the side of the hall. After a brief pause, Zhu Yunwen's tone shifted. However, I've already issued an edict that this matter must not be taken lightly. Furthermore, Gao Qi Gao Su and Gao Su have come to the capital to honor our grandfather during the Memorial Day. Why would I seek a pretext to confine them? Su Huizu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implications. The court's intention to diminish the power of the feudal lords, particularly aimed at the Prince of Yin, had long been the subject of hushed rumors throughout the city, yet the court had not openly acknowledged it. Correspondence with the Prince of Yin was still maintained amicably. Once the matter was brought to light, the rationale for using the prince's sons against him would become untenable. Moreover, many ministers in the court remained suspicious of Su Huizu, and he was acutely aware of this, hence he refrained from speaking too candidly. Understanding the emperor's intent, Su Huizu could only bow and say, I am but a dullard, and I hope for your majesty's wise judgment. Zhu Yunwen replied, Understood. I shall deliberate carefully. The Duke of Wei need not worry. Upon hearing this, Su Huizu bowed and expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. As he exited the imperial gates, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contemplation. The emperor, even in routine matters of governance, had Huang and Qi by his side, indicating the high regard in which he held them. It was no wonder that the noble lords advocating for the promotion of grace and favor harbored such disdain for the faction seeking to curtail the feudal powers of Huang and Qi. Chapter 7. Difficulties in flight. After Su Huizu departed, Qi Tai, the Minister of War, remarked, The Duke of Wei's plan is indeed a ruthless strategy, akin to cutting off the source of the fire. If we can find the princes of the Prince of Yin, isolating them completely, no matter how much they scheme, they will find themselves utterly powerless, unable to take flight. Thus, the emperor will have the initiative firmly in his grasp, everything within his control. Previously, due to a lack of justification, it was difficult to confine the princes. Now, with the Gaoyang County prince having committed a serious crime, we have ample grounds to act, making this a fortuitous opportunity. After expressing his thoughts, Qi Tai inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat puzzled. It was unexpected that the Duke of Wei, related to the Prince of Yin by marriage, would propose such a harsh measure. At that moment, Huang Zicheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected. Could it be that the Duke of Wei is employing a strategy of feigned weakness to test the waters? Qi Tai looked at him quizzically. What do you mean by that? Huang Zicheng articulated thoughtfully. In the current situation, the Prince of Yin must harbor some suspicions, yet he cannot be certain. If we follow the Duke of Wei's plan and act against the prince's sons, would that not alert the prince and confirm the court's intentions to confront him? The Duke's sister is the Prince of Yan's first wife, after all. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhu Yunwen nodded, recognizing the merit in such reasoning. Qi Tai promptly added, I have a differing opinion. The Duke of Wei is the eldest son of the Su family, inheriting the title and prestige solely due to your majesty's favor. If he were to disregard his family's prosperity and act against the court, what purpose would that serve? The emperor, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Qi Tai quickly discerned the emerging signs. He realized that the emperor was receptive to counsel and could heed the advice of others. Both he and Huang Zicheng were staunch advocates for curtailing the feudal powers, and while both could influence decisions, Huang Zicheng seemed to garner greater trust. Initially, Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng had both championed the reduction of feudal powers. Qi Tai had suggested capturing the leader first, while Huang Zicheng proposed to first undermine the allies of the powerful, starting with the less influential princes of Zhou, Qi, Xiang, and Dai. Ultimately, the emperor chose to adopt Huang Zicheng's approach. Qi Tai's view of Huang Zicheng was that he possessed a fair share of self-interest, adept in the art of power, and favored his own faction. Contemplating this, Qi Tai shifted his stance and said, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Let us issue a decree to apprehend Du and Wang. who must not be allowed to change their ways lightly. I propose that we reprimand the Gaoyang County Prince for his transgressions and confine him to his residence for reflection. Huang Ziqing immediately concurred. I second that. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yunwen nodded in agreement. Let it be as you request. Zhu Gaosu and Gaosu assisted the unsteady heir as they approached the courtyard entrance, where a multitude of guards had blocked the entrance, creating a scene of chaos. The heir shouted, "What is happening?" A well-dressed officer from the Jinhui approached, performed a salute, and clasped his fists, stating, "The Gaoyang County Prince has committed murder in the streets against a court official, and there are many who have lodged complaints. His Majesty has decreed that the Gaoyang County Prince and the others are to be confined to their residence, prohibited from leaving or engaging with outsiders." Gaosu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "We are noble relatives, not prisoners." The Jinhui officer replied, "Your Highness, please do not take offense. I am merely following orders. If you have grievances, you may submit a petition, and I will ensure it is delivered to the palace." Humph. The heir scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction, and turned to leave. Zhu Gaosu felt a sense of oppression in his chest, yet remained silent. In this situation, the Jinhui were acting under imperial command, and no amount of shouting would change that. Gaosu quickly inquired, "Did you have a plan yesterday, brother?" Zhu Gaosu lamented, "The Jinhui, armed with imperial orders, have us completely surrounded. What can we do in this confined space?" Gaosu's expression darkened with resentment. The heir then raised his arm, stating, "Enough. The situation has reached this point. We brothers must not turn against one another, but rather unite to weather this storm together. If the emperor wishes to confine us, he will find a justification. We cannot place undue blame on our second brother. There must be a way forward." Gaosu apirdangstis. The heir reassured him, "Do not be hasty. Many things are unpredictable, and who can outsmart fate? Life often requires us to take one step at a time." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "What you said yesterday still holds some truth. If there are those in the court wishing to use us as hostages against our father, how could two imperial decrees arrive in such quick succession? If we can discern this, surely others outside can too. You two must be patient and wait." Waiting is indeed a torment. The days of waiting dragged on for over half a month, with no sign of resolution. The heir's residence felt like a fortress, isolating them from the world. Huang Ziqing grew somewhat displeased. His wife hastily remarked, "The family back home inquires. I had no choice but to trouble you, my husband." Huang Ziqing replied earnestly, "You must understand, it is foolish to think that someone would sacrifice themselves for them. The ones taking action are not them." His wife cautiously responded, "The Gaoyang County Prince, being of noble birth, is not beyond the realm of possibility for such a sacrifice, is he?" Huang Ziqing countered, "Zhu Gaosu's current defeat is far worse than the loss of two mere subordinates. The Su family need not cling to this matter. A single life in the midst of the Prince of Yan's confinement. What more could be desired?" His wife could only nod in agreement, not daring to contradict him. She added, "Fortunately, we saw through this. Otherwise, the emperor would have found it difficult to refuse. A father's illness calls for a son's filial piety. It is only right for a son to be by his father's side." Huang Ziqing replied with a smile, "Of course." When the envoy from Yin, Deng Yong, came to court, he likely expressed the same sentiment. However, it amounts to little, as the Gaoyang County Prince and the others remain imprisoned in the heir's residence, heavily guarded, making escape nearly impossible. Huang Ziqing felt rather cheerful that evening, engaging in more conversation than usual. These feudal lords often act with impunity, flouting the law and committing misdeeds. Individuals, like the Gaoyang County Prince, are not significantly better than those who have been reduced to commoners, such as the princes of Zhou, Qi, Xiang, and Dai. I shall wait and see what tricks he has left. Chapter 8. Testing and Suspicion in a State of Confusion. Lu Gang saw his mother crying and scolding, feeling a prickling sensation in his scalp, his mind blank, as if he did not belong anywhere in this world. Being immersed in gambling would inevitably lead to such a fate. After numerous confessions and vows to change, his credibility had surely been irreparably damaged, to the point where even his own mother no longer believed him. He suddenly awakened. The one who had just spoken was his third brother, Gaosu. Gaosu's gaze scrutinized Zhu Gaosu's face, pondering whether his second brother was dreaming. Even in his dreams, Zhu Gaosu did not wish to harm those around him. He yearned for familial affection and acceptance, but found himself lost without money and direction. Zhu Gao Su's heart raced, his emotions in turmoil. And he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps a man's original sin lies in poverty and helplessness, often accompanied by unfulfilled desires. In the current era of the Ming Dynasty, what he possessed felt exceedingly significant. He must protect all that he has. The fervor of this desire grew increasingly intense. Gao Zhai's voice echoed once more. Elder brother is unwell. Zhu Gao Su inhaled deeply, rising from the bamboo couch to turn and face Gao Zhai. Elder brother has always been in poor health. I shall go and check on him, Zhu Gao Su declared. You go to the entrance and summon the guards of the Jin Yi Wei to fetch a physician. Gao Zhai nodded in agreement. Third brother, Zhu Gao Su called him back, informed the Jin Yi Wei's captain to first notify fourth uncle, Su Xingshou. I have heard that fourth uncle enjoys associating with unconventional figures from the Jianghu, and he might have a solution. I shall do so, Zhu Gao Su replied, stepping out of the room, immediately greeted by a wave of heat. He recalled that when he first arrived here, the air was filled with the delicate drizzle typical of spring. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the weather had turned so sweltering. The brick walls of the row of houses with overhanging eaves were stained with a layer of grime, and the air carried a musty, smoky scent. Since the Yin Wang had been assigned to Beiping, this grand residence often lay empty, with only a few servants to oversee it. With the heir's illness, although the Jin Yi Wei was instructed to inform Su Xingshou first, it was Su Huizhu who arrived first. Su Huizhu, accompanied by a companion named Chu, had come with the imperial physician from the Taichung Sea to assess the heir's condition. The physician examined the symptoms and took the pulse, but could not question the heir directly, as he was already in a stupor, his speech unclear. The physician could only confirm that the heir was indeed ill. By that afternoon, over a dozen imperial physicians arrived promptly. The heir's condition was genuine and grave, drawing immediate attention from the court. The foremost practitioners of medicine in the Ming Dynasty could not arrive at a diagnosis. Some believed it to be heat stroke, causing symptoms such as fever, rashes, and vomiting, yet the slow pulse remained inexplicable. Others surmised poisoning, yet they could not ascertain the nature of the toxin. When the topic of poisoning arose, the physicians wore grave expressions, mostly silent. Outside the heiress chamber, Su Huizhu stopped a maidservant who had just emerged carrying a copper basin. Su Huizhu inquired, "Does the heir usually have his meals served by the nearby servants?" The maid, her head bowed, stammered, "I am not entirely sure, but most of the time it is." Su Huizhu pressed further, "Given the heir's limited mobility, and considering the harmony among the brothers, does the third prince, the Duke of Gaoyang, often assist the heir with his meals?" The maid nodded quickly, "Yes, he does." Su Huizhu asked again, "Where is the evidence of the heir's vomiting?" "The maidservants have already cleaned and disposed of it," she replied. "Oh." Su Huizhu waved his hand, "Inform those who serve the heir that if he vomits again, do not dispose of it. The physicians might find it useful." "Yes." The maid responded, quickly kneeling, "I take my leave." Su Huizhu's companion stood silently beside him, listening to the inquiries. Su Huizhu beckoned, "Let us check the kitchen." The two made their way to the kitchen, located in the outer courtyard. Su Huizhu surveyed the area, revealing a look of disappointment on his face. It was not mealtime, and the kitchen was vacant, with pots and pans neatly arranged. Su Huizhu turned to look at a drainage ditch outside the kitchen, which led from beneath the wall to the outside of the estate, also washed clean by water. Just then, Zhu Gao Su approached alone, and their eyes met. Zhu Gao Su then spoke, "It is said that a gentleman avoids the kitchen. With your esteemed status, why have you come to the kitchen?" Su Huizhu felt slightly embarrassed and replied, "I came to see if this kitchen is clean, fearing the heir might have eaten something bad." Zhu Gao Su noted that, glancing at the individual beside him, who was dressed in a gray robe, and introduced himself. "I am Chu Neng, the commander from Sichuan, and I pay my respects to the Duke of Gaoyang." Today, Su Huizhu did not adopt a senior's demeanor nor reprimand him. Instead, he regarded his nephew with an air of equality. Although Zhu Gao Su was tall and robust, he was still only in his teens, his face still bearing traces of youth. However, his eyes held a brightness that belied his age, suggesting a depth of experience. Perhaps it was an illusion. Su Huizhu found it quite astonishing. In a moment of whimsy, Su Huizhu suddenly sighed lightly. "There are many interesting things happening around us." Zhu Gao Su, indeed, asked, "Uncle, what do you find interesting?" Su Huizhu, with a hint of a smile, replied, "Testing." "Oh." Zhu Gao Su tilted his head slightly. "What does Uncle wish to test?" Su Huizu shook his head, inhaling sharply, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Perhaps due to incomplete knowledge and an inability to ascertain the thoughts of others, I must observe and deduce, which is not without its prudence. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhu Gaosu's face. Zhu Gaosu appeared puzzled and asked, "Is uncle referring to courting young ladies?" Su Huizu was taken aback, feeling awkward again, and sternly said, "The heir is gravely ill, yet you, as a brother, are not serious and still think of such lascivious matters." Zhu Gaosu quickly clasped his hands in respect and stood still. "Oof." Su Huizu flicked his robe sleeve and turned to leave. Behind him, Zhu Gaosu called out, "Uncle, General Chu, please take care." Su Huizu and Chu Nung exited the estate and rode away. Chu Nung motioned to his attendants to proceed slowly and galloped up to ask, what was the significance of the encounter between the Duke of Gaoyang and Wei Guogong in the kitchen? Chu Nung pondered deeply. Su Huizu, maintaining his composure, remarked, "As I left, I considered asking the Jin Wei captain at the entrance to investigate whether the air is indeed poisoned. However, it would have been futile to voice it, as the Jin Wei currently lacks the authority to conduct investigations unless they first petition the court for permission to search the royal residence." He refrained from mentioning it. Su Huizu harbored an instinctive suspicion. The air's poisoning might indeed be the doing of Gao Su. Yet, the absence of concrete evidence and certain illogicalities held him back from voicing such thoughts. He mused, such is the world. Others harbor suspicions against oneself, and one harbors suspicions against others. With this thought, Su Huizu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chu Nung looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp his meaning. During this visit to the capital, I have been particularly observant of him. It seems he has grown more excessive than before, almost to the point of being frightening. Chu Nung was somewhat taken aback by Su Huizu's words, but quickly agreed. After all, the Duke is of the Taizu bloodline, more formidable than ordinary individuals. As soon as Su Huizu departed, Su Zhengxiu arrived. Zhu Gaosu had not witnessed both brothers together since arriving in Nanjing. Following them was the prince consort Wang Ning and his eldest son, Wang Jinliang. Being relatives, they could not help but exchange pleasantries and express their deep concern. Su Zhengxiu had also brought along a monk, claiming he was there to exorcise evil spirits. Zhu Gaosu inquired about the monk's background. Learning he had renounced the world at Qing Shouxi, Zhu Gaosu recalled a strategist by the name of Yao Guangxiao, who served his father, known by the monastic title Daoyan, and was the abbot of Qing Shouxi. Zhu Gaosu cast several meaningful glances at Su Zhengxiu. The activities of this uncle seemed increasingly intriguing. Zhu Gaosu refrained from further discussing the matter. With the monk's connection, Su Zhengxiu appeared to have close ties with the Yin Wang Fu. However, there was another layer to this relationship, as Yao Guangxiao was designated to assist the heir. Internally, Su Zhengxiu's ties with the heir's residence appeared to be even more intimate. The nature of human relationships varies, often depending on whom one compares to. Chapter 9. Why be so obsessive? The following day, at dawn, Huang Ziqing and a throng of officials had already entered the royal city through the Wu Gate. It was fortunate that it was not winter. Otherwise, they would have needed lanterns to light their way. By the imperial road, Huang Ziqing soon spotted the eunuch Wu Zhong. This unremarkable, old, and plump eunuch had served the emperor for many years. "Good morning, Lord Wu," Huang Ziqing greeted eagerly. Wu Zhong grasped Huang Ziqing's sleeve and pulled him aside. His face etched with sorrow. His Majesty hardly slept last night. This morning he awoke looking haggard, and it breaks my heart to see him like this. Huang Ziqing quickly replied, "The court is indeed in a tumultuous season, and His Majesty is burdened. It is the fault of us ministers for not doing enough to alleviate his worries." Wu Zhong lamented, "But His Majesty's distress is not due to the affairs of the court. Rather, it is concerning the heir of the Yan Wang." Huang Ziqing was not the least surprised, pondering that the matter concerning the Prince of Yan was indeed a matter of the court. Wu Zhong leaned in and whispered that not long ago, the king of Xiang had committed self-immolation, with rumors suggesting that he was coerced to death by the emperor. Currently, the Prince of Yan was imprisoned in the capital, and should any unfortunate incident occur, the public sentiment would be unpredictable. Huang Ziqing nodded, his brow furrowed, acknowledging the emperor's concerns, which would also pose difficulties in addressing the situation with the Prince of Yan. Wu Zhong continued, stating that there were already whispers suggesting that the prince had been poisoned. Huang Ziqing's brow remained tightly knitted, not relaxing even for a moment. Wu Zhong glanced at him, noting that as soon as the emperor rose, still in the process of dressing, he summoned a servant and instructed them to find Lord Huang. The imperial physician dispatched was under the jurisdiction of the Taichung Temple, and Lord Huang would soon be called to the palace for inquiries. It would certainly be carried out as instructed. Huang Zicheng then cautiously inquired whether the emperor had appointed the physician to the prince's residence. Wu Zhong affirmed, stating, of course, who else could it be? Huang Zicheng nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the eunuch and arranging for his subordinates to summon the imperial physician, Huang Zicheng proceeded to the morning court. Following the court session, the physicians arrived at the Fengtian gate. No one mentioned poisoning. In fact, their judgments were rather reserved, articulating only the specific symptoms without deceit or concealment. By afternoon, someone entered the palace to report that after the prince had taken the medicinal concoctions prepared by the physicians, his condition had worsened and his pulse had grown increasingly weak. At that moment, Zhu Yunwen suddenly turned around, hands clasped behind his back, and inquired who else had visited the prince aside from the imperial physicians. After taking a few steps before the throne and dismissing the Su brothers, he commanded, "Summon Wang Ning to see me." After a considerable wait, Wang Ning knelt outside to pay his respects. Zhu Yunwen eagerly invited him in and directly asked about the prince's condition. The inner court fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Even Huang Zicheng was momentarily taken aback by the boldness of the prince's inquiry. Zhu Yunwen, both anxious and angry, demanded to know who was audacious enough to allow poison into the prince's residence, given that the Jinyui had already placed the estate under strict surveillance. Wang Ning responded. The occurrence was sudden, making it difficult to ascertain the source of the poison. If we wait to identify the perpetrator and retrieve the antidote, it would undoubtedly be too late. At this moment, Huang Zicheng and the others bowed their heads, unable to discern the emperor's expression as he asked, "What do you propose we do about this matter?" Zhu Yunwen insisted, "Speak." Wang Ning replied, "Whether the prince survives is beyond human control. However, I believe he cannot perish within the capital." Zhu Yunwen emitted a sound of intrigue, clearly finding merit in this assertion. Wang Ning continued, "The prince is confined within the capital's residence. Should he die here, regardless of whether the truth can be uncovered, it would be challenging to clarify the circumstances. The emperor has shown great favor towards the royal family, which the people commend for its benevolence." Upon hearing that the sons of the Prince of Yan were to be released, Huang Zicheng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Secretly disheartened that after all the turmoil, Zhu Gaoxiu seemed to escape unscathed. At that moment, Huang Zicheng contemplated why the three individuals needed to be released together if the prince was gravely ill. However, he soon considered, if the prince had indeed been poisoned and the assailant could not be identified promptly, what would happen if Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaosui also fell ill? And the emperor sought his counsel? Huang Zicheng glanced at Qi Tai standing beside him, who appeared disinclined to speak. Wang Ning's mention of the emperor's affection for the royal family and the importance of kinship likely made Qi Tai reluctant to risk incurring blame for speaking against the nobility, as it could cultivate more private enemies. With this in mind, Huang Zicheng stifled the words on the tip of his tongue and remained silent. He reflected that he and Zhu Gaoxiu did not harbor much enmity. The deceased individual from the Su family did not weigh heavily on his mind. Why should one hold on to grievances so fiercely? At that moment, Zhu Yunwen abruptly waved his sleeve, his tone laced with irritation and impatience, ordering, "Let them be sent away." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he sighed inwardly. Wang Ning and his son Wang Zheng promptly departed the imperial city, hastening to the residence of the Prince of Yan to convey the emperor's intentions. By the prince's bedside, Wang Ning subtly advised it would be wise for everyone to prepare, as we shall set forth tomorrow. The emperor has already consented, and Huang Zicheng was present at the time. My greatest concern is not Huang Zicheng, Zhu Gaoxiu mused. Wang Ning immediately exchanged glances with Wang Zheng and Gao Sui. Zhu Gaoxiu recalled the incident of being placed under house arrest. He had almost managed to evade it, yet a second imperial edict had imprisoned them for over half a month. He later learned from his maternal uncle that it was the idea of his eldest uncle. Su Huju. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more precarious the situation became, especially since his elder brother's condition could not be neglected. I believe we should set off immediately, Zhu Gaoxiu decisively declared, glancing at the sun outside. Wang Ning inquired, "Is there still time?" Wang Ning nodded. Since you are determined to leave, I, as your uncle by marriage, should see you off. Zhu Gaoxiu lightly tapped his forehead with a clenched fist, adding, given my elder brother's grave condition, we must act swiftly. There is no need to inform anyone else or pack any belongings. We shall depart immediately, cousin. Arrange for a boat to cross the river at Jinchuan Gate. Is that possible? Wang Zheng promptly replied, this is a minor matter. Zhu Gaoxiu pondered for a moment, requesting a sturdy carriage for mounts, a double saddle and stirrups, and some provisions to be delivered to the west bank of the river. That could be arranged, Wang Zheng affirmed. Zhu Gaoxiu regarded him, the items I left with you. Wang Zheng understood and replied nonchalantly, those can also be delivered across the river. Zhu Gaoxiu once again clasped his fists in gratitude towards Wang Ning and his son, expressing he would not forget their kindness today. Wang Ning waved his hand, saying, we are all relatives. There is no need for such formalities. In the future, we shall reunite and share a feast. Zhu Gaoxiu agreed. The prince lay in bed, struggling to articulate his words. Yet Zhu Gaoxiu swiftly organized the necessary arrangements. Soon, he summoned the carriage from the residence to transport the prince, and they set off without delay. With the military command in place, the prince's departure was unimpeded by the Jinyui. The act of counterfeiting an imperial edict carried significant penalties, and it was unlikely that a royal family member would dare to falsely claim the emperor's command. As the carriage traversed the main thoroughfare of the capital, Zhu Gaoxiu gazed outside, his heart laden with anxiety, forever haunted by the illusion that a cavalry would suddenly emerge, sending the streets into chaos. Yet, nothing of the sort transpired. Passers-by continued on their way, and merchants shouted their wares, creating a lively yet tranquil street scene. The journey remained uneventful, and the grand city walls of Jinchuan soon came into view. Once they passed through this gate, they would truly be free from the capital. The capital of the Ming Dynasty served as the heart of the nation, with countless paths leading to myriad destinations from here. Zhu Gaoxiu watched the city gates, observing how they appeared to grow larger and closer, albeit slowly, much like the sun in the west gradually moving across the sky. In the military command office, Su Huizhu had just finished discussing the military affairs along the Sichuan border with Chu Neng, preparing to await the evening drum signal to conclude his shift. At that moment, he received news that the princes of Yan had received an edict to leave the capital. An edict? Whose idea was this? Su Huizhu was taken aback, knowing that the current emperor was easily swayed by others' advice, especially if it sounded reasonable. Unconsciously, he began to tap on the table, and after a moment, he raised his head to see his subordinate still standing in the hall and asked, when did they leave? Approximately an hour ago, the subordinate replied. Su Huizhu pointed at him. You must take a contingent of men at once, and by my command, intercept the Prince of Gaoyang. The subordinate hesitated. I dare to ask, what reason do I have to stop the princes of Yan? The Prince of Gaoyang is known for his brutality. What should I do if he resists? Su Huizhu instructed. Simply employ force to capture him. Allow the prince and the 3 princes to depart, but seize the Prince of Gaoyang. If anything arises, say it was my command. The subordinate, kneeling, replied, I shall obey. At this moment, Su Huizhu turned to Chu Neng, indicating that he must persuade the emperor, who might have been momentarily misled. But he could only await an audience until the following morning. Chapter 10. Crimson powder the starry sky adorned the pitch-black night. The cool air filled with the chirping of summer insects. The torch illuminated a small area where a carriage and several horses were stationed on a muddy path, flanked by rice fields that rustled softly in the breeze. The eunuch Wang Gui was unloading beans from the carriage to feed the horses, while Zhu Gaosu and Gao Zai observed the heir lying inside. Beside him, the young maid Du Qianrui was gently wiping the heir's face with a towel. As he gazed at his plump elder brother, Zhu Gaosu felt a numbness in his heart. The brotherly bond in his memories seemed like a lengthy documentary, with him as merely an audience, unable to truly empathize. If all history is predestined, then this rotund figure before him is indeed the heir of their father, Zhu Di, while he, Zhu Gaosu, would receive a temporary notice from the fat one's son. You have rebelled, and subsequently be locked in a copper vat to be burned alive. The medicinal broth in the pot. Should the maid heat it for the heir? Du Qianrui picked up a sealed earthen jar wrapped in oiled cloth. Zhu Gaosu nodded in agreement, and as Du Qianrui turned away, he said, Third brother shall watch over our elder brother here. I will go help with the stove and keep an eye on the medicine. Gao Zai replied, Good. Setting up a stove was rather simple, merely placing 2 stones down, ensuring there was space beneath the pot for kindling. Du Qianrui quietly took the torch to ignite the fire, the flames soon reflecting on her face. Her movements were quick yet unhurried, her hands steady. Du Qianrui watched him intently, biting her lip as she lowered her head to add twigs to the fire. The atmosphere suddenly felt somewhat strange, as if nothing had occurred moments before. Zhu Gaosu spoke nonchalantly. "Miss Du, do you know why I chose to save you?" Du Qianrui replied, "I'm not quite certain." Zhu Gaosu gently stated, "Because you need me." He paused, gazing skyward as he inhaled deeply, and added coincidentally, "I can also be of assistance." Du Qianrui instantly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with an unclear light, whether it was the glow of gratitude or the reflection of the fire. Zhu Gaosu's words were not merely a means to an end, nor a deliberate flattery. At least, they were not falsehoods, although Du Qianrui's interpretation might have been slightly skewed. In his past life, he felt devoid of purpose or value. His girlfriend's father needed money for heart surgery, and he longed to help but found himself powerless. The only solution he could conceive was to take out a small loan and gamble, which, predictably, led him to ruin. It was during this time that he fell into gambling, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. When his girlfriend learned of it, her gaze left a lasting impression, filled with confusion and surprise, as she had never expected him to be of no use when her father required surgery. Women always had the option to seek a more capable partner. Thus, Zhu Gaosu was simultaneously showcasing his own worth. Others could not comprehend this, yet he felt a sense of fulfillment. The dust and sweat on the road mingled, making Du Qianrui's face appear somewhat dirty, yet her voice grew ever softer. "Why does the prince treat me so kindly?" Zhu Gaosu wore a peculiar smile. "Did I not say if I turn a blind eye? How will I ever hear you play again?" Du Qianrui sat there with her legs drawn together, her body appearing soft and yielding. Though night had deepened, her eyes held no trace of fatigue, shining brightly with a hint of shyness. Zhu Gaosu continued with a gentle sigh. "In my childhood, I was unable to learn music, though I was very interested. I believe Miss Du possesses true talent. Your voice is beautiful, and it would be a shame to waste it." Du Qianrui listened quietly, showing little reaction, perhaps believing that royal offspring had more pressing matters to attend to than music. However, when Zhu Gaosu referred to his childhood, he was alluding to his past life, when he indeed lacked the means, and the opportunity to receive an education was already a boon of societal progress, leaving no room for the pursuit of the arts. Nevertheless, he had always longed for those seemingly lofty pursuits. Du Qianrui softly replied, "It is merely a trivial skill, something to please others." Zhu Gaosu immediately shook his head. "Music and painting hold great value. We are not savages." Du Qianrui's face flushed. "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. The medicine is ready." Zhu Gaosu glanced back toward the carriage and whispered, "That substance was cinnabar. I have heard it can benefit the heir's ailment. Yet it is inherently toxic, and the imperial physician dares not use it." Du Qianrui cautiously acknowledged. Zhu Gaosu added, "Just pretend you know nothing about it. Is that all right?" Du Qianrui promptly nodded. "I saw nothing." After a while, Zhu Gaosu watched as Du Qianrui fed the heir the medicine. Everyone else had a bit of dry food with cool water and continued their journey through the night. Due to the slow pace of the carriage, they dared not rest. By the next morning, the heir's health had miraculously improved. Exclaiming that he was hungry, everyone was astonished. Yet only Du Qianrui occasionally cast complicated glances at Zhu Gaosu. The crimson sun hung above the temple roofs in Nanjing. Su Huizhu had just arrived at the central military governor's office when he received reports that the troops dispatched to pursue the previous night had found nothing. Realizing he had missed the opportunity, Su Huizhu could not help but sigh heavily. At that moment, Chu Neng entered the main hall, greeting Su Huizhu, and inquired, "Why do you sigh, my lord?" Su Huizhu beckoned Chu Neng into his study and conveyed the outcome of the matter. Chu Neng quickly offered words of consolation, saying, "Now that it has come to this, you need not dwell on it. Let it be." Su Huizhu's expression darkened as he retorted, "This is undoubtedly letting the tiger return to the mountain." He raised his hand to point at Chu Neng, then lowered it, his teeth clenched as he hesitated to speak. Finally, he stepped forward and said gravely, "I believe the heir's poisoning was orchestrated by Gaosu." "Ah, que n'engis expression t'en cède. Xu hui zu visperet." "I have no evidence, which makes it difficult for me to speak, leading to this missed opportunity." Yet, based on my understanding of Gao Su, my heart is convinced it must be him. Chu Neng frowned. It is said that due to Gao Yang Jun Wang causing a death, he and the heir, along with two others, have been confined in the residence for nearly a month, closely guarded by the Genie Wei, cut off from the outside. How could poison have been smuggled in? Moreover, it is a poison that even the imperial physician could not diagnose. Su Huizu replied, how he did it, I do not know. However, who else would have the motive to poison the heir? It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to procure the poison and carry out the act. Chuning pondered, what about Gao Yang Junwang? Su Huizu's eyes widened. Of course, it was to escape. Has he not already fled? If not for the heir's poisoning, would he have managed to escape? The two exchanged glances, falling into silence. After a moment, Su Huizu quietly said, not long ago, the king of Xiang and his family committed self-immolation. A truly tragic event. This incident was unexpected and surely not the emperor's intent. It has caused him great distress, and he would not wish to see the Yin Wang heir perish in the capital, especially under confinement. Gao Su has always been cunning. He understands the emperor's thoughts well. Therefore, before taking such risks, I merely had this suspicion. Now, observing the outcome, I am nearly convinced. This child is indeed shrewd, and until now, hardly anyone has suspected him. Chu Neng replied calmly. Even if it is as you suspect, who would think that the heir could be poisoned by his own brother? Sighing, Chu Neng raised his head. The heir is corpulent and suffers from a severe illness. Thus they cannot travel quickly and will not take the direct route to Beiping. However, the capital connects to the world, and once they reach Jiangbei, there are countless roads and innumerable detours. How can you know which route he has taken? He paused, glancing at Su Huizu, then continued, I have a plan. Would you care to hear it? Su Huizu eagerly replied, please tell me, General Chu. Chu Neng said, it is best to set an ambush not in the capital, but near the city of Beiping. Su Huizu's interest piqued, prompting him to urge, I wish to hear more details. Chu Neng remarked, firstly, this area is in close proximity to Beiping City. They have traveled here without encountering any dangers, believing that all is well, which is the moment when one is most prone to complacency. Secondly, upon entering the Beiping provincial government from the south, the routes to Beiping City have diminished, narrowing the scope of interception and increasing the chances of capture. Thirdly, the Prince of Gaoyang is accompanied by the heir, who is corpulent and in poor health, likely to seek a place to rest. Fourthly, their detours have left their horses exhausted from the long journey, and at this juncture, they may attempt to change mounts. Su Huizu nodded repeatedly, and Chu Neng continued, Dongyan, Yongqing, Guan, and Zhuozhou are 4 locations where we can quietly set traps, without making a grand show, yet not lacking in direction. Although Chu Neng had never held an official position in Hebei, Su Huizu was impressed by his familiarity with the vicinity of Beiping, which deepened his respect for him. Su Huizu then declared, I shall enter the palace to counsel his majesty. Gao Su is ferocious, and few can restrain him. If I can persuade his majesty, would it be possible for Chu Neng to send the heir northward? Chu Neng clasped his fists and replied, to serve the nation is our utmost wish. My son and I are willing to offer our modest assistance. Chu Neng added, Su Gong does not indulge in favoritism, prioritizing great justice over familial ties. Your loyalty is commendable, and I am deeply moved. As you enter the palace to advise his majesty, it is essential to consider all angles. Su Huizu nodded vigorously. Chu General is correct. To achieve success, one must contemplate various factors. Solely relying on unwavering loyalty may lead to disaster. Chapter 11. The wild village. Zhu Gao Su and his companions traveled day and night, traversing countless miles. Before their eyes lay waves of golden wheat, indicating they had likely arrived in Hebei. The carriage was no longer present. The 5 of them rode on 4 horses. Zhu Gao Su and Du Qianrui shared one mount, fortunate to have prepared a double saddle and stirrups in advance. Otherwise, they would have suffered greatly. A few days prior, the heir had recovered from illness and was gradually able to ride, prompting them to burn the cumbersome carriage, which was slow and unwieldy, suitable only for the post roads. Suddenly, the heir shouted, stop! The wheat field was in disarray. Whoa! Zhu Gao Su was the first to pull on the reins, bringing the group to a halt, followed by Gao, Zai, and the others. The heir, drenched in sweat, scrambled up from the wheat field, disregarding his appearance, before promptly sitting down at the roadside and asking, where are we? Wang Gui dismounted, pondered for a moment, and replied, Your Highness, if we proceed, we should reach Shuozhou. Or perhaps not. It can't be too far off. He then approached with a servile demeanor, offering a water pouch. The heir gulped down a mouthful of water, frowning at Wang Gui, likely due to the unpleasant odor emanating from him. As is common with eunuchs, a few days without bathing or changing the towel they use tends to result in a foul smell. The heir turned to Zhu Gao Su. It appears we're nearing Beiping, and we have lost a horse. Shall we find a place with a bed to rest for half a day? What tightrope walking? The heir was taken aback. Zhu Gao Su, momentarily bewildered, realized he had spoken nonsensically. The heir sighed, his face contorted with discomfort. I am not as strong as you. If we continue, I fear I may collapse before the pursuers even arrive. Zhu Gao Su suggested. Wang Gui and third brother can share a horse, freeing up one for the older brother. Gao Zai remained silent, his expression revealing more distress than sorrow. Zhu Gao Su reached out to stroke the horse's neck. Noticing the expectant gazes of third brother and Wang Gui, although they did not voice their desires, their expressions were unmistakable. Everyone wished for a moment of respite. Third brother, in particular, shot a disdainful glance at Wang Gui. Finally, Zhu Gao Su relented, stating, let us avoid the large cities and seek a small county or a market with an inn. Wang Gui, if you spot any horses, attempt to purchase them at a premium. With renewed hope, the heir quickly struggled to rise with assistance. The group abandoned their exhausted horse and continued on their journey. Indeed, within half an hour, they encountered market. Among several people, no one knew its location, but it appeared to be a bustling northern village. Such villages typically serve as trading posts for the inhabitants of nearby villages and also cater to passing merchants. Zhu Gao Su stood by the roadside, observing for a while. Noticing the market was bustling with people, he surmised that the chances of acquiring horses were greater, thus agreeing to find a place to settle here. The group entered the village, leading their horses along several compact dirt paths, and after much effort, finally located an inn. In this remote countryside, the facilities were naturally not comparable to those in large cities. Wang Gui took 3 horses to find a stable and tended to them. Zhu Gao Su and the others entered the inn's hall and inquired about rooms. The innkeeper, upon hearing their request, glanced at the others nearby and informed Zhu Gao Su. Our inn originally had 2 large rooms and 1 small room available. However, those 3 gentlemen have already booked the 2 large rooms. The innkeeper paused, then kindly suggested, you might inquire with them. If they are willing, they could vacate 1 large room, leaving 1 small room available. For your group, it could suffice for a night. Traveling can present inconveniences. Zhu Gao Su turned to the 3 men standing nearby, all of whom were male. One was a young man dressed in silk, while the other 2 appeared to be his attendants based on their attire. Unexpectedly, before Zhu Gao Su could speak, the silken-clad youth widened his eyes and exclaimed angrily, what do you mean, old man? Do you want me and my servants to share a room with you? The innkeeper, bowing and smiling, replied, old man meant no offense. We are all travelers, and I only wish to help. Hearing this, third brother looked at the silken youth with disdain and stepped forward, but Zhu Gao Su restrained him. Zhu Gao Su thought, creating a scene will surely attract unwanted attention. He signaled to third brother and stepped forward, speaking in a restrained tone. Dear sir, please calm your anger and allow me to say a few words, if you will. Our party of 5 has traveled all day and found only this inn. The innkeeper has mentioned that only 2 large rooms and 1 small room remain. If you have taken 2 large rooms, it would be cramped for us 5 to stay in the small one. We are all seeking fortune, not conflict, and do not wish to offend you. As he spoke, he produced several pieces of the Ming currency, which he intended as compensation for the silken youth. If you could vacate 1 large room, we would also offer you the small room. You need not stay together, what do you think? To Zhu Gao Su's surprise, the youth merely chuckled twice, mocking. Are you from out of town? Zhu Gao Su inhaled deeply and replied, Indeed, I am. The youth burst into laughter. Ignorance breeds bravery. Do you not know who I am? Do you think I am in need of a few coins? Huh, how ridiculous. Zhu Gao Su maintained a serious demeanor. I am indeed lacking in knowledge and do not know your esteemed identity. May I ask your name? The youth shook his head dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Enough, enough. Even the heir seemed taken aback, as if the youth's arrogance had rendered him speechless. However, the heir was composed, unlike third brother, whose expression revealed considerable distress. While the youth spoke, he occasionally cast casual glances at Du Qianrui behind him. Finally, unable to contain himself, he expressed his true intentions. How about you consider my proposal? Zhu Gao Su raised his hand in invitation. Please do continue. The youth smirked, commenting on Du Qianrui's appearance. Let that maid come to my room tonight, and I shall forego the compensation I mentioned before, offering you one large room in return. Zhu Gao Su's face instantly flushed with anger. Had he not clenched his teeth tightly, his rage would have surely erupted. The youth looked at Zhu Gao Su with feigned innocence. Isn't she a maid? Zhu Gao Su clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and turned to say, let us stay in that small room, at least it can shield us from the elements. Thus, the two parties parted ways unhappily, each attending to their own arrangements. They entered the small room, which turned out to be exceedingly cramped, containing merely one bed, with all five of them inside. It felt as though they had filled the entire room. The three brothers conferred briefly before quickly deciding that the eldest brother, being of considerable size, would occupy the bed. The others would sleep on the floor, and they would later ask the innkeeper for straw mats and bedding. The conditions were utterly deplorable, and the space was cramped. Zhu Gao Su, in his past life a mere commoner, had never resided in such a dismal place. Even a modest inn costing 20 or 30 coins would have been preferable, at least allowing for some privacy rather than 5 individuals of both genders crammed together. Zhu Gao Su slapped his neck and scratched at it vigorously. Despite the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, the confined room was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring. The two noble brothers, utterly exhausted, showed no preference for their surroundings. Zhu Gao Su brought his palm to his eyes, the bloodstains on it momentarily alleviating his irritation. Upon opening his eyes, he inadvertently caught sight of Du Qianrui, whose bright eyes were fixed upon him. At that moment, a gentle breeze seemed to caress Zhu Gao Su's face, significantly lifting his spirits. Enduring this filthy, cramped space felt less daunting. With the limited space, their faces were in close proximity, silently regarding one another. Du Qianrui occasionally closed her eyes or flickered her gaze. Yet she always stole glances at Zhu Gao Su when she thought he was unaware. That intangible gaze and attention enveloped him like delicate threads, whispering of unspoken communication. Light yet pervasive, conveying more than words ever could. Zhu Gao Su felt as though he could sense a breath. The snoring around him grew louder, and upon closer listening, he could discern 3 different sources, mingling with the sound of mosquitoes. The room was not quiet, yet it possessed a unique tranquility, perhaps due to the absence of interruptions. The fair face before him was strikingly beautiful, her youthful complexion vibrant with pure hues of red, white, and black, untainted and clear. An urge to glimpse what lay beneath her covers surged within him, as he imagined the beauty concealed beneath the bedding. Several times, he contemplated stealthily reaching into Du Qianrui's quilt. The fluttering sensation of desire stirred within him, yet hesitance lingered. Zhu Gao Su realized he was now a prince. Should he be rebuffed, it would be exceedingly embarrassing and unbecoming. Suddenly, he recalled his uncle Su Huizu's words about testing the waters. Unable to ascertain another's thoughts, he resolved to act subtly, observing and deducing, to decide whether to proceed. At that moment, an enigmatic smile appeared on Zhu Gao Su's face. Chapter 12. A night of revenge. By day, the young man in the silk robe, surnamed Qiu, was the son of a minor official in Zhuozhou, barely significant among the villagers and laborers of this impoverished region. Typically, only minor officials possessed the audacity to act arrogantly. That night, as he slept soundly, he was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks. Sitting up, he called out, "Who is it?" and rose with evident displeasure. Upon opening the door, young Master Qiu was taken aback to find a complete stranger standing before him, dressed in plain garments and hatless. "What is it?" he inquired, perplexed. The stranger, with a thick accent, replied, "We have some business to attend to. Step outside." Annoyed at being roused from his slumber, young Master Qiu's anger flared. "Are you out of your mind?" The stranger interrupted him impatiently, barking, "Get the hell out! How dare you?" Young Master Qiu retorted angrily. The stranger, incensed, seized young Master Qiu by his collar and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "You think you can talk back to me?" Young Master Qiu's face immediately bore the vivid marks of the slap, leaving him momentarily stunned. The man dragged him outside and kicked him, causing young Master Qiu to fall face first into the dirt, utterly disheveled in nothing but his undergarments. Struggling to rise, he noticed a throng of individuals entering the courtyard, some in plain clothes, others adorned in high caps, along with an official in a blue robe. They carried torches, their flames flickering in the dark, creating quite a spectacle. Upon seeing the official's attire, which indicated he was at least a county magistrate, young Master Chio's fury dissipated significantly, leaving him bewildered. What is happening? He wondered as the group approached a small door, gathering beneath the eaves. The official did not position himself at the forefront, but stood beside a young man clad in a gray robe. Moments later, the door swung open, and the gathered crowd bowed respectfully, maintaining their bent posture. At this juncture, someone spoke. "I, Chu Yongkai, pay my respects to the heir of the Yanwang, the Duke of Gaoyang, the third prince. Has the prince recovered from his illness?" The official responded, "I was unaware of your presence in this county. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. However, the authority of the prince from Beiping over the officials and citizens of Zhuozhou was not to be underestimated." Young Master Chio shuddered, suddenly realizing he had offended a noble yesterday, and now a multitude had come to seek retribution. Only Chu Yongkai maintained a steady gaze on Zhu Gaosu, disregarding the others. He stated, "We have been ordered to come. I hope you lords will not make this difficult for us." The prince frowned, appearing ready to speak, but Zhu Gaosu interjected, "Come here. Were you not lamenting that we did not know your esteemed name? Please, introduce yourself." The young man, now pale, crawled forward, trembling, and stammered, "I should not have allowed the prince to be confined to such a small room. Please, allow me to accommodate you." The onlookers fell silent as an unknown youth interrupted the proceedings, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. The young man, observing Zhu Gaosu's cold smile, bit his lip and delivered a sharp slap to his own face, pleading for the prince's forgiveness. Glancing at Zhu Gaosu, he slapped himself again. Zhu Gaosu smiled. "Whether I grant you forgiveness is not for me to decide. You must ask this young lady." The young man turned to follow Zhu Gaosu's gesture toward Du Qianrui, and his face lit up with realization. I should not have spoken disrespectfully. Under the gaze of many, Du Qianrui's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. The young man resumed slapping himself, the sharp sound echoing, causing Du Qianrui's lashes to flutter. "Please forgive me, young lady," he pleaded again, striking himself once more. "Du Qianruistamelt, stop eating yourself. This young lady is magnanimous and has forgiven you. Consider yourself fortunate," Zhu Gaosu remarked. However, the young man, bewildered and fearful, replied, "I would never dare to offend a noble. It was never in my thoughts." A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to speak. Zhu Gaosu's warning seemed directed not merely at the young man. Chu Yongkai, having observed the spectacle, remained impassive and said, "Esteemed princes, I take my leave, please." "Where to?" Zhu Gaosu demanded, fixing his gaze on Chu Yongkai. "Where's the imperial decree?" Zhu Gaosu inquired. If there were an official written decree, Chu Yongkai would have produced it by now. Indeed, Chu Yongkai responded, "There's only the token of Duke Wei, but the emperor has consented." Audacious! You, a man of dubious origin, dare to falsely convey the emperor's will. Zhu Gaosu thundered. Chu Yongkai's face flushed, clearly struggling to endure this baseless provocation. He coldly replied, "I merely wish to remind the Duke of Gaoyang that this courtyard is now surrounded, and the horses in the stable have been taken away. Our people dispatched to Beiping number more than just this. Duke of Gaoyang, do you believe there remains even a sliver of a chance for escape?" He inhaled deeply, as if to quell his rising anger, and added, "Why make matters unnecessarily ugly?" Zhu Gaosu snorted dismissively. Chu Yongkai fixed his gaze upon him, slowly raising a finger to signal, "Bring him to me." A robust man clad in plain garments, with his hair tied back, first clasped his fists in greeting. "Duke of Gaoyang, I apologize." No sooner had he spoken than a swift figure leaped forward, only to be met with a loud thud. Followed by a cry of pain, the man had fallen to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling about helplessly. "Seize him!" came a commanding shout, and a group surged forward, yet no weapons were drawn, nor arrows knocked. Zhu Gaozu, having adopted a martial stance, unleashed his punches and kicks effortlessly, his movements flowing like water. The techniques were deeply ingrained in his muscle memory. The air reverberated with sharp, forceful gusts as he struck, his attacks appearing simple at a glance. Yet the resounding power of his blows was not easily dismissed, as the scene lacked any sound effects. That sound embodied strength and speed. Each strike felled an opponent. None could rise to continue the fight. Just then, A cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from the entrance, as another group, brandishing weapons, charged in. The courtyard was a scene of chaos, with cries of distress echoing as bodies lay strewn about, some rolling, others wailing, creating a tableau reminiscent of a small-scale battle. The youth surnamed Chio stood there, bewildered and utterly lost, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated so swiftly into violence. Suddenly, a rope net descended upon Zhu Gaoxiu, catching him off guard. It ensnared his entire body before he could react. At once, 4 individuals seized the loose ends of the net, expertly tightening their grip. Zhu Gaoxiu maintained his stance, bracing against the net with his elbows while gripping the ropes firmly. With a powerful twist of his body, he yanked the 4 assailants towards him, causing them to tumble inward. In an instant, 2 more rushed at him, intent on overpowering him. However, as one drew near, a swift kick sent him sprawling to the ground. Zhu Gaoxiu quickly regained his footing, pivoting his body to thrust his elbow against another opponent, causing him to cry out in pain despite the limited space to leverage his strength. With a decisive kick, Zhu Gaoxiu sent a man clutching his abdomen rolling away, landing precisely at the entrance where the young noble and his companions stepped back in alarm. Gao Zhai stepped forward, drawing a short sword from his cloak. A look of fury etched on his face as he pressed down on the moaning man, delivering several thrusts to his back. The sound of his cries splattered blood across Gao Zhai's youthful visage, rendering it grotesque. At this moment, the assault on Zhu Gaoxiu momentarily paused, allowing him to extricate himself from the net. With a swift motion, he dispatched the man who had lunged at him, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhu Gaoxiu advanced, launching a long punch, but to his astonishment, it met air. It was then he recognized his opponent, Chu Yankai. As Chu evaded the punch, the distance between them closed, and seizing the opportunity, he aimed to strike at Zhu Gaoxiu's neck. Zhu Gaoxiu raised his left arm to block Chu's right hand while swiftly retracting his right fist to counter with a blow to Chu's abdomen. Chu's right hand shifted from a strike to a grab, seizing Zhu Gaoxiu's left wrist, leveraging his initial advantage. He then struck downward with his left hand towards Zhu Gaoxiu's right fist. Yet it proved futile. Despite holding onto Zhu Gaoxiu, Chu could not maintain his strength. His left hand failed to deflect the downward punch. With gritted teeth, Chu stifled a grunt as a blow landed on his face, and a punch struck his abdomen, forcing him to stagger back. After a brief pause, Zhu Gaoxiu thrust his fist towards Chu Liangsai's face, halting just shy of his eye. The gust from his punch, causing Chu's disheveled hair to flutter and instinctively closing his eyes. Zhu Gaoxiu then shoved Chu aside, leaving him momentarily stunned and crimson-faced. Not far away, Chu Liangkai regained his footing, having endured a couple of blows, yet he bore no intention of continuing the fight, his face flushed with shame. Zhu Gaoxiu regarded him and discerned a sense of integrity in the young man. He had shown restraint, foregoing the opportunity to decisively defeat Chu Liangkai, seemingly not having erred in his choice. To accept defeat and to possess the humility to acknowledge one's limitations is, in itself, a mark of honor. With Chu Liangkai abstaining, the remaining individuals, mostly constables, brandished their clubs, striking postures of readiness, yet remained hesitant to engage. "Let's depart," Zhu Gaoxiu called towards the entrance. The 4 men and women concealed within hastily emerged, the rotund noble casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless body pierced by the short sword. Du Qinrui kept her gaze lowered, occasionally raising her eyes to Zhu Gaoxiu, her expression a blend of fear, reverence, and admiration. Leading the way, Zhu Gaoxiu hastened with his companions out of the courtyard. As they stepped outside, the night was illuminated by the flickering light of torches amidst the distant barking of dogs. Nearby, 3 riders stood side by side, armed with clubs and torches, watching the entrance intently. They exhibited no intent to attack, remaining motionless. Zhu Gaoxiu assessed the situation and charged forward, causing the horses to rear in surprise, their hooves shifting backward. "Damn it," the rider on the right cursed, as Zhu Gaoxiu pulled him down, sending his torch and club flailing into the air as he fell awkwardly. The central rider, unable to contain himself, rose in his stirrups, aiming to leap onto Zhu Gaoxiu. Zhu Gaoxiu sidestepped, and as the rider hit the ground, a swift kick sent him tumbling away with a cry. The remaining rider, finally taking the initiative, charged forward on horseback, yet his approach was hindered by the shortness of his weapon. Zhu Gaozu grasped the club as if it were affixed to his hand, yanking it backward before forcefully thrusting it outward, sending the mounted rider tumbling to the side. "Mount up!" Zhu Gaozu called to his companions while retrieving a pine torch from the ground. The two dismounted riders scrambled to their feet, rushing towards him. But before they could close the distance, Zhu Gaozu unleashed a rapid kick, eliciting a pained scream from one as he collapsed. Zhu Gaozu pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to the other, causing him to stagger back and sit down abruptly. The sound of hooves echoed through the night as Zhu Gaozu lifted Du Qianrui onto a horse. He assisted Gao Zhai in mounting the noble, while Wang Gui fell to the ground, using his back as a cushion. In the ensuing chaos, Zhu Gaozu shared a mount with Du Qianrui, while Wang Gui paired with Gao Zhai, leaving the noble to ride alone. This seemed the only viable solution. "Giddy up," Zhu Gaozu urged, kicking the horse's belly and shaking the reins, leading their flight northward. As they burst from the village, the group's apprehension began to ease. The noble's voice rang out, "We owe our escape to you, dear brother. Without you, how would we have made it?" Gao Zhai echoed, "Indeed, second brother is formidable, effortlessly taking on dozens." Within moments, Wang Gui began lamenting, "Your Highness, please slow down. I have no stirrups, and my backside is about to split." Zhu Gaozu felt Du Qianrui gripping him tightly, her strength seemingly drained. The absence of a simple pair of stirrups and a saddle made a world of difference. Those without stirrups bore the full weight of their bodies upon their hips. As the horse quickened its pace, the jolting motion became unbearable. "Ouch! Ouch!" Wang Gui's cries filled the air, drawing attention to his discomfort. Not long after, Zhu Gaozu heard Du Qianrui's suppressed groans, her pain stifled into a mere whisper. The sound ignited a heat within Zhu Gaozu's mind, unsettling his spirit. He struggled to rationalize his thoughts, convincing himself he was not a sadist, merely misled by exaggerated portrayals in certain films from his past that suggested a twisted pleasure in suffering. Despite inhaling the cool night air, he remained unable to regain his composure. The sensation of the vest became intensely pronounced, yet it was far from satisfying. The back could not move with the same agility as the hands, making it exceedingly difficult to capture further tactile experiences. Wang Gui began to exclaim once more, lamenting, "This servant shall perish, but truly cannot endure any longer. My legs are numb and painful. I am on the verge of disgrace." Gao Zhai retorted, "We have pursuers behind us. Do you wish to bring ruin upon me? If you cannot hold on, then roll off, but do not drag me down with you." Zhu Gaozu, hearing these words from the front, felt somewhat dazed and paid them no heed. At that moment, he suddenly felt a lightness beneath him. His mount let out a pained cry as it knelt forward. Although Zhu Gaozu was skilled in horsemanship, he lost focus and found himself tumbling forward, followed by a woman's shrill scream. He gasped, cursing, his entire body racked with pain as if his bones had shattered. The night was no longer dark. Before him floated a hazy constellation of golden stars. "Is my second brother unharmed?" came the breathless voice of the air. He stepped forward to assist Du Qianrui, instructing her to grit her teeth and take a few steps to see if her leg was broken. Du Qianrui could only hobble along with great difficulty. Her hair disheveled, damp strands clinging to her face, her clothes in disarray, resembling someone who had just endured humiliation. Zhu Gaozu released her and inspected the struggling horse, discovering that one of its front legs was indeed broken, likely from stepping into a pit or kicking against something. Wang Gui had managed to descend from the horse, and, upon inspection, declared, "Your Highness, this horse is of no further use." Chapter 14. The Call of Duty. Wang Gui bowed, saying, "This servant cannot continue to serve the three princes on the road." At that moment, Du Qianrui added, "I shall accompany Wang Gong." Zhu Gaozu nodded in agreement. He had not misjudged this girl. Her thoughts were indeed nimble. Upon realizing there were not enough horses, she instinctively suggested walking, as it was only proper that they should be the first to do so. Otherwise, if they left behind any prince, the two brothers would certainly question Zhu Gaozu's judgment. Zhu Gaozu promptly unfastened the pouch from his waist and tossed it to Wang Gui, saying, "Take the money. It may come in handy on the road. Let us depart." He waved his hand. Du Qianrui knelt beside Wang Gui to bid farewell, and the two made their way to the edge of the field. The night remained deep, their figures soon disappearing from the light of the torches. The heir struggled to dismount, collapsing onto the ground. With 2 horses, we are insufficient for the 3 of us. If we ride slowly, we will lose our chance and be overtaken by more pursuers. For a long while, silence enveloped them. The heir sat on the ground, sighing, his face marked by exhaustion and despondency. Gao Zai remained mounted, holding the reins of the horse, showing no inclination to dismount. Time trickled by slowly, and within the tranquil night, an undercurrent of unease lurked. The 3 cast furtive glances at the road behind, but it was too dark to see anything. Zhu Gao Su finally spoke. The horse that was lost was mine. Eldest brother, 3rd brother, do not delay. You must leave first. The heir asked, what will you do? After a moment, he sighed deeply and said, I shall not leave. You 2 ride on. Zhu Gao Su feigned politeness in response. That cannot be. Eldest brother is the heir. The heir sat there, motionless, propped up by his hands, his hair disheveled, his face smudged with dirt, though there were patches of slightly cleaner skin that appeared quite pale. He sighed again, expressing his despair. I am but a useless person, too heavy, my legs unsteady. Of no use at all. Hearing him speak thus stirred a pang of sympathy in Zhu Gao Su, who gently reassured him. Eldest brother, do not speak like that. The heir looked up at Zhu Gao Su and managed a wry smile. Father has never valued me, as you all know. I do not wish to bring shame upon him. What does it matter if I am the heir? If a sacrifice is to be made, many would prefer that it be me. Zhu Gao Su replied, Father has great expectations of you, which is why you are the heir. The heir shook his head. I was merely born first. There is no need for further discussion. Remember, we are brothers bound by blood. If I remain behind, it is of my own volition. Your gratitude is all that is required. Zhu Gao Su was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the heir's earnest eyes. He first felt a hint of confusion, but then clarity washed over him. Zhu Gao Su, having traversed time, found it difficult to truly connect with the notion of brotherhood, yet the heir genuinely felt that bond. After all, they had been brothers for many years. How could there be no emotion at all? In that instant, Zhu Gao Su felt a flicker of emotion toward the heir, his feelings complex and tinged with guilt. His guilt stemmed from the fact that the heir had been poisoned, a deed he himself had orchestrated. The poison was Junin Chao, known in the modern day as Lily of the Valley, which happened to grow in Nanjing. The antidote was Zhu Sha, a common substance used for sealing in various offices, perfectly capable of counteracting the poison. In fact, if it weren't for the fear of Su Huizu's suspicions, and the potential for discovery of fratricide, an exceedingly grave offense in ancient times, Zhu Gao Su might have genuinely considered letting the heir die. Now, with the eldest brother willingly sacrificing himself, Zhu Gao Su felt a flush of heat on his face and a knot in his chest, struggling to reconcile his feelings. He sought rationalizations for his emotions, attempting to view the situation with reason. The current circumstance was merely a result of external conflicts overshadowing their internal brotherly discord. However, one cannot be entirely devoid of empathy. Eldest brother, I accept your sentiment. Zhu Gao Su's voice carried an unusual tone, but he quickly composed himself, smiling. Yet, eldest brother and 3rd brother must go first. I have a plan. What plan? The heir inquired. Is that feasible? He frowned. Zhu Gao Su reassured him. Rest assured. I have my methods. Just then, Gao Zai, still mounted, interjected. 2nd brother, I will go with you. The relay station is too far. We can ride 1 horse together. Zhu Gao Su glanced at him, shaking his head. It will be too jostling. The horse cannot bear it. Eldest brother's legs are weak and require care. Gao Zai opened his mouth to speak, but Zhu Gao Su interjected firmly. No need for hesitation. We must move swiftly. With that, he turned and strode towards the injured horse, searching its back until he found a bag of provisions and a dagger. The knights had been equipped with weapons, only deterred from their use. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Gao Su hoisted the wounded horse onto his shoulder, akin to a weightlifter, and slowly stood from his crouched position. This Mongolian horse, though not large, easily weighed several hundred pounds. Even without fully extending his arms, merely bearing it upon his shoulder was a feat beyond the ordinary. Zhu Gao Su's strength was indeed remarkable. Later, he would lift a copper vat weighing several hundred pounds before his demise, which seemed hardly an exaggeration. Carrying the horse, he ventured into the nearby pine forest, a torch in hand. He could not leave the injured horse by the roadside, for such a broken creature could reveal much information to pursuing enemies, potentially leading Wang Gui and the others to be inadvertently captured. He continued to descend the slope, drawing the dagger to make a swift incision at the horse's neck, pressing down on its struggling forelegs. He then leaned in to drink several gulps of the horse's blood to regain strength, followed by another cut to ensure its throat was completely severed. Zhu Gaosu climbed out of the pit and selected a sturdy pine tree, using his dagger to peel away the bark. He then carved out pieces of the tree's heart, rich in resin, the primary material for making torches. With his torch ignited, he cautiously navigated through the pine forest, soon spotting a dirt road ahead. Zhu Gaosu leaped onto the road, taking deep breaths and bending to pat his calves, performing a series of peculiar movements before beginning to jog along the path. At this moment, the countryside of Hebei was far from prosperous. The night was pitch dark, and not a single lit lantern could be seen for miles. Fortunately, Zhu Gaosu possessed a keen sense of direction. He proceeded steadily along the path he had traveled the previous day, neither too fast nor too slow. Upon reaching the relay station he had passed yesterday, he found it illuminated, the only source of light amidst the surrounding darkness, functioning 24 hours a day. The sky was beginning to lighten, heralding the dawn. Outside the entrance of the post station, there stood a fence, the main gate securely closed, with a flickering light emanating from within. Zhu Gaozu pondered that to procure a horse in such a forthright manner, one would require official documentation, which he lacked. Thus, the remaining options were either to rob or to steal. He resolved to resort to thievery as discreetly as possible to avoid prematurely revealing his intentions. Zhu Gaozu circled the post station until he discovered the lowest section of the wall. With a leap, he grasped the top of the wall and slowly climbed over. Unexpectedly, just as he descended onto the earthen wall, he encountered a figure holding a lantern standing not far away. They exchanged startled glances. To his dismay, that individual was none other than the foolish man who had tried to seduce Du Qianrui at the inn and had slapped himself in frustration. Zhu Gaozu remained concealed in the shadows, while the young man stood illuminated. Zhu Gaozu was smeared with dirt from the horse, whereas the young man appeared freshly cleaned, though the swelling on his face had yet to subside. The young man seemingly did not recognize Zhu Gaozu and, after a brief moment, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thief! Someone help! There's a thief!" Zhu Gaozu realized it was too late to silence him and, consumed by rage, rushed forward. He seized the young man's collar and raised his hand to strike, exclaiming, "Shut up! You deserve this!" A flurry of slaps landed upon the young man's face, as Zhu Gaozu, in a fit of frustration, shouted, "You called out, didn't you? Call away." The young man cried out in pain, his face becoming a swollen mess, scarcely recognizable even to his father. Once Zhu Gaozu had had his fill of striking, the young man continued to wail, "Damn it, you're an audacious thief. Why are you hitting me?" At that moment, a door swung open, revealing a flickering flame, as a man in a green robe accompanied by a group wielding weapons rushed toward them. Upon seeing Zhu Gaozu grasping the young man, the green-robed official shouted, "Don't harm my son. Spare him, brave man." Zhu Gaozu, both furious and exhausted, retorted, "Damn it, I thought you had some worth. Yet you're merely the postmaster's son." Chapter 15. Passing two gates, having inadvertently taken the postmaster's son hostage, Zhu Gaozu effortlessly secured a post horse and galloped northward. The distance from Zhuozhou to Beiping was little more than 100 miles, and by noon, Zhu Gaozu caught sight of the city walls of Beiping. His swift journey had been fortuitous, as he encountered no pursuers along the way. Beiping, at present, was an unfamiliar city to Zhu Gaozu. The later incarnation of this city bore little resemblance to what it was then. The city walls had long since vanished. The portrayal of Ming Dynasty Beijing in films and dramas differed as well, for it was neither Dadu nor Beijing, but Beiping. Nevertheless, it was indeed a large city, having once been the capital of the Yuan dynasty, with substantial remnants of the Yuan walls still in place on both the eastern and western sides. Only fading memories remained to compare against. Those memories resembled mere images, devoid of any emotional resonance. Zhu Gaozu, sullied and disheveled, led his horse through the main entrance, where a group of armored soldiers approached, with one man at the forefront declaring, "We, the subordinates, have been awaiting the prince's arrival per the command of the Yanzhou king." Zhu Gaozu recognized the man, his face somewhat familiar to him. Upon entering the city, he observed primarily low, hard-roofed houses. At that time, Beiping lacked a royal city. For the Yuan imperial palace had been dismantled following the establishment of the Ming Dynasty to erase its royal aura. The streets were populated, yet not bustling. As he walked through this area, Zhu Gaoziu experienced an uncanny sensation of traversing the timelines of both the Yuan and Ming dynasties. Several soldiers escorted Zhu Gaoziu directly to the residence of the Yanzhou king. At that moment, he began to feel increasingly anxious. He anticipated a meeting with his father, Zhu Di. By now, Zhu Di was quite renowned, though the esteem in which he was held by the public could not compare to Zhu Gaoziu's internal perception of him. Throughout millennia of history, emperors and nobles were as numerous as the stars, most of whom faded from memory. Yet the name Zhu Di was one that future generations would find hard to forget. The bond of father and son was absent at present, and the recollections he held offered him no sense of connection. Nevertheless, he harbored a genuine gratitude. Having traversed from humble beginnings, Zhu Gaoziu understood more profoundly than any other prince the significance of having a formidable father. His current possessions within the Ming Dynasty stemmed from one singular reason. He was the son of Zhu Di. This understanding made him even more anxious at that moment. Would he be unmasked? How should he perform? Zhu Gaoziu had not slept the previous night, his face weary and burdened with thoughts as he wandered into the Yanzhou king's residence, forcing himself to summon some semblance of energy. Upon entering the royal palace, the first structure he encountered was the main hall of the Yanzhou king's residence. As he ascended the stone steps and crossed the threshold, he beheld two figures, one standing and one seated. The seated figure was a tall and robust middle-aged man, adorned with a black cap and dressed in a red tunic embroidered with a four-clawed dragon. This man was Zhu Gaoziu's stepfather, Zhu Di. Zhu Di's three sons varied in appearance. One was plump, another sturdy, and the last lean, but Zhu Di himself was tall and strong, which explained the recollection of Zhu Di asserting that Zhu Gaoziu resembled him. As Zhu Gaoziu entered, Zhu Di rose from his seat. The figure standing beside him appeared peculiar. Clad in a monk's robe, without a doubt, this was Yao Guangxiao. As Zhu Di stood, Yao Guangxiao cast a sidelong glance. Zhu Gaoziu, without hesitation, bowed deeply, kneeling as he proclaimed, "Your humble son greets the father." The Yanzhou king, with a steady demeanor yet brisk in his pace, approached Zhu Gaoziu and firmly grasped his forearm, lifting him up with a sudden motion. The strength in the Yanzhou king's hands was not a mere casual gesture. It conveyed profound emotion. Even this single action left a lasting impression on Zhu Gaoziu. Following the force of that grip, he stood upright, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself close to the Yanzhou king, whose penetrating gaze met his own, framed by thick lips and rugged skin. In the Yanzhou king's eyes, Zhu Gaoziu perceived weariness and melancholy. Yet at that moment, there flickered a transient joy. "Good, good, good," echoed the Yanzhou king's voice, robust and commanding. As he spoke, he patted Zhu Gaoziu's arm with his hand, maintaining his grasp. The Yanzhou king emitted a sound from his throat, his keen eyes scrutinizing Zhu Gaoziu from head to toe, and that gaze felt as if it were stripping him bare, so piercing was its intensity. At that moment, Yao Guangxiao interjected. "The prince's actions in the capital are indeed commendable. Did the prince kill a minor official merely as a test of his capabilities?" Yao Guangxiao fixed his gaze unceremoniously upon Zhu Gaoziu's face. Meanwhile, the Yanzhou king remained silent, and the initial joy that had graced his countenance swiftly dissipated. The shifting emotions of this father were as elusive as the wind, creating an atmosphere of tension from the very first encounter. The Yanzhou king's silence brought a palpable pressure upon Zhu Gaoziu. Having had a restless night, his thoughts were sluggish, and he could not afford to deliberate for long before responding, which heightened his anxiety. As for the incident Yao Guangxiao mentioned, in all honesty, Zhu Gaoziu had not intended to kill. Had he known he could dispatch the man with a mere fist, he would have certainly held back. Regardless, that official had tormented Du Qianrui, but the punishment hardly warranted death. Moreover, past misdeeds lacked evidence, so on what basis could guilt be determined? Yet the man had sought revenge a second time, and being struck was of his own making. Zhu Gaoziu had simply not needed to kill him. Now, with Yao Guangxiao elevating his actions, Zhu Gaoziu sensed a trap and dared not play the fool by climbing the ladder of deceit. He had no time for further contemplation and promptly replied, "Not at all." Yao Guangxiao paused slightly and asked, "Then why did the prince kill him?" Zhu Gaoziu explained, "I bore him no ill will, but he persisted in provoking me. In a fit of anger, I lost control. I did not intend to kill him from the outset. He then bowed again to the Yinzhou king, asserting, "Your son recognizes his rashness. My elder brother has already reprimanded me. Please forgive me, father." The Yinzhou king chuckled briefly, yet swiftly resumed his serious demeanor, stating, "I am not unaware of your nature. You must change." "Yes, indeed," Zhu Gaoziu replied hastily. The Yinzhou king turned and took his seat in a prominent position. Zhu Gaoziu approached and bowed, saying, "Last night, I cannot sleep. I first want to pay my respects to mother, and now I wish to rest. May father grant me permission?" "Very well," replied the Yin Wang with a wave of his hand. "I take my leave," Zhu Gaoziu added. However, recalling the Yin Wang's final chuckle, Zhu Gaoziu understood that he had successfully navigated yet another trial. Although he felt somewhat unwell today, he believed he managed to handle the situation adequately. Upon focusing his gaze, he noticed that the newcomer was a robust man in his 30s, with a broad face and a clean-shaven mouth. In his memories, he recognized this individual as Ma He, a eunuch who frequently served the Yin Wang. "I am about to report to mother," Zhu Gaoziu said. "Ma He, please guide me." "Yes, Gaoyang Junwang, this way please," Ma He responded. The two traversed 2 doorways and several corridors until they arrived at a moon gate. Ma He remarked, "The Wang Fei is inside. Should I not first inform someone?" Zhu Gaoziu nodded. "Mother may not be aware of my arrival." He recalled that among the 3 brothers, their mother cherished the Shitsi and Gaozai more, particularly the Shitsi, who, due to his limited mobility, remained mostly in Beiping. The Wang Fei, being a woman of high status, rarely ventured outside, thus the Shitsi spent more time with her. Zhu Gaoziu, however, was different. He had been conferred the title of Junwang during the reign of Taizu and was not one to idly linger. Often seen in the company of the Yin Wang during military campaigns, dedicating himself to martial training and instructing soldiers, leaving him little time for his mother. Although Zhu Gaoziu intended to visit his biological mother, he dared not roam freely in the courtyard, for this was the Yin Wang's rear estate, housing more than just his mother. Ma He entered the moon gate, but did not wander aimlessly. He craned his neck, scanning the area for attendants, but found none. Just then, Ma He suddenly brightened, beckoning with a hand and speaking in a hushed tone, "Qi Weizhenren, Qi Weizhenren." Before long, a woman approached the moon gate. Zhu Gaoziu caught sight of her and was momentarily taken aback. The woman appeared to be a Taoist priestess, clad in a light gray robe devoid of any vivid colors, holding a whisk in her hand. Even in the Wang Fu's rear courtyard, she wore a narrow veil hat, her face partially covered by a thin gauze scarf, which concealed her mouth and nose. Had anyone else donned a veil hat in the estate, Zhu Gaoziu would have been perplexed by its purpose. Yet, this woman's hat served at least one function, to obscure her stunning beauty. Despite her loose Taoist robe, plain and devoid of color, and her features mostly concealed, the woman exuded an undeniable allure. Her grace and ethereal charm were palpable. Zhu Gaoziu found himself believing in the notion that true beauty could shine through even the simplest of garments. A fleeting glimpse ignited a whirlwind of emotions within him, mingled with a sense of regret. Why? Perhaps because such a woman had chosen the path of asceticism. From where had such a figure emerged in the Yin Wang's residence? Chiwe, the Taoist priestess, was not particularly old, likely around Zhu Gaoziu's age, yet she was rumored to have studied under Zhang Sanfeng, earning her the title of Zhenren. Her lineage was respectable. Her father was Jing Qing, the second place in the Hongwu era's imperial examination and a court official. It was said that she chose to renounce the secular world at the age of 9 after receiving guidance from Zhang Sanfeng. Merely 2 or 3 years ago, the Yin Wang had heard of her remarkable reputation, and she was not some obscure Maoshan priestess. Her father was indeed the second place in the Hongwu examination. When Wang Fei Su's health declined, the Yin Wang invited Jing Qing to the residence to pray for her recovery. Unexpectedly, the Wang Fei and Jing Qing became fast friends, and the Wang Fei even recognized her as a sworn sister. Consequently, Zhu Gaoziu found himself in the peculiar position of addressing this young woman as aunt. At that moment, the woman shot Zhu Gaoziu a sharp glare, making him acutely aware of his own rudeness in standing silently and staring. Though her eyes were veiled, they sparkled with intensity, exuding a captivating aura even with a hint of reproach. Zhu Gaoziu, initially flustered, quickly regained his composure. This woman resided in the Yin Wang's estate and was considered a sister to the Wang Fei. even if someone disregarded her ascetic status. That person could only be the Yin, Wang himself. What folly it would be for Zhu Gaoziu to pursue a woman associated with the Yin Wang. The Wang Fei is unwell, Jingqing remarked, without superfluous words. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of delicate, tranquil springs and the moon reflected in a serene pond. After a brief pause, she added, "Come with me." Was there no need for an announcement? Zhu Gaoziu dismissed the thought and followed her through the moon gate. Behind him, Mahi's voice echoed, "I shall not follow. I respectfully bid farewell to Gaoyang Junwang." The residence of Wang Fei Su was a picturesque arrangement of heavy eaves and sloping roofs, creating an illusion of not being in the northern region, entirely unlike the bustling streets of Beiping. As the weather grew warmer, Jingqing's Taoist robe became lighter, and while standing still, it appeared modest. However, with movement, the fabric occasionally clung to her form, subtly revealing her graceful silhouette. The two exchanged no words as Zhu Gaoziu observed Jingqing's figure, piecing together fleeting moments in his mind to form an image of her supple, elegant shape. No matter how she walked, her innate grace was unmistakable. Zhu Gaoziu felt no reverence or deference towards this seemingly elder woman. However, he maintained a restrained demeanor, choosing silence to avoid any semblance of frivolity in their interaction. They traversed a corridor and entered a pathway flanked by walls, finally arriving at a wooden door. Upon reaching the entrance to the Wang Fei's quarters, Zhu Gaoziu heard the sound of coughing from within. The thought of his unkempt appearance briefly crossed his mind, recalling how Jingqing's earlier glare seemed to hint at her surprise at his disheveled state. Zhu Gaoziu's heart sank. A mother often knows her son too well, and he had to be cautious not to reveal too much. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Mother's condition serious?" After a brief pause, she said, "Gaoziu, why do you stand so far away? Come closer so I can see you." Zhu Gaoziu, bracing himself, approached and squatted outside the curtain, allowing Wang Fei Su to scrutinize him. He reassured himself, believing that his physical state remained unchanged, and the Wang Fei could not discern anything amiss. After allowing her a moment to observe him, he quickly stated, "Mother is still unwell. Please do not exert yourself too much. I cannot linger. You need to rest and recuperate." Wang Fei Su smiled and replied, "You are always in such a hurry to leave whenever you visit. Very well, go." Zhu Gaoziu then rose and bowed, saying, "I take my leave. Should Mother improve, please send word to my residence." Wang Fei Su nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Gaoziu stepped back, turned, and exited the door. He took a deep breath, releasing it slowly, relieved to have navigated the encounter with his parents, a task that had proven quite taxing. At that moment, the tension in his heart eased slightly, only to be replaced by a wave of profound fatigue. He yearned to lie down and rest. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out. "The Wang Fei has instructed me to see you out." Zhu Gaoziu, having just relaxed, was startled by Jingqing's silent approach. She spoke first, and Zhu Gaoziu replied, "The Jinren possesses the wisdom of health. Please take good care of Mother." "Certainly," Jingqing responded, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Gaoziu's face, revealing a hint of curiosity, perhaps noting his calm demeanor upon their meeting. What had his attitude towards Jingqing been in the past? He truly could not recall, having long forgotten. Chapter 17. The burden of power is but a game. Those who share tales often do so with the intention of captivating their audience, embellishing their narratives to enhance their own eloquence. As a result, the truth may become distorted over time, diverging significantly from the original facts. What Huang Ziqing heard was a version of the story that had undergone numerous retellings. In this narrative, the Prince of Gaoyang, Zhu Gaoxiu, was depicted as possessing superhuman strength, with Xiang Yu lamenting his inferiority. Lifting the cauldron was merely child's play. The tale spoke of Zhu Gaoxiu fleeing the capital after committing a murder, pursued by thousands of troops, only to single-handedly chase down 1,000 soldiers. Accounts of him lifting an injured horse with one hand and tossing it over a grove a mile wide were rampant. Some were laughable, while others seemed plausible. In no time, many in the capital, unaware of the truth, had come to regard Zhu Gaoxiu, the grandson of the founding emperor, as the greatest general since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty. Stories of the Gaoyang prince lifting horses and battling 1,000 troops circulated widely, primarily due to their sensational nature. Because some of these tales contained elements of truth, those with discernment, even if skeptical of the rumors, acknowledged Zhu Gaoxiu's martial prowess. This perception was particularly alarming, as it could easily reach the emperor's ears. Rumors stopped with the wise, and urgent measures were needed. As Huang Zicheng walked through the corridors of the imperial city, his mind was troubled, burdened with anxiety. At this critical juncture, the emperor's trusted advisors were already plotting specific strategies against the Prince of Yan. However, letting such a formidable individual escape meant missing an opportunity to weaken the Prince of Yan, which would surely incur the emperor's wrath. Huang Zicheng's greatest ire was directed at Su Huizhu. In Su Huizhu's eyes, the teenage Prince of Gaoyang was deemed even more formidable than the Prince of Yan. With this individual now at large, Huang Zicheng wondered if the emperor would harbor resentment towards him. During discussions regarding the fate of the Prince of Yan's sons, Huang Zicheng, despite being the chief strategist, had remained utterly silent. Whom else could he blame? His concern was solely whether he would fall from grace. With a heavy heart, Huang Zicheng arrived at the imperial gate. By the time the emperor arrived, Qi Tai, Su Huizhu, Li Jinglong, and other ministers were already present. As Huang Zicheng knelt to pay his respects, he turned his head slightly, casting an unpleasant glance at Su Huizhu, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Zhu Yunwen's voice, somewhat high-pitched, remarked, "Indeed, the second son of the Prince of Yan is extraordinary. The Duke of Wei has done all he could. I shall not impose further penalties." After a brief pause, he added, "Wu Zhong, after tomorrow's morning audience, summon Chuneng and ask him to stay." "Your servant obeys," came the reply. Just then Duke Chao, Li Jinglong, interjected, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to hear me." Huang Zicheng turned his gaze slightly, noting Li Jinglong's presence, whom he held in high regard. Li Jinglong hailed from a family of generals. His father, Duke Chao Li Wenzhong, had served as a capable commander under the founding emperor. A true tiger begets no dog, and Li Jinglong himself was well versed in military strategy. Remarkably, this illustrious scion was also well-read and eloquent. While many older generals advocated for a lackadaisical approach to governance, Li Jinglong supported the reduction of feudal princes, a stance that aligned with Huang Zicheng's own beliefs, providing him with much-needed support. Consequently, Huang Zicheng found himself increasingly fond of Li Jinglong, who was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of elegance. Although Li Jinglong was a military man, he did not resemble the disheveled warriors like the Duke of Wei, Su Huizhu, who appeared as if they had just emerged from the fields. Instead, Li Jinglong was impeccably groomed, his attire appropriate and his demeanor dignified, embodying the essence of royal nobility. At that moment, the emperor spoke. "Duke Chao, please continue." Li Jinglong, unflustered and composed, raised his fist in salute. "Your Majesty, while the Prince of Gaoyang possesses undeniable strength, it is merely brute force, lacking in strategy. What is there to fear? Even if he can face 100 foes, can he truly contend against an army of 100,000? Li Jinglong paused for breath and continued. "Is the Duke of Wei not exaggerating? Throughout history, how many renowned generals have successfully commanded armies solely through brute strength on the battlefield?" "Well said," Huang Zicheng nearly exclaimed. Finally, someone had articulated the truth, thus permitting an unstrategic prince to escape. Huang Zicheng's silence that day was not a fault. Those who serve the state must concern themselves with the greater good and cannot attend to every trivial matter. After a moment of reflection, Huang Zicheng concluded that the emperor would heed Li Jinglong's words. Huang Zicheng, having often been close to the emperor, understood his sentiments well. The current emperor was reluctant to allow those with ulterior motives to shift blame onto ministers, preferring to bear responsibility himself. It was indeed the emperor who had given the order to release the sons of the Prince of Yan. However, with Li Jinglong's remarks, the emperor could escape any fault. As expected, Zhu Yunwen immediately responded, "Duke Chao speaks wisely." Huang Zicheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He discreetly glanced at Su Huizhu, who appeared as if he had just swallowed something unpleasant, his face flushed yet silent. Just then, the emperor rose from his throne, stating, "I have other matters to attend to." The ministers hastily knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty. We bid you farewell." Once the emperor departed from the imperial gate, Wu Zhong soon emerged, summoning Huang Zicheng and Qi Tai for a meeting. It was undoubtedly another discussion regarding the strategy for Beiping, a matter Huang Zicheng had been earnestly contemplating for the past few months. Therefore, the ministers gradually dispersed, each attending to their own affairs. Chapter 18, Denial Awakening from Slumber. The room was flooded with light, as if it were daytime. Zhu Gaoxiu could not discern the day or hour. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that a lowly individual remains unchanged. One's mindset does not alter overnight. At that moment, a maid spotted Zhu Gaoxiu at the door and exclaimed, "The prince has awakened. I shall prepare a bath and change for you." "Very well," Zhu Gaoxiu replied, glancing at the maid, his expression slightly shifting. Why is she so old? He had envisioned a bevy of beautiful maidens to attend to his bathing. Yet, not a single one was present. At 16, Zhu Gaoxiu had spent the last 2 to 3 years rarely at home, either instructing troops in military formations or journeying with the Prince of Yen. Consequently, he had neglected domestic affairs, and the household had devolved into chaos. He was uncertain who had employed these maids. Before long, a middle-aged maid with freckles returned, casting a shy glance at Zhu Gaoxiu. "I have arranged for your meals, but please allow me to assist you with your bath and attire." Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "Bring in the bathing supplies. I shall wash myself." He proceeded to bathe and change. The maid had brought a blue, round-collared robe with narrow sleeves, which he begrudgingly donned, as he had always despised wearing vibrant colors, preferring to avoid drawing attention to himself. The maid had only brought a towel, and, after drying his hair, Zhu Gaoxiu casually tied it back with the towel. Afterward, he ate a meal, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After a good night's sleep and a hearty meal, he felt as though he had been revitalized. Looking at the middle-aged maid standing beside him, he noted that she was not unattractive. He recalled how well she had organized everything upon his awakening, and he found her efficient. Zhu Gaoxiu stretched and casually remarked, "Did it rain earlier? I felt a bit chilly while I was asleep." The maid replied in surprise, "It did not rain. I was worried you might catch a chill while sleeping, so I covered you with a blanket." Zhu Gaoxiu had wanted precisely that reassurance, confirming that it was this woman who had tended to him. He immediately inquired, "What is your name?" The woman replied, "I am surnamed Wang, and I have no given name. The people in the manor call me Wang Dinyang." Zhu Gaoxiu then asked, "I seem to have forgotten. What did I used to call you?" The woman responded, "Your Highness has never addressed me directly. There were just a few occasions when you called out, 'Hey, come here.'" Zhu Gaoxiu stood up and casually remarked, "You are surnamed Wang. What is your relation to Wang Gui?" "Oh," Wang Dinyang explained, "in the front hall, it was arranged by Wang Gonggong." After Zhu Gaoxiu finished his inquiries, he waved his hand, signaling Wang Dinyang to leave. He began to stroll around his manor, familiarizing himself with the spaces that lingered in his memory. The Jun Wangfu and the Qinjun Wangfu were not comparable in terms of grandeur. They were rather modest and could not be expanded at will due to regulations. Limited to a mere 40 rooms, with each room denoting a specific width. Some larger residences extended beyond a single room's width. The number of inhabitants in the manor was scant. Zhu Gaoxiu ambled about and quickly explored both the garden and the rear courtyard. He entered the central gate tower, intending to survey the front hall as well. The daylight within the gate tower was surprisingly dim. Although it was daytime and lights were unnecessary, the illumination was inadequate. At that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu spotted Du Qianrui in the courtyard, her back turned to the central gate tower, as she bent down to draw water from the well with a wooden handle. From behind, her posture caused her skirt to tighten, accentuating her rounded form. Zhu Gaoxiu suddenly lost the desire to leave the gate tower, his feet frozen in place as he observed her in the dim light. Du Qianrui had changed into a white six-panel waist-length skirt and a light blue narrow-sleeved cross-collared top, devoid of any jewelry. At that moment, her simplicity rendered her even more radiant, a stark contrast to her appearance at the feudal courtyard in Nanjing. Engaged in her task, she drew water and poured it into a steaming wooden basin by the drainage ditch, stirring it with her fingers. Zhu Gaoxiu speculated she intended to wash her hair. She crouched down on the eave platform, allowing him a glimpse of her unadorned face, her skin fair and porcelain-like. Her small face made her large eyes appear even more pronounced, and her slightly full lips added to the allure, creating a visage that was anything but insipid. Du Qianrui glanced around, causing Zhu Gaoxiu's heart to tighten slightly. Fortunately, the stark contrast in lighting between the inside and outside of the gate tower seemed to keep her unaware of his presence. She then gently adjusted her top, revealing her soft, bare shoulder where a bruise was visible. She tenderly rubbed the delicate skin, twisting her shoulder slightly to allow her garment to slide back into place. Presumably, as she was to wash her hair, she wore no undergarment beneath her outer clothing, seemingly clad only in a bandeau. Leaning forward, she submerged her head, reaching for the wooden ladle in the basin, scooping water to pour over her hair. The motion caused her garment to sag, and with the wide collar, Zhu Gaoxiu caught sight of her creamy, plump skin just below her collarbone, the lightly rosy bandeau appearing heavy. Zhu Gaoxiu held his breath, his eyes widening. The water splashed from the ladle, soaking her dark tresses and cascading onto her neck. He was mesmerized, observing the droplets on her pristine skin with acute clarity. In that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu forgot he was in the Jun Wangfu, instead envisioning himself beside a tranquil spring in a secluded valley, recently washed clean by rain, with pearl-like droplets lingering on the tender green leaves of spring. He had not anticipated such a side to Du Qinrui, who had come from a life of indulgence. He watched in rapt fascination, regrettably, as her washing soon concluded. Zhu Gaoxiu thought to himself that Du Qinrui, weary from her journey, could have taken more time to wash thoroughly. Why the haste? As he approached the door of the side room, Du Qinrui turned at the sound, hurriedly placing down the wooden basin, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, and knelt, saying, "This servant greets your highness. I have just washed my hair and have not had the chance to tidy myself. Please forgive me." Zhu Gaoxiu, maintaining a composed demeanor, casually waved his hand and remarked, "Miss Du, you are dressed quite simply today." Du Qinrui smiled, replying, "I have always preferred modest attire, but at the feudal courtyard, it was unavoidable. If I dressed too simply, would your highness have dared to jest with me while enjoying music?" "Why not?" Zhu Gaoxiu queried, slightly puzzled. Du Qinrui explained, "Simplicity conveys a sense of aloofness. One might fear a rejection. Moreover, in such a place, it does not resonate." This seemed reasonable to Zhu Gaoxiu, who nodded in agreement. A moment later, an inspiration struck him, and he added, "So, Miss Du, upon arriving at the manor, you dress so plainly to reject me?" A blush crept onto Du Qinrui's cheeks, and her bright eyes discreetly flicked towards him. "That is not my intention." Zhu Gaoxiu, not truly a naive 16-year-old, had thickened his skin in a past life. He continued with a smile, "Then what do you mean?" Du Qinrui replied, "This is one moment, that was another. In your highness's esteemed residence, where decorum is paramount, how could gaudiness be appropriate? Previously, I had to please many, but now I need only serve one." Chapter 19. A first trial of the drum. Official Zhu Gaoxiu emerged from the front hall side room, stepping into the corridor, astonished once more. He beheld a group of individuals standing beside the screen wall inside the main gate. Their silent congregation appeared rather peculiar. Just as Zhu Gaoxiu was about to step out, he had no inkling of the throng awaiting him. "Your Highness!" The three individuals in front recognized Zhu Gaoxiu and immediately called out, hastening towards him. The unexpected situation caught Zhu Gaoxiu off guard. The jubilant expressions on their faces resembled a pack of famished wolves spotting a piece of meat. Why were these grown men so lacking in composure? In an instant, Zhu Gaoxiu recalled the feelings of his past life. As someone from the lower strata, connections and resources were limited, and opportunities for advancement were exceedingly rare. There is a saying that encountering a noble can spare one 20 years of struggle. And when such an opportunity arises, it is typically held in high regard. As the grandson of the founding emperor, was he not the very noble these individuals sought? With this thought, Zhu Gaoxiu found understanding. A burly man with round eyes and rough, dark skin, likely named Wang Bin, stood out. His face was short and round, with high cheekbones and a coarse beard. Though young, his weathered appearance gave him an aged look. His fierce round eyes, despite their intensity, carried a hint of humor. Another man, with a long face and fair skin, was shorter yet robust. His name was Wei Da. Wei Da was at least in his 30s and appeared younger than the 20-something Wang Bin, underscoring the importance of good skin. The Jun Wangfei had chosen Wei Da's daughter as a candidate for the position of Jun Wangfei last year. Both men were 100 household officers serving in Zhu Gaoxiu's guard. The remaining individual was a civil official, adorned with a bird embroidered on his belly and dressed in a green robe with an oxhorn belt. His name was Ho Hai, a professor of the 9th rank in the Ming Dynasty, a title that denoted a rather lowly status. Zhu Gaoxiu raised his hand, fixing them with a stern gaze. The three men finally fell silent. Zhu Gaoxiu seized the opportunity to speak. "Rest assured, what could possibly happen on a trip to the capital? There is no need to be anxious. Today, disperse and attend to your own matters." After saying this, he glanced at the civil official Ho Hai and beckoned. "I have matters to discuss with Professor Ho. Let us speak inside." The two entered together. Behind the screen wall lay a row of houses, with a perimeter wall on the other side. Zhu Gaoxiu casually selected a room to enter, sitting down in a grand armchair. Hou Hai stood, performing a bow. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired, "I've been away from Beiping for 2 or 3 months. What events have transpired here?" Hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu became displeased and said, "I am inquiring about matters of national significance." Hou Hai, wearing a distressed expression, hurriedly replied, "The entire family of King Zhou has been detained by Duke Chao and sent to the capital, demoted to commoners and exiled to Yunnan. Dai Wang and Qi Wang have been taken to the capital for detention, and it is rumored that Dai Wang has been sent to Sichuan. The most tragic fate befell Xiang Wang, who was accused of counterfeiting the great Ming banknotes. When the officials came to arrest him, he cried out in protest, and in a fit of shame and rage, he took his royal consort and children, ultimately perishing in self-immolation. Now, every prince is engulfed in an atmosphere of trepidation. This much I am aware of." Zhu Gaoxiu has begun to grow somewhat impatient. Hou Hai suddenly realized, Song Zhong has brought tens of thousands of troops to Kaiping for border defense, claiming that the military force is insufficient. The emperor has also issued an edict to transfer troops from Yin Wang's guards for reinforcements. The officials in Beiping, including the commander and the minister of revenue, have all been replaced. These pieces of information are indeed intriguing, yet they merely pertain to notable personnel changes at the local level, making them rather easily discernible. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand dismissively, having expected that the civil officials around him would miraculously prove to be talented individuals, yet it appears he had overestimated them. Just as Zhu Gaoxiu was feeling disheartened and sighing inwardly, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, prompting him to ask with keen interest, "How did you uncover the matter concerning Weida's household?" Hou Hai stammered, attributing it to sheer coincidence, confessing that he discovered that Li Mo had visited Wei's residence, seeking Weida's assistance in a competition. As the prince knows, the hereditary military positions of the ancestors must first pass through the examinations of the DuSi. Failing the first attempt results in a halving of the salary, while failing the second relegates one to the status of an ordinary military household. Li Mo, possessing a sense of self-awareness, upon hearing that Wei's daughter was to become a royal consort, no longer pursued the marriage contract, but at the very least sought some form of compensation. Thus he approached Weida. "Oh," Zhu Gaoxiu nodded in understanding. Hou Hai stated, "I am certain that within 2 days, Weida will come seeking the prince, as he has no connections with the DuSi." Zhu Gaoxiu nodded once more. Hou Hai appeared overjoyed, as if suddenly feeling like a trusted confidant, repeatedly nodding in affirmation, assuring the prince that he would handle the matter adeptly. "This only pertains to the jurisdiction of Raozhou, correct?" Hou Hai immediately adopted a serious demeanor, assuring the prince not to worry. Zhu Gaoxiu feigned a solemn expression. "This task can only be entrusted to you. Proceed." Hou Hai bowed respectfully. After dismissing Hou Hai, Zhu Gaoxiu stood at the doorway, surveying his royal residence. He contemplated the few subordinates he had just encountered, along with the ceremonial guards, totaling just over 200 individuals, and felt a significant disparity with the image of a prince he held. Is this truly the extent of strength possessed by a grandson of the great Ming's founding emperor, a dignified prince? Zhu Gaoxiu felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, gradually coming to terms with the reality that the only one with real power is Yin Wang. At merely 16 years of age, Zhu Gaoxiu, regardless of his personal martial prowess, remains but a tool in his father's hands, merely a card in Yin Wang's hand. The current situation perplexes Zhu Gaoxiu greatly. Outside Beiping, the army encircles them, creating a sense of impending siege. Even the Yin Wang's stronghold, Beiping City, is largely under the control of the court. He vaguely senses that the true extent of Yin Wang Zhu's dominion is confined solely to the royal residence. Yin Wang must undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Yet how he intends to secure victory in this war remains ambiguous to Zhu Gaoxiu. His father has yet to consult him on significant matters. Zhu Gaoxiu himself bears even greater pressure. Not only does he share the same risks as Yin Wang, their fates intertwined, but he must also confront a predetermined doom, to perish at the hands of the heir apparent's son. With such limited strength, how can he hope to struggle against his fate? After pondering in his chaotic predicament for a considerable time, Zhu Gaoxiu quickly surmised 2 primary strategies to amass strength while ensuring that Zhu Di and the heir apparent do not perceive him as duplicitous. How to achieve this? He could not yet discern and could only proceed step by step. Yet in the world of intrigue, one cannot thrive without a strategy. Zhu Gaoxiu entered the corridor and encountered Wang Gui, who was approaching from under the eaves. Wang Gui looked up, hastening towards him with a bent posture, saying, "I have slept too long and found that the prince has already risen." Zhu Gaoxiu seemed not to heed his words. Wang Gui hurriedly bowed deeper, continuing, "I am here for you, my lord." Zhu Gaoxiu glanced at him. "I remember you were someone from my father's court." "Yes, indeed," Wang Gui hurriedly affirmed. "But my heart has long belonged to the prince. If the prince regards me as a person, how could I harbor a treacherous heart?" Zhu Gaoxiu shook his head. "What are you saying?" "I wish to inquire. As someone from that side, you must know some eunuchs from Yan Wang's court?" Wang Gui replied, "Of course." Back then, Yan Wang gathered many scholars and invited teachers to instruct the eunuchs in reading and writing. We, these castrated men, spent every day together. Who doesn't know whom? He chuckled, using an elegant phrase. "We may as well consider ourselves classmates." Wang Gui said, "I obey your command. How much wealth should I bring?" Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "You may decide as you see fit. Did you not study in Yan Wang's court? In due time, prepare an account for me to peruse." "The prince's trust overwhelms me with gratitude," Wang Gui expressed. "Yes, I shall remember," Wang Gui asserted. As Wang Gui departed, he cast a furtive glance back at Zhu Gaoxiu, his gaze seemingly filled with astonishment. Zhu Gaoxiu, however, could no longer concern himself with such trivialities. Regardless of how he played his part, his character and working style could never mirror that of the former Gao Yang Junwang. Chapter 20. In just a few days, Wang Gui gathered information regarding the names and backgrounds of several newly appointed civil and military officials in Beiping. The weather grew increasingly warm, and Zhu Gaoxiu sat in his study, fanning himself while perusing the writings of Wang Gui. The paper fan in his hand depicted a tiger, its value a mystery to him, casually found within the study. He had changed into a thin gray, round-collared robe, devoid of any patterns. The prince would not don his grand red dragon robes daily. Those were reserved for public appearances and official duties. In his previous life, Zhu Gaoxiu fancied the colors black, white, and gray, yet he could not find any black garments. The nearest hues of blue were typically worn by the lowly, while white was unsuitable. Thus, the gray robe was the best choice. After finishing an entire cup of tea, Zhu Gaoxiu completed his reading. Among the content, he found particular interest in the individual Zhang Exin, the Beiping commander, who had arrived first, initially transferred by the court to Beiping as the deputy commander, later fighting alongside Yan Wang, subsequently promoted to commander due to Yan Wang's commendation. The commander's office is the highest military authority in a province, and the individual who oversees this office holds considerable importance. Consequently, Zhu Gaoxiu carefully reviewed the section regarding Zhang Xin a second time. Just then, the light in the room dimmed slightly, as someone blocked the light at the door. Zhu Gaoxiu looked up to find it was Wang Gui. Wang Gui bowed. "My lord, waiter requests an audience." "Let him enter," Zhu Gaoxiu replied casually. At that moment, he recalled what Professor Ho had mentioned a few days prior. Wei would surely come seeking the princess' assistance. It appears that Professor Ho possesses remarkable foresight. Before long, Wei, with a long and narrow face, entered, clasping his fists in a military salute. "You may rise," Zhu Gaoxiu said, putting down the papers and scrutinizing him. The narrow face is quite popular in later generations, long and slender, resembling many male celebrities. Moreover, Wei's martial prowess had endowed him with a well-toned physique, rendering him quite handsome in Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes. However, in the context of the Great Ming, this might not hold true. Wei appeared somewhat awkward, wearing an expression of hesitance. Zhu Gaoxiu, maintaining his composure, remarked, "What business does Bai Hui have?" Wei hesitated, finally stating, "My lord, I humbly suggest that there's an air of turmoil in Beiping. As the son of Yan Wang, you ought to make time to frequently visit Yan Wang's court." Zhu Gaoxiu was taken aback, pondering, "Am I misjudging his intentions? No, it is as Professor Ho said. It seems Wei's visit is not for personal gain, but rather a manifestation of loyalty to the greater cause." "That makes sense," Zhu Gaoxiu replied casually. At that moment, Wei continued, "I have a deceased friend whose son failed to pass the examination at the training grounds. He entrusted me to seek your assistance." Originally, That friend and I shared a bond akin to brothers, and I cannot refuse your request. If you meet with Yin Wang, could you possibly intercede on his behalf? By the way, the candidate is named Li Mo Zhu Gaoxu couldn't he help but chuckle lightly. Wei De looked at him, tense and perplexed. Zhu Gaoxu replied, we can discuss it further when the opportunity arises. It may not necessarily come to fruition. Wei De knelt on one knee, bowing and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhu Gaochuan waved his hand, signaling Wei De to leave, feeling a surge of bitterness within. What kind of leaders did he command? The more he pondered, the more he perspired. Historically, the strength of the Jiangwen Emperor had overwhelmingly surpassed that of the Yin Wang, and he had witnessed this firsthand. The reason the Yin Wang triumphed had much to do with chance and luck. Now that he had traversed time, would there be any alterations, however slight? Could a butterfly effect emerge, breaking a delicate coincidence and ultimately leading the Yin Wang to defeat? Zhu Gaochuan grew increasingly restless, convinced that his concerns were not unfounded. After much contemplation, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could offer some assistance that might yield a positive impact. He hastily donned a red, circular-collared robe adorned with dragon motifs, accessorizing with a black cap, jade belt, and black boots, and prepared to depart. Exiting the main hall, the guards on duty approached to pay their respects. Zhu Gaochuan, indifferent to the formalities, only adhered to the necessary decorum, summoning a few riders to accompany him as he ventured out. A small entourage arrived at the entrance of the Yin Wang's residence, where the guards recognized him and acknowledged the dragon embroidery on his robe. Zhu Gaochuan dismounted, handing the reins to his attendant, and declared, I wish to see my father. The guard replied, It is hot, Your Highness. Please enter the hall to rest and cool down while I inform someone inside. Very well, Zhu Gaochuan nodded in agreement. Upon entering the Yin Wang's residence, Zhu Gaochuan settled in a spacious hall near the entrance, and soon a soldier brought in tea. After a prolonged wait, a panting eunuch entered the hall, exclaiming, The Duke of Gaoyang has arrived. I was just about to send someone to inform you. The Wang Fei is gravely ill. You must hurry in to see her. What? Zhu Gaochuan stood up abruptly, recalling that the Wang Fei had seemed well just a few days prior, reassuring him. He thought, could it be that Wang Fei is on the verge of passing? He hastened after the eunuch, making his way deeper into the palace, his mind in a whirl. After passing through several doors, Zhu Gaochuan arrived at the courtyard where he had last seen Wang Fei. Inside, he could hear incomprehensible chanting, reminiscent of a Taoist or monk reciting scriptures. Approaching Wang Fei's door, he saw several figures within. The Yin Wang, the heir, and Gao Sui were present. Gao Sui resided in the Yin Wang's palace, while the heir did not. Nonetheless, Zhu Gaochuan was the last son to be notified. Additionally, there was the Taoist priestess Qi Yu and several maidservants. In the center of the room, kneeling on a mat, was Yao Guangxiao, who was deeply engrossed in his incantations. Had he not encountered such a scene, Zhu Gaochuan might have overlooked the fact that Yao Guangxiao was originally a monk and the abbot. The curtains hung low, obscuring the view within, leaving Zhu Gaochuan unaware of Wang Fei's condition. After a lengthy recitation, Yao Guangxiao finally rose, turning to perform a single-handed gesture of respect. Bowing to the Yin Wang, Ba. The Yin Wang responded, Let us speak outside. The group understood, fearing to disturb Wang Fei, and silently followed him out of the room. Chapter 21. Fearing chaos in the world, the Yin Wang led the way, followed by Zhu Gaochuan and his two brothers, along with Yao Guangxiao. As they entered a guest room in the courtyard, the air was dry and hot. After Yao Guangxiao had recited for a long while in Wang Fei's chamber, someone brought in tea, allowing everyone a moment to rest. Noticing the absence of outsiders, Zhu Gaochuan felt compelled to voice a few thoughts that had been brewing within him. Father, I have a few words I wish to express, though I am uncertain if I should. Speak, Zhu Di replied, his fierce gaze still sharp, yet tinged with anxiety. Responding with a curt word, Zhu Gaochuan leaned forward slightly, despite sitting, in an act of respect. Your humble son suggests that Zhang Exant, the commander of Beiping, may be persuaded to our side. Why not? Before he could finish, Zhu Di interrupted, I have many matters to attend to, and your mother is gravely ill. You need not trouble yourselves on my behalf. Simply refrain from adding to my burdens. Listen closely. Do not spread rumors and create chaos in the world. Zhu Gaochuan intended to defend himself, emphasizing his cautious nature. Had he been privy to confidential schemes, he would not have carelessly divulged them. However, Yao Guangxiao, with his sharp eyes, interjected, The Duke of Gaoyong is still young, unaware of the cunning of officialdom. Zhang Xin holds the position of a provincial commander. Attempting to win him over now would be akin to revealing one's own vulnerabilities. Enough, the Yin Wang raised his hand, furrowing his brow, prompting silence among those present. Zhu Gaochuan begrudgingly swallowed his words, feeling a swell of frustration within. At that moment, the Yin Wang stood, declaring, "Let's go." Zhu Gaochuan thought that his elder brother and third brother had likely seen their mother already, while he had yet to do so, and said, "I shall go and check on mother." Inside the room, the pungent scent of traditional Chinese medicine lingered. Zhu Gaochuan urged a nearby maidservant to lift the curtain slightly, revealing Wang Fei's visibly ill countenance. Thankfully, she had not lost consciousness, yet her voice was weak, unable to complete a single sentence, indicating a severe condition. Observing that Gaochuan was gradually maturing, Wang Fei felt a sense of relief. With great effort, she managed to utter another phrase. Zhu Gaochuan offered a few comforting words before preparing to leave, reasoning that he had no further role here. At that moment, only Zhu Gaochuan and Qi remained by Wang Fei's side. Lacking strength, Wang Fei whispered, "Qiyu, see him off." Qiyu acknowledged quietly. To hear Wang Fei clearly, Zhu Gaochuan and Qiyu leaned closer to her bedside, granting Zhu Gaochuan a rare opportunity to observe Qiyu's face. Though veiled, he could see her forehead and eyes. Qiyu possessed a pair of almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, bestowing her with an innate allure. Yet, her eyes held no trace of emotion, appearing cold and somewhat melancholic, as if she had endured profound hardships. At that moment, Zhu Gaochuan realized that her seemingly simple attire was deceptive. Had she not worn a Taoist robe, she would wholly lack the aura of a priestess. As they exited the room, Qiyu paused for a moment, stepping aside and casting an odd glance at Zhu Gaochuan. He found himself moving ahead. This subtle action left Zhu Gaochuan puzzled. Did this Taoist priestess possess an uncanny awareness of his previous admiration for her figure, thus denying him the opportunity this time? Fortunately, they soon approached the Moon Gate, where Qiyu would only accompany him thus far. Zhu Gaochuan halted, turning around to utter a polite dismissal. However, at that moment, a voice from outside pierced through the wall, carrying laughter. "That Duke of Gaoyong is truly amusing. If he can offer counsel before the Wang Yi, what need do we have?" Then came Yao Guangxiao's earnest voice. "He is still young. Who among us was not reckless in our youth? Such a child, upon having a few thoughts, inevitably becomes self-righteous, believing that aside from himself, all others are mere puppets devoid of intellect. There is no need to engage with him." The previous speaker laughed. "Indeed, look at how he dressed today, coming to inquire about the illness in his own residence. One would think he was preparing for a formal audience. He even wore black boots, seemingly unbothered by the heat. It is utterly hilarious." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaochuan lowered his gaze to examine his attire, reflecting, "I was unaware of Mother's grave condition before my arrival. I had intended to pay my respects to Father in the main hall." He glanced sideways, noticing Qiyu also assessing him, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement, though it was clearly mocking. Zhu Gaochuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he opened his mouth, yet ultimately offered no explanation. The voices outside grew louder, approaching their vicinity, separated only by a wall. That person remarked, "But does what Duke Gaoyong has said hold any merit?" Yao Guangxiao's voice immediately interjected, expressing disdain. "He merely conjures ideas from thin air. What does he truly understand? Is he aware of the intricate depths of the court in Beiping? In this current situation, if that person he mentioned could indeed be swayed, I shall dive into the Fngshing pond at Qngshu temple and transform into a turtle." The man chuckled lightly and replied, "There is no need for anger. Temper your fire. It is merely that Prince Gaoyong lacks discernment, attempting to leapfrog the hierarchy." Zhu Gaochuan's ire intensified, his frustration bubbling as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Glancing at Qiyu beside him, he noted her icy demeanor, devoid of any expression. Yet, in this moment, Zhu Gaochuan sensed an undercurrent of disdain within her indifference. At that juncture, a companion of Yao Guangxiao peered toward the cave entrance and suddenly spotted Zhu Gaochuan, momentarily stunned, before bowing in respect. "Is the Prince of Gaoyong still present in the residence?" Zhu Gaochuan turned to meet Yao Guangxiao's gaze. His face flushed with anger. He stood there silently, while Yao Guangxiao maintained an astounding composure, showing no signs of embarrassment, and calmly performed a single-handed salute before departing. Zhu Gaochun took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and remarked, "No need for Qi Yu to see me off." He presumed Qi Yu would remain indifferent to the previous exchange. To his surprise, she spoke. "Prince Gaoyong proposes to entice someone?" Zhu Gaochun, taken aback, regarded her with mild astonishment. Were it not for Qi Yu's usual taciturnity and apparent disinterest, he would not find her words so peculiar. Qi Yu nodded slightly, her expression once again returning to its customary coldness. "I shall take my leave." The more Zhu Gaochun pondered, the more he convinced himself of his own correctness. He even retrieved Wang Gui's writings, re-examining them thrice. He thought, just because Yao Guangxiao uttered a word, why should I doubt myself? In the eyes of others, he indeed appeared to be merely 16 or 17, too young and inexperienced to think things through thoroughly. Yet he knew that the current Zhu Gaochun was far from the mindset of a mere adolescent. "Wang Gui! Wang Gui!" Zhu Gaochun raised his head and shouted toward the ceiling. After a brief moment, it was Wang Dinyang who arrived. She said, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. Wang Gui is not in the back hall. I will summon him immediately." "Very well," Zhu Gaochun nodded. Wang Gui rushed into the study, panting, and bowed. "Your Highness, what have I done wrong?" "Nothing. I merely called for you," Zhu Gaochun replied, having regained his calm. Yes. What is your command, Your Highness?" Wang Gui inquired. Zhu Gaochun scrutinized him leisurely before complimenting. "Your writing is excellent. I ought to reward you. Go to the storeroom and take 50 guan of silver notes. Just note my intention in the account." Zhu Gaochun continued, "You are indeed loyal. Please keep that money for yourself." He paused and added quietly, "Wang Gui, in your writings, there is a Commander Zhang Xin. You have no other matters at hand. Linger near his residence and uncover more details." Zhu Gaochun thought that had this task been entrusted to Professor Ho, it would have surely been handled more adeptly. For Professor Ho could even uncover the intricate familial relations of others. However, recalling the words of the Yin Wang, who warned against spreading discord, Zhu Gaochun feared that if news reached Yin Wang's ears, he would be in dire straits. Compared to Professor Ho, Wang Gui was evidently far more reliable. "I will comply, Your Highness. I can enlist my godson's assistance," Wang Gui stated. Zhu Gaochun promptly replied, "You must go personally. Discretion is paramount." Wang Gui assured, "I will certainly handle what you have entrusted to me, but I may need to rest and will require a partner to alternate shifts. My godson is quite dependable. He will not speak inappropriately. Rest assured, I will manage him well." Zhu Gaochun reflected and agreed, "Very well. Remember my instructions." Wang Gui bowed, "I take note." After dismissing Wang Gui, Zhu Gaochun began to pace in the study. The room contained numerous books. He recalled how the Taizu had disfavored him due to his penchant for mischief during his studies. Yet, Zhu Gaochun was far from illiterate. His excellent penmanship was a testament to his capabilities, albeit his interests lay more in martial pursuits than in literary endeavors. Chapter 22. A kaleidoscope of colors. Wang Gui's tasks yielded no progress, and after just one day, Zhu Gaochun summoned him again. Presenting an hourglass he had retrieved from the study cabinet, he instructed him to synchronize the noon and dusk drum signals from the city tower with the hourglass to accurately record Zhang Xin and his family's daily activities. He also allocated a sum of Ming silver notes, commanding Wang Gui to rent a house near Zhang Xin's residence for continuous observation. Zhu Gaochun had meticulously arranged every detail. Reflecting, had it been Ho Hai, I would not have needed to worry so much. He exited the study, gazing up at the sky, noticing the sun was now overhead, indicating noon. Just as he thought this, the sound of drums echoed from the city tower, their volume sufficient to reach his ears. Her demeanor and greeting was impeccable, yet her attire seemed incongruous. Zhu Gaochun observed her with a hint of playful amusement. "Miss Du, are you preparing a meal?" he inquired. Du Qianrui replied, "The meal is ready. Your Highness may take a seat in the dining hall, and I shall bring it forth." Since the meal was prepared, Zhu Gaochun refrained from further comments and followed her into the dining hall, intending to satiate his hunger first. As he waited, the dishes were soon served. The vibrant colors of the purple onion skins, white onion slices, and green fish skin were a feast for the eyes, instantly dispelling Zhu Gaochun's previous thoughts of hunger. As he gazed in wonder at the culinary offerings, next came the fried fish fillets, arranged neatly in a golden circle on the platter, garnished with bright red candied cherries. A large bowl of fish soup, comprising pickled vegetables, fish heads, and dough dumplings, simmered together, exuding a rich aroma. Du Qianrui's voice was bright and lively, her speech rhythmic and pleasant to the ear. She refrained from speaking of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet when discussing everyday matters, she infused them with a unique charm. Zhu Gaochuan's mood became entirely serene, keenly engaged in her conversation. The 2 dishes and 1 soup were all crafted from a single black fish. As Zhu Gaochun listened to her, he admired the meticulous knife work, the orderly presentation, and the exquisite dishes, which transformed the antiquated room into an elegant dining venue, evoking the ambience of a high-end, retro-style restaurant. The antiquities around him took on an air of vintage elegance, carefully crafted to evoke a sense of cultural nostalgia. Zhu Gaochun picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of fish skin. Standing beside him, Du Qianrui inquired eagerly, "Your Highness, how was my cooking?" Zhu Gaochun chewed thoughtfully for a while, feeling a warmth bloom within. A woman with ulterior motives would not serve with such sincerity, for, driven by various desires, it is difficult for one to be wholeheartedly devoted. He suddenly regretted having sent Ho Hai to investigate Du Qianrui's background. Was that not an expression of distrust? Previously, he had perceived her as somewhat mysterious and was not entirely at ease, yet now he wondered if he had been overly cautious. In a later era, Zhu Gaochun would undoubtedly have wished to marry this young woman. In his past life, he had been impoverished, and though she sang and played in the realm of entertainment, her background was not that of a lady. The state-sponsored courtesans were not raised for the purpose of selling their bodies. In the future, virtuous women chosen from among the masses could equally have come from dubious backgrounds, perhaps no cleaner than Du Qianrui. However, now as a prince, Zhu Gaochun wisely set aside such youthful fantasies. Firstly, his father Zhu Di sought his life, and the already ailing Wang Fei Su would likely perish from anger, much like Zhu Gaochuan's father in his past life. Thus, Zhu Gaochuan showcased his most adept skill, akin to the way he would rationalize his decisions after each gambling spree. He sought excuses and forgave himself. He mused internally, "If I remain a loser like in my previous life, would Du Qianrui still be willing?" With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. "Your Highness, is this servant's work unsatisfactory and not to your taste?" Du Qianrui's voice inquired, perhaps unable to contain herself due to Zhu Gaochuan's prolonged silence. It was only then that Zhu Gaochuan calmly replied, "Regardless of the craftsmanship, the meticulous effort and the time expended are palpable in the heartfelt intention behind it. This is merely what a servant should do." Du Qianrui responded softly, "Your Highness, your words bring me joy. My heart feels as bright as today's weather." Zhu Gaochuan slightly turned his head to gaze at the sunlight outside, seemingly savoring her sentiment. Perhaps her mood should not be likened to the weather, but rather to the 3 exquisite dishes, intricate and delicate. "Miss Du, bring me a pair of chopsticks and join me in dining," Zhu Gaochuan invited with a gentle sigh. Du Qianrui, taken aback, responded, "Your Highness is the master. How could this servant dare?" "In that case, you ought to heed my request," Zhu Gaochuan insisted. Du Qianrui's eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness as she playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "This servant cannot argue with your Highness." Thus, the two sat across from each other, dining intimately as if they were family. Only at this moment could Zhu Gaochuan find a modicum of solace. Chapter 23. Body and hair. Wang Gui's assignment had progressed over half a month, finally yielding some results. The basic details regarding Commander Zhang Xin's comings and goings were not difficult to ascertain. "Has he ever visited a brothel?" Zhu Gaochuan inquired without lifting his gaze. Wang Gui replied, "He hasn't set foot in any brothel these days. It seems he dislikes crowded places, opting instead to quietly visit a specific courtesan in an alley off Zhonglo Street." It was not unusual for officials to frequent courtesans in this era. It was only during the Xiande period that such behavior would be strictly curtailed. In his report, Wang Gui also noted the activities of Zhang Xin's elderly mother, who had visited Lingquan Temple in Xishan twice to pray and had gone to Ren Shufang's pharmacy 4 times for consultations and medicine. Zhu Gaochuan asked, "What medication did Zhang's mother procure?" Wang Gui, looking troubled, stammered, "This servant forgot to check." Zhu Gaochuan immediately raised his head, displeased. Wang Gui then clarified, "Though this servant does not know the specifics of the medication, I am aware of her symptoms: left-sided headaches, dizziness, and frequent dreams at night." Zhu Gaochuan inquired, "Are you certain?" Wang Gui nodded repeatedly. Lately, With the heat, it seems her old ailment has resurfaced, making her rather unwell. On the day I followed her to the pharmacy, I happened to pick up a few prescriptions myself. The doctor informed me of her afflictions. After a moment, his pace quickened as he sat back down, fervently writing, marking numerous characters and Arabic numerals, and drawing arrows. "Is your servant to shave his head?" Wang Gui exclaimed with a morose expression. Zhu Gaochuan regarded his face, softening his tone to reassure. "While it is true that our bodies and hair are bestowed by our parents and should not be harmed lightly, you have already endured worse. What does it matter about your hair? If it is shaved, you can simply wear a hat, and it will grow back soon." Wang Gui lowered his head, his hand discreetly reaching beneath, replying yes. Seeing his woeful demeanor, Zhu Gaochuan felt compelled to add, "Since Zhang's mother is devout, in a couple of days. It will be the 19th of June, the day of Guanyin Bodhisattva's ordination. She is sure to visit the temple, and we must seize this opportunity to meet her." Wang Gui promptly responded, "This servant obeys." Zhu Gaochuan lingered in the study for a while, observing that the sun had begun to set, its rays no longer as harsh, and decided to venture outside. As he traversed the hall, he found Wei De, the officer on duty that day. This middle-aged gentleman, possessing a rather elongated face, appeared utterly bored, listening intently to the drum, signaling the end of his shift. Upon Zhu Gaochuan's arrival, he promptly stepped out to pay his respects. Zhu Gaochuan had 3 direct subordinates, 2 of whom were more reliable than the scholar, as lower-ranking military officers had fewer connections. Thus, Zhu Gaochuan declared, "Wei Baihu, accompany me for a stroll." This subordinate obeys. Wei De affirmed. Zhu Gaochuan remained in his casual gray robe, casually stating, "For now, refer to me as young Master Hong." "Understood," Wei De replied with a respectful gesture. They selected the 2 least impressive horses from the stable and set off. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhu Gaochuan mounted his horse and headed straight for Zhonglo Street. It was only upon arrival that he realized this thoroughfare was close to the former beggar market, and the nearby inhabitants were not of affluent standing. He strolled about aimlessly until a tavern at the alley's entrance caught his attention. The tavern's faade was well maintained, yet its location was quite unfortunate. Despite being near the main street, the entrance faced a sparsely populated alley. Coupled with the absence of wealthy patrons in the vicinity, the establishment was lavishly decorated, clearly aimed at a clientele with deeper pockets. How could the impoverished ever venture inside? They sought out shabby places with affordable prices. As Zhu Gaochuan and Wei De approached the entrance, he observed that, as anticipated, the sun had set, and it was dinner time, yet the tavern stood completely empty. How could such a business thrive? "Esteemed guest, please come inside," a warm-hearted server called out. A white towel draped over his shoulder, his face adorned with a broad smile. Zhu Gaochuan handed the reins to the server and entered with Wei De. Inside was a hall with a loft, accessible by a wooden ladder. The innkeeper behind the counter greeted them with a smile, though it appeared strained, almost more sorrowful than a frown. "We are not here to dine," Zhu Gaochuan stated directly. "Innkeeper, is this establishment for sale?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the innkeeper's expression. The innkeeper initially appeared surprised, then his face brightened, quickly launching into a monologue. "This establishment is rented, but we've procured goods for ourselves. It's quite good." Zhu Gaochuan interrupted impatiently. "I too find it favorable. It's south near the street, an excellent location. Name your price." 800 guan in silver. "If you pay in copper coins, it's merely 100 guan, the innkeeper replied, extending 4 fingers and staring wide-eyed at Zhu Gaochuan. "Very well." Zhu Gaochuan clasped his hands together. Suddenly, the innkeeper stomped his foot, looking regretful, and added, "The lease is not yet fulfilled. You must compensate me for the rent." Zhu Gaochuan clarified the rent amount and promptly paid in Ming Dynasty silver, thereafter drafting the contract, signing, and affixing his seal. He inscribed the name, Hong Bin. The transaction was completed in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Zhu Gaochuan immediately assumed control of the tavern's operations, issuing his first directive. "Everything remains the same, but the prices of all food and drink shall be raised tenfold." Thus, a single table of food could be sold for 200 guan, and 4 tables would suffice to cover the cost of the establishment. "Excellent. Truly excellent," the chef exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Zhu Gaochuan lingered not a moment longer, summoning the server to bring out the horses, and exited the tavern with Wei De. Just then, the voice of the chef echoed from within, "It's over. We must find other work before it's too late." Ensure he settles our wages before we leave. With only 2 days remaining until the 19th of June, Zhu Gaochuan intended to depart on the 18th, leaving little time for preparations. He was aware that some devout pilgrims would ascend the mountain the night before to light the first incense stick. On the early morning of the 19th of June, Zhu Gaochuan and Wang Gui, clad in monk-esque robes, arrived at Lingquan Temple. Lingquan Temple is an ancient shrine, established during the Song Dynasty, and continues to thrive in its spiritual offerings. Before dawn, the area outside the temple was ablaze with light. The fragrant smoke of burning incense swirling through the air. A gust of wind carried it toward their faces, nearly obscuring their vision. Zhu Gaochuan and Wang Gui wandered through the various structures like tourists, having already spotted Zhang's mother. However, she was surrounded by 7 or 8 men and women, and he hesitated to act, opting instead to move about at a respectful distance, waiting for an opportunity. As dawn broke, Zhang Mu and her companions arrived at a bustling locale known for its vegetarian meals. Despite the early hour, the atmosphere was lively. The temple's workers and pilgrims of various backgrounds gathered here to partake in their meals, while chefs and merchants navigated the throng, making it the most animated spot within the temple grounds. However, Zhang Mu and her entourage did not linger in the dining hall. They proceeded through an archway to a quieter area designated for meals. This location also served vegetarian fare, but the temple was structured with various tiers, those of higher status, who contributed more in offerings, were certainly not to dine among the mixed crowd. Wang Gui, standing nearby, appeared bewildered but dared not sit down to eat. Zhu Gaosu chewed on a steamed bun for a moment before swallowing, then reached for a bowl of thin rice porridge and raised his head, instructing, "Take this and bring it inside. Do not worry. I will not consume it all. I shall leave some for you." Wang Gui replied, I cannot. Go. Zhu Gaosu urged in a low voice, with his bald head marked by 6 black dots of incense ash. Wang Gui carried the bowl of porridge through the entrance hall and made his way to the dining room. Indeed, the servants at the door merely glanced at his head without any intention of stopping him. Wang Gui entered the room, gently closing the door behind him. "Ah, that was quick," Zhang Mu remarked. Wang Gui performed a one-handed bow, placing the porridge on the wooden table, and said, "Please wait, other dishes will arrive shortly." Zhang Mu, indifferent, nodded as she counted her prayer beads. As Wang Gui reached the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Have you been experiencing headaches on your left side, dizziness, restless nights, and vivid dreams lately?" "Huh?" Zhang Mu looked up, astonished. How could a monk know this? She inquired in surprise, "What do you mean?" "Umipa." Wang Gui closed his eyes and uttered, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." Zhang Mu immediately pulled out a small ingot of silver from her bosom and placed it on the table. Wang Gui shook his head. "What use have I for worldly possessions? However, since you honor the Buddha, and your countenance reflects compassion, I take the liberty to say this. The more you offend the Wang family, the greater the calamity that may befall you. Your entire household may face bloodshed." After saying this, he turned to leave, disregarding the silver. Before long, a server arrived, but it was not a monk. Upon inquiry, the server explained, "The one delivering meals is certainly not a monk." Chapter 24. Respect is better than command. The fine white sand within the hourglass continued to trickle downwards, forming a delicate line that fell slowly yet never ceased. Time can sometimes be like the sand in an hourglass, other times like the drumbeats from a city tower, or even like the dates printed in a calendar. Zhu Gaosu leaned on the table, extending 2 fingers to pinch the sand line in the glass bottle, as if attempting to seize time itself. He contemplated that while he could not control time, he could strive to manage the pace of unfolding events. Exhaling, he licked the tip of his pen, then set it to the accounts before him. After a while, he stood up from the round stool, gathered a bundle of colorful silk, tucked it under his arm, and picked up a small wooden box from the table. Stepping out of the storeroom and locking the door behind him. "Where's Miss Du?" Zhu Gaosu encountered Wang Dinyang and asked. Wang Dinyang quickly bent down. "I just saw her go into the back hall, saying she was going to collect the prince's dirty clothes." Zhu Gaosu proceeded through the main archway to the upper room, and indeed, he spotted Du Qianrui's figure. He called out, "Miss Du, please pause your work and come here. I wish to speak with you." Du Qianrui turned, setting down the clothes in her hands, approached the screen, and knelt in greeting. Zhu Gaosu placed the items he was holding on a redwood tea table and said, "Miss Du, I do not treat you as a servant. I promised you last time that I would find some things for you today. I hope they will be of use. One should not accept rewards without merit. How could a servant dare? Du Qian Ries fast flushed. Although she verbally declined, her sparkling eyes betrayed her true feelings. Almost no woman dislikes beautiful garments and jewelry. Nor does any woman wish to be without the affection of a man, as gifting is one of the most straightforward and effective expressions of love. Take a look. Zhu Gao Su feigned indifference, lifting his chin slightly. In truth, he cared deeply, while the Ming Dynasty banknotes felt like mere paper to him. The jewelry held a tangible allure. If he had possessed such treasures in his past life, he would not have had to resort to petty loans. Du Qianrui lowered her gaze, carefully opened the wooden box. She did not reach for the gold, silver, or pearls within. Instead, she first picked up a jade bracelet. Unfortunately, it was made of Haitian jade. Had it been fully green jade, it would have been worth a fortune. Zhu Gaosu remarked, "Jade?" Du Qianrui replied in astonishment. Zhu Gaosu paused, suspecting that at this time, jadeite might not even exist, and chose not to clarify, saying, "Even if Haitian jade were entirely green, it is still not particularly valuable." Du Qianrui pinched it between her fingers, glancing towards the window. If purchased with banknotes, it would cost 700 or 800 guan. That's quite valuable. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaosu thought to himself, no wonder she hails from the Jiafangxi. She recognizes value at a glance. At that moment, a girl with dark skin and large hands approached the door, rasping, "Prince, the Grand Eunuch sent me to inform you that Professor Ho requests an audience." Feigning nonchalance, he replied, "Excuse me, I shall step out for a moment." Du Qianrui said, "Prince, matters of state are pressing. I must take my leave. I truly feel unworthy of these gifts." Zhu Gaosu, without letting her finish, insisted, determined to give them as a means to assuage his own feelings, saying, "Do not decline repeatedly. It irritates me." "Yes, I shall obey." Du Qianrui shyly lowered her head. Zhu Gaosu strode out, passing through the main archway, along the corridor, and into the courtyard behind the screen, where he indeed found Ho Hai standing there, looking travel-worn. Upon seeing him, Ho Hai bowed deeply. Zhu Gaosu waved him over, then entered a guest room across the courtyard, closing the door behind them. Seeing Ho Hai enter, Zhu Gaosu gestured towards the lower seat in the armchair, saying, "Professor Ho, you must be fatigued from your travels. Please sit and speak at your leisure." "Thank you, Your Highness," Ho Hai replied, bowing again, despite being covered in dust. His eyes sparkled with vitality, suggesting he found great pleasure in his task. After sitting down and pondering for a moment, he began, "This journey was indeed quite interesting. Where to begin?" He continued, "On the day I received your command, I pondered about the capital. It seemed that anyone one might casually encounter would likely be of a high rank. As a ninth-grade official, who could I possibly find?" Zhu Gaosu remained silent, nodding occasionally while maintaining his gaze on him to show he was listening. Ho Hai continued, "Before I departed, I met with Wang Gui, inquiring about influential connections your highness might have in the capital, in case I needed assistance. Wang Gui suggested that, should it come to that, I could seek out Wang Jinliang, the son of Princess Huiqing." Zhu Gaosu cleared his throat, stating, "You would do well to refrain from spreading such names indiscriminately." "Rest assured, Your Highness, I am aware of my conduct." Ho Hai clasped his fists and replied, "Upon arriving in the capital, I found myself unfamiliar with the area, so I first sought out the residence of Wang Jinliang." Zhu Gaosu nodded again. Ho Hai continued, "It was not easy to meet him. How could I simply leave? Fortunately, my quick wit allowed me to overhear some intriguing matters. On that day, at the Wang residence, when you inquired about significant affairs in the world, I mentioned several newly appointed officials in Beiping, and you seemed quite interested. When I happened to meet Wang Jinliang, I took the opportunity to inquire about those 3 or 4 individuals. This inquiry proved fruitful. Wang Jinliang divulged a hidden story." "What hidden story?" Zhu Gaosu asked, intrigued by the mention of Beiping as officials. Do not be misled by Qi Tai's current high position as the Minister of War. During his studies, he was quite poor. In the 18th year of Hongwu, Qi Tai traveled to the capital to take the imperial examination, lodging in a dilapidated inn. Such inns offered not only food and shelter, but also courtesans. Naturally, Qi Tai had no money for a courtesan, yet the courtesan sought him out. In his youth, Qi Tai was handsome, tall, and clean-cut, a scholarly young man who spent his days reading in the inn. The courtesan, hearing him read daily, developed a fondness for him. offering herself freely, not only without charge, but even providing gifts. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded expressionlessly, patiently listening to how Zhang Xian was involved. Hohai finally mentioned Zhang Xian. Not long ago, Zhang Xian also found that in seeking the courtesan, his father was a high-ranking military official, so it is unclear why Zhang Xian would venture into such a dilapidated place. If it weren't for the passage of time, I could have investigated further, thought Zhu Gaoxiu. It seems Zhang Xian's inclinations are not fleeting. Now in Beiping, he doesn't even seek courtesans in the impoverished areas, does he? Hohai continued. Zhang Xian spent a night with the courtesan, becoming infatuated and insisting on purchasing her from the innkeeper. The innkeeper, having received the money, naturally did not care whether the courtesan wanted to leave or whether Chitai consented. Zhang Xian, being a man of martial prowess, dealt with the ruckus caused by Chitai forcibly acquiring the courtesan. Later, it was said that once the courtesan arrived at Zhang Xian's residence, he quickly grew weary of her. Once she fell out of favor, she was bullied frequently by the legitimate wife and was even beaten by Zhang Xian, leading to her untimely demise. Oh, Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes sparkled. Was this not mere rumor? Hohai replied, it should not be. The two parties involved, one a minister and the other a deputy commander, who would dare fabricate stories about them? Wang Xinliang certainly would not. Zhu Gaoxiu remained composed, pondering for a moment. Does this mean Chitai is left with lifelong regret? That which remains unattained is indeed the most regrettable. Hohai confirmed. That is inevitable. It is likely that there exists another sentiment towards Zhang Xian. What sentiment? Hatred. Hohai exclaimed. How could that be? I am not one to let the matter rest. I am determined to uncover the truth about Du Qianrui. Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent. On the third day, a maidservant who served tea and water approached me after hearing me mention Miss Du, revealing that she had once attended to her. It was as if I had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. However, curiously, the maid stated that Miss Du had not been captured by the Jiafengxi. Oh, Zhu Gaoxiu's expression changed slightly. Then what was her background? Hohai explained. The maid had served Miss Du for the past 2 years and claimed that her origins were quite ordinary. At the age of 8 or 9, she was sold by her family to Nanchang Prefecture and later selected by the Jiafengxi to be brought to the capital for training in music and dance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu's face darkened. Does this mean that Ambassador Su truly died unjustly? That day in Nanjing, Zhu Gaoxiu had not intended to kill Ambassador Su. Had Ambassador Su not sought trouble again, the tragedy would not have occurred. Yet Zhu Gaoxiu, filled with anger, had struck hard, significantly influenced by hearing of Ambassador Su's maltreatment of the common people. He had been deceived by a woman. In ancient times, it was not uncommon for princes to kill a few people, but Zhu Gaoxiu possessed the sensibility of the later generations. A life taken is still a life. Moreover, Hohai added, however, Ambassador Su did indeed engage in land grabs, but the true victims were different individuals. The maidservant had previously served that victimized young woman. Her background was pitiful, but fortunately, she later encountered a benefactor who sympathized with her plight, and she was redeemed last year to live a better life. Zhu Gaoxiu, upon hearing this, forced himself to remain calm and nodded. It now appeared that Du Qianrui must have lied. I had been naive to trust her so easily. How many women from such establishments speak the truth? Reflecting on the matter of poisoning the air, Zhu Gaoxiu was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. After a while, Zhu Gaoxiu clenched his fists, then relaxed them, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. He took a deep breath and began to think rationally about the situation. Firstly, he still believed that Du Qianrui was not a malicious spy. The timing of their acquaintance had been far too coincidental. Secondly, Du Qianrui, though unreliable, had inadvertently learned some confidential matters, which he had carelessly revealed. Considering the circumstances, the poisoning was likely an act of desperation to escape, and moreover, the heir had not died. The situation did not seem too grave. However, it was certain that if the heir discovered that his own brother had poisoned him, the emotional blow would be profound. On the road to escape, the heir even bore a sense of brotherly affection, willing to sacrifice himself for Zhu Gaoxiu's escape. If he were to learn of the poisoning, his feelings would likely be even more intense than Zhu Gaoxiu's current turmoil, betrayal, and exploitation. After all, the heir considered Zhu Gaoxiu a true brother, and blood is thicker than water. Such bonds are deeper and more sincere. The deeper the affection, the greater the hurt when betrayed. This was evidently the case. When he met Wang Gui, he discreetly instructed, "Have your godson keep a close watch on Du Qianrui." Wang Gui was momentarily taken aback, but did not inquire further and promptly agreed. By the next day, Zhu Gaoziu could no longer dwell on the matter of Du Qianrui. He had other pressing concerns. The time was ripe for his next move concerning Zhang Xian, and any delay might result in unforeseen changes and missed opportunities. Zhu Gaoziu donned a blue silk robe, tied his hair with a flat cap, and took up a tiger-striped paper fan, dressing himself as a frivolous young master. Before stealthily leaving the Wang residence with Wang Gui, the two rode to the tavern adjacent to the impoverished market, the very place where Zhu Gaoziu had previously spent money. The banners had been changed, now bearing the character bin. Wang Gui, from today onward, you shall guard this place, Zhu Gaoziu instructed. I will attend to matters in the alley. Wang Gui suggested, shouldn't I go instead? After providing a few instructions, Zhu Gaoziu walked out of the tavern and ventured deeper into the alley. The further he walked, the sparser the population became. At this time, Beiping was merely a city, an ancient one at that. Some areas were filled with old and dilapidated buildings, and a foul odor of decaying wood lingered in the air. As Zhu Gaoziu walked through, it felt as though he had stepped into a cultural heritage tourist site, where each house was more decrepit than the last, seemingly to display the passage of time. He traversed the smooth stone path and halted before a mud-walled residence, glancing at the sign hanging by the door. According to Wang Gui, the display of this sign indicated that there were guests inside and entry was not permitted. When it was taken down, one could enter. Zhu Gaoziu cast a glance and casually continued walking forward, pondering that based on Zhang Xian's recent visits, he should arrive soon. However, the patrons inside were certainly not Zhang Xian, for Wang Gui had said that Zhang Xian always brought a follower with him, who would enter first and then wait outside. Currently, Zhu Gaoziu noticed no one nearby. Inside, there was a courtyard flanked by mud walls with a few shabby rooms. At that moment, a woman sitting on the threshold stood up, a comb in her hand, casting a flirtatious glance and laughing softly. The sign is hung out. Close the door. Coming quickly. Zhu Gaoziu composed himself, complied, and passed through the courtyard. The woman scrutinized Zhu Gaoziu, her face almost splitting with a smile. His youthful appearance and silk robe conveyed two traits, youth and wealth. Zhu Gaoziu also appraised the woman before him, curious about Zhang Xian's taste. Despite the remoteness of this place, he managed to find it, which itself was an accomplishment. By ancient standards, the woman was no longer young, likely in her late 20s approaching 30. Her features were average, with thin lips and single eyelids that appeared insubstantial. Lacking modern undergarments, she was evidently not well endowed, though her slim figure and fair skin were commendable. Zhu Gaoziu had anticipated discovering a beauty hidden in the depths of the alley, but upon seeing her, he found it rather ordinary. He grew even more curious. Zhang Xian, being affluent, what could possibly be his taste? The woman approached him, her hand gliding over Zhu Gaoziu's chest, trailing down to his solid abdomen. Her eyes sparkled momentarily before she tilted her head, assessing his figure. She spoke, her voice tinged with breathlessness. I won't be receiving clients today. Let us retreat indoors. He glanced at the front of her skirt and quickly replied, no rush. Shall we converse first? We can talk inside, she insisted, linking her arm with his, gently persuading him across the threshold, promptly shutting the wooden door behind them. Listen to me, Zhu Gaoziu urged. I am all ears, she responded, leading him into the dimly lit bedroom, pressing him onto the bed. Even in daylight, the studio was shrouded in darkness, with tiny windows positioned high, providing poor illumination. Perhaps such a space was meant to evoke this very ambience? How much does a girl typically charge for her services? Zhu Gaoziu inquired. The woman delicately brushed her handkerchief across his face, her voice soft and teasing. Oh, my lord, do you appear to be a man of little wealth? Just look at how well I serve you. Whatever you wish to offer is welcome. Zhu Gaoziu immediately caught a potent scent of floral powder, mingled with perspiration and an inexplicable odor, intertwining in a rather peculiar manner. In a secluded alley, within a dilapidated and desolate courtyard, Zhu Gaoziu surprisingly felt a sense of security and privacy in the dim room, regardless of the woman's demeanor. He found the somewhat run-down environment surprisingly agreeable. He grasped her wrist, gently moving her hand away from his thigh, and asked, Sister, Have you encountered any clients with unusual preferences? She raised an eyebrow, her gaze lingering on his face. What peculiar taste does my lord possess? Let us clarify. My body cannot endure extraordinary strains. If you insist on such, we must negotiate a suitable price for my recovery. I would not resort to such brutality. Du Gao Su deeply. The woman adjusted her posture slightly, inviting him to speak. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, scratching the back of his head. Some prefer merely to observe rather than participate, especially when indulging in voyeurism, which can provide immense solace. She laughed, suddenly reaching out. You must be teasing me. There seems to be some excitement here. Zhu Gao Su pushed her hand away once more, contemplating for a moment before asking, Have you heard of Qi Xie? What? She responded, taken aback. He gestured, explaining, it refers to the inability to complete an act during a romantic encounter, merely watching the scenery while attending to oneself. She furrowed her brow. What exactly do you intend to do? 5 coins? Just to observe? Her astonishment was palpable. This price was evidently exorbitant. The finely selected women at the Jingshi Fu Lu Yuan would charge around 1 coin, regarded as the epitome of luxury. In this shabby alley, rates as low as 20 or 30 coins were not uncommon. Rest assured, sister, Zhu Gao Su reassured her. He then rose and stepped into the adjacent room, which was even darker. After a moment, his eyes adjusted, revealing a small space furnished with a bed and a square stool, with nothing else present. He turned, closing and bolting the door, peering through a crack to see the headboard of the bed. After a considerable wait, the woman entered with a middle-aged, portly man, who was certainly not Zhang Xian. Zhu Gao Su quickly deduced the reason behind Zhang Xian's frequent visits to this establishment. The woman's enthusiasm was palpable, her exaggerated gestures and vocalizations almost theatrical. Zhu Gao Su felt uneasy, at times fearing she might faint. Her heavy sighs were alarmingly infrequent, yet her volume suggested she could be heard outside the courtyard. It seemed Zhang Xian preferred such unabashed women. Otherwise, in this setting, there appeared little to entice a nobleman to return repeatedly. Zhu Gao Su found the waiting tedious, contemplating that the courtesan Zhang Xian had once vied for with Qi Tai was likely of a similar ilk, perhaps merely younger. Zhang Xian's tastes, it seemed, had remained unchanged. After a prolonged wait, Zhang Xian still had not arrived. Zhu Gao Su steeled himself, resolved to remain here until he did. This minor inconvenience was trivial for someone of his background. In his previous life, accomplishing any task was hardly a challenge for someone of his stature. As the light dimmed further, the woman brought in an oil lamp, its tiny flame casting a hazy glow throughout the room. Just as Zhu Gao Su was drowning in boredom, he suddenly heard a voice from outside. Have you washed? At 50 coins, and hurry up. He hurriedly peered through the door crack, recognizing a large man clad in a gray robe, wearing a topknot. None other than Zhang Xian. Zhu Gao Su remained still, meticulously observing until he was certain of the man's identity. He composed himself, not rushing to interrupt Zhang Xian. After a considerable time, when the raucous commotion outside subsided, Zhu Gao Su rose from the rickety stool at the door. With his left hand grasping the wooden door, he placed his right hand gently on the bolt. Suddenly, he swiftly unlatched the door and yanked it open, leaping out as if the entire act transpired in a single heartbeat. Damn it! Zan Xin Etrim Statan. Who the hell are you? He had just donned a pair of short trousers, his upper body bare, and now stared wide-eyed, grabbing a pillow defensively, poised to strike as if wielding a brick. Ah! The woman gasped, but quickly adopted a mournful expression, glaring at Zhu Gao Su with irritation. It's me. Zhu Gao Su hastily produced a gold-embellished badge, presenting it to Zhang Xian. Upon glancing at the badge and then at Zhu Gao Su, Zhang Xian inquired. The woman turned to Zhang Xian, who waved her off. Leave. Oh. She hurriedly gathered her garments and fled the bedroom. Zhu Gao Su settled into a rattan chair. Addressing Zhang Xian, this place is unknown to anyone. No one will witness our meeting, making conversation convenient. Otherwise, that woman wouldn't have shouted so loudly. Zhang Xian grunted in response, preoccupied with dressing, seemingly eager to leave. Observing his haste, Zhu Gao Su quickened his speech. Do you know why I sought you out? General Zhang? Last month, I visited the capital with 2 brothers and caught wind of some troubling news. The Minister of War, Qi Tai, intends to deal with you severely. Have you offended him recently? Zhang Xian's head shot up. Who told you this? Not just one, People from the governor's office and several royal relatives have mentioned it. Are you unaware? Zhang Exan paused, his movements halting as he furrowed his brow in silence. Zhu Gaosu regarded him and continued, "The enemy of my enemy can naturally become a friend. That is why my father has chosen you, General Zhang." Zhang Exan grunted again, his meaning unclear. Zhu Gaosu refrained from elaborating. Someone in Zhang Exan's position surely understood. The primary forces behind the disbandment of the princely factions were Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng, and it was evident that the Yin Wang and Qi Tai were at odds, qualifying as adversaries. Qi Tai placing Zhang Exan in Beiping likely indicated his intentions. Zhu Gaosu added, "What do you think that means?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Exan asked. "Does the general not comprehend such a simple truth? If anything occurs in Beiping, the outcome remains uncertain, but many will not escape within the city. Those people are the ones the court has recently dispatched to Beiping. Do you think they can outmaneuver my father there?" Zhu Gaosu paused, emphasizing, "You have served under my father. You should understand who holds power in his domain. The immediate concerns cannot be avoided, nor can we afford to think of distant troubles. Moreover, even if you evade this, do you think Qi Tai will simply relent? Does the current sovereign heed military men or civil officials? Can you contend with Qi Tai?" Zhu Gaosu spoke from behind. "This alley leads directly to Cheonghan Market, where there is a tavern signboard with the character bin. If General Zhang has come to his senses, he should go there and ask for young Master Hong." After Zhang Exan departed, Zhu Gaosu also left the courtyard. By this time, night had fallen, and he went to the tavern he had purchased, deciding to stay there temporarily. Chapter 27. A sad tale. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish at Qing Shou Temple resonated steadily, showing no signs of ceasing. Yao Guangxiao, with his eyes closed and beads in hand, meticulously counted them. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Did the child who died at the Yin Wangfu truly exhibit the same symptoms as the crown prince during his grave illness?" Seated beside him on a cushion was the forthright diviner Yuan Gong, who replied, "The symptoms are identical. The child at the Wangfu was poisoned by Junying grass, an affliction that no remedy could alleviate. A few days ago, the people of the Wangfu had uprooted all the Junying grass to prevent anyone else from being poisoned." Yuan Gong pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Should we report this matter to the Yin Wang?" "Wait." Yao Guangxiao, still with his eyes closed, uttered a single word and then fell silent, counting the beads for a while longer. His lips moved slightly, but no words escaped them. Finally, Yao Guangxiao spoke again. "Desu, you may enter." A slightly younger monk lifted the straw curtain, entered, and bowed respectfully. Yao Guangxiao exchanged a glance with the monk, who then approached Yuan Gong and whispered several words into his ear. After listening for a moment, Yuan Gong's expression shifted from contemplation to sudden realization. Yao Guangxiao observed him and remarked, "Mr. Yuan, find an opportune moment to meet with that Miss Du. It will prove quite beneficial." Yuan Gong nodded in agreement. Noticing Yuan Gong's lingering doubts, Yao Guangxiao added, "Without foresight, there will be immediate worries. We have previously discussed the nature of the Gaoyang Wang, and perhaps our perceptions were flawed. Furthermore, the other day at the Yin Wangfu, I inadvertently incurred a slight grievance with him, but that is of little consequence, as I was never on amicable terms with him. The timing is ripe. Why not seize the initiative and take precautions?" Yuan Gong replied, "Master speaks wisely. Du Qinrui could cook, but her skills in sewing were lacking. The little embroidery she learned as a child was hardly of any significance and could not produce fine garments. Zhu Gaotu gifted her some silk, from which she selected 2 bolts, and then called upon Wang Gui's foster son, Chao Fu, to help her with the cart to find a tailor. Recently, Chao Fu had been loitering in the front hall and was conveniently stopped by Du Qinrui. They drove the cart to Xiejia, where the finest tailor shop in Beiping was located. Du Qinrui chose one and instructed Chao Fu to wait outside while she entered with the silk. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped through the threshold, an elderly Taoist emerged. Blocking her path, with cupped fists, he said, "Miss Du, I have a moment of your time?" Du Qinrui was taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" The Taoist replied, "Miss Du, are you a wanted criminal? How daring of you to roam about so soon?" Du Qinrui was even more astonished and attempted to turn away. The Taoist continued, "A wanted criminal is still a wanted criminal. Do not be overconfident. If your origins were known to the noble, would there be any protection for you?" After a few exchanges, Du Qinrui found herself unable to move, her hands trembling uncontrollably as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. "This way, please," the Taoist gestured. At that moment, Du Qinrui felt utterly helpless, as if the color had drained from everything around her, and she inexplicably followed the Taoist inside. The shop led into a courtyard where several women were busily engaged in their tasks. The Taoist stopped in a corner and stood still. "What do you wish to say?" Du Qinrui asked, her voice trembling. "How tragic." The Taoist shook his head at her, uttering those two words. Upon hearing them, Du Qinrui felt a pang in her heart, nearly losing her composure and bursting into tears. The Taoist observed her closely, then continued. "The identity you have fabricated is not your own, but belongs to another. Does it not? You envy others who encounter a benefactor that rescues them from a pitiful existence. Alas, your situation is equally lamentable, but your origins do not merit pity. When that noble selects you repeatedly, believing you to be a worthy choice, you mimic others' identities as if they were your own. Even worse, you intentionally provoke Minister Su, hoping to ensnare him in a trap that subjects you to great suffering. Have you exhausted your schemes only to find your desires fulfilled?" Du Qinrui shook her head vigorously and protested. "I never intended to bring ruin upon Minister Su. He has committed wrongs himself. I thought it harmless to make him suffer a little." She had never anticipated things would devolve into the current state. The Taoist sneered. "Let us consider. If that noble were to discover that you have been plotting against him, and that he was nearly imprisoned for murder due to your machinations, what do you think would happen? Even if he suddenly ceased his wrath and spared your life, what would prevent someone from presenting a decree to the authorities, and what would follow then?" Du Qinrui pressed her hand to her chest, her expression turning cold. "What do you want?" The Taoist replied. "You must tell me what you have witnessed in the capital, what that noble has done. Then, you must remain close to him and relay any news to us. If you adhere to these two conditions, I will ensure your safety and will find a way to arrange everything for you." Du Qinrui coldly retorted, "I have seen nothing." The Taoist's expression darkened. "You better think carefully before you answer. Did that noble poison his elder brother with Junian grass? When did he administer the antidote?" Du Qinrui trembled, her mouth opening, but no words came forth. A scene flashed in her mind. In the darkness illuminated by firelight, a familiar deep voice said, "Just pretend you know nothing. Will you?" The various words spoken by that voice surged in her mind, swirling within her, refusing to dissipate. "If I sit idly by and let Miss Du injure her finger, how can I forgive you? I have no say in this. You must ask this lady about the meticulous efforts involved, the time and patience invested, for I have tasted the fullness of her intent." "I don't know." Du Qinrui cried, nearly shooting. Without waiting for a response, she fled, and the Taoist pursued her a few steps, saying, "Miss Du, there is no need to rush. Think it over and then tell me." "I don't know. I will die without knowing," Du Qinrui exclaimed, pulling up her skirt as she hurried away. Bursting out of the shop, she saw Chow Fu standing by the cart and said, "I looked at several garments, but the craftsmanship here is lacking. Let us leave." Aunt Wang tilted her head, observing without restraint, and asked, "Miss Du, are you unwell?" Du Qinrui, who had always been amiable and careful to please everyone, now had lost her patience, responding coldly, "I am feeling a bit unwell." She entered her room, slammed the door shut, and collapsed onto the bed, burying her face in the quilt as she wept softly. How tragic! This word pierced her heart like a knife. She had faced scorn before, yet none had struck her so deeply, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of despair. The more Du Qinrui pondered, the more she felt truly pitiful. Fabricating an identity that evoked no genuine sympathy, she was merely one among a throng of inconspicuous girls from the Changfengsi. She even felt that she had no reason to exist in this world. She remembered back at Fuel Courtyard when she pitted a servant girl and often gifted her some old clothes she no longer wore. To her surprise, the girl had said behind her back, "Wearing Du Qinrui's clothes, I look even more beautiful than she does." At that time, Du Qinrui had scolded her for being pitiful. Now, however, Du Qinrui found herself donning another's identity, even more pitiful than that girl. It felt as if her very soul had been extracted, and the weight of her situation felt like the sky was collapsing upon her. She lamented her own cleverness, never imagining she would encounter a prince, let alone become embroiled in a murder and such intricate schemes. Otherwise, where could she go? She opened the door, her head bowed to conceal her swollen eyes. and made her way directly to the kitchen. There, she boiled water to prepare a warm towel, hoping to alleviate the swelling. As she glanced at the various ingredients in the kitchen, a sudden thought struck her. She possessed a skill, making pastries. It dawned on her that she had never allowed the Wangya to taste her creations, and this opportunity might never arise again. Thus, Du Qianrui donned an apron, rolled up her sleeves, and deftly began her work, scooping glutinous rice into a bowl and bustling about the kitchen. She labored with a heavy heart, and, after a while, a flicker of hope crossed her mind. What if that Taoist had not reported her? Or perhaps the Wangya would forgive her, letting bygones be bygones? As she entertained these thoughts, she shook her head in denial, her heart teetering between hope and despair. Before the hour of you, the sky was already shrouded in gray. Zhu Gaoxiu glanced outside, vividly recalling that just yesterday, the sun had yet to set at this hour. The prolonged spell of sunny weather seemed to be coming to an end, as clouds blanketed the sky, heralding an impending downpour. Yet, the much-anticipated coolness had yet to arrive, leaving the air oppressively warm. It may rain today, Zhu Gaoxi remarked. Wang Gui, you should head to our place tonight. If it pours, the roads will be treacherous. Wang Gui bowed in agreement. At that moment, Du Qianrui entered, carrying a white porcelain plate. Wangya, are you hungry? I made some pastries for you to have a little something, she said, her head lowered as she placed the plate on the table. Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Wang Gui, eyeing the pastries, exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, the colors are splendid. Miss Du is truly skilled and thoughtful towards the Wangya. Zhu Gaoxiu retorted, I wonder, is it the intention or the cunning that is truly exquisite? As soon as he spoke, he noticed Du Qianrui's delicate shoulders tremble slightly, her entire demeanor softening, akin to a wilting flower. In that instant, Zhu Gaoxiu felt an unexpected pang in his chest, as if stung by something. He held back the urge to offer comforting words, for Du Qianrui had deceived him without ever admitting her wrongdoing, leaving him to worry if she might betray him or if she genuinely felt no remorse. At that moment, Du Qianrui lifted her gaze to Zhu Gaoxiu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, then glanced at the plate on the table, where Zhu Gaoxiu showed no inclination to eat. I shall take my leave now, she said, her voice devoid of emotion, neither pleading nor pitiful, as though recounting a mundane occurrence. Zhu Gaoxiu, as was his habit, waved his hand gently in acquiescence. Suddenly, a rumor began to circulate in the streets. The Yin Wang had gone mad. For years, the Yin Wang had been responsible for the northern military defenses of the Ming Dynasty, a formidable figure whose every step reverberated throughout the north. Such a person losing his sanity was a matter of great concern. Soon, several of the most powerful officials from the Beiping government, including the Minister of Revenue and the deputy commanders, arrived at the Yin Wang's residence to investigate. It was late June, and the weather was stifling. The officials were drenched in sweat, wishing to shed their clothes for relief. However, upon encountering the Yin Wang, they were utterly taken aback. Wrapped in two heavy quilts, the Yin Wang sat before a small stove, curled up and shivering, drenched in sweat, muttering cold, so very cold. The three officials exchanged bewildered glances. After leaving the Yin Wang's residence, they deliberated on the urgent need to relay this news to the capital. That afternoon, a servant of the deputy commander Zhang Xian reported seeing the Yin Wang's long historian visiting the minister's office. Zhang Xin, Yinji, could not help but speculate about the matter. He recalled a humiliating incident from 2 days prior when he had met a courtesan while dressed in rather undignified attire. Feeling quite unpleasant, yet contemplating his suspicions regarding Ge Cheng, he felt reassured that the courtesan's domain was discreet enough to evade unwanted scrutiny. A storm was brewing in Beiping, and once it began, it would sweep through like a tempest. Dust and debris swirled in the air, mingling with leaves and rags. As pedestrians hurriedly covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves, rushing along. In such treacherous weather, people were eager to seek shelter, their steps hastening. The streets were filled with hurried figures, the usual leisurely pace replaced by a sense of urgency. The sky was densely overcast, the dark clouds pressing low, creating an oppressive atmosphere. When Ge Cheng entered the study of Minister Zhang Bing, he first dusted off his clothes and pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, the dust being overwhelming. Ge Cheng, sure, I trust you are well. Zhang Bing, of higher rank, greeted him warmly. Ge Cheng closed the door behind him and whispered, "The Yin Wang is feigning madness." Ah! Zhang Bing widened his eyes in surprise and leaned in closer. Ge Cheng continued, "In this sweltering heat, how long does he believe he can remain wrapped in those quilts? As soon as you left, he discarded them." Zhang Bing nodded, clearly in agreement. Ge Cheng added, "I was unable to participate in their conspiracy, chiefly because the monk Yao Guangxiao was formulating plans, along with those peculiar Taoists he recommended to the Yin Wang, Yuan Gong, the fortune-teller, and Jin Zhong, the diviner. However, I can assure you, they are determined to rebel." At this, Zhang Bing's expression hardened. Ge Cheng continued, "The Yin Wang's pretense of madness is merely a strategy to lull the court into complacency while he quietly prepares for an offensive." The room fell into silence, save for the hurried scratching of the brush against the paper. After finishing his writing, Zhang Bing held up the parchment, shaking his head slowly, then blew gently across the surface. "Immediately, dispatch this with utmost urgency to the capital." For days and nights later, a messenger dozed against the wall at the entrance of the Tongzheng department, his entire body covered in dust, resembling a beggar. Huang Zicheng had received the urgent report and hastily made his way towards the imperial gate. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the towering Fengtian gate, resembling a radiant sword poised to split the grand structure in two. Burdened with thoughts, Huang Zicheng was startled by a deafening crack that reverberated through the air. Reflexively, he looked up, squinting against the wind that made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. The sky was dark and foreboding, as if night were about to descend in broad daylight. The strong winds pressed his robes against his skin, and he instinctively held onto his hat to prevent it from being swept away. The wind howled violently, causing the entire imperial city to sway precariously. Another thunderous crack echoed, as the tempest unleashed its fury, with lightning illuminating the sky in a chaotic display. As Huang Zicheng entered the imperial gate, raindrops began to pelt down, splattering on the ground, quickly shrouding the air in a white veil of wind and rain. He encountered the eunuch Wu Zhong, who accompanied him into the palace to present his report. Huang Zicheng bowed before the emperor, delivering the urgent news. Emperor Zhu Yunwen immediately summoned Qitai and other ministers for an audience to discuss the pressing matter. Despite the torrential rain outside, even in such a storm, Qitai and the others were expected to arrive without delay. Huang Zicheng remained dry, though his hair was disheveled and unkempt. When Qitai entered, however, he was not so fortunate. The lower half of his crimson robe was soaked through, and even an umbrella could not shield him from the relentless downpour. Qitai approached to pay his respects. Huang Zicheng spoke, "Your Majesty, given the severity of the situation, we must expedite our plans." Zhu Yunwen's voice thundered in anger. Does the Yin Wang truly dare? Perhaps Qitai's clothes had become drenched. While seeing Huang Zicheng completely dry, he felt a pang of imbalance. Qitai's countenance reflected his displeasure as he turned to Huang Zicheng and inquired, "Are we truly prepared for battle?" "Huang Zicheng, have you ever witnessed the clash of swords and the turmoil of war?" Huang Zicheng replied, "Perhaps it is not to that extent." Upon finishing his words, he clasped his fists in respect towards the sovereign, stating, "Your Majesty, we have long since devised a meticulous plan. Now, we merely need to proceed step by step and execute the anticipated tasks, albeit the timing has shifted slightly." Above, Zhu Yunwen uttered an ambiguous sound. Huang Zicheng continued, "Time is of the essence. Envoy Deng Yong from Yin is still residing at the Zongrenfuse ceremonial hall. I implore your command to immediately have the Imperial Guards apprehend Deng Yong and compel him to confess the treachery of the Yin Wang." Huang Zicheng furrowed his brows and questioned, "Under what pretext?" "In the grand court of the Ming Dynasty, with the state and its sanctity at stake, we must first uphold righteousness before taking action. Did we not already deliberate on these steps?" Zhu Yunwen's voice replied, "Let be as Huang Zicheng has proposed." After a lengthy silence, he added, "You may proceed with your tasks. Commence without hesitation." It was midday, and though the palace gates were unlit, the atmosphere was dim and foreboding, rendering the once majestic gates of the palace seemingly ominous. Finally, silence enveloped the scene as whatever had been obstructing Deng Yong's mouth was extracted, yet he was utterly drained of strength to cry out. He struggled to raise his head and coughed up blood just as a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from afar. A red-robed official silently grasped Deng Yong's tattered garments and wiped his right hand a few times. Then the official seized his right thumb and pricked it in a cold box before pressing it onto a piece of paper. After completing these trivial tasks in silence, the official departed swiftly with his entourage, leaving no words behind. The jailers who had beaten Deng Yong also retreated, leaving him shackled and alone. Even now, he remained perplexed about what had transpired. Chapter 29. The calm before the storm. A torrential rain fell upon the capital, yet only a few drops graced Beiping. Over 2,000 miles away, in early July, the winds in Beiping had also calmed. However, the ominous clouds persisted, swirling above the ancient city, casting a pall of gloom for several consecutive days. The brief respite was merely the tranquility preceding the tempest. Yao Guangxiao arrived at the heir's residence and saluted the gatekeeper with a single-handed gesture, Amit Ba. The gatekeeper promptly replied, "Master, please enter." Soon, Yao Guangxiao found himself in the parlor before the anxious heir, who exhibited signs of restlessness. Yao Guangxiao inquired, "Why has the heir sent people to seek me on 2 occasions?" The heir, Zhu Gaoqi, shifted his corpulent frame to the door, closed it, and stated directly, "Is father feigning?" "Indeed," Yao Guangxiao responded without hesitation. During the heir's recent marriage, the Yin Wang had summoned Yao Guangxiao to instruct him. Now that the heir had matured and was the Yin Wang's legitimate eldest son, Yao Guangxiao deemed it unnecessary to conceal confidential matters from him. The heir nodded slightly, though his expression grew increasingly frosty. Yao Guangxiao observed, struggling to discern the underlying meaning. Recently, someone at Father S' residence ingested Juniinkeo and perished, the heir declared. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangxiao momentarily froze, pondering the implications. "So what?" The heir continued. "While in the capital, I fell gravely ill, nearly losing my life. My maternal uncle and uncle by marriage both suggested it was highly likely I had been poisoned. On the day someone died at Father S' residence from Juniinkeo, the symptoms mirrored my own. At that moment, I suspected the poison I suffered in the capital might also have been Juniinkeo. But who would dare poison me? During my time in the capital, my meals were only served by 2 servants from the residence, aside from my brothers." The heir's complexion flushed red as his anger intensified. "Initially, I refused to believe it. Later, I sought the physicians from Father S' residence, those who treated the poisoned individual, and questioned them closely. The more I pondered, the more I sensed something was amiss." "Huh?" Yao Guangxiao uttered, though his triangular eyes bore no trace of surprise. The heir clenched his fists and waved them in the air, his demeanor betraying his agitation. "Are we truly brothers? I have treated him with utmost sincerity, even risking my life, yet he dares to poison me?" Though Yao Guangxiao was of an advanced age and often maintained a serene disposition, he felt a surge of turmoil at that moment. The heir clearly referred to Gao Yang Wang Zhu Gaochun. At that moment, the heir's emotions were evidently running high, his impulses overtaking his judgment, causing Yao Guangxiao to feel a twinge of concern. Furthermore, Yao Guangxiao had always been closer to the heir, harboring a disdain for the violent Gao Yang Wang. However, it was far from the appropriate time to confront him directly. Previously, Yao Guangxiao had tasked Yuan Gong with approaching Du Qianrui primarily to place a pawn near Gao Yang Wang, nothing more. Moreover, if evidence of Gao Yang Wang's poisoning could be secured, it would serve as leverage for Yao Guangxiao. To act or not to act. When to act, it all depended on the evolving situation. Regardless, it was certainly not the moment to strike. This strategy resembled that of playing Go. When the time was right, one should strategically place a piece on a necessary territory, which might become advantageous many moves later. For when the moment arrives, devising a plan on the spot is exceedingly difficult. Only with foresight can one catch the opponent off guard. I must summon Gao Chun before father and confront him directly. The heir insisted vehemently. Absolutely not. Yao Guangxiao's visage turned grave, resembling that of someone mourning. At such a time, what purpose would that serve? Moreover, Du Qianrui's pawn has yet to be placed. Without any evidence, what can we demand? Yet the heir's veins stood out on his flushed face, an unusual sight for his corpulent frame. His teeth clenched tightly, and his voice had transformed, sounding like an entirely different person. Were it not for standing before the heir, Yao Guangxiao would not have recognized the words as his. The heir gritted his teeth and declared, "I must ascertain whether he is my true brother, whether his heart is black or red. Dalian master, accompany me, your highness." Could you heed the counsel of an old monk today? Yao Guangxiao implored, his face contorted with worry, the wrinkles nearly merging into a single line. The air grasped Yao Guangxiao's arms tightly, shaking him forcefully, his eyes ablaze with fury. Does everyone see me as a mere pig? Even my own brother treats me this way. In this world, who has ever treated me sincerely? Yao Guangxiao was rendered speechless, his heart aching in sympathy. Alas, Yao Guangxiao sighed deeply. Though the heir had reached adulthood, he was still far too young and needed further experience. Nevertheless, from his intentions, it was clear he possessed a kind and genuine nature, unlike some who were treacherous and unscrupulous. This vulnerability was both a weakness and the reason Yao Guangxiao felt drawn to him. If the heir insists on this path, the old monk still hopes you might listen once more. Yao Guangxiao cast a peculiar glance at the heir, his eyes reflecting an unusual expression. Based on his years of experience and discerning character, he believed Gao Yang Wang to be exceedingly cunning, unlikely to yield easily. To confront him directly would be futile. Yao Guangxiao sighed again, recognizing the situation's gravity and feeling helpless. There was a method, albeit a desperate one. The heir, upon hearing of the poisoning at the Yan Wang's residence, should simply state that a servant had witnessed Gao Yang Wang plucking Junyin Ko. After a moment of silence, the heir pondered this and inquired where the Junyin Ko had been picked. The heir nodded subtly. When I ask which servant, I will say that the individual remains, but must be kept confidential for now. I will only inquire if he acknowledges it. Let's first test him. Yao Guangxiao affirmed. Precisely, that is the approach. We possess no evidence, so we must proceed this way. Regardless, Gao Yang Wang is merely in his teenage years. Perhaps it will prove effective. When the heir interrogates him, he must subtly imply that he possesses other information. He must firmly assert that it is indeed him, leaving the other party unaware of the extent of one's knowledge. The heir contemplated Yao Guangxiao's words for a while, then frowned. Master Daoyan, will you not assist me? Before long, Zhu Gaochun at his residence received news from the eunuch Chao Fudong that a eunuch named Ma, he from the Yan Wang's residence, had arrived, requesting an urgent audience. The envoy sent by the Father King, Zhu Gaoxiu, was not to be neglected. He promptly exited the front hall and proceeded to meet him outside the corridor. Ma he first bowed and saluted, stating, the heir has arrived at the royal residence. High Prince Gaoyang must hasten to meet him, as there are matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a sense of unease. He maintained a composed demeanor and replied, very well, I shall change my attire and join him shortly. Thank you for your efforts, Master Ma. As he spoke, he discreetly produced several banknotes from his sleeve and pressed them into Mahi's palm while warmly grasping his arm. Mahi protested, this is not appropriate. The High Prince is also of the Yan royal family, and I am but your servant. How could I accept this? Zhu Gaoxiu responded, expenses for shoes and socks must be covered. I am merely providing for my own kin. What objection could there be? Thank you, my lord. Zhu Gaoxiu continued, are you familiar with Wang Gui from my estate? He often praises your character and diligence, using you as a model for his own conduct. After a moment of contemplation, Mahi replied softly, the heir does not seem to have good intentions. His countenance is not favorable, and he refers to you by name rather than as second brother. It is merely a misunderstanding. I shall speak with him shortly. And all will be well. Zhu Gaoxiu feigned calmness. Once Mahi departed, Zhu Gaoxiu's expression darkened, revealing his inner turmoil. What was to be done? There was no recourse but to adapt to the circumstances. When Wang Bin brought out the horse, Zhu Gaoxiu mounted it. At that moment, Du Qinrui hurried after him, exclaiming, my lord, I have something to say. Please allow me to explain. Zhu Gaoxiu, overwhelmed with complex emotions, regarded Du Qinrui for a prolonged moment before finally responding. I must leave. We shall speak later. My lord, Zhu Gaoxiu urged the horse forward, declaring, let's be off. Regardless of the troublesome predicament, he could only face it head-on. What options remained in the face of imminent events? As they proceeded, several soldiers brandished horse whips, followed by the 100 household Wang Bin, who rode ahead, with Zhu Gaoxiu following suit. His face bore a cloud of worry. He had not anticipated that becoming a prince in the Ming Dynasty would evoke a sense of helplessness reminiscent of his past life after losing everything. At that moment, a rider galloped towards them from the street, causing passers-by to scatter in alarm. Zhu Gaoqi glanced sideways and recognized the figure atop the horse. Was it not the eunuch Wang Gui? Zhu Gaoxiu halted his steed, remaining stationary. Shortly thereafter, Wang Gui approached dismounted, and clasped his hands in greeting, "My lord." Noticing Wang Gui's unusual demeanor and sparkling eyes, Zhu Gaoxiu seized the reins, adjusted his posture, and leaned slightly towards him. Wang Gui tiptoed, cupped his hands to his mouth, and whispered a secret into Zhu Gaoxiu's ear. Wang Bin, still mounted, saluted, "I await your orders." Zhu Gaoxiu then rode with Wang Gui directly towards the impoverished market. As they turned into an alleyway, they soon spotted the tavern adorned with the flag bearing the character bin. The tavern door was closed. Zhu Gaoxiu dismounted, handed the reins to Wang Gui, and swiftly approached the entrance. He first tugged at his clothing to smooth it out, but alas, the light gray undergarment made of hemp, while breathable and sweat-absorbent, could never be pressed flat and remained perpetually wrinkled. Zhu Gaoxiu ran his fingers through his hair, his frown dissipating, his demeanor remarkably composed. Upon opening the tavern door, a man dressed in a blue robe and wearing a large hat turned around, raising his gaze towards the entrance. Zhu Gaoxiu recognized the face beneath the hat. It was Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian clasped his hands, saying, "Hi, Prince Gaoyang, a pleasure to meet you." The two exchanged glances, as if they were longtime acquaintances. Zhu Gaoxiu extended his arm, indicating the staircase. "General Zhang, please ascend." "After you," Zhang Xian replied. They seated themselves at a square wooden table, and Zhang Xian finally removed his large hat, placing it on the table. The wide-brimmed hat was aptly named, as it could obscure half the face when pulled forward. Zhu Gaoxiu, recalling the ancient Korean dramas he had watched, found the hat reminiscent of those worn by officials of old Joseon. Before long, Wang Gui arrived with 2 cups of tea, carefully placing them on the table. Having resided at the tavern for the past few days, he must have prepared the water beforehand. Zhu Gaoxiu casually remarked, "Please prepare a covered cart." "I shall attend to it immediately," Wang Gui replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's expression subtly altered. Zhu Gaoxiu, sensing the change, remained composed, feeling as if a cooked duck might suddenly take flight. It is curious that this tavern, clearly established, has not seen a single patron in days, Zhang Xian remarked. Zhu Gaoxiu, discerning from his tone that this was not Zhang Xian's first visit, yet it was his first entrance, feigned nonchalance as he replied, "The 2 cups of tea we are enjoying are priced at 500 won. "Oh." Zhang Xian lifted his cup, removing the lid to take a gentle whiff. "Curious about its uniqueness. I purchased it from a random shop along the street," Zhu Gaoxiu responded. "Then why does it hold such a value?" Zhang Xian inquired. "It seems even you have noticed the absence of customers," Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled. The two men exchanged glances, both managing to muster a faint smile. Zhang Xian set down his cup, pondering for a moment. "Today, I encountered a matter that prompted me to consult my mother. She advised that our family has disturbed the royal energy from the north and urged caution." "Ah," Zhu Gaoxiu feigned ignorance, responding with a nod before deliberately pausing, then inquired, "What matter has General Zhang encountered?" Another silence ensued. The gloomy afternoon stretched on, the dull tavern in the old alley appearing even more colorless, making the brief interlude feel interminable. At this juncture, Zhang Xian leaned closer, and Zhu Gaoxiu instinctively mirrored his action, extending his head forward. Zhang Xian whispered, "An urgent decree from the Minister of War, Chi Tai, along with a secret edict, instructs me to arrest the Yin Prince by tomorrow." Zhu Gaoxiu was startled. He had intended to win Zhang Xian over, yet had not anticipated such grave news. Alas, Zhang Xian frowned deeply, realizing that dwelling on past grievances was now futile. Zhu Gaoxiu promptly asked, "General Zhang, do you possess the secret edict?" Zhang Xian remained silent. At this critical moment, Zhu Gaoxiu began to feel anxious, urging, "General Zhang, we must go to the Yin Prince's residence immediately." Zhang Xian remained seated, his brow furrowed, and questioned, "The High Prince seeks me at the behest of the Yin Prince?" Zhu Gaoxiu readily replied, "It is indeed my father's intention. He simply has not provided specific instructions. Fear not, for I am my father's own son. Our fates are intertwined, and there can be no issue." "Very well." Zhang Xian clapped his hands on the table and stood up. Nodding in agreement, he remarked, "The High Prince is thorough in his considerations and meticulous in his dealings." After their exchange, Zhu Gaoxiu led Zhang Xian downstairs. Once Wang Gui had brought a covered cart to the entrance, the two men exited. Zhang Xian adjusted his hat, skillfully slipping into the carriage. "Go," Wang Gui called, cracking the whip. The cart swayed for a while, and Zhu Gaoziu lifted a corner of the grass curtain to peer outside, then turned to Zhang Xian. We are almost there. You and Wang Gui will remain in the cart while I meet my father first. Understood, Zhang Xian replied. Zhu Gaoziu hesitated before asking, do you have the secret edict? Zhang Xian paused for a moment before finally reaching into his bosom. The sound of thread snapping echoed as he retrieved a small bamboo tube, which he tightly grasped, solemnly stating, it is only for the Yin Prince's eyes. Zhu Gaoziu glanced at the object in his hand, resigning himself to the situation. As the cart entered the Yin Prince's residence and came to a halt, Zhu Gaoziu first clasped his hands in salute towards Zhang Xian, who met his gaze with intensity and nodded slightly. Without further words, Zhu Gaoziu lifted the curtain and exited the carriage. A eunuch awaited outside, and, upon seeing Zhu Gaoziu, promptly guided him inside. Upon reaching their destination, Zhu Gaoziu noticed Ma. He stationed at the entrance of the small courtyard. Hi, Prince Gaoyang. You have finally arrived. Why the delay? Hurry inside, Ma, he urged. Zhu Gaoziu gently clasped his hands in greeting to Ma before striding into the courtyard. He heard voices and followed the sound into the room, where he found the Yin Wang seated in disheveled attire, likely feigning madness and not having a time to tidy himself. Beside him stood the corpulent heir and the monk Yao Guangxiao. The heir turned to Zhu Gaoziu, and his gaze was indeed most unfriendly. Zhu Gaoziu stepped forward to bow, saying, I pay my respects to father and my elder brother. The heir retorted, do you still regard me as your elder brother? Zhu Gaoziu replied calmly, you are my elder brother, and that will never change. The Yin Wang then inquired, Gaoziu, did you poison the air with Junying grass in the capital? As he spoke, several pairs of eyes turned toward them. Zhu Gaoziu swept his gaze across Yao Guangxiao and clasped his fists, asking, Father, who has spoken such words to my elder brother? The heir raised his arm and pointed at Zhu Gaoziu. At first, I did not think much of the various signs, but later I realized that you still wish to quibble. Someone saw you plucking the Junying grass. Upon hearing the first part, Zhu Gaoziu felt a pang of guilt, fearing that the heir had gleaned substantial clues, momentarily tempted to confess, reminiscent of countless past instances when he had confessed to his family about gambling. However, as the heir continued, he quickly dismissed that thought. There was no way anyone had seen him pluck the Junying grass. Zhu Gaoziu was utterly certain that no one had witnessed it. As Zhang Xian had stated, he was meticulous in his work, especially regarding such critical matters. And Zhu Gaoziu was not one to be careless. He had been patient, waiting for a long time. Is Junying grass poisonous? Are you saying there is Junying grass at the Nanjing residence? Zhu Gaoziu feigned ignorance. Elder brother, you must not heed the slanders of certain individuals. Why would I pluck Junying grass without reason? At that moment, the Yin Wang snorted. Both the heir and Zhu Gaoziu exchanged cautious glances, seemingly unsure of whom the Yin Wang's tone was directed at. The heir exclaimed, you dare to lie? If I could not ascertain the truth, would I have summoned you before father? Gaoziu, why do you treat me so? Zhu Gaoziu had already concluded that the heir was up to no good, adopting a posture of vehement denial. The heir continued, I have only recently learned that it is poisonous. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoziu thought, Du Qianrui has not betrayed me in the slightest, at least not until now. Otherwise the heir would not speak so directly about what Du Qianrui had seen and heard. However, should the heir continue with such reasoning, Zhu Gaoziu felt the situation increasingly unfavorable to himself. He promptly interrupted the heir, elder brother, wait a moment. Father, I have come today with other pressing matters. Chapter 31. The efforts of a dog and horse having interrupted the heir. With the Yin Wang's consent, Zhu Gaoziu solemnly clasped his fists and said, Father, the military commander of Beiping, Zhang Xian, wishes to ally with us. Yao Guangxiao immediately cautioned, Your Highness, beware of deception. At that moment, the heir also clasped his fists, saying, Father, I have important matters yet to convey. The Yin Wang turned his head, his brow furrowed, his expression one of anger, but soon his ire subsided, and he spoke with earnestness. If Gaoziu truly wished to harm you, why do you still stand here? The heir's face shifted from red to pale, his mouth agape. Hesitating to respond, the Yin Wang raised his hand and slammed the teacup down onto the table with a loud thud, rebuking, Have you had enough of this farce? During the earlier debate between Zhu Gaoziu and the heir, the Yin Wang had said little and had not made his stance clear. But now, With just a few brief statements, he effectively silenced the heir, who dared not utter another word. The Yin Wang's intent was clear. He wished to prioritize significant matters, and the heir's petty, emotional grievances were of little consequence. At this juncture, to incite even the slightest internal conflict was most ill-timed. They should unite against external threats rather than allow the heir to continue his tirade. Was it necessary to delineate right from wrong and exacerbate tensions? The heir's lips turned blue, and Zhu Gaochuan noticed his hands trembling like sifted chaff, fearing he might faint on the spot. The Yin Wang turned to Zhu Gaochuan, asking, "Did Zhang Xin bring a secret edict?" The Yin Wang then commanded, "Go, bring him in." Yao Guangxiao interjected, "Your Highness, do not rush. Let Zhang Xin enter, and I shall verify the secret edict." Zhu Gaochuan could not help but say, "It is already of no use. There are spies in the residence who have unraveled Father-S scheme. Otherwise, why would the court be so eager to issue orders?" The Yin Wang replied, "You go first to bring him." Zhu Gaochuan clasped his fists and retreated, informing the eunuch Ma he before proceeding to the gatehouse. Before long, Zhang Xin, his face partially obscured by a large hat, followed Zhu Gaochuan into the Yin Wang's chamber. Zhu Gaochuan entered first and greeted, "Father, Commander Zhang has arrived." The Yin Wang was already seated on the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, his hair disheveled, trembling slightly. He glanced at Zhu Gaochuan, still appearing bewildered. Zhu Gaochuan felt a surge of admiration for his father's acting prowess. Though the Yin Wang had not yet claimed the throne, he was already worthy of the title of a master performer. "I pay my respects to the Yin Wang." Zhang Xin stepped forward, clasping his fists in military salute. The Yin Wang remained unresponsive. Zhu Gaochuan turned his gaze to Zhang Xin, and the two exchanged knowing looks, well aware that Zhang Xin, too, understood the Yin Wang was feigning madness. Otherwise, why would he surrender? Zhu Gaochuan said, "Father is right before you. General Zhang, please present the documents." Zhu Gaochuan accepted them first and handed them to Yao Guangxiao in the presence of the Yin Wang. Yao Guangxiao examined the documents closely before turning to the Yin Wang and nodding slightly. As Yao Guangxiao tucked away the secret edict, his dry lips pressed tightly together. His teeth clenched as if he had just swallowed a foul morsel. Suddenly, the Yin Wang flung the quilt aside, wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and sprang energetically from bed. At this moment, Zhang Xin remained with his fists clasped, bowing in the center of the room. The Yin Wang strode toward Zhang Xin, helping him to his feet. "General Zhang, quickly, no need for formalities." Zhang Xin did not decline the courtesy. Instead, he knelt before him, resolutely stating, "I honor the great king's heroism and appreciate the king's patronage. If the king does not forsake me, I am willing to serve with the utmost diligence." "Good, good." The Yin Wang grasped Zhang Xin's arm, lifting him up. "General Zhang, your timely warning is akin to sentient aid. Truly, you are my benefactor. I shall never forget today's deeds." While the Yin Wang and Zhang Xin shared mutual admiration, Zhu Gaochuan observed Yao Guangxiao subtly shaking his head at the air, accompanied by a quiet sigh. Previously, Zhu Gaochuan had merely thought Yao Guangxiao was somewhat close to the heir, but now he was increasingly certain. Yao Guangxiao had long since aligned himself with that side. He simply had not shown it until now. At this moment, Yao Guangxiao noticed Zhu Gaochuan's gaze turning to meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yao Guangxiao's expression was more sorrowful than that of a mourner. His slanted eyes glimmered momentarily, but after a brief moment, his face returned to an expression of calm detachment, as if his eyes had become slightly clouded. Zhu Gaochuan recalled Yao Guangxiao's earlier statement. If Zhang Xin could be swayed, he would willingly transform into a turtle in the release pond of Qing Shou Temple. Yao Guangxiao's gaze, flickering with weakness, likely recalled that very phrase. Yet, time waits for no one. The monk's skin had grown thick and wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. He soon redirected his gaze toward the Yin Wang and Zhang Xin, as if he had forgotten everything, showing no interest in aquatic creatures. Zhu Gaochuan naturally refrained from mentioning it. Regardless, at present, everyone in the room was inextricably linked, and Yao Guangxiao was also a significant figure in the Yin Wang's residence. Severing ties with him would yield no benefits. In truth, Zhu Gaochuan did not wish to be at odds with Yao Guangxiao, nor did he seek to showcase any self-importance before his father. His attempt to win over Zhang Xin stemmed solely from a concern for fate, fearing that history might err in this moment, and wanting to assist, which ultimately served his own interests. After all, Zhu Gaochuan possessed all of this solely because he was the Yan Wang's son. Just then, Zhang Xion's voice rang out. The chief scribe of the Wang residence, Ge Cheng, has betrayed the great king. The great king's pretense of madness is a result of Ge Cheng's treachery to the minister of revenue, Zhang Bing. This traitorous scoundrel. Wang's voice was filled with resentment as he struck down with his palm in front of his abdomen. Yao Guangxiao remarked, Your Highness, I believe it would be wise to capture Ge Cheng secretly without executing him immediately, as there may be other spies within the Wangfu. He then suggested, I shall send Ma He to handle this matter. The Wang added, Let us meet in the side hall of the central palace afterward. The individuals in the room respectfully took their leave. At that moment, Wang approached and grasped Zhu Gaoxu's forearm, his intense gaze penetrating Zhu's face. My son, your courage and wisdom are truly commendable. I was unaware of this before. The familiar strength and the combined with Wang's sincere admiration nearly overwhelmed Zhu Gaoxu with joy. Had he not just witnessed Wang's performance, he might have relaxed entirely, for that fatherly gaze was so genuine it felt like a gentle spring breeze. Zhu Gaoxu, choked with emotion, responded hastily under a collapsed nest. How can there be unbroken eggs? Father, you have bestowed upon me too many blessings. Even if I were to risk my life, I could never repay you. Were I not your son, I would be like a blade of grass in a wretched alley, suffering countless hardships. How could I have enjoyed the comforts and luxuries you have provided for over a decade? His words were heartfelt, allowing Zhu Gaoxu to express himself with genuine emotion effortlessly. Wang nodded, Excellent. You will surely assist me. Go now, he commanded. Zhu Gaoxu clasped his fists and bowed. I take my leave. As he stepped outside, a distant rumbling echoed in the air. He looked up to see dark clouds gathering ominously, as if they were about to descend. Exiting the suffocating confines of the chamber, Zhu Gaoxu exhaled deeply, yet the oppressive darkness above weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him feeling slightly breathless. In that moment, he came to a stark realization. War was imminent. His body, trained in archery and martial arts, seemed born for battle. Yet his heart still clung to the notions of his past life, for he was not a warmonger. In his previous life, as an ordinary modern individual, he had learned of the horrors of war through various sources. Why would anyone desire to forsake peaceful days for the chaos of war? War brings death and bloodshed, crippling economies, diminishing the wealth of the affluent while deepening the plight of the impoverished. Especially in a civil war, from the perspective taught in compulsory education, it seemed utterly meaningless. Regardless of the outcome, nothing would change. The privileged would remain the descendants of the Zhu family, along with various military commanders and noble scholars, while the illiterate masses believed that a single battle could transform their fates. However, Zhu Gaoxu found himself in a predicament. He could recite the historical significance from textbooks while simultaneously feeling compelled to participate in the struggle for power, for he had a stake in the immense benefits at stake. This burden was not his to bear, nor was it Wang's fault. Had it not been for the relentless pressure from Jiang Wen, demanding not only the flesh of the feudal lords, but their very entrails, who in their right mind would risk everything for something already secured. Zhu Gaoxu, relying solely on his identity as a descendant of Taizu, could enjoy a life of luxury. Yet, contemplating the sudden fall of Xiang Wang into disgrace as a counterfeiter, he could not accept that his stable position as a feudal lord could be so easily dismissed. The stakes were too high. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Chapter 32. The manifestation of Emperor Gao, a persistent gloom enveloped Beiping, where a seasoned sorcerer spoke of impending turmoil in the markets. Merely days after June had passed, Beiping was suddenly teeming with troops. The commander of Beiping and the governor held an official military order from the Ministry of War, mobilizing 7 guards to station in Beiping. Outside the city, 2 generals arrived from the court, one stationed in Lingqing and the other in Shanhaiguan. General Song Zhong, who had long reached Kaiping, led tens of thousands of troops, advancing toward Beiping. The atmosphere within Beiping was tense, the usual clamor of the market replaced by the thunderous gallop of iron steeds, with the heavy footsteps of infantry echoing in unison, filling the air with a sense of impending doom, their formations resembling a forest of steel. The power brokers of the Ming Dynasty granted Wang considerable attention, The scale of the mobilization was indeed monumental. The gates of the Wang Fu were tightly sealed, with soldiers clad in armor prepared within. At the entrance of the front hall, an array of peculiar figures entered, including armored warriors placing their swords on a rack, monks in cassocks with their staffs, and fortune-tellers in Taoist robes. At that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu noticed the heir approaching with a heavy gait. He slowed his pace to await the heir's approach. "Elder brother," Zhu Gaoxiu called out as he turned to face him. The heir glanced at him, his sweat-drenched face devoid of warmth, and silently attempted to pass by. Zhu Gaoxiu firmly grasped his shoulder. The heir shrugged, but did not shake off Zhu's firm grip, coldly stating, "In the capital, did you poison me?" The heir struggled briefly before walking away with a huff. Zhu Gaoxiu, feeling helpless, followed him into the main hall. Moments later, over 100 individuals stood in the spacious hall, their expressions grave, with only occasional whispers breaking the silence. Zhu Gaoxiu stood quietly for some time until he suddenly noticed everyone turning to pay their respects in a particular direction. Following their gaze, he was taken aback. There stood Wang, bound with ropes. Behind him were Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng, escorting him inside, causing an uproar among the crowd. Wang bore an expression of anguish, and as the crowd parted to allow him passage, he made his way to the elevated platform. Yao Guangxiao, standing in front, turned and struck the ground with his staff, demanding silence. The crowd, stirred by emotion, erupted into loud discussions, interrupting Wang. Although Zhu Gaoxiu had been aware of Wang's plans for rebellion, hearing it stated aloud now filled him with discontent, and he found himself unwittingly incited. Damn it! Even if the Jiangwen Emperor wishes to strip the feudal lords of their power and make bold moves, there are many ways to do it without resorting to such means. Isn't this deliberately provoking war? Using war to resolve issues should never be a first choice. In this world, one cannot expect everyone to be a saint. Even the most lowly creatures possess a will to survive. How much more so for humans? Should one simply surrender and accept death when a blade is at their throat? Why does the Jiangwen Emperor not choose a more prudent method? Though Zhu Gaoxiu does not regard his stepfather as virtuous, he fairly supports his father. While his father had no choice, the Jiangwen Emperor did. For a moment, Zhu Gaoxiu felt an impulse to speak out in favor of Wang, but he ultimately refrained from doing so, as previous attempts to align with Zhang Xin had been for genuine assistance rather than seeking the limelight. This situation had already been staged, with no need for Zhu Gaoxiu to perform. Being too prominent in front of Wang might not necessarily be beneficial. Clearing his throat, Wang coughed a couple of times, waiting for the crowd to settle once more before continuing. "You have fought alongside me through thick and thin, and I truly do not wish for you to accompany me to death. Qi, Huang, and other ministers in the court desire nothing more than my life. If you bind me and send me to the officials, perhaps you may be able to redeem yourselves and save a few lives." The sound of weeping emerged from a large, bearded man, who cried mournfully, tears streaming down his face. This fierce-looking man was none other than Zhang Yu, who lamented, "In the past, when the Mongols ruled, they treated our people like pigs and dogs. Emperor Gao rose in fury, leading our weak populace to fight bravely, driving out the invaders, restoring our Han heritage, and establishing the Great Ming. Countless sacrificed their lives for this great cause. How arduous was the founding of this dynasty." The crowd instantly fell into a solemn silence, their hair standing on end. Zhang Yu continued to lament. The High Emperor established the feudal lords, passing down authority for generations. Yet, with the High Emperor's tomb still unturned, calamities befell the lords, leading to their annihilation. Furthermore, they are falsely accused of treason, who will clear their names in the future. The bloodline of the High Emperor cannot be subjected to humiliation for eternity. At that moment, the Yin Wang was in tears, stating, "If I surrender today, you all may still narrate your grievances in court, but if we all fall into disgrace together, who will advocate for me?" Instantly, a large portion of the hall collapsed to the ground, and the crowd wept, calling upon the spirit of the Taizu. Just then, Chiu Fu, 1,000 households, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Even if the Yin Wang surrenders, will those in power truly spare you? Rather than waiting to perish, it is better to die fighting on the battlefield." The warriors first let out a coarse, simple roar of anger. Seizing the moment, Chiu Fu raised his arm and declared, "Let us march to the capital, capture Qi Tai alive, and present Huang Zicheng as a sacrifice to the ancestral temple. We shall not rest until the last man stands. Long live the righteous cause. The crowd echoed. Long live the righteous cause. The generals surged forward, surrounding the Yin Wang, hastily untying the ropes binding him, before ushering him to the throne and pressing him down upon it. Subsequently, everyone knelt down. The Yin Wang sat firmly in the high seat, striking the armrest with his right hand. Since my brothers are willing to risk their lives, how can I be cowardly? The crowd responded fervently. We are willing to be your vanguard, your majesty. The Yin Wang replied. In that case, we must employ wisdom. The officials outside are clamoring to capture those in the Wangfu. I shall comply with their wishes and allow them to enter first. The Yin Wang turned to the side and instructed, Mahi, go to the entrance and summon the Grand Secretary Zhang Bing and the Commander Xia Gui to come and inspect the targets of arrest. Mahi bowed and said, I obey your command. Soon after, a group of soldiers entered with ropes, and the civil and military officials, fully aware of the situation, bound themselves together. The Yin Wang stood up, took a heavy sword from beside the throne, and proclaimed, Gao Su wielded this sword to execute treacherous ministers and to slay cowards who flee in battle. Zhu Gao Su accepted the sword, feeling its weight. It seemed not merely a weapon for practical use, but rather a symbol of authority. Yet fortunately, he possessed great strength, making it manageable. At that moment, Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng called for Zhu Gao Su, and the three exited the grand hall together. They had previously conspired, each leading a contingent of armored soldiers. Zhu Neng took his troops to the corridor behind, while Zhu Gao Su and Zhang Yu proceeded to the front hall. Zhu Gao Su's men crawled to the back door of the grand hall, numbering around 100, all members of the Wangfu's guard, fully armored and armed. Zhang Xian had already reported that he was responsible for capturing the Yin Wang himself, while the two officials outside had received orders to apprehend those in the Wangfu according to their prior conspiracy. Now that the Yin Wang had bound his own officials, the two officers had no justification to act against the Wangfu and merely had to follow orders to do their own duties and arrest people. The soldiers of the various guards in Beiping had long served under the Yin Wang without orders from the Ministry of War and were unwilling to engage in anything beyond their military commands. Zhu Gao Su and the others lay in wait for a long time without any movement. Initially, everyone was tense and still, maintaining excellent military discipline, but as time passed, some began to shift positions and whispers arose. A nearby soldier quietly remarked, Damn it, it seems like we're finally going to act. We have been waiting for this day to achieve glory. Zhu Gao Su, having keen ears, overheard and turned to look at the source of the voice. Noticing that the soldier was about the same age as him, with a flushed face and an enthusiastic demeanor. Unable to hold back, Zhu Gao Su softly said, Brother, it won't be long before you realize that tilling the land is far better. The young soldier gazed at Zhu Gao Su in confusion, not daring to retort, and soon lowered his head in silence. After an indeterminate duration, they suddenly heard the Yin Wang's voice bellowing from within. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Wielding false documents. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gao Su suddenly recalled his own threatening words from the inn, which were not unlike the Yin Wang's. He immediately stood up, raising the heavy sword and shouted, Charge! Zhu Gao Su was the first to leap forward, rushing through the back door, with the others following suit in haste. Zhu Gao Su entered the grand hall, only to see Zhang Yu leading another contingent of armored soldiers arriving at the main entrance. In the center of the hall stood two officials in red robes, their faces filled with terror. One of them shouted, This is not good. Zhu Gao Su fixed his gaze on the shouting official, charged forward, and, as the sword's edge neared, he suddenly altered his approach, switching from a thrust to a horizontal strike, delivering a powerful blow with the hilt to the official's face. The official cried out in pain, staggering and clutching his face, while Zhu Gao Su leaped forward, pinning him to the ground, wrapping the sword tip in the official's red robe, preparing to pierce his heart. Just then, a bearded giant rushed in. It was Zhang Yu, who, without uttering a word, stabbed the official in the side of the chest. Ignoring the official's agonized screams, Zhang Yu twisted the knife within his body before forcefully yanking it out, blood splattering across his face. Zhang Yu had slain the official that Zhu Gao Su had subdued, yet he cast a puzzled glance at Zhu Gao Su. Chapter 33. Loyalty is of utmost importance in the presence of treacherous ministers and internal traitors. One must rise in arms to purge and cleanse the court. These were the very words of the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Perhaps his initial intention was to establish a dynasty akin to the Zhous, enduring for 8 centuries, or even to aspire toward a millennium-long empire. However, such ambitions proved futile. Before a millennium could pass, merely a year after Zhu Yuanzhang's burial, the flames of war ignited once more, swiftly spreading from the Yanwang's residence to the Four Corners. Officials from Beiping, Zhongbing, and Xiegue were lured into execution. That very night, the Deputy Thousand Households, Zhu Neng, led several hundred men, shouting the slogan of the Taizu, seizing the 9 major city gates of Beiping. The entire campaign concluded swiftly, costing but a single injury while decapitating 9 enemy soldiers. The banner of the righteous cause was raised atop the city towers of Beiping, as proclamations denouncing the treacherous ministers were swiftly disseminated from the moral high ground of the Taizu's teachings. The Yanwang consolidated his forces, bolstering morale, and the entirety of Beiping was engulfed in fervor. Within days, the Yanwang led his men out of the city to confront the 30,000 troops of Song Zhong. Song Zhong spread rumors among his ranks that the Yanwang had slaughtered the families of the imperial guards to bolster morale. However, when the two armies faced off, the families of the guards appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. The army of Song Zhong quickly collapsed, and the Yanwang achieved a resounding victory. Within a month, Tongzhou, Jizhou, Zhuanhua, Mian, Jiong Pass, Huailai, and Yongping Prefecture successively fell into the Yanwang's grasp, while the Guwang abandoned his fief and fled. The banner of the righteous cause spread like wildfire across the North China Plain, gaining momentum. The prelude to war had rapidly unfolded, rendering all other means of resolution illusory. An unprecedented Great War was inevitable since the founding of the Ming Dynasty. Before dawn in the capital, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Yet, outside the Donghua Gate, a multitude of civil officials in various colors stood waiting at the tightly shut city gates to attend court. Countless lanterns and torches illuminated the surrounding ground, casting a grave expression on the officials' faces. News of the war in the north had already spread throughout the capital. Each day, reports from various locations arrived in a flurry, revealing increasingly dire circumstances, mostly comprising accounts of surrenders and betrayals. As the hour approached, everyone remained unable to enter. However, a few individuals had already been brought into the palace through other gates. The emperor had not slept a wink throughout the night. The eunuch Wu Zhong softly spoke a word. At that moment, Huang Zicheng inadvertently noticed Qi Tai's pale face, unsteady gait, and trembling hands within his sleeves. Huang Zicheng felt a wave of displeasure wash over him, thinking, "You still manage the Ministry of War, yet your courage is so feeble?" "Qi Budong," Huang Zicheng gently called out twice. "What's on your mind?" he inquired. Qi Tai murmured, "I never anticipated matters would escalate to this point. Perhaps our strategies were not sufficiently prudent, or there were minor details overlooked, or perhaps we miscalculated the timing." Huang Zicheng hissed through clenched teeth. "The Yanwang has long harbored ambitions and grievances. How can we possibly stop him from rebelling? Cease dwelling on past matters. The present task is to consider the selection of a general to quell the rebellion." In the rear, Fang Xiaoru remarked as a minister, "One who is disloyal to the sovereign deserves divine retribution." Soon, they entered the imperial gates, where, amidst the flickering candlelight, the emperor awaited upon the throne, seemingly immobile, as if he had always been seated there. After a round of formal greetings, Zhu Yunjun directly inquired, "Who can lead the troops?" Huang Zicheng turned to Minister Qi Tai, who showed no inclination to speak. Therefore, Huang Zicheng stepped forward and bowed, recommending Duke Li Jinglong of the Chao State. At that moment, Qi Tai finally interjected, suggesting Lord Gung Bingguan of Chongqing. The imperial gates, which could accommodate numerous officials, felt desolate with only a handful engaging in conversation. Zhu Yunjuan's voice echoed, inquiring whether Lord Chongqing, now in his 60s, could still command troops. With thousands of officials present, is there truly no one else qualified? Qi Tai hastily bowed and replied, "Indeed there are many, and I could easily name dozens or hundreds of capable generals. But Lord Chongqing's reputation makes it easier for him to command various troops." After a brief pause, Qi Tai continued, "Your Majesty, upon examining the reports from Beiping and other regions, I have discovered that the rebels have taken several cities with little resistance, and many have surrendered. This is due to the fact that the rebels are also descendants of the great ancestor, causing the officials to waver and lacking the will to fight. At this moment, the court commands the entire nation, with 1 million troops at our disposal, while the rebels only control Beiping with a mere few thousand. The imperial army need only advance directly, leveraging our overwhelming superiority, and we shall surely prevail as long as the imperial forces do not surrender. Several present nodded in agreement with Chi Tai's assessment. Chi Tai, feeling encouraged, elaborated. Therefore, the general to quell the rebellion need not be an extraordinary talent, but must be loyal to the emperor. A steadfast general is the most crucial asset at this time. Lord Chongqing's eldest son is married to the emperor's sister, Princess Jiangdu, making him a relative of the emperor. Thus, with the rebellion against the emperor, Lord Chongqing must remain loyal and cannot side with the rebels. At this juncture, Huang Zicheng added his support. Upon hearing the two, Zhu Yunjun quickly concurred, excellent. Zhu Yunjun then inquired of Wu Zhong, has Lord Chongqing arrived for court? At this time, it was still dark, not yet the hour for court, yet Zhu Yunjun and his ministers have been deliberating for quite some time. Zhu Yunjun declared, summon Lord Chongqing to an audience. The servant complied. After a brief wait, a robust elder strode confidently to the imperial gates. His hair and beard nearly entirely white beneath his official cap, with a square face and steady gait. The visitor was none other than Lord Gung Bingwen of Chongqing. Gung Bingwen entered the imperial gates, pretended to kneel, and with a strong voice declared, the old minister greets your majesty. Long live the emperor. The old general, rise. Zhu Yunjuan's voice resonated. Gung Bingwen relaxed his posture and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I thank your majesty for your grace. At this moment, Chi Tai interjected, is the old general still capable of combat? Gung Bingwen raised his white brows and replied, does Chibu Tang doubt my abilities? Shall we step outside the gates to practice? Chi Tai chuckled, waving his hand. I concede. I, a mere civil servant, cannot possibly match the old general. Oof. Gung Bingwen scoffed. Zhu Yunjuan's voice interjected. The old general should not misunderstand. It was Minister Qi who recommended you to command the troops against the rebellion. Initially, I was concerned about your age, yet it appears you are as vigorous as ever. To lead a campaign against the rebel Wang Yan? Gung Bingwen pondered for a moment, then said, Your Majesty, I have a word of caution. The old general urged you to speak. Zhu Yunjun prompted. Gung Bingwen continued, my frail body may still serve in battle. However, I am self-aware. During my years of following the great ancestor in numerous campaigns, I dare not boast, as most of my victories were modest. The achievement I take greatest pride in was defending Chang'an against an encirclement by over 100,000 troops for more than a month, with merely a few thousand men. Thus, I believe I am better suited for defense than offense. Now that the rebel Wang is plotting treason, should you wish to dispatch troops, I would not be the best choice. Chi Tai hastily urged, Old General, do not decline, lest you disappoint the Emperor's great expectations. In this upcoming battle, if you employ conventional tactics, you will surely defeat the rebels. Gung Bingwen shook his head and bowed to the Emperor. The great ancestor established this foundation over 30 years ago, yet most of the old generals have long since passed. Nevertheless, the subjects of the Ming Dynasty number in the millions, and talents continually emerge, such as Sheng Yong, whom I would recommend. The Emperor inquired, Sheng Yong? What is his rank? Gung Bingwen replied, although Sheng Yong has not held a high position, he possesses a keen understanding of circumstances, is steady and composed, does not seek fame recklessly, and is indeed a material worthy of a great general. The Emperor remarked, he may not be able to command the other generals. Chi Tai also urged, Old General, do not refuse. Gung Bingwen hesitated for a moment before clasping his hands. I accept the Emperor's command. Soon, the sky brightened. The gates of the imperial city opened, and civil and military officials entered from the east and west to pay their respects. Fang Xiaoru stepped forward, vehemently denouncing Wang Yan and the rebels. He meticulously criticized each of Wang Yan's proclamations, citing classical texts and the great ancestors' teachings, casting Wang Yan into the depths of infamy for disloyalty, moral decay, and ambition. With righteousness established, the Emperor appointed Gung Bingwen as the general of the campaign against Yan, specifically designating Sheng Yong among others to accompany him, and immediately began to mobilize the army. A date was set for the swearing-in ceremony, with the righteous imperial troops poised to march northward to quell the rebellion. Gung Bingwen hurriedly bid farewell to his family, preparing official documents from the Ministry of War, command seals, royal decrees, and other necessities for his departure from the capital. The deputy general and other officers, including Sheng Yong, visited Gung Bingwen's residence before the expedition to pay their respects and foster cooperation on the battlefield. Among those who came to pay their respects was the seemingly unrelated Su Huizhu. Upon seeing Su Huizhu, Gung Bingwen was puzzled, unable to discern his intentions. Gung Bingwen was aware that he had contemplated recommending Su Huizhu to the emperor, as Su's stature and reputation exceeded that of Sheng Yong. However, recalling that Su's sister was Wang Yan's wife, Gung Bingwen quickly dismissed the idea to avoid unnecessary complications. In the residence, after greeting everyone, Gung Bingwen retreated to the rear courtyard for a private meeting with Su Huizhu and Sheng Yong. Despite Su Huizhu being a duke, Gung Bingwen could not afford to underestimate him due to his seniority. Chapter 34, Subtle Influence. Sheng Yong observed as Gung Bingwen and Su Huizhu engaged in mutual deference. After a while, Gung Bingwen was finally seated in the prominent position. Although Su Huizhu was a duke, Gung Bingwen belonged to the same generation as Su De, an old general. Su Huizhu then took a seat alongside Sheng Yong, and the two clasped their hands, wishing the old general a victorious campaign to eradicate the rebels. Having said that, Gung Bingwen first turned to Su Huizhu, asking, "Before I depart, do you have any words for me?" If Su Huizhu had nothing to say, why come today? Indeed, Su Huizhu pondered for a moment before stating, "I may be overstepping, but I wish to share a thought that perhaps the old general already knows." "You may speak freely," Gung Bingwen replied. "What strategy do you propose?" "I am eager to learn," Su Huizhu stated. "One word: consume." He paused before continuing. "The rebels and their forces have long been engaged in warfare beyond the northern borders, and they are undoubtedly valiant and battle-hardened. Thus, they must not be underestimated." Gung Bingwen acknowledged. "Your words hold merit. I shall first gauge their strength and will not recklessly engage in battle." Su Huizhu appeared contemplative, with 3 vertical lines forming on his forehead, indicating the seriousness of his thoughts. However, the rebels possess a significant weakness. The northern region is narrow and sparsely populated. And since the downfall of the Mongol Yuan dynasty, the wealth of population and resources there pales in comparison to the south. In the past, the rebels were still subject to the Ming Dynasty and relied on the court for military resources. Now that they have rebelled, their troops, talents, and supplies will certainly not withstand prolonged attrition. His eyes sparkled with insight, revealing that the rebels lack both civil and military talents. Among their capable generals are merely a handful, such as Gao Sun, Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, and Xiu Fu. If you advance northward, you can continuously deplete their strength, and, with a concentrated strategy, seize the opportunity to annihilate these few key figures, and the rebels will surely be like a severed limb. Gung Bingwen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Su Gong, for your counsel." At this moment, the initial tumult in Beiping had gradually subsided, though tensions still lingered. The dangers surrounding Beiping had become less palpable as the neighboring towns submitted. Zhu Gaoxiu first summoned assistants to remove the uncomfortable armor he wore and discarded it into a room before proceeding into the corridor. As he walked, he hesitated for a moment, taken aback. Zhu Gaoxiu stood frozen for a long while, unable to articulate a single word. When Du Qinrui brought pastries, he did not partake, and she simply remarked, "I shall take my leave." At that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu failed to grasp her meaning, believing she merely intended to exit that room. Now, recalling her ashen visage, he suddenly understood. She was bidding farewell. Later, when he and Wang Gui were in haste to leave, she had asked him to let her explain. What was there to explain? Zhu Gaoxiu was well aware of her cunning nature. Their connection had been but fleeting. Yet, why did he feel so unsettled at this moment? "You remain composed," Zhu Gaoxiu nodded. "Did you provide her with travel funds?" Chao Fu replied, "I had no money then, nor could I find the prince." Miss Du had taken 2 bolts of silk and several pieces of gold and silver jewelry to trade for travel funds. Zhu Gaoxiu furrowed his brow. Why was she so eager to depart? "You have learned. Go now." Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand. He stepped forward, glancing back towards the eaves. As if Du Qinrui were still there washing her hair, crouched down, pouring water, the fine hairs on her nape vividly emerging in his mind. He could almost see her gently tugging at her garment, revealing her smooth, bare shoulder, the faint abrasions on her delicate skin still etched in his memory. It seemed he could hear a voice whispering, "In the past, I had to please many. Now, I need only serve one." A sudden emptiness engulfed Zhu Gaoxiu. In the same vintage-style dining hall, at the same wooden table, the feast of exquisite and flavorful blackfish was replaced with scallion stir-fried kidney, which he chewed as if it were wax, devoid of flavor beyond salt. Zhu Gaoxiu, a prince skilled in archery and horsemanship, felt the weight of his past life still clinging to him. Perhaps it was because, apart from his mother, no woman had ever treated him with such kindness. Du Qianrui was the first to intrude upon his life in the Ming Dynasty, her subtle influence permeating his heart, truly capturing his affections. A simple farewell from her left him perplexed. How does he know she meant to leave Beiping? Chapter 35. What is light and what is heavy? Zhang sure possessed a pair of bright monolid eyes and a cherry-like mouth, her youthful complexion quite charming. She settled into the grandmaster chair beside the heir, allowing her son to sit on her lap, resting her weary arms. What troubles you, my lord? She inquired again. The heir sighed, about to speak, when he noticed his son, Zhu Zhanji, crawling towards the table to grasp the sword meant to protect the household. The heir hastily restrained Zhu Zhanji, who persisted stubbornly, causing a ruckus since entering the room. This child, the heir lamented. Why is he so restless? Alas, he sighed again, feeling like a useless being, for his father did not favor him. Why should he continue to seek out humiliation? Zhang Shi's eyes shifted, observing her son slumped like a mound of flesh in the chair. She nearly nodded in agreement with his sentiment, but quickly composed herself to ask, What of your mother? Does she not care for you either? Upon hearing this, the heir appeared somewhat reassured. Mother is somewhat better, but I must see father. He showed no concern when I was poisoned. As the heir, I am merely a talisman. Zhang Shi responded with a hint of disdain. Do you believe you are less capable than Wang Gaoyang? It is evident that I cannot compare, the heir replied. What assistance can I provide to father? It is no wonder everyone treats me this way. Zhang Shi sighed softly, shaking her head unhurriedly. Whether one is capable or not is truly unimportant. You are the legitimate eldest son of the prince, and that is paramount. Such status cannot be altered by human effort. Birth is the most significant aspect. Do you understand? The heir remained silent. Zhang Shi continued. Let others take the spotlight. You need only be cautious in your words and actions. What is rightfully yours will still belong to you. The heir furrowed his brow. What is rightfully mine? This question momentarily stumped Zhang Shi. She opened her mouth. Pausing before speaking, you must comprehend, my lord, what is light and what is heavy in this world. At that moment, a eunuch entered, announcing, I report to the heir. Someone from the Yin Wang Fu has arrived, requesting your immediate presence. Zhang Shi urged, you cannot refuse this summons. Let me assist you in changing your attire quickly. Ho Tai, watch over the young lord. The eunuch replied cheerfully, I obey. Zhu Gaoxiu also received word to proceed to Yin Wang Fu, changing from his military attire into a red robe, accompanied by his retinue. The streets of Beiping were no longer bustling. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically due to the war. With August approaching, the northern foliage seemed to react sensitively to the autumn breeze, leaves cascading to the ground, creating a desolate scene. Riding a tall brown horse, surrounded by his entourage, Zhu Gaoxiu made his way to Yin Wang Fu, with passers-by hastily stepping aside, some bold individuals pausing to observe him, casting glances filled with awe and envy. The noble families of Beiping were accustomed to such spectacles and likely felt indifferent. However, Zhu Gaoxiu, unbeknownst to himself, felt a profound sense of reflection. Humans are social beings. How many can remain unaffected by vanity? This might also explain why Zhu Gaoxiu, once inclined towards peace, quickly adapted to and actively engaged in the war. As he entered the gates of Yin Wang Fu, a eunuch promptly approached, urging him to hurry to the inner courtyard. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired, and the eunuch informed him that the health of Wang Fei Su had improved, bringing joy to Yin Wang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a wave of relief. He recalled his brief encounters with Wang Fei Su, who had always shown him great affection, believing him to be her own son. Learning of her recovery brought him joy. Guided by the eunuch along the brick pathway into the estate, Zhu Gaoxiu discovered that he was once again the last family member to arrive. The heir's residence was adjacent to Yin Wang Fu, and Gao Zai along with his 3 sisters resided there, naturally closer than Zhu Gaoxiu. After paying his respects, he noticed the heir's eyes were red, while Su Wang Fei gazed at him with utmost tenderness. Zhu Gaoxiu thought, the heir often feels unloved by his family, yet he receives the most maternal affection. Zhu Gaoxiu stepped forward, greeting elder brother arrived first. I am late. The heir nodded, speaking calmly. Second brother has traveled far. Zhu Gaoxiu, uncertain of the heir's disposition, noted that he appeared much more composed today, lacking the previous resentment and hostility. The family exchanged pleasantries, while Yin Wang and Su Wangfei sat side by side in the elevated grandmaster chairs, displaying both contentment and a weighty demeanor. Zhu Gaoxiu understood. The Jing'an campaign had only just begun, and Yin Wang bore great pressure. At that moment, Su Wangfei turned to Yin Wang, saying, "While you have been away, I owe my recovery to Qi Yu, who has diligently cared for me day and night, personally preparing medicine for my convalescence. I wish to recognize her as my younger sister. Would you consent?" Forced a smile and remarked, "Hasn't the Wangfei already referred to that Taoist as sister?" The Yin Wang replied, "It is as the Wangfei wishes." Thus, Wangfei Su signaled to the groom at the door to summon Qi Yu. Shortly thereafter, Qi Yu entered. Zhu Gaoxiu stood amidst his siblings, turning his head to glance, and was immediately struck by a wave of emotion. With keen eyes, Zhu Gaoxiu was captivated by the silhouette of Qi Yu's waist, hips, and legs, which left him in awe with just a single glance. From her elegantly arched back, her slender waist formed a delicate inward curve, cascading down in smooth, flowing lines to her voluptuous hips. Even the imagination of an artist would struggle to depict such beauty. Zhu Gaoxiu felt no exaggeration in his admiration. The long legs only served to accentuate the curvature of her form, rendering them mere background foliage. In a fleeting moment, he crudely thought to himself that this figure was worth a fortune. Even the young son and the younger Gao Zai were left speechless. Upon catching a glimpse of the Yin Wang's astonished expression, an inexplicable and inappropriate pang of jealousy surged within Zhu Gaoxiu. Yet, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself that some things are best left unexamined, lest one fall into obsession. Qi Yu approached, hands in the Zawuju position, and bowed respectfully. Wangfei Su slightly turned her gaze, sweeping it across Yin Wang's face before saying, "From now on, consider me your elder sister. My surname is Su." After a brief moment of silence, Qi Yu did not refuse and called out elder sister. "Wonderful. Wan Fi Su Et Glim Joyfu Li." Before the Su sisters wed, they were given unique names, all containing the character Miao. Today, the elder sister shall name the younger sister Su Miao Jin. Do you find it pleasing? Qi Yu replied, "Your Highness has a remarkable talent for names, and this one is indeed elegant. I am very grateful for your bestowal." Wangfei Su then added, "From now on, when you meet, you shall call me Auntie." The young heir complied, obediently addressing Qi Yu as Auntie and bowing respectfully. Zhu Gaoxiu and his siblings, whether willing or not, followed suit. Though Zhu Gaoxiu felt a peculiar discomfort in uttering the term. Qi Yu's expression today was a mix of smiles and frowns, yet for reasons unknown. Zhu Gaoxiu sensed that these expressions were merely superficial, leaving an impression of cool detachment. The young lady proved difficult to read. However, upon recalling her identity, her father being the court official Jing Qing, who had served in Beiping and was known to the Yin Wang, Zhu Gaoxiu felt less mystified. Chapter 36. Remarkably thick-skinned when Su Miao Jin cast her gaze upon Zhu Gaoxiu, her eyes lingered on his face for quite some time. Her unadorned, apricot-shaped eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuded an innate charm. The moment she looked at him, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a rush of confusion. Among the 6 siblings, Zhu Gaoxiu found himself momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend why Su Miao Jin seemed particularly interested in him, a fact he found both flattering and slightly perplexing. Soon, however, Zhu Gaoxiu regained his composure, for his mental maturity was not that of a mere adolescent. When Su Miao Jin first entered, the Yin Wang had turned his head, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. This subtle gesture doused Zhu Gaoxiu's illusions like a bucket of cold water. At that moment, a hurried eunuch rushed to the door, craning his neck to peer inside. The Yin Wang immediately noticed and raised his hand to beckon him in. The eunuch bowed and approached the Yin Wang, whispering a few words into his ear. The Yin Wang's expression shifted, and he turned to say, "A general from the capital has come to summon me. I must go to the front hall." Wangfei Su replied, "You may go. I shall be here, so do not worry about home." The Yin Wang reassured her, "Do not fret, Wangfei. We have raised the banner of Jingnan in Beiping. The court cannot remain indifferent. What is meant to come will come, and I am well prepared." He pressed his hands on the armrests of the grand chair and stood up, looking towards Zhu Gaoxiu and the others, saying, "Gaoqi, Gaoxiu. Accompany your mother, and then hasten to the front hall. Zhu Gaoxiu and the heir bowed, saying, "We shall obey." With that, the Yin Wang strode out, the reporting eunuch following closely behind. Wang Fei Su urged, "You two brothers must assist your father. Do not linger any longer." Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "I will heed your advice." However, just as he finished speaking, the heir did not echo his sentiments, but instead approached Wang Fei Su, inquiring about her well-being with great detail. Zhu Gaoxiu stood there, feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. Just then, Su Miaojin looked over and softly asked Gaoyang Wang, "What became of the turtle you mentioned releasing into the pond last time?" Although her voice was low, Wang Fei Su caught wind of it and curiously inquired, "What turtle are you speaking of?" Zhu Gaoxiu's impression of Su Miaojin shifted. She was not entirely oblivious to the world around her and showed genuine interest in such matters. Yet, he sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint what it was. When Wang Fei Su posed her question, Zhu Gaoxiu dared not speak, caught off guard and unsure how to explain the matter. Wang Fei Su nodded, saying, "Ah, I see. Gaoxiu has always loved wielding blades and guns since childhood, following his father into battle, filled with bloodlust. It is good for him to accumulate some benevolence to temper that ferocity. Gaoxiu, in your spare time, you might also offer some incense to the Buddha." Hearing that he had escaped the scrutiny, Zhu Gaoxiu exhaled in relief. Knowing his mother favored Buddhism, he quickly added, "Your Highness speaks true. I also believe the Buddha holds great efficacy." Wang Fei Su was clearly pleased. As for why there was a Taoist priest by her side, despite her Buddhist beliefs, that remained a mystery. However, it was not unusual. Many in the realm were broadly superstitious, often praying to the Buddha only to turn around and worship the Jade Emperor right after. The strangest sight was to behold Taoist deities within Buddhist temples. Zhu Gaoxiu then remarked to Su Miaojin, "The turtle has indeed been released. It is remarkably thick-skinned and continues to thrive without any issues." Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin's eyes turned into crescent moons, yet her expression elsewhere remained taut, failing to break into a smile. This was indeed a skill. They exchanged a glance, and in Su Miaojin's eyes, the earlier disdain of an adult toward a child had transformed into a glimmer of admiration. Zhu Gaoxiu felt as if a fire had ignited within him. Until this point, Zhu Gaoxiu and Su Miaojin had only crossed paths twice. Their time together had been brief, with little conversation. Yet, in those mere encounters, they had forged a secret bond. Just as he had been doused with cold water by the Yin Wang's gesture, a flame now flickered back to life within him. Zhu Gaoxiu's heart raced as he suddenly thought, did Wang Fei soon know about the poisoning incident? The heir and Zhu Gaoxiu bowed in unison, "Yes, mother." Wang Fei Su slowly rose, and her three younger sisters moved to support her. The heir, Zhu Gaoxiu, and Gao Zai remained still, for the royal household upheld strict decorum. Sons were to keep a respectful distance from their mothers. The group surrounded Wang Fei Su as they exited the hall. At this moment, Su Miaojin glanced sideways, her expression complex as she regarded him. Wang Fei Su sighed, saying, "As a mother, I cannot manage the grand affairs of the world. I can only partake in vegetarianism and prayer for the welfare of all beings. May the Buddha, with compassion in his heart, grant your father the fulfillment of his wishes and lessen the bloodshed." Zhu Gaoxiu replied, "This cannot solely be blamed on my father. Qi and Huang could have emulated the Han Dynasty's principle of bestowing favors, or they could have sought to mitigate the reduction of fiefs, showing more leniency in consideration of the royal ancestors. Otherwise, my father would not have had to raise troops against the rebellion. He is also a victim of circumstance, quite reluctant, and has aged considerably recently." "You speak wisely," Wang Fei Su commended. Chapter 37. The Weight of Battle Gar by the Grace of Heaven. The Emperor decreed, "The Beiping provincial government shall be relocated to Zhending, with the Minister of Justice, Bao Zhao, overseeing the affairs, appointing Marquis Changxing Gungbingwen as the Grand General of the campaign against Yin, assembling an army of 300,000 and issuing orders to the provinces of Hunan, Shandong, and Shanxi to collectively provide military funds. On the vast plains of the northern bank of the Huanghe, various troops moved slowly northward like a swarm of ants, while the dust rising from the ground swirled in the air like mist. Although Gung Bingwen commanded only a mere 130,000 troops, the scale of the military march was still formidable. The main road was densely populated with horsemen and foot soldiers, yet it was not congested. Those pushing handcarts, driving mule-drawn wagons, and infantry, along with various artillery vehicles, occupied the center, while cavalry swiftly passed on either side, creating a harmonious yet chaotic flow. Southern infantry, adorned with wide-brimmed iron helmets, marched in formation, their long spears and firearms being the most common weapons, carried on their shoulders like thorns in a thicket. With his graying hair, Gung Bingwen galloped up a dirt mound by the roadside, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight as he surveyed the troops in the distance. Sheng Yong remarked, "The old general has spent his life on the battlefield. This is where you feel most at home." Gung Bingwen, brimming with vigor, pointed his whip toward the north and declared, "We must hasten our march. The court has just relocated the provincial government to Zhending, and provisions from various regions are being transported there. Should the Yin rebels seize Zhending first, our army will have nowhere to rely upon." The Yin Wang commanded that the heir oversee matters in Beiping, while the Wang of Gaoyang would command the left guard cavalry. All generals were to gather their troops and prepare to depart at the earliest opportunity. As dawn broke, Zhu Gaoxiu rose to wash and eat, then, with the assistance of Wang Gui, Chao Fu, and Wang Daniu, donned his armor. He first put on a suit of chainmail, then layered it with a heavy armor made of thick iron plates. Beneath the chainmail, there was an additional layer of leather armor, making the total weight of his protective gear reach 50 pounds. Most would find it difficult to walk in such armor, but Zhu Gaoxiu felt relatively comfortable. He then draped a red cloak over his shoulders and donned an iron helmet adorned with red tassels, receiving it from Wang Gui. Gazing into the bronze mirror at his blurred reflection, he suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He couldn't help but sigh, whether willingly or not. It seemed unlikely he could shed this iron shell in his lifetime. War was inescapable, both near and far, unless he surrendered himself completely. Zhu Gaoxiu exhaled, gritting his teeth with determination, and reached for several weapons, strapping them to his body. He carried 2 blades, a single-handed long knife and a short dagger at his waist, along with a bow, arrows, a spear, and other weapons of battle, which he did not need to carry himself. The various tribes of Huaxia had been engaged in warfare since the days of throwing stones, and throughout thousands of years, there had hardly been any period of peace. The frequency of wars was incalculable, continuing until the Ming Dynasty. The founding emperor swiftly claimed the realm, emphasizing military discipline and the importance of mastering spear techniques in close combat, as proficiency with the spear was a critical skill to be assessed. This was not without reason. Soon, Zhu Gaoxiu was fully armed and ready. After a moment's pause, he turned to exit the door, followed closely by several companions. Upon stepping out into the courtyard, dozens of individuals stood waiting. Professor Ho Hai donned a green robe and black cap, while Bai Huida and Wang Bin were clad in armor, accompanied by dozens of fully armed soldiers. With those outside the gate, there were over 250 individuals present. These individuals were initially military households, primarily tasked with carrying various ceremonial items. Their role was to enhance Zhu Gaoxiu's prestige. Now, with the pomp and ceremony set aside, they donned armor and took up weapons.
Joining Zhu Gaoxiu in the expedition to quell the rebellion in Feng Tian, all eyes turned to Zhu Gaoxiu as he emerged.
He was tall and imposing in his iron armor, exuding an aura of authority. The soldiers cast trusting glances his way. Weida and the others stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. "We pay our respects to the prince." The crowd echoed in response, pledging to protect the prince with their lives, declaring that anyone who fled was a coward. Zhu Gaoxiu did not linger in conversation. Once the uproar subsided, he commanded, "Let us depart." Wang Bin led a horse over to assist Zhu Gaoxiu, who brusquely pushed him away, stepping into the stirrup. Even clad in 50 pounds of armor, he mounted the horse with the grace of a swallow, agile and swift. The soldiers mounted their steeds, following Zhu Gaoxiu as they surged out of the gate. The ranks outside quickly organized, aligning with Zhu Gaoxiu's forces, and the sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestone street. Along the sides of the street, many families of the ceremonial guard stood to bid farewell, with women and children tearfully saying goodbye, their faces filled with worry. Yet the soldiers were all excited and jubilant, with one calling out, "Feng Tian Jingnan, we shall be lords and ministers." The morale surged, and the crowd collectively shouted in support, the spectacle formidable, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, as they charged forth with fervor. Zhu Gaoxiu led his troops boldly down the street, heading straight for the Shung Gate training grounds in the north of the city, where over 2,000 left guard cavalry were stationed. Upon entering the camp, the various military officers greeted him. Zhu Gaoxiu presented the Yan Wang's military orders for inspection, followed by mutual greetings and introductions. The Wang of Gaoyang and I, along with the rest, abide by the commands of the Wang Fu. We are at your disposal, one officer remarked, with the others nodding in agreement. These soldiers were all under the command of the Yan Wang, and Zhu Gaoxiu was aware that their obedience stemmed from the authority he wielded rather than genuine loyalty. After all, he had received his military command from the Yan Wang's household, and his imposing demeanor was also significant. Among the Yan Wang's 3 sons, Zhu Gaoxiu uniquely held military authority. Otherwise, with the heir's indulgence in Gao Zai's frailty, he might not have commanded respect among these warriors. Zhu Gaoxiu scanned the surroundings, noting the smoke rising from the earthen wall barracks, indicating that many soldiers had yet to eat breakfast. He addressed the officers. First, let us have a hearty meal and take a moment to rest. We shall organize the troops within the hour and prepare to set out. The officers responded in unison. We await your command. With that, Zhu Gaoxiu mounted his horse and rode deeper into the camp, handing the reins to Wang Bin as he walked among the soldiers. Those who had been squatting to drink soup and chew steam buns stood up, looking toward Zhu Gaoxiu. Among the ordinary guards, one soldier recognized him and, with an honest smile, asked, Your Highness, have you eaten? Allow me to serve you a bowl. Immediately, someone muttered, Even if the prince hasn't eaten, he wouldn't want your food. Zhu Gaoxiu replied, I have eaten. Continue with your meal. He stepped forward, picked up an iron bowl, stirred it with a spoon, and ladled a scoop into the bowl before taking a hearty sip and nodding in approval. Not bad. The soldiers responded enthusiastically. Zhu Gaoxiu did not linger long and continued to walk around with the accompanying officers. At that moment, he noticed a line of soldiers nearby, clearly having finished their meal. He approached curiously to observe, and a military officer rushed over to greet him with respect. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand, noting that the rows were quite orderly. Suddenly, he spotted a young soldier in his teens who looked familiar. He stepped up to the soldier and asked, Do you remember me, Your Highness? Zhu Gaoxiu instantly recalled that this was the same individual who had been whispering behind the hall during the Yan Wang's coup. At that time, Zhu Gaoxiu had told him that farming was preferable to warfare. Zhu Gaoxiu casually inquired, What is your name? The soldier replied, My surname is Jin, in the village. My friends and comrades call me Shirtu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu adjusted his armor, saying, If you are to join the battle, then give it your all. Jin Shirtu beamed with excitement, exclaiming, I will heed your words, Your Highness. Zhu Gaoxiu left the ranks, gazing into the distance, where he saw cavalry rushing past, shooting arrows at a row of targets. Intrigued, he mounted his horse and urged Wei to fetch him a bow, galloping toward the targets. Fixing his eyes on the target, he took a deep breath and drew the bowstring. Zhu Gaoxiu, not particularly fond of practicing martial arts, and having not used a bow in a long time, felt a twinge of anxiety. As he drew nearer, he released the string, and with a resounding thud, the arrow flew true, striking the bullseye, embedding deep into the wooden target. The watching officers applauded loudly, exclaiming, Excellent! Excellent! Zhu Gaoxiu felt that in ancient times, a military leader could not solely rely on strategic formations. The skills of archery and cavalry were equally vital. Without proficiency in these areas, it would be impossible to earn the respect of the warriors. How could he expect to motivate the soldiers if he himself lacked such skills? Wei busily remarked, Your Highness has displayed remarkable prowess in archery and horsemanship since a young age, surpassing all others on the battlefield. His reputation in Yin has long been as thunderous as it is deserved, and we, the generals, cannot help but acknowledge that. The martial officers of the left guard echoed his sentiments, while Zhu Gaoxiu silently exhaled a breath of relief. In Chapter 38, the newcomer on the battlefield. As the troops gathered at De Shengmin were organized, Zhu Gaoxiu commanded the generals to set out. They traversed the main road through Beiping and joined forces with the Yan Wang's main contingent, exiting through the southern gate. The army, numbering in the tens of thousands, gradually left the city, marching in 3 divisions, the front, the center, and the rear. However, the army made only 20 miles in a day before halting to establish encampments. After resting in the main tent of the left guard, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a bit dazed. Yet for his first day in the military, he had performed admirably, demonstrating considerable effort without any discord among the generals. Despite his earnest attitude and thorough preparation before departure, he still felt a tinge of uncertainty. Fortunately, he was merely serving as a subordinate to the Yin Wang and did not need to oversee the entire strategy. At that moment, a soldier approached the tent to report. The Yin Wang commands that Wang Gaoyang convene a meeting at the Central Army. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaosu rose from his mat and stepped outside, beckoning Wang Bin and others to accompany him as they rode towards the central camp. Upon arrival, he left his weapons at the entrance and entered the tent. Inside were Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, and a few other martial generals. The gathering was modest in size. Zhu Gaosu approached and said, "Your son pays his respects to Father Wang." The Yin Wang raised his left hand and gestured to the side while continuing to write something from his elevated position. Observing this, Zhu Gaosu joined the other generals in standing together. After a while, the Yin Wang set down his brush and declared, "I have just received reports that the vanguard of the Imperial Army has reached Xiong County in Mengzhou. Gung Bingwen's forces are still south of the Huangtuo River, with a portion having moved towards Hejian. The newly established Bureau of Civil Affairs in Zhen Ding indicates that Gung Bingwen, known for his cautious and stable nature in warfare, will likely regroup there." As the Yin Wang outlined the situation, Zhu Gaosu gained a clearer understanding of the locations mentioned. Xiong County and Mengzhou were at the forefront, with Hejian to the southwest, followed by the Huangtuo River to the south, and Zhending positioned at the rear, on the southern bank of the river. Zhu Gaosu listened intently, preferring to remain silent. Then the Yin Wang continued, "Zhang Yu's assessment is astute. I fear that Gung Bingwen will attempt to seize the city immediately, aiming to consolidate his position and transition from defense to offense. This could prove troublesome. He once defended against a siege of over 100,000 with a mere few thousand troops. Our Yin forces must seize the opportunity to strike while he is still vulnerable." Zhu Gaosu quickly clasped his fists and responded, "Your son is at your service." Zhuning also stepped forward to acknowledge this. The Yin Wang commanded, "You shall each lead your infantry and cavalry. We shall depart at dusk tomorrow to launch a surprise assault on Xiong County's imperial troops." Zhu Gaosu and Zhu Neng replied, "We shall obey your orders." The Yin Wang then dispatched Zhang Yu and Xiu Fu to set an ambush along the route between Mengzhou and Xiong County, instructing them to lay in wait at Yuyang Bridge, a crucial passage. Zhu Gaosu, impressed by the Yin Wang's familiarity with the terrain and tactical acumen, contemplated for a moment before summoning Wang Bin, saying, "Arrange for a few astute soldiers to disguise themselves as commoners and scout Xiong County overnight." Wang Bin clasped his fists and replied, "I shall select the personnel immediately." By the afternoon of August 15th, Zhu Gaosu received intelligence from Wang Bin and sought Zhu Neng to discuss it. Zhu Gaosu informed Zhu Neng, "Xiong County is small, and there is a significant force of 7,000 to 8,000 stationed outside the city. The camp is fortified with wooden stakes and trenches." Upon hearing this, Zhu Neng cast an appreciative glance at Zhu Gaosu, which bolstered his confidence regarding the battlefield. With his broad mouth and thick lips, Zhu Neng exclaimed, "I have also sent scouts. Last night, we reached the location and observed the camp outside the city. If we succeed in our assault, the few soldiers within will be easy to defeat." Zhu Gaosu humbly replied, "I will heed General Zhu's counsel." Zhu Neng continued, "When we crossed the northern border together, the cavalry performed exceptionally well. Tonight, we shall employ cavalry for the ambush, while my men will dismount to dismantle the barriers." Zhu Gaosu nodded in agreement. As the sun set and the moon shone brightly, with visibility still adequate, Zhu Gaosu and Zhu Neng joined their forces, ordering the soldiers to wrap their horses' hooves in cloth to muffle their sound before silently departing the main camp. Following the glimmers of firelight, they crept closer and could even see the bonfires within the camp, surprisingly undetected, unaware of the Southern Army's sentries. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from within, followed by the thunderous beating of drums. Zhu Gaosu, witnessing this, shouted, "Charge!" A contingent of cavalry from the left surged forward, but as they approached the ditch, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and flames flickered from the barriers. Zhu Gaosu's cavalry cried out in distress, with many thrown from their mounts. Alarmed, Zhu Gaosu felt a tightening in his chest, struggling to maintain his composure. Observing the situation, he noted that the Southern Army's firearms had an effective range of less than 10 meters, with only the cavalry who had rushed to the ditch falling victim. Seeing his cavalry continuing to press forward, he commanded, "Signal for a temporary retreat. Engage from 10 paces with light cavalry." His aides galloped ahead to relay the order. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers momentarily retreated, each commander leading their cavalry in a charge towards the camp's front, sweeping over the barriers while unleashing a flurry of arrows. The defending soldiers at the barriers retaliated with their firearms, but could not inflict casualties on the armored cavalry positioned slightly farther away. The loud retorts of their guns illuminated the night, and Zhu Gaosu's cavalry, struggling with poor visibility, instinctively shot at the flashes of light, resulting in a cacophony of screams from within the barriers. The cannon fire erupted, sounding like thunder, with bright flashes illuminating the chaos. Zhu Gaosu, unable to discern the type of projectiles being fired, found it difficult to perceive the situation in the darkness. After a volley of cannon fire, he sensed that the impact was minimal, and even the war horses remained unperturbed. All were soldiers of the Ming army, although the Yin forces were not heavily equipped with firearms. They were not unfamiliar with them. Just then, a rider approached at full gallop, shouting, "Your Highness, General Zhu's troops are on the eastern flank, daringly breaching the barriers." Zhu Gaosu immediately urged his horse to turn, shouting, "Signal for all those not yet engaged to charge with me." In Chapter 39, unaware of the fray, Zhu Gaosu led his troops to the east, where he saw Zhu Ning's forces had already breached several barriers, with large numbers of infantry eagerly advancing. Many leaped into the trenches, climbing up, while others tossed aside the toppled wooden stakes and the bodies of the fallen, shoveling dirt into the trenches. The sounds of battle reverberated, and the roar of gunfire filled the air as Zhu Gaosu galloped while observing the scene. As he scanned his surroundings, he realized that the officers of the left guard, including the Thousand Household and Deputy Thousand Household, had vanished from sight. Only Wang Bin and Wei remained close by. The booming of cannons and the flickering of bonfires created a scene that oscillated between clarity and obscurity. Under the moonlight, visibility diminished beyond 10 paces. He saw the chaotic movement of men and the glint of swords, utterly unclear where his troops were stationed. Yet, as Zhu Ning's allies surged forward, Zhu Gaosu did not wish to impede their progress. He raised his bow and shouted, "Kill!" Rallying his surrounding soldiers, he urged his horse towards the breached barriers. As they charged into the camp, Zhu Gaosu felt a deafening buzz in his head, for the scene inside was a chaotic maelstrom. The soldiers were embroiled in fierce combat, swirling like boiling water. The sounds of gunfire echoed all around. The air was thick with the scents of charred wood, gunpowder, and the mingled aroma of wine, accompanied by the crackling sounds reminiscent of firecrackers. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Gaosu was transported back to the lively atmosphere of New Year's Eve, but the haunting cries of the dying quickly dispelled that illusion. The scene was utterly chaotic, and he could not even discern the positions of his own subordinates. Zhu Gaosu found himself at a loss for how to command the battle, feeling increasingly ineffectual. Nevertheless, he retained some sense of strategy. Having fought hard to breach the defenses, he could not allow himself to block the way for those who followed. "Go!" Zhu Gaosu urged his horse onward, seeking an opening in the camp to push deeper inside, grateful that his guard were closely at his heels. Just then, he spotted a group of infantry rushing in formation towards the nearby bonfires, the sound of their hurried footsteps gradually aligning into order. Observing for a moment, Zhu Gaosu realized that the enemy was forming a temporary line of defense. Infantry must form ranks to wield their power. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Southern Army was unexpectedly ambushed in their camp, yet they did not flee in panic. Even after their fortifications were breached, they managed to organize themselves into a formation. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Gaosu urged, "Do not allow them the chance to regroup." With this command, he galloped closer, only to hear the enemy general shout, "Brothers, serve the nation loyally. The time has come." The troops responded with a resounding cheer, and amidst the flames, soldiers donned in broad-brimmed iron helmets tightly grasped their wooden spears, standing shoulder to shoulder in formation. The sight was truly formidable. Zhu Gaosu, leading over 200 cavalrymen, split into several groups and advanced within 100 paces. He observed that the enemy had already formed ranks, with more troops continually joining their battle lines. At that moment, a supply cart suddenly rolled to the front of the formation. Zhu Gaosu focused intently and, after a moment of realization, understood that it was a cart designed to unleash a barrage of gunpowder arrows, capable of firing over 100 shots at once. Although he had heard of such a contraption, he knew the Yin army lacked such equipment due to its cumbersome nature, unsuited for mobile cavalry. He quickly reined in his horse, suddenly feeling a chill run through him. Particularly alarming was the sight of a soldier lighting a torch. Zhu Gaoxiu's heart sank. There seemed to be no escape unless one could fly. The explosive sounds of gunpowder igniting echoed in the air, and Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes reflected the bright flames as swirling smoke enveloped the cart, illuminating the night sky. Moments later, he felt no pain, glancing around and touching himself. Finding no wounds from the arrows. Cursing loudly, he expressed his astonishment at the weaponry. The soldiers around him echoed his sentiments with exclamations of various profanities. Zhu Gaoxiu initially thought he had entered an era of machine guns. However, the weapon's accuracy was utterly lacking. Yet in close quarters, its sheer volume could still be deadly. The key was to remain calm, avoid premature firing, and withstand the pressure of a rapidly approaching cavalry charge. Zhu Gaoxiu, accompanied by his cavalrymen, pressed onward. Behind the bonfire, there were gunmen. Directly ahead were dense ranks of pikemen, and a second row of spears lowered to extend from the gaps in the front, creating a formidable barrier akin to a hedgehog. Realizing the peril, Zhu Gaoxiu thought to himself that he must have lost his senses to charge into such a situation. He quickly adjusted his reins and veered to the side, drawing his bow and searching for a target. The enemy's pikemen began to retaliate, wielding their firearms in an unorthodox manner, holding the weapons under their arms while using torches to ignite the fuses, seemingly without aiming, but perhaps they did not need to, given their effective range was merely a few paces. The bright flashes of gunfire at night illuminated the soldiers, and Zhu Gaoxiu took swift aim at the most conspicuous targets. He finally understood why his fellow soldiers were so keen to shoot at the gunmen. As Zhu Gaoxiu and his cavalry advanced 20 paces from the enemy lines, his observations confirmed that the firearms were indeed ineffective at that distance. Suddenly, arrows from the enemy's archers rained down, falling into the scatter of cavalry. However, the cavalry was already sparse, so most arrows clattered harmlessly against helmets and shoulder plates. The enemy's drums sounded, and the front ranks of spearmen began to advance, while another group of infantry split into two flanks, encircling Zhu Gaoxiu. He recognized this formation, having only seen it in books, akin to a tactic employed by the founding emperor. The leader of this infantry was undoubtedly a man of scholarly tactics. The simplicity of the formation belied its effectiveness, rooted in discipline and organization, a feat most ancient infantry could not replicate without falling apart. Retreat! Zhu Gaoxiu shouted instinctively, urging his men to fall back. After retreating several dozen paces, Zhu Gaoxiu spotted Junong, accompanied by a troop of cavalry and a disorganized mass of infantry. Junong called out, "Prince Gaoyong, flank to the rear. I shall take the lead." Observing the chaos of soldiers battling fiercely with knives and spears, Zhu Gaoxiu concluded that regardless of victory or defeat, both sides' infantry exhibited considerable fighting spirit. In his judgment, infantry lacking combat prowess typically favored ranged attacks. But those who held their ground amidst bloodshed and did not flee were truly formidable warriors. Zhu Gaoxiu relinquished his bow, took up a spear, and led the charge towards the enemy's flank. Although the southern army had formed a collective, they were still disorganized in their haste. Zhu Gaoxiu's horse, swift and agile, carried him to the forefront, and he was struck by 3 arrows on his armor. Though he felt a sharp pain, his muscles remained unscathed, suggesting he had suffered no serious injury. As he plunged into the fray, he thrust his spear, killing an enemy soldier. His valor inspired his comrades, who rallied behind him, shouting as they surged into battle. Zhu Gaoxiu's relentless assault was unstoppable. He soon realized that the principles of cavalry combat were akin to brawling. One must not remain stationary to be overwhelmed, but rather engage in motion. By breaking through from one direction, he could exploit timing, making it difficult for the enemy to coordinate simultaneous attacks. His strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, rendering him nearly invincible in single combat, especially from the advantageous height of his steed against foot soldiers. Soldiers were human too. They came to fight, not to die. And upon seeing the imposing figure of Zhu Gaoxiu charging, most chose to flee. As he pursued, he maintained his movement, skillfully avoiding the risk of being overwhelmed. Within the entire camp, chaos reigned once again, as more and more Yin soldiers surged through various gaps. All around, tents and supplies ignited, flames reaching high into the night. mingling with the terrified cries and battle shouts. Zhu Gaoxiu paused momentarily, the adrenaline coursing through him, creating a deafening roar in his ears. He was unaware of how much time had passed when Zhu Neng rode up, surveying the battlefield, and exclaimed, "Thanks to Prince Gaoyang's bravery, we have achieved a resounding victory." His hands were sticky with sweat and blood, and as he opened his palms, he recalled a line from a film that aptly described his first experience of battle. "It was exhilarating, yet I knew not what I had done, and it was already over." "Prince Gaoyang, you are injured?" Zhu Neng inquired. Zhu Gaoxiu glanced down at the broken arrows lodged in his chest plate and replied, "I wear 3 layers of armor." For some inexplicable reason, this response amused Zhu Neng, who burst into hearty laughter. Just then, Wang Bin approached, dragging a man along, and stated, "My lord, this fellow was the one who faced us head-on." The man, bloodied and battered, lifted his head defiantly and said, "If you wish to kill me, do so." Zhu Gaoxiu retorted, "Take this academic away." At that moment, a rider bearing a command flag galloped into the camp, dismounted, and bowed, saying, "My lord general, the Yin King orders that Zhang Yu has blocked the retreat of the Miao army at Yang Bridge. The Yin King has led the majority southward from the north and commands you to finish off the Xiong County forces before immediately flanking the Miao army from the west." Chapter 40. Adjust. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Neng left a portion of their troops to secure the battlefield, disregarding the Xiong County city. They promptly gathered their forces and headed south along the main road, tasked with joining the Yin King's main force to assault the government reinforcements. The various divisions traveled along the post road, igniting resin torches, marching in formation. Surrounding Zhu Gaoxiu were his loyal soldiers, both ahead and behind. On the way, Wei caught up with Zhu Gaoxiu, riding alongside him, then turned to speak. Noticing this, Zhu Gaoxiu asked, "Wei Bai who? Do you have something to say?" Wei replied solemnly, "After the battle at Xiong County, Qin Huzhong Wu spoke ill of the prince in public." "Oh." Zhu Gaoxiu immediately turned his head, recalling how the generals seemed supportive when he received command in Beiping. During the battle, the prince urged the soldiers to charge, but did not specify which direction to advance, resulting in a chaotic rush. As the prince arrived at the enemy camp, the soldiers were unaware of the whereabouts of their commander. They dispatched orders without locating their leader, leaving the troops uncertain whether to heed the prince or their respective captains. Wang Bin, walking behind Zhu Gaochun, cursed, "Is the prince greater than Zhang Qinhu? Whom should we listen to? It's quite apparent. I assent it. We barely approached the enemy camp and were suddenly discovered. Are we to delay and listen to a lecture instead of charging in?" Wei immediately concurred. "Indeed, both the Yin Wang and Zhu have proclaimed the prince a skilled warrior. It seems Zhang Qinhu is the real expert." However, Zhu Gaochun did not humbly acknowledge any shortcomings before his subordinates, for admitting his inadequacies would diminish his authority and breed distrust among the soldiers. They might think, "If you cannot fight, why should we risk our lives following you?" Zhu Gaochun maintained his composure, stating, "After all, I am my father's guard and would rather obey his commands." To the south, the majority of the army from Meizhou had crossed the Yang Bridge, led by Generals Pan Zhong and Yang Song. They were still unaware of the situation in Xiong County, their troops predominantly infantry, illuminated by torches along the path, resembling a long fire dragon. Yang Song jokingly remarked, "Could it be that General Pan's surname carries water?" To which Pan Zhong responded seriously, "It seems so. My late father perished after falling into the water and being captured by the enemy." Yang Song shook his head. "That's merely a coincidence. Many share a surname connected to water." At that moment, Yang Song quietly inquired, "Before we departed, General Pan met with Marquis Chongqing. I wish to ask, if we encounter the Yin Wang, how should we proceed?" Pan Zhong replied, "The Marquis did mention this. The Emperor has a secret decree. Do not let me tarnish the name of avenging my uncle." Yang Song's eyes widened. What does that mean? He suddenly understood. "So, if we slay the enemy commander, does that imply the Emperor does not intend to bestow a title?" Pan Zhong countered, "You are overly optimistic. After all, the Yin rebel is the grandson of the Emperor. Can we expect a title for his death?" As they spoke, Pan Zhong sensed something amiss and fell silent to listen. Moments later, someone shouted, "General, there appears to be movement to the north." Pan Zhong quickly commanded, "Relay to the entire army to halt immediately and form ranks." Upon reaching Yang Bridge, Pan Zhong witnessed the glimmer of fire guns and the clash of weapons, as the two armies had already engaged in battle. The imperial forces were suddenly ambushed, their ranks thrown into disarray, retreating towards the northern bank while still fighting. Cut down those who retreat. Ban Zhunk bellowed, drawing an arrow from his quiver and spurring his horse onto the bridge. He loosed several arrows and then unsheathed his sword, declaring, "This bridge must not be lost. Brothers, follow me to fight valiantly against the enemy. Those who retreat shall not escape my wrath." However, the Yin forces were fierce, and the southern troops on Yang Bridge were already in a state of collapse, retreating in a chaotic throng towards the north. Several soldiers wielding fire guns fired a few shots at the advancing Yin troops, yet the Yin soldiers pressed on relentlessly. Those with powderless firearms turned and fled. Pan Zhong cursed vehemently, slashing down one soldier. Unexpectedly, his horse was jostled by the tumult, causing him to lose his grip and tumble to the ground. "Damn it!" he shouted mid-fall, landing with a splash into the river. Clad in heavy armor, he sank like a stone, struggling to resurface. Just then, several figures emerged from the river's vegetation, swimming over with reeds in their mouths. They ensnared Pan Zhong in a net, dragging him towards the southern bank. Once ashore, he began to thrash desperately, but his drenched armor weighed heavily upon him, and the dim light hindered his efforts to free himself from the net. Soon after, several Yin soldiers pounced upon him, pinning him to the ground and binding him securely. Resigned, Pan Zhong gazed at the river, exclaiming, "Is this fate?" On the northern bank of Yang Bridge, the night was illuminated by flickering flames. After a while, Yang Song was also brought over, along with the Marshal General Zhang Bao, who had just arrived from Jinding. Surrounded by cavalry, a heavily armored man rode up, pointing his whip at them and declaring, "Surrender, and you shall live." Yang Song defiantly raised his head and shouted, "Yin rebel." Enraged, the armored man ordered, "Execute him." When it was Pan Zhong's turn, he saw his comrades steadfastly refusing to yield, declaring, "I will not surrender, nor will I insult the Yin Wang. Let's meet our end by the river." At that moment, Zhang Bao shouted, "Spare us, Yin Wang." "Damn, coward." Pan Zhong couldn't help but retort. Soon, he was dragged to the river's edge, gazing at the moonlit surface, and closed his eyes. Chapter 41. Maintaining order on the 16th day of the 8th month. Zhu Gaochuan accompanied the Yin Wang's army to Meizhou. The city was vacant, and the officials surrendered upon opening the gates, allowing most of the Yin forces to encamp within and around Meizhou. The Yin Wang convened in the main hall of the state office, instructing the generals to settle their camps before discussing matters in the hall. Zhu Gaochuan's left guard unit established a camp in front of the office, while Wang Bin and others chose a residence, with over 200 troops accompanying Zhu Gaochuan inside. When Zhu Gaochuan entered, the courtyard was filled with soldiers, and he was oblivious to the fate of the previous owner, who had likely been driven away by the soldiers. He inquired about the southern general captured the previous night, and soon Wang Bin brought him into the chamber. "Kill me if you must." The man with his hands bound behind his back grunted upon entering. Zhu Gaochuan replied, "I understand your desire to demonstrate your loyalty, but there is no need to reiterate." He approached calmly, as if engaging in casual conversation. "The one who captured you is Wang Bin. He may have informed you that I am Zhu Gaochuan, the second son of the Yin Wang of Gaoyang County. What is your name and rank?" After introducing himself, the man hesitated before responding, "I am Bai Hu, Lu Ying." "Bai Hu?" Zhu Gaochuan raised an eyebrow. "But there were certainly more than 100 in your formation last night." Lu Ying explained, "The camp was in disarray, and the Qianzong and Fu Qianzong were unaccounted for. I gathered my subordinates first before summoning the others to form ranks. Your capabilities exceed that of a mere 100, Zhu Gaochuan praised, while personally unbinding Lu Ying's ropes. Lu Ying stretched his arms, standing there in a daze. Due to Zhu Gaochuan's courtesy, he felt awkward cursing but also hesitant to immediately surrender, wearing an expression of great discomfort. Zhu Gaochuan paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Even if the court were to select teams, would it be your place to make such demands?" Lu Ying frowned as he stood for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "I have heard of the illustrious name of the Gaoyang Wang in the capital. I am willing to serve." Zhu Gaochuan placed a hand on Lu Ying's shoulder. "Very well, I must go meet the Yin Wang now." As he exited the room, he heard Wang Bin's voice from behind. "Round shield, the one you took last night? Your face resembles that of a round shield. Ha ha." Zhu Gaochuan arrived at the main hall of the state office to find the Yin Wang seated beneath the prominently displayed plaque. The Yin Wang summoned Zhang Bao. The southern general who had surrendered the previous night and exaggeratedly recounted the details of the battle, stating that the southern forces were utterly defeated and unable to resist. He proclaimed to all present, "The southern army is no match for us. We shall immediately march south to Zhending and decisively defeat Gung Bingwen." Listening to this, Zhu Gaochun felt a flicker of understanding, yet confusion lingered in his mind. The reasoning of ancient minds was peculiar. Why would Gung Bingwen order a full retreat to the northern bank upon hearing such news and arrange his troops outside the city? Gung Bingwen could have allowed the northern troops to defend the city while the southern troops faced off across the river, establishing a stable position first. These inferences and considerations held some validity and possibility, yet Zhu Gaochun could not fathom how the Yan Wang could be so certain. Regardless, Zhu Gaochun possessed a sense of self-awareness and remained silent, waiting for the Yan Wang to finish speaking. Once the Yan Wang concluded, he stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Father, last night I captured a southern Baihu. I request permission to handle him myself. Capturing prisoners without reporting seems rather against the rules, especially since those generals from the left guard were watching closely." Thus, Zhu Gaoziu reported first. The king of Yin turned to glance at Zhu Gaoziu. Rising as he casually remarked, "Good." The central army was ordered to rest for a day, and Zhu Gaoziu took the opportunity to requisition a batch of cotton cloth from the shops, gathering his soldiers to cut it into triangular flags. In total, there were 100 red flags, 100 green flags, and 100 blue flags, upon which Zhu Gaoziu commanded the word tiger to be inscribed, securely fastening them to small flagpoles. By evening, he summoned his subordinate warriors to his residence for a meeting. Qianu Zhongwu's face instantly darkened, as he might have discerned the underlying criticism directed at Zhu Gaoziu, perhaps having overheard some remarks. Zhongwu furrowed his brows and said, "Prince Gaoyang is a seasoned warrior. Why the need for such things? These flags are recognizable to both us and the enemy. Are we not inviting them to attack the central army of Prince Gaoyang?" Zhu Gaoziu turned and replied, "My personal guards are selected from the most elite warriors. Do we fear the enemy's assault?" Zhang Wu was about to retort when Zhu Gaoziu coldly interjected, "Zhang Qianhu, do you wish to disobey orders?" "I dare not." Zhang Wu's face turned grim, and with a sigh, he fell silent. The other generals remained quiet. Although they did not voice opposition, their discontent was palpable. Zhu Gaoziu waved his hand, dismissing them. Several generals saluted and said, "We take our leave." The troops rested for a night in the city of Guizhou. The following day, after breakfast, they gradually packed up camp. Zhu Gaoziu was ordered to lead the army southward, following the main force of the king of Yin. Along the way, Zhu Gaoziu restructured the command, reallocating 800 cavalry from the Enku In unit to the central army under his direct command, while Zhang Wu and another Qianhu each commanded 800 cavalry. Zhu Gaoziu also appointed Wei to take on the role of Qianhu, leading the Enku In unit. This rearrangement awaited the army's re-establishment of camp before Zhu Gaoziu reported back to the king of Yin. There was considerable murmuring among the generals regarding this decision, and their private grievances eventually reached Zhu Gaoziu's ears. Nonetheless, he resolved that sticking to one course of action was better than the chaos of the previous night, where everyone had been lost and disorderly. The army advanced majestically across the plains, banners fluttering like clouds, a truly spectacular sight. It was a fine autumn day, perfect for galloping onto the battlefield. However, Zhu Gaoziu remained sullen throughout the journey, as many of his subordinate generals were discontented, though they maintained decorum out of respect for his princely status. That night, the army set up camp, and the king of Yin summoned the major generals to the central army for a strategy meeting. The army was now nearing the Hutu River. As Zhu Gaoziu rode towards the central camp, he speculated that another battle was imminent. Zhu Gaoziu was filled with anxiety, pondering the upcoming confrontation with the seasoned General Gung Bingwen, a legacy of the Taizu era. He feared that a poor performance could jeopardize his father's safety. Despite his muscular physique, he found himself disenchanted with the life of a warrior. As expected, upon arriving at the central camp, the king of Yin immediately began to outline the battle strategy. He gestured broadly to the south, declaring, "Gung Bingwen and his entire army have already crossed the Hutu River." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoziu felt a surge of admiration for his father, astounded at the accuracy of his foresight. The king of Yin continued, "At dawn tomorrow, our Yin army will advance head-on, The imperial troops will inevitably fortify their defenses. I will then send our elite cavalry to flank them from behind, striking at their flanks, thus shattering their formation. At that moment, I shall lead our forces to seize the opportunity and defeat Gung Bingwen." The generals bowed in respect, exclaiming, "The king of Yin is indeed wise and formidable." The king of Yin then turned to Zhu Gaoziu, saying, "Gaoziu, you and Zhang Yu are the bravest. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall lead the vanguard cavalry." Zhu Gaoziu steeled himself and, alongside Zhang Yu, saluted, "We receive the command." The king of Yin further instructed, "Once you arrive at Zhending, Gaoziu shall strike from the west, while Zhang Yu attacks from the east, ensuring to unsettle their formation." Understood. After the other generals departed, Zhu Gaoziu sought out the captured Lu Ying for a candlelit discussion, inquiring about the formation and characteristics of the imperial troops, taking notes diligently. Yet, despite his earnestness, Zhu Gaoziu felt an unease creeping in as whispers of doubt circulated about him. If he were to falter, what would remain of his reputation within the army? What further criticisms would Qianhu Zhangwu have for him the next day? Chapter 42. Swift as the wind, Jinding was a grand city. Zhu Gaoziu gazed southward from within the army, the vast plain stretching endlessly before him, with the imposing city walls and towers drawing his attention. He could not ascertain the city's exact dimensions, but from observation, its perimeter was at least 20 li. The walls were composed of compacted earth, and Zhu Gaoziu knew that this type of earthen wall, with a trapezoidal cross-section, was both thick and sturdy, almost 10 meters in thickness, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Outside the city, dark formations of troops were arrayed, resembling countless containers from a distance. Banners fluttered above the ranks, interspersed with tall wooden carts. In front of the formations, a few scattered horses galloped, kicking up dust that swirled like mist. The ancient towers and walls appeared gray and ghostly, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the sound of a bullhorn echoed through the Yan army's formations, reminiscent of some colossal beast wailing. Zhu Gaoziu's forces were positioned to the west of the army when he heard the horn and summoned the generals to his side. At that moment, the drums of the Yin camp thundered like rolling thunder, and the central cavalry surged forward in formation. Zhang Wu's left camp, observing the red flag's position, followed closely, breaking through the gap. The right camp remained momentarily still, with the Qianhu assessing the urgency of the situation and deciding whether to act on military orders for support. The generals clasped their fists, declaring, "Understood. Each Qianhu and deputy Qianhu shall observe the situation and act accordingly." Zhu Gaoziu waved his hand and shouted, "Let us depart." The cavalry, adorned with red triangular flags, led the charge, followed in order by Wei Da's unit, the sound of thundering hooves growing louder. A wave of cavalry surged forth like a flood, veering westward. The imperial troops had arranged their formations widely, yet their breadth remained limited. Zhu Gaoziu and his men crossed the end of the imperial formation and began advancing southward. According to the king of Yan's orders from the previous day, he aimed to attack the imperial army's flank from the west. At that moment, a group of cavalry from the imperial camp suddenly surged forth, charging directly towards them. The enemy employed cavalry to shield their foot soldiers. Zhu Gaoziu had anticipated this scenario, having been forewarned by the captive Lu Ying about the potential for such maneuvers, contingent upon the enemy general's deployment of cavalry. As the threat approached, Zhu Gaoziu tightened his reins, kicking his horse with his right leg and pointing eastward, shouting, "Wang Bin, turn left and charge with me." Zhu Gaoziu then called out, "Relay the order to the left and right Qianhu camps. Zhang Wu on the left. Divide left and right to cover my flanks." Understood. Thus, Zhu Gaoziu led his cavalry into a head-on clash with the enemy horsemen, raising his spear high and bellowing, "Prepare your lances, charge." The soldiers followed suit, accelerating at his command, the sound of countless hooves echoing as the vanguard transitioned into a charge. The dry earth beneath their hooves was trampled into dust, and the cavalry felt as though they were treading upon clouds. Within the battlefield, visibility continued to diminish. The sound of strings resonated in the wind. The two vanguards were now merely 20 paces apart. Zhu Gaoziu's eyes caught sight of the enemy cavalry poised to draw their bows amidst the swirling dust. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted from the left. A Yin cavalryman fell from his mount, followed by a horrifying wail, as if trampled by the horse behind him. Zhu Gaoziu did not look back. His eyes widened as he charged forward. The cavalry closed in rapidly, the distance of 20 paces vanishing in mere seconds. A mounted officer, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, discarded his bow and drew his sword. Yet it was of no use, the speed was too great. They seemed unprepared for the Yin cavalry's relentless charge, bypassing the usual tactics of mounted archery and directly launching a frontal assault. As the cries of despair echoed in Zhu Gaoxiu's ears, the spearhead pierced through the back of the enemy's soldier. In such a rapid engagement, Zhu Gaoxiu had no time to withdraw his weapon. He simply released his grip and drew his long-handled saber from his back. With a swift motion, he struck down another enemy rider in a flash. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the clanging of metal echoed as if iron were being forged, and the scent of blood swiftly permeated the air. The dust swirling overhead appeared tinged with crimson, transforming into a fog of blood. In the blink of an eye, a rider on the right raised his lance, poised to strike Zhu Gaoxiu. Yet, the enemy's muscle response was sluggish compared to Zhu Gaoxiu's, and a mere moment's delay proved fatal. Before the lance could pierce, Zhu Gaoxiu swiftly brought his blade down upon the assailant's face. Instantly, a warmth enveloped his visage, and the world blurred into shades of red, while the nauseating stench of blood filled his nostrils. Ignoring the need to wipe his face, he plunged into the fray, cleaving down anyone within reach. That night, Zhu Gaoxiu had already grasped the essence of cavalry combat, his legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly, never pausing for breath, wholly focused on hand-to-hand combat. Most often, he struck once, his initial assault not the swiftest, yet always a fraction faster than his adversaries. The loyal soldiers surrounding him, aware that their fates were intertwined with their prince, fought valiantly, sacrificing themselves in a bloody struggle. The entire vanguard of the Yin army fought with the fury of those whose parents had been slain, their eyes blazing with rage. Soon enough, the enemy cavalry began to retreat, scattering in disarray. Zhu Gaoxiu spat blood, wiped his face with his left hand, now smeared with crimson. Turning his gaze, he saw a multitude of green flags advancing from the left, while blue flags appeared on the right. In his heart, he thought, "This initial charge by my brother is secure." Amidst the swirling dust, he discerned many horse rears retreating, the enemy troops in flight. The left eye of Zhu Gaoxiu twitched involuntarily, and he spurred his horse forward, swinging his blade. The sound of slicing flesh reverberating as he liberated himself from the fray. Blood splattered into the air, staining the ground below. The prince was akin to the king of hell. A roar from Wang Bin echoed behind him. Zhu Gaoxiu, undeterred, steadied himself amidst the haze of dust, observing the enemy infantry formations. The two nearby formations were in chaos, seemingly attempting to reposition, but only resulting in a disordered mass of bodies. Chapter 43. Encirclement from all sides within the city of Zhending. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of battle was deafening. The cannon and artillery roared incessantly, stone projectiles soaring into the air, crashing into the sea of humanity like pebbles tossed into the ocean. The official army boasted a strength of 300,000, while the Yin army claimed 200,000, yet the actual numbers were likely closer to 200,000 as well. As 20,000 men converged beneath the walls of Zhending, the primary weapons of destruction were effective only at close range, rendering the clash of horse and man akin to a tidal wave. Gung Bingwen pressed firmly on the hilt of his Yinling blade, pacing behind the battlements. His two white brows had converged into a single line. Peering down, he observed turmoil at the western wall, where a sea of red flags surged forward like a colossal arrow, leading a contingent of iron cavalry that charged with reckless abandon. The surrounding infantry had lost their formation, wielding various weapons as they focused on surrounding the red flag, while the cavalry pressed forward, causing the official troops to retreat. Those horsemen suddenly pivoted, scattering the infantry on the opposite side like frightened birds. The cavalry surged like a flood from the west, throwing the official army's western flank into utter disarray. The infantry scattering across the plain like a panicked swarm of ants. Gung Bingwen pointed with his wrinkled finger, exclaiming, "Although Zhang Yu on the right is fierce, he cannot surpass the son of the Yin king." At that moment, a voice interjected. "The Prince of Gaoyang is renowned for his bravery and can be considered a formidable general, yet he still falls short compared to me." Gung Bingwen turned to see Ping in, a robust figure whose broad shoulders strained against his armor, muscles bulging as if they might burst the metal. This man, known as Ping Ding, possessed an extraordinary physique, prompting the Taizu to take him as an adopted son, and Ping resembled his father in stature and strength. Gung Bingwen glanced at Ping and remarked, "If the Prince of Gaoyang were to be ensnared in the center, with the Yin King launching a frontal assault, the situation would be perilous. Reinforcements must be sent to the left flank." Ping immediately clasped his fists in salute, declaring, "I request to lead the cavalry out of the city to confront the Prince of Gaoyang." Gung Bingwen pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, let us heed the counsel of Duke Wei, dispatching elite forces to besiege this man, forcing him into a corner and severing a limb from the Yan rebels." With a fierce expression, he raised his hand in a downward motion, instructing, "Relay the order to the Deputy General Sheng Yong to oversee the battle north of the Prince of Gaoyang, gathering the infantry to block the Yan army and obstruct the Prince of Gaoyang's path." Upon receiving the command, Ping responded, "I accept the order. However, given the thickness of the central formation, the old general need not exert himself and may remain atop the city. Let us demonstrate how to defeat the Prince of Gaoyang." Gung Bingwen nodded slightly, stroking his white beard, and added, "With the Yin King and his son personally present on the battlefield, the morale of the Yin troops is soaring. At 65, I am not as valiant as the Yin King. The military governor Wu Ding should remain stationed at the city." He surveyed the vast battlefield with solemnity, declaring, "We have received the Emperor's heavy trust. How can we not risk our lives? I urge you all to fight fiercely against the enemy in gratitude for the Emperor's grace." Ping En's eyes widened intensely, and he clasped his fists. "Understood." The left flank formations began to adjust their positions, maintaining their stance against the frontal assault of the Yan army. The rear formations turned to face the city wall, with long spears at the forefront, accompanied by firearms and archers to defend against the encroaching Yin cavalry. At that moment, Zhu Gaosu led his troops, with the Quanyong unit, the left Qianzong unit, and the right Qianzong unit forming staggered lines, penetrating deep into the Southern Army's formation. Many formations near the city walls were swiftly defeated. Unexpectedly, he found his advance hindered. The northern formations resembled iron fortresses, their combat strength far superior to those he had just routed. Zhu Gaosu charged repeatedly, yet still could not breach the nearby formations. He withdrew the Quanyong unit slightly, cutting through the remnants of the broken enemy troops before turning to observe. The assault was thwarted. Would perseverance allow him to achieve his objective? On the battlefield, amidst the clamor of thousands, smoke swirled and morphed unpredictably. Zhu Gaosu experienced a fleeting lapse of clarity. He had yet to fully comprehend the situation. If he could have shattered the vast northern formations and expanded his victory, but instead found himself stymied, how could he avoid the scorn of others? However, in the distance, the northern formations began to advance slowly toward him. If he failed to break them, the mobility of his cavalry would be severely restricted, reducing them to mere infantry on horseback. Zhu Gaosu was drenched in sweat, blood mingling with perspiration, trickling down to his chin and dripping onto his breastplate. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, quickly forming his own perspective. As a commander of an army, one may not necessarily be adept at formations, for subordinates will always possess such skills. One may be of average martial prowess, provided one does not rush to the front lines. However, a commander must possess the capacity for decisive judgment in the heat of battle. Only the commander holds the power over troops. Even if the judgment is flawed, even if faced with criticism, decisiveness is paramount. He issued a command to the entire army: shift the front lines and redirect towards the west to break through. Zhu Gaosu shouted. The order was acknowledged. The Quanyong unit was the first to turn, and Zhu Gaosu led his loyal soldiers westward, swiftly overtaking the Quanyong unit. At that moment, Zhang Wu's troops also began to pivot toward the west. The cannon atop the city walls erupted again. The stone projectiles launched into the throng, occasionally claiming lives. However, the rate of fire and lethality were limited, with actual casualties being minimal. Among the throngs of soldiers, the primary effect was one of intimidation. The vast Yin army, despite the small probability of being hit, found the thunderous cannon fire overwhelming, easily overshadowing the statistical reality. Zhu Gaosu approached Zhang Wu's camp only to find the green flags lingering, refusing to move. The cavalry maneuvered swiftly on the battlefield. What was Zhang Wu doing? Did he dare to defy orders in the heat of battle? Zhu Gaosu galloped into the left camp's vicinity, loudly demanding, "Why does the left Qianzong unit not advance?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaosu beckoned Wang Bin and others, leading his loyal troops past the left camp's ranks. He charged directly westward, witnessing countless cavalry retreating toward him. It is most easily discerned from the iron helmets. The brim of the Southern Army's hats is somewhat wider, leading Zhu Gaoxuan to conclude that these men are indeed from the Yan army. Moments later, he noticed the fluttering of a blue flag, which belonged to the right camp's 800 cavalry. "Are you not the elite guards of the Yan king? What a joke!" Zhu Gaoxuan cursed under his breath, spurred his horse, and charged westward. The triangular red flag waved as a pack of fierce iron riders followed Zhu Gaoxuan into the fray. Amidst the rising smoke, Southern cavalrymen pursued fiercely behind them. Zhu Gaoxuan raised his newly swapped cherry spear, thrusting it skyward, and shouted "Kill!" As the two armies galloped closer. Zhu Gaoxuan employed his old tactics, accelerating on horseback, utilizing the speed of his steed to seize the initiative. The thunderous sound of heavy iron hooves echoed in his ears. The rushing wind made it difficult for him to breathe, and his blood surged rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Gaoxuan lifted the cherry spear and tucked it under his arm. With a clang, his right hand slid forward on the spear. He immediately released his grip, smoothly extending his arm toward his shoulder, a motion he had performed countless times, now executed with remarkable skill. He accurately grasped the hilt of his saber. In an instant, the blade gleamed, and a shadow flashed before him. Zhu Gaoxuan struck down with his sword. The violent tremor sent a jolt through his grip, causing his entire arm to shake. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Gaoxuan realized he was utterly alone, with only empty horses trailing behind him. Shortly after, Wang Bin and several riders shouted as they caught up, having slain one of the enemy. Wang Bin's eyes were bloodshot. The fierce warrior who had just engaged was swinging his weapon with ferocity and had already dispatched several foes. Pulling his horse to a halt and commanding it to turn around. "Gao Yang Wang, let's fight again." Zhu Gaoxuan, having gauged the strength of his opponent from their initial exchange, thought to himself, "Why should I engage in a drawn-out battle, risking being surrounded by the entire army?" The fierce warrior proclaimed, "I am Ping Yin. My late father was a sworn brother to your imperial ancestor, so you must address me as brother." Ping Yin's voice rang out. "The current emperor is the sovereign of all under heaven. That is your ancestors' decree." It was evident from the sound that this adversary had not retreated too far and was in hot pursuit. Chapter 44. Surrounded on all sides, the thunderous clatter of countless iron hooves created a chaotic symphony akin to relentless thunder. At this moment, Zhu Gaoxuan dared not linger in battle. The Southern cavalry leader, Ping Yin, was extraordinarily valiant, and in a one-on-one duel, Zhu Gaoxuan would not necessarily prevail. Ping Yin's cavalry was equally elite, fresh, and full of vigor. After having already decimated the first wave of Southern cavalry and shattered numerous infantry formations, Zhu Gaoxuan's forces were significantly depleted. Engaging Ping in a direct confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes, and certainly, it would not be resolved swiftly. Accompanied by his personal guard and the Qianyong unit, he continued to flee eastward. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted to the north of Zhending City, as Zhu Gaoxuan, attacking the Southern Army's rear, found himself encircled. Zhu Gaoxuan's brigade of over 2,000 cavalry faced a dire predicament. To the west lay Ping Yin's cavalry contingent. To the north was an infantry phalanx composed of formidable warriors. To the south loomed the 10-meter-thick walls of Zhending City. To the east was the Southern Army's main formation, heavily fortified and layered. Zhu Gaoxuan silently cursed. With so many fierce warriors on just one flank, the Southern Army appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Did the Yan king truly have chance? As he trotted onward, he scanned the northern front, realizing Zhang Wu's 1,000-man unit could not breach the Southern infantry's steadfast line. It seemed an impossible goal. Zhang Wu's sole contribution was to slow the advance of the Southern infantry. Otherwise, Zhu Gaoxuan's forces would soon be trapped and rendered immobile by a swarm of infantry. If the cavalry had no room to maneuver, standing still would lead to inevitable doom. Zhu Gaoxuan could imagine the outcome with little effort. He gazed out, feeling as though his forces had dwindled to a mere bubble, submerged in an ocean of chaos, ready to burst at any moment. At this moment, Zhu Gaoxuan felt as if he were in a dream, sensing an impending doom. He had fought valiantly on the battlefield, yet most of the time his mind was tense, consumed with the act of combat. It was only now that fear crept in. The prospect of sudden death did not terrify him. Rather, the most dreadful fate was the slow, agonizing wait for death. Zhu Gaoxuan recalled a form of torture he had learned about in a past life, being bound to a beach, awaiting the tide to drown them, a particularly inhumane fate. Zhu Gaoxuan cursed inwardly. Am I to face an assault from tenfold their numbers? Is this the way of war? He pondered whether surrendering to the court would lead to a merciful fate from the Jiangwen emperor, but he quickly dismissed the notion as improbable. As he galloped, Zhu Gaoxuan busily surveyed the situation, hoping to find a sliver of an escape route. However, the southern infantry formations, arranged in a triangular pattern, made it seem nearly impossible to break through their ranks. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, amidst the swirling dust, he perceived a thin veil of clarity in the haze. With a glance, he caught sight of a scene further afield. Though it was fleeting, it revealed something. To the due north, the situation appeared stagnant, while to the east, signs of disarray emerged within the southern formations. Zhu Gaoxuan had ridden east of Zhang Wu's unit and observed part of the southern infantry's formation shifting direction. The infantry, originally facing the northern Yan forces, began to pivot left, clearly intending to encircle him completely. Yet, the infantry's abrupt turn was challenging. Conversely, the formations on Zhu Gaoxuan's side could easily exchange positions with proper command. Thus, a portion of the southern army was still in the process of realigning. A bold idea suddenly ignited in Zhu Gaoxuan's mind. Since he had entered this fray, why not press forward with relentless aggression? Zhu Gaoxuan's mind rapidly processed vast amounts of information. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that there might still be a sliver of opportunity to the east, but upon further reflection, it seemed absurd, almost akin to a death sentence. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for deliberation. Yet, as he observed the line beginning to collapse, he questioned whether an opportunity still existed. Damn it, Zhu Gaoxuan cursed aloud. If I owe 20,000 taels, what difference does it make to owe an additional 10,000? I will go all in. He turned and commanded, relay the order. Zhang Wu, immediately lead the troops eastward following the red flag. The right camp shall fight while retreating, converging toward my main force. Understood. Zhu Gaoxuan reined in his steed, turning to his comrades. Brothers, we are surrounded on three sides. One side is the city wall. Our strength is waning, and we cannot break through to the rear. Our only hope lies in a fierce assault to the east, relying on the Yan King for support, which may grant us a glimmer of survival. At this critical juncture, defeat would mean certain death. The imperial army would spare none of us. Rather than be slaughtered like cattle, let's fight. I, Zhu Gaoxuan, shall lead the charge at the forefront, standing with my brothers until the end. I will not seek to survive. Zhu Gaoxuan drew his long-handled blade from his back, and upon seeing Wang Bin's wide-eyed expression, said, "It is truly regrettable. I apologize, brother." Wang Bin replied, "My life has long been the prince's." Zhu Gaoxuan raised a saber high, pointing it forward. Prepare for battle, troops. Attack. The cavalry around him lifted their long spears, rallying their spirits, and began their advance. Kill. The army roared in unison, their steeds accelerating rapidly. In the dust ahead were the recently turned, disordered infantry. The Yan army's vanguard charged forward without hesitation, showing no signs of slowing, lunging directly at them. With a whinny, Zhu Gaoxuan nearly lost his seat on the horse as he clutched the horse's belly with his legs, leaning forward, his blade thrusting straight ahead. The sounds of clashing weapons and the cries of war horses filled the air. A horse reared high, tossing its rider to the ground. More iron cavalry surged into the enemy ranks, and the confused infantry scattered in all directions. Zhu Gaoxuan led his red flag personal guard, charging through the infantry formation, continuing forward to allow more of his comrades to follow in pursuit. At that moment, he gazed through the haze, faintly perceiving a throng of banners ahead, suggesting the presence of a formidable general at that location. The Southern Army's infantry, having just disbanded, surged eastward, with Zhu Gaoxiu and his companions following closely to inflict further slaughter, breaking into another formation where disheartened soldiers mingled chaotically. Without hesitation, Zhu Gaoxiu plunged into the fray. With a swift motion, he raised his saber, striking upward, causing a foe to clutch his neck in desperation as blood gushed forth from his fingers. The Yin army charged forth, suddenly overwhelming the ranks, and the southern soldiers, gripped by terror, descended into disarray. Commands rang out ahead, and a troop of cavalry charged forth from amidst the dense banners. Moments later, the sharp clamor of metal colliding and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Zhu Gaoxiu positioned his left hand upon the hilt of his saber, gripping it firmly with both hands, and delivered a powerful downward blow, cleaving the wooden shaft of an enemy knight's lance in two. The blade flashed, and the enemy soldier let out a wail as he toppled backward. At this juncture, Zhu Gaoxiu felt his mount lighten beneath him, the horse's neighing piercing his eardrums as he was thrown forward. With a crash, his heavy armor clattered to the ground, and his eyes were momentarily blinded by a cascade of golden light, twinkling like dandelion seeds drifting upward. In the midst of the chaos, his comrades swiftly surrounded him, fiercely engaging the enemy. A cavalryman tumbled from his steed, handing Zhu Gaoxiu the reins, exclaiming, "I reside on Xie Street, in Hubaxiang. They call me Chun Da Chui." Zhu Gaoxiu paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication of the words. Mounting the horse, he responded, "Brother, I shall remember that." With renewed vigor, Zhu Gaoxiu surged forward, only to catch sight of a venerable general, his hair as white as snow, standing among the cavalry, reaching for his sword. At a glance, it was evident that the old general was not clad in ordinary garb. Could it be Gung Bingwen? Zhu Gaoxiu was aware that Gung Bingwen was of advanced age. Just as he contemplated charging, a contingent of infantry burst forth, brandishing firearms within mere 10 paces. Panic-stricken, Zhu Gaoxiu hunched down, but was suddenly obscured by a cavalryman who charged through. The sound of gunfire echoed as the man before him trembled violently, his lance flying from his grip, before he toppled backward. "Wang Bin!" Zhu Gaoxiu bellowed, disregarding everything as he saw the enemy cavalry flanking the old general, poised to protect him. Drawing a deep breath, Zhu Gaoxiu leveled his saber and hurled it forward. The blade missed its intended target, embedding itself in the shoulder of the general's steed. The horse reared violently, collapsing to its knees, throwing Gung Bingwen to the ground. Zhu Gaoxiu, driven by desperation, charged forth, dispatching 2 foes with swift strikes. A lance thrust towards him, and though he attempted to evade, it pierced through his armor beneath his armpit, causing him to tumble from his mount as the steed was struck again. At that moment, his loyal soldiers, heedless of their own safety, rushed in, with one cavalryman tackling an enemy to the ground. Zhu Gaoxiu scrambled forward, delivering a powerful punch as the old general attempted to rise. The general's teeth and blood splattered into the air as he fell back again. Zhu Gaoxiu lunged, drawing his Yinling sword, his face smeared with blood and his eyes wide with fury. He aimed the blade at the general's throat. Yet he hesitated, torn between capturing him alive or ending his life. In that instant, the old general, struggling, raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Zhu Gaoxiu, declaring, "I have fought alongside the Taizu to carve out this land. I would rather die on the battlefield than endure humiliation in my old age. Gaoxiu, grant me this favor." Seizing upon Zhu Gaoxiu's moment of indecision, he grasped the blade's edge and forcefully pulled it toward his own neck. Chapter 45. Surviving the aftermath, Zhu Gaoxiu pried the old general's hand away from the blade, withdrawing the Yinling sword from Gung Bingwen's neck. The old general's final words stirred a fleeting pang of sorrow within Zhu Gaoxiu. After all, they were of the same kin, now embroiled in a deadly struggle amongst hundreds of thousands, as if bound by an ancient grudge, yet most were strangers to one another, devoid of enmity or grievance. The moment of discomfort swiftly passed, as Zhu Gaoxiu's own life hung precariously in the balance. He retrieved Gung Bingwen's helmet and ornate scabbard, discovering a scroll upon the general's person, which he hastily stashed into his armor. Upon rising, Zhu Gaoxiu noticed a group of southern cavalrymen had dismounted, kneeling motionless before Gung Bingwen's corpse, seemingly resigned to their fate. The Yin soldiers, however, were too preoccupied with the battle to execute them, instead hastily gathering a general's banner from the ground. He picked up a lance, affixing Gung Bingwen's banner and helmet to it. Just then, his loyal soldiers brought forth a third horse, and Zhu Gaoxiu mounted it, raising the lance aloft as he proclaimed, "The esteemed General Gung Bingwen has been slain by my hand." His comrades echoed the declaration. "General Gung Bingwen has perished. General Gung Bingwen has fallen." with shouts resounding. They charged northward. Many southern soldiers turned to regard the banner and helmet, and upon hearing the shouts, a look of despondency and sorrow washed over their faces, their morale plummeting. Observing the iron cavalry charging forward, many began to retreat in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Gaoxiu led his men into fierce combat, sweeping northward to break through the encirclement. He harnessed the moment, shouting of Gung Bingwen's demise, pouring every ounce of strength into the fight. After a protracted struggle, Zhu Gaoxiu's cavalry, flanked by the Yin forces, finally pierced a narrow gap. He commanded, "Relay the order to the entire army. We must break through at the red flag." The command was heeded. As the troops surged forward, they awaited the cavalry from Zhang Wu's left flank to emerge through the breach. After a moment, some blue-flagged cavalrymen galloped forth. Though they were fewer than half their original strength, Zhu Gaoxiu strained to peer into the distance. Witnessing the official army's ranks bristling with weapons, their forces surging forth. Exhausted and with his remaining troops suffering heavy casualties, Zhu Gaoxiu found himself bereft of the strength to rescue those comrades left behind. His cavalry had suffered tremendous losses. Their formation was in disarray and chaos reigned. He had no choice but to ride northward with all his might to escape the battlefield. At that moment, the Yin King, leading a contingent of iron cavalry, approached head-on. The Yin King, his eyes fierce, first scrutinized the general's banner and helmet in Zhu Gaoxiu's possession before taking in the sight of the blood-soaked and tattered figure before him. He rode forth, grasping Zhu Gaoxiu's arm, exclaiming, "My son, you are valiant. Just moments ago, Gung Bingwen, Sheng Yong, and Ping coordinated a three-pronged assault, and I had instructed Xiu Fu to provide support, fearing you might not emerge unscathed." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu reflected, "So that was it. No wonder I encountered so many pitfalls upon entering." He opened his mouth, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. The fear of having survived, a surge of anger, and a pang of regret rendered him momentarily speechless. "I accept your command," Zhu Gaoxiu replied, clasping his fists, only then noticing his hands trembled uncontrollably. With weary and disordered troops, Zhu Gaoxiu continued northward as the martial figures surrounding the Yin King bowed in respect, expressing their admiration. "Prince Gaoyang! Prince Gaoyang!" Meanwhile, the distant voice of the Yin King echoed behind them. "Sheng Yong, that wretch, assists the tyrant in his wickedness." Zhu Gaoxiu, weary and disheartened, could not muster the strength to engage in the decisive battle beneath Zhending City, pressing onward to the encampment. Upon arrival, he immediately ordered Wang Bin to be laid upon a wooden bed, summoning the army's physician while carefully removing Wang Bin's armor and clothing. Though he was not a physician in his previous life, Zhu Gaoxiu possessed enough basic knowledge, such as the importance of disinfection, the dangers of foreign objects and wounds, and the necessity of suturing to promote healing. As he stripped away the garments, he meticulously observed for any fragments remaining within the wounds. Clad in heavy armor, Wang Bin had been struck at close range by a firearm, the projectile penetrating the armor and embedding itself within the flesh. With the physician's assistance, Zhu Gaoxiu and his men stripped Wang Bin of his clothing, revealing 5 gunshot wounds upon his chest. Miraculously, none had penetrated the thoracic cavity to injure internal organs, allowing him to still move. The Lord, Wang Bin, astonishingly managed to utter a sound. Zhu Gaoxiu remarked, "Brother, there's no need for words. You have protected me with your life. Henceforth, whatever glory and wealth I attain shall also be yours and your family's." The physician tended to his wounds, and despite the pain coursing through his body, Zhu Gaoxiu remained watchful, commanding the physician to extract the iron pellet using sterilized instruments and to cleanse the wound meticulously with boiled water. Given the limited medical facilities at the time, the fact that the pellet had not pierced any vital organs did not guarantee safety. Survival from the risk of infection now hinged solely on Wang Bin's fate. With the overwhelming presence of the official army's infantry, the prospect of a complete collapse was alarming. Could 100,000 men still enter the city in such chaos? Zhu Gaoxiu could easily envision the pandemonium of the city gates should disorder strike, especially with tens of thousands of Yin troops poised for ambush behind them. Thus, he deduced that the reason the Yin Wang had not achieved a decisive victory today was precisely why they were still encamped rather than residing within the city of Zhending. At that moment, a messenger arrived, instructing Zhu Gaoxiu to proceed to the central command tent for a council. He changed into a different set of clothing, leaving his armor behind temporarily, and hurried to the central command. The terror of war was palpable. Within a single day, in a confined space, tens of thousands could perish. The Yin army, too, had suffered heavy losses, with Zhu Gaoziu's own cavalry unit likely incurring casualties exceeding 1,000. Yet, as he approached the command tent, he was met with raucous laughter emanating from within. Regardless of the circumstances, the narrative of having vanquished the enemy commander and achieved a sweeping victory was essential. It was a means to bolster the morale of the Yin troops and instill faith in the success of their rebellion. Upon entering, all eyes turned towards him, and the laughter ceased. Occasionally, someone praised, "Wang Gaoyang has claimed the head of the enemy general amidst the throngs. Truly, he is unparalleled in valor." The Yin Wang had a tiger, which only added to their strength. Zhu Gaoziu first offered a military salute to the Yin Wang, keenly observing that while the Yin Wang's expression seemed joyful, his eyes still betrayed a depth of concern. Not only the Yin Wang, but even Zhu Gaoziu understood that without capturing Jinding, the Yin army would remain trapped in the Beiping region, unable to breach the Hongtuo River. Moreover, this strategy would not endure against the numerous official forces commanded by Geng Bingwen. The Yin Wang then proclaimed, "The credit for this battle belongs to Gaoziu." Zhu Gaoziu, upon hearing this, reflected inwardly, "I am already a prince. What use is military merit? Beyond being a prince is the status of a royal, which is contingent upon birth rather than deeds." There was but one path. His father was the emperor. He promptly responded, "Father." The 100 households Wang Bin and Wei De fought valiantly at the forefront. The other generals could only smile in agreement. Zhu Gaoziu recalled that those two captains were loyal subordinates of the Yin Wang, and continued, "Captain Chun Gang and others during the breakout fought bravely to the last, or else my comrades would have been slaughtered in the ambush. Captain Zhang Wu stood firm in the center, allowing my forces to evade encirclement. Both deserve great credit. Had it not been for the dedication of the generals, he could not have decapitated the Marquis of Chongqing, and his life, along with the lives of the entire army, might have been lost in the siege." Although Chan Wu had spoken ill of Zhu Gaoziu behind his back, Zhu Gaoziu chose not to hold a grudge. After all, there was no real animosity, and having just emerged from a heap of corpses, he had come to terms with much. Zhu Gaoziu believed that once he established his authority within the army, Chan Wu would eventually concede. The Yin Wang, upon hearing this, stated, "Those who have merit shall be rewarded and promoted in the central command. Simply let them await the news." Zhu Gaoziu clasped his fists. "I shall obey." The Yin Wang then inquired of the generals, "What strategies do we have for capturing Jinding?" Zhang Yu, Zhu Neng, and others proposed various ideas. Yet the Yin Wang did not affirm any, given that the official forces were entrenched within the city and the Yin army lacked siege equipment. Any notion of assaulting the city was futile. Furthermore, with the current troop strength of the Yin army still inferior to that of the official forces within Jinding, even with siege weapons, how could they hope to prevail? As autumn nights settled over the northern plains, the chill was unmistakable. The firewood crackled in the campfire, occasionally emitting sharp pops. Small groups of soldiers marched past from nearby, the night deepening into a quiet not quite as serene as a rural evening, yet illuminated by the firelight, creating an illusion of bustling activity across the plains. The Yin Wang pulled his cloak tighter around him, walking slowly ahead in silence, while Zhu Gaoziu followed closely, equally mute. The father and son shared an unspoken understanding as they walked in tranquil companionship. The Yin Wang's demeanor was calm, yet undoubtedly layered with complexities. After such a prolonged silence, he was surely deep in thought. Zhu Gaoziu speculated on his father's mind, guessing some thoughts while failing to fathom others. He pondered over matters such as the prince's poisoning. He believed that as long as the prince had not truly been poisoned to death, the Yin Wang would not pursue the matter, especially not at such a critical time. With the Yin Wang's seasoned intellect, he might even conclude that Zhu Gaoziu had no intention of harming the prince. Otherwise, administering an antidote would be redundant. Moreover, in a moment of crisis, if the prince chose to sacrifice himself, he would not allow the two brothers to escape first. The Yin Wang must certainly grasp these nuances, for otherwise, he would not be the Yin Wang. Zhu Gaoziu thought, the most consequential aspect lies in the Yin Wang's perception of me. The Yin Wang would not see him as a second son with brawn, but a simple mind, characterized by an honest and straightforward nature. Yet what could he do? Zhu Gaoziu was never the type to feign such simplicity. The act could be maintained for a day or two, but to uphold it for a month or two was nearly impossible, let alone a year or two, or even 10. Moreover, if Zhu Gaoziu were to commit to this charade, it could not be solely before the Yin Wang. He would need to perform it incessantly, every hour of every day. Otherwise, in such close relations, with many eyes watching, any slip would inevitably reach the Yin Wang's ears. Better to refrain from acting than to risk arousing the Yin Wang's suspicions regarding his motives and intentions. At that moment, the Yin Wang suddenly halted, gazing up at the stars. Zhu Gaoziu stood still as well, glancing upward, wondering what insight one might glean from the stars. The Yin Wang turned to him, stating, "The prince is frail and often unwell. Gaoziu, you must persevere." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoziu felt a surge of tension. The Yin Wang looked at him once more and continued solemnly, "Gaoziu, you have fought valiantly by my side, refusing to surrender despite being surrounded. You are the most loyal." Zhu Gaoziu thought, "Isn't this an obvious situation? If I could surrender, why would I choose death?" Yet, he soon understood the Yin Wang's intent. In comparison to the prince, "I trust you more. You and I are bound together, and your slaying of so many official soldiers objectively illustrates your loyalty to me, at least during the Jingnan conflict." The very fact of this loyalty made it all the more credible. If someone other than the Yin Wang had uttered these words, Zhu Gaoziu might have genuinely believed them and found himself filled with visions of a bright future. However, what of the aftermath of the Jingnan conflict? Perhaps the Yin Wang considered the outcome uncertain, the risks still considerable, and thoughts of the distant future were futile. Yet, Zhu Gaoziu did not share this sentiment. His understanding of the Jingnan conflict differed markedly from that of everyone present. "My loyalty to you, father, is a matter of course," Zhu Gaoziu quickly replied, so as not to dwell too long in contemplation and give the Yin Wang the impression that he was plotting. The Yin Wang hummed an elongated sound, seemingly in agreement, yet perhaps laden with deeper meaning. Having walked in silence for so long, Zhu Gaoziu had contemplated many things, and now that the father and son were speaking, he had carefully considered a multitude of matters. Zhu Gaoziu then said, "As a prince, I enjoy the privileges of wealth and comfort, all bestowed upon me by your grace and that of my royal ancestors. How could I not be loyal? Moreover, I am of your blood, nurtured by you. My filial piety is rooted in my heart." Noticing there were no outsiders, he earnestly added, "With you, father, I exist." The royal father, with both literary and martial prowess, is destined to quell the chaos of the realm. When the time comes, he shall reign supreme, and with his eldest legitimate son as the crown prince. The stability of the Ming Dynasty shall be firmly established. With the state secure, the fortunes of the son shall also be assured. Otherwise, without the skin, where would the fur attach? As the grandson of the Taizu and son of the Yin Wang, I merely desire the wealth and glory that rightfully belong to us, harboring no extravagant ambitions. To preserve all that our royal father and I possess, I shall exert myself to the utmost in assisting him. Zhu Gaoziu's refusal of Yin Wang's insinuated promise was not a hasty decision. He had pondered it for a considerable time. Who would believe such a promise? In the pursuit of power, many rulers have not hesitated to divide the realm with others. With the vast expanse of Chinese history, has there ever been an emperor who willingly offered half of his dominion? Rather than appearing overambitious for an illusory promise, it is wiser to retreat strategically, to avoid being the first to expose oneself. At this moment, Yin Wang's promise holds no significance, as the empire does not belong to him yet. Such promises might bear a semblance of truth only after Zhu Di ascends the throne. Zhu Gaoziu recalled a tale in which a reporter asked an old farmer if he would donate one of 2 houses. The farmer agreed. When asked if he would donate one of 2 cows, he instantly refused, for he truly possessed 2 cows. Yin Wang turned to him, suddenly wearing a faint smile. Was Gaoziu truly devoid of ambition, possessing both courage and wisdom? Zhu Gaoziu clasped his fists and declared, "Father, I only cherish fine steeds, beautiful maidens, and wealth. Power is truly tedious, burdensome, and devoid of interest. I love riding and archery, feeling the strength within me yearn for expression. Engaging in such pursuits brings comfort, earns praise from parents and beauties alike, and empowers me to safeguard myself against villains. What joy is there in this?" Yin Wang raised a hand, pointing at him. Zhu Gaochuan recalled that he had just mentioned that even without a desire for power, he must strive to assist. He then remarked, earlier in the grand tent, when father inquired about strategies to seize Zhending, does Gaochuan possess any good plans? Yin Wang immediately scrutinized his face. Zhu Gaochuan pondered. Zhending City is fortified with no fewer than 100,000 imperial troops, including generals such as Sheng Yong and Ping Yin, who have displayed formidable prowess in the daytime. Our forces are inferior. Attempting to capture the city by force is nearly impossible. Yin Wang grunted in acknowledgement. His tone subtly altered. Zhu Gaochuan continued, to capture Zhending, we must rely on cunning. I have heard that Duke Wuding, Guaying, is also among the troops. Guaying's prestige is comparable to that of Gung Bingwen, both being veteran generals who fought alongside the royal ancestor. With the current commander Gung Bingwen fallen in battle, Guaying is surely the one who can command the armies of Zhending. Yin Wang nodded, affirming, Gaochuan speaks correctly. Yin Wang added, I am aware that Guoming's wife is your mother's cousin. Guoming's father-in-law is the uncle of Duke Wei Suda. Zhu Gaochuan scratched his cheek, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is how we became relatives. Why not send envoys into the city under the guise of negotiation and discreetly persuade Guoying? The current court is filled with treacherous officials who are harsh towards the royal family and noble clans. Yet Guoying could be persuaded to abandon the shadows and join his kin to undertake great matters. This might be difficult to accomplish. Yin Wang mused after a moment of contemplation, but it is worth a try. After all, we have only one stance, neither to deploy troops nor provide supplies. Moreover, with our forces now at the gates of the city, I must devise a plan, for it is better than appearing helpless before my generals. Zhu Gaochuan quickly affirmed, Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. He then bowed and said, I shall take my leave. Father should retire to rest early. The autumn night is chill, and all the troops rely on you, so you must take care of yourself. Yin Wang nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was the earlier audience with Yin Wang that made Zhu Gaochuan overly cautious, leading to an excess of thoughts that kept him awake. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest despite his exhaustion from the day's battles. The weight of historical events loomed over him like a nightmare, never allowing him to feel truly at ease. As the second son of Yin Wang, he seemed destined to follow in Yin Wang's footsteps, only to meet a tragic end, along with his entire family and all those with even the slightest connection to him. Zhu Gaochuan pondered. If he refrained from rebellion in this life, would he be spared? This is a deeply profound question. He leaned toward the belief that he would still meet a grim fate. Yet one cannot be certain about events that have yet to transpire. Chapter 47. Perspectives and Outcomes. Zhu Gaochuan felt that there was evidently nothing amiss. The imperial troops were holed up in Zhending City, and Yin Wang had no equipment at hand, indicating that no military actions would occur in the near future. He did not even don armor, sitting in the upper position of the grand tent, awaiting the arrival of others for a mere formality. As the generals gathered, Zhang Wu suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Zhu Gaochuan glanced over to see his face flushed, as if he had been drinking. The other generals exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Zhang Wu finally spoke. I spoke out of turn. I implore Prince Gao Yang to punish me. Zhu Gaochuan, deep in thought, replied casually. What did Zhang Qianhu say wrong today? A realization dawned on Zhu Gaochuan. The surrounding generals remained silent. Zhang Wu continued, during the attack on Xiong County. That night, we launched a surprise assault on the Southern Army's camp. But to avoid detection, we did not light torches. It was already dark, and it was quite normal for the generals to lose track of Prince Gao Yang. I should not have wrongly accused him. In the chaos of a nighttime raid, the battlefield is inherently disorderly. Prince Gao Yang could not discern the positions of the various units, and issuing military commands with clarity was impossible. The generals should have followed his intentions and made their own arrangements. I should not have stuck rigidly to conventions, failing to adapt. There exists a hierarchy in the military, and each leader and subordinate should heed the commands of their superiors. I should not have criticized Prince Gao Yang's orders as vague. After listening, Zhu Gaochuan calmly responded, We have not spent long together, so misunderstandings are inevitable. Such is the nature of the world. When viewed from different perspectives, the outcomes often differ. It is good that Zhang Qianhu understands this. Zhang Wu bowed, saying, I regret my words and feel like a wolf with a dog's heart. Your words were excessive. Zhu Gaochuan remarked. Zhang Wu shook his head in distress, saying, I spoke ill of Prince Gao Yang behind his back, only to find that he earnestly advocated for my merits before Yin Wang. Alas, the silent generals appeared to have an epiphany upon hearing this. What had puzzled them earlier became clear, and some could not help but exclaim in realization. Zhang Wu, visibly moved, recalled that at the gates of Zhending City, Prince Gao Yang led the charge, and our successful captures were due to his bravery. Yet, he ardently claimed that we, the subordinates, deserved the credit. Such magnanimity compelled my respect, and reflecting on my own actions filled me with shame. I must bow to Prince Gao Yang. The identities within the Ming army had gradually solidified, being hereditary. For the soldiers of the garrison, seeking to alter their status was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Those who followed Yin Wang did so with the hope of altering their identities through military achievements. Thus, the military merits gained during the Jingnan War were immensely significant to the military leaders, practically their sole hope for survival. Zhu Gaochuan stepped forward, emulating Yin Wang's demeanor, firmly grasping Zhang Wu's arm and lifting him up, saying, "Zhang Qianhu, rise and speak." Zhu Gaochuan continued, "Why concern yourself with such verbal disputes? Here we are, besieged by thousands at Zhending City, our lives hanging by a thread, with death looming at every moment. Who stands beside us in battle, if not our own brothers? You have not turned your weapons against me, have you?" Laughter erupted among the generals, though bittersweet expressions crossed their faces as they recalled their desperate situation. Zhang Qianhu scratched his head and smiled, saying, "How could I do such a thing?" "Exactly," Zhu Gaochuan exclaimed. "We brothers risk our lives in fierce combat. Emerging from heaps of corpses, what is there to be troubled about? In this world, is it not more vital to forge bonds with our lives than to bicker over trifles? Let's speak of it no more," Zhu Gaochuan said sincerely. The morale among the troops gradually soared, with voices raised in admiration for Gao Yang Wang's audacity in claiming the head of a general amidst the ranks of the enemy and seizing the standard of the imperial forces. Truly, his bravery surpasses that of all. Everyone knows the character of our prince. We shall steadfastly follow him. The officers clasped their fists in salute. After dismissing his subordinates, Zhu Gaosu tidied himself and selected a few trusted soldiers to accompany him, then exited the camp. Traveling light, he made his way directly to the vanguard camp where Qiu Fu was stationed. Although no battles had occurred in recent days, interactions among the commanders to exchange insights on warfare remained beneficial. Upon reporting his arrival, the soldier stationed at the camp ushered Zhu Gaosu inside. Outside the tent, Qiu Fu came forth to greet him. "General Qiu, I have come to express my gratitude," Zhu Gaosu said with a clasped fist. "Qiu Fu smiled. "It is an honor to have Gao Yang Wang visit. Your presence brightens our humble tent. Please come in." Zhu Gaosu exchanged pleasantries. Qiu Fu was a trusted general under the Yin Wang, having risen from the ranks of his personal guards, holding a status comparable to that of other close confidants. Zhang Yu and Zhu Neng, during the uprising in Beiping, these were the commanders upon whom the Yin Wang relied. Observing Qiu Fu, Zhu Gaosu noted his robust build and a face that seemed to radiate fortune, as his complexion was notably healthier than that of an ordinary warrior. His dark skin glistened with a hint of red. The brightness in Qiu Fu's eyes was striking, and he immediately fixated on the scabbard hanging at Zhu Gaosu's waist. After some polite exchanges, they settled onto a bench side by side. Zhu Gaosu promptly stated, "I have long wished to express my gratitude to General Qiu, but I was unable to break free until today." "Why the haste, Gao Yang Wang? What do you wish to thank me for?" Qiu Fu inquired. Zhu Gaosu replied, "Yesterday, I found myself surrounded by the forces of the Southern Army, with Ping En and Sheng Yong seeking to bring about my demise. Had it not been for your timely assistance, General Qiu, my forces would have been exhausted, and I would not have survived." Zhu Gaosu intentionally exaggerated Qiu Fu's role in his escape, knowing well the intricacies of human relationships and gratitude. Just as one often shows greater care towards those who have done them a favor, such as the devotion of parents to their children, the one who receives a favor may harbor resentment towards the benefactor, akin to a debtor's disdain for their creditor. Thus, Zhu Gaosu continued to insist that Qiu Fu had saved him. Indeed, Qiu Fu appeared quite pleased, though he modestly replied, "What gratitude is due? I merely fulfilled my duty." Zhu Gaosu countered, "I beg to differ. The Yin army had multiple routes of advance, yet it was only you, General Qiu, who fought valiantly, shaking the imperial forces' ranks, allowing us to escape the encirclement. Otherwise, had we not met today, it would have been as headless corpses we would have met. The glow on Xiao Fu's face became increasingly pronounced. Leaning in, he spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Among the Yin Wang sons, I find Gao Yang Wang most agreeable. We fight fiercely, while you, Gao Yang Wang, loyally risk your life for the Yin Wang. In terms of filial piety and loyalty, can the languid heir of the heir apparent compare? Or the third prince, who scurries around before his mother? Zhu Gaosu nearly burst into laughter at Xiao Fu's boldness. As their conversation flowed, Zhu Gaosu noticed Xiao Fu glance again at his waist, prompting him to react. He promptly removed his sword, unsheathing the Yanling Dao and tossing it behind the bench, presenting the scabbard. General Qiu, take a look, the scabbard of Gung Bingwen's sword. Xiao Fu examined it closely, running his fingers over it, exclaiming, by heavens, a marquis's weapon is indeed different. It reflects wealth. Look at the gems and the gold trim, beautiful. If General Qiu likes it, I shall gift it to you, Zhu Gaosu smiled. Xiao Fu's eyes widened in protest. How could this be? This is the trophy of Gao Yang Wang from slaying the enemy general. How can I take what rightfully belongs to another? Zhu Gaosu shook his head. This item is nothing extraordinary. I have no use for it. So why should I deny you? Xiao Fu also shook his head, yet still held onto the scabbard, saying, whether it is extraordinary or not, this was worn by the Lord of Chongqing during military campaigns. Even hung upon a wall. It brings honor to the brothers in the army and friends. What could be more glorious? Indeed, Zhu Gaosu chuckled, but it suits General Qiu perfectly. As I mentioned earlier, your valor in this battle against the enemy general is commendable. It is only fitting you possess it. Then I shall not refuse. Xiao Fu grinned with delight. Zhu Gaosu laughed. Take it, take it. Since General Qiu is so heroic, why the hesitation? After a brief exchange, Zhu Gaosu signaled his intention to leave and took his leave from the military camp. That evening, a commander among the Yan Wang's guards managed to procure a jar of wine from an unknown source. With little else to occupy their time, he invited a few old comrades from the Yan Wang's guard to share in the merriment. As the wine flowed, Zhang Wu recounted how Gao Yang Wang had set aside past grievances to advocate for his merits, expressing his sentiments, especially since the Yan Wang had announced his promotion that very morning. Mentioning Gao Yang Wang inevitably led to discussions of the recent triumph of slaying the Lord of Chongqing, Gung Binwen, a topic that had sparked considerable excitement and was undoubtedly the most talked about event of late. Xiao Fu interjected with a laugh. Whether Gao Yang Wang excels in warfare is debatable, yet there are two qualities that cannot be denied, his bravery and his character. He is exceptionally astute in his dealings. Chapter 48, Spring Roll. Like the calm that follows a tempest, the previous day had witnessed a monumental clash of 200,000 warriors in Jinding City. And now the entire plain had returned to silence, as if two wild beasts were licking their wounds in solitude. Inside the Yan Wang's central tent, both civil and military officials remained silent for a considerable time, until someone suggested a retreat, met with a few murmurs of agreement. At this moment, the Yan Wang spoke. Yesterday, I heard a proposal suggesting that since the Marquis of Wuding, Guaying, is related to the Su family, and my consort hails from the Su lineage, we might send someone to feign negotiations with the imperial army, to meet Guaying and persuade him to defect. Yuan Gong promptly interjected, Your Highness, the connection with the Marquis of Wuding is tenuous at best. How could that be effective? The envoy would be a loss for words. If word of this leaks, the imperial troops in Jinding City will think we are capitulating and seeking peace, thus boosting their morale for no reason. The Yan Wang listened but remained non-committal. Yuan Gong hastened to counsel, Your Highness, who proposed this strategy. That person is even less capable than a 3-year-old child. Is such a suggestion truly in your best interest, or that of the imperial forces? Zhu Gaosu stood among them, his expression darkening upon hearing this, thinking to himself, Damn it, Yuan, if you do not wish to go, just say so. What do you mean by comparing me to a 3-year-old? This cunning stratagem had indeed originated from Zhu Gaosu. At this point, the Yan Wang declared, We shall retreat. I am unwilling. Regardless of its efficacy, it is worth a try. He then turned to Wang Fu, the royal tutor. Wang Fu lowered his head, pondering for a moment, before finally bowing. I'm willing to go. Excellent. The Yan Wang clapped his thigh, and the decision was made. Zhu Gaosu thought the Yan Wang was quite resolute. Feigning negotiations costs nothing and may result in little more than the loss of an envoy. Why hesitate? In the imperial city, civil and military officials stood in silence within the Grand Hall. The emperor had personally conferred the title of general of the expedition against Yin upon a commander, even escorting him himself. Yet, unexpectedly, Gung Bingwen had scarcely stepped onto the battlefield before he was executed on the spot. 30,000 troops trapped within the city. Too fearful to emerge? What kind of absurdity was this? Those in the court could hardly fathom whether the imperial forces numbered in the hundreds of thousands wielded torches or were merely a gaggle of feeble women and children. At this moment, Zhu Yunwen's voice rang out. As for Gao Yangwang, Zhu Gao Su, I initially overlooked his negligence, allowing him to escape due to our familial ties. I never anticipated he would be so fierce and seize the opportunity to flee. A minister finally spoke up in agreement, stating, Your Majesty is benevolent. However, the princely rulers of Yin are akin to wolves, and this reflects the lack of diligence among the officials. The emperor had expressed such sentiments, and Su Huizu, who had fervently opposed Zhu Gaoxiu, cast a fierce glare at Huang Zicheng and Qi Tai. Both Huang Zicheng and Qi Tai remained silent, though their expressions were grim. Zhu Yunwen, with a tone laden with sorrow, remarked, The Marquis of Chongqing served the nation loyally, dying valiantly in battle. He deserves a grand burial. We shall comply with your command. Immediately, officials responsible for these matters stepped forward to respond. At that moment, Huang Zicheng advanced and respectfully proposed, I recommend Duke Chao to assume the position left vacant by the Marquis of Chongqing to continue his unfinished business. Duke Chao, Li Jinglong, hails from a family of founding generals, a true talent in both civil and military affairs, who will surely quell the Yin rebellion. Qi Tai interjected promptly, Your Majesty, although the Marquis of Chongqing has passed, Zhending can still be preserved. I believe appointing a general is of utmost importance. We must not act hastily. In Qi Tai's view, Li Jinglong's leadership was somewhat untrustworthy and lacked stability. As the Minister of War, he had risen through the ranks by examination, spending years in the Ministry of War, and while he possessed some understanding of military matters, he was fundamentally a civilian with no combat experience. Thus, Qi Tai firmly believed that his judgment in selecting generals was more reliable than that of Huang Zicheng, who had spent years in the Taichung Temple and Hanlin Academy. At this juncture, Zhu Yunwen's voice echoed, We shall deliberate on this later. The eunuch Wu Zhong's sharp voice declared, If there are matters to report, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. The officials performed deep bows, exclaiming, We humbly thank your majesty. Gradually, they exited the imperial gates. Qi Tai recalled that Huang Zicheng had previously recommended Li Jinglong, seemingly intent on utilizing this individual. This thought deepened Qi Tai's concerns, and his unease grew. Qi Tai, with an astute nose, could sense the fragrance in the alley. Huang Zicheng remarked, The midday meal at the office merely fills the belly. Shall we partake in spring rolls? I shall treat. Qi Tai chuckled, If I continue speaking, I may drool. Huang Zicheng replied, Let us proceed. The two boarded a carriage, accompanied by their attendants, and headed directly to the tavern mentioned by Qi Tai. The proprietor, upon seeing their official attire, greeted them with utmost enthusiasm, bowing and leading them to the finest private room. When asked what they desired to drink, Qi Tai replied that they would only have tea and spring rolls, as there was work to attend to in the afternoon. After a while of dining, Qi Tai broached the topic of the general candidate discussed earlier that day. Huang Zicheng was not surprised. He knew that Qi Tai would not suggest a meal without having something to discuss. Indeed, Qi Tai stated, I have personally inquired about Duke Chao Li Jinglong. I find it too risky to appoint him as the general against Yin. He has never commanded troops in battle. Relying solely on theoretical knowledge, how can he succeed in real combat? Huang Zicheng shook his head, asserting, A tiger begets no dog. I have personally forged a connection with Duke Chao. My conclusions are not based merely on hearsay. In our discussions, I perceive that Li Jinglong possesses considerable insight into the overarching dynamics of warfare. He once said something that resonated deeply with me. When leading an army of tens of thousands, personal valor and troop formations become secondary. What matters most is the grand strategy. If the chief commander must personally oversee every charge and maneuver, what purpose do the many subordinate generals serve? No. Qi Tai, hearing Huang Zicheng's mention of hearsay, grew increasingly unfriendly, feeling a surge of anger. Li Jinglong is obstinate and self-righteous, believing he excels at everything. Even in matters where he lacks experience, he disregards others' advice, fixating solely on his own thoughts. The more Chitai spoke, the more resolute he became, his tone growing harsher. He was known for his indulgent lifestyle and grandiose rhetoric. Yet when it came to practical matters, he was a jumbled mess. He always believed it was others' incompetence when things went awry, never reflecting on his own shortcomings. Chitai's face flushed red as he exclaimed, "Huang Xiqing. Regardless of my limited acquaintance with Li Jinglong, I am not one to harbor personal grievances over matters of state. The Yin rebels have openly named us in their proclamations. The world knows our names. If significant matters turn against us, what will become of us?" Chitai's anger surged in his eyes. Huang Xiqing was the one who harbored selfish motives, entangled in intrigue. How could he turn the tables and accuse Chitai of such? "Your words are excessive." Huang Xiqing lifted his teacup, taking a sip, feigning calmness as he replied, "Chitai, the Yin rebels number few and hold little territory. They stand against the entire Ming Dynasty. Can we truly falter?" Chitai inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Currently, Guoying and Zhending is superior to Li Jinglong. At least Guoying has long served alongside the founding emperor, demonstrating stability." Huang Xiqing scoffed, "Chitai, do not allow youthful impetuosity to cloud your judgment." Chitai nearly exclaimed in outrage. Who was being impetuous? Huang Xiqing gradually regained his composure, speaking with a weighty tone. When the emperor ascended the throne and sought to diminish the princely powers, Guoying advocated for the law of promotion, opposing the reduction of princely powers on 2 occasions. "Are you unaware?" Chitai, after a pause, Huang Xiqing continued, "He is an adversary by nature. Can we expect him to zealously engage in the offensive? If Guoying remains idle in Zhending, will the court wait for the Yin rebels to starve? That would take an eternity." Chitai retorted, "We need not rely on Guoying. Anyone but Li Jinglong will suffice." Huang Xiqing pondered, picking up a spring roll. Chitai abruptly tossed his spring roll onto the plate with a harsh gesture. Huang Xiqing glanced at him, questioning whether Chitai would still treat him. Chitai replied, "Huang Xiqing, do not assume my humble origins make me miserly. I can certainly afford a meal of spring rolls." Huang Xiqing smiled. Chitai immediately realized he should not have made that remark, as Huang Xiqing had not mentioned origins, and he had been overly sensitive. Chapter 49. How many towers in the Misty Reign? As the right Vice Minister of War, Chun Ji entered, presenting military affairs. After addressing official matters, he held a document that had been signed and sealed, preparing to leave, when he suddenly turned back and inquired, "What troubles you, Minister?" After a moment's contemplation, Chitai sighed. "Huang Xiqing insists on recommending Li Jinglong, and I am quite uneasy, fearing the emperor may heed his advice." Chun Ji was not at all surprised and nodded. The emperor will undoubtedly listen to Huang Xiqing. During the Hongwu era, when Emperor Shaokong, Zhu Biao, the eldest son of the founding emperor, was still alive, Huang Xiqing served as his companion and was a trusted confidant in the Eastern Palace. Following Emperor Shaokong's passing, the founding emperor named the current emperor as heir, and Huang Xiqing became his tutor, earning great respect and trust. He is the foremost among the old ministers of the Eastern Palace, and it is no wonder that the current emperor relies on him for everything. Indeed, Chitai agreed, frowning as he whispered, "Huang Xiqing, leveraging his connections in the Eastern Palace, has risen to prominence. I believe he has grown accustomed to the perks of favoritism, relying solely on personal ties, and is deeply entrenched in factionalism, which has led to the current predicaments we face in court." Shinji contemplated this and remarked, "You make a valid point. Those who rely on connections often believe that good relations are more valuable than competence. Their talents are squandered on forming cliques instead of attending to national affairs." Chitai mused, initially those advocating for national policy, supporting the reduction of princely powers and the law of promotion, each held their own views. Most nobles opposed the reduction of princely powers. However, Li Jinglong, as a duke, supported this measure, and at that time, Huang Xiqing likely sought to win him over. Subsequently, in the court, Li Jinglong supported Huang Xiqing in various matters, indicating a mutual alliance. Huang Xiqing must have already regarded Li Jinglong as part of his faction, explaining his fervent recommendation. Chun Ji concurred. Indeed, the connections between the emperor, Huang Xiqing, and Li Jinglong are inextricably linked, making it exceedingly difficult to dissuade the emperor from appointing Li Jinglong as the commander. Sitai said deep, his expression suddenly serious. The sage said, "To knowingly act against the odds is still to act. This matter is grave. We must take action." Chunji, equally moved, responded with a solemn expression, "Since the minister has resolved to act, I have some ideas. This matter must begin with the intricate relationship between the two circles. Had the emperor not favored Huang Xiqing so greatly, or if Huang Xiqing had begun to harbor suspicions towards the Duke of Chao, there might have been hope for significant developments." Chunji pondered for a moment and added, "It seems prudent to approach this from the angle of Huang Xiqing and the Duke of Chao. Expectations ought to be more substantial." "Difficult to say," Chitai mused. "The emperor's heart has always been inscrutable. Is the trust of the imperial family truly so dependable?" At that moment, just as Chunji was about to speak, Chitai raised his head and gazed towards the entrance. Chunji, understanding the unspoken cue, fell silent. A person arrived with official business for Chitai, prompting Chunji to rise and bow, saying, "Minister, I will take care of these matters immediately." 2 days later, Chitai encountered the eunuch Wu Zhong outside the imperial gate. Wu Zhong was often in the emperor's presence and was familiar with the various ministers. Chitai greeted him courteously and engaged in casual conversation. Chitai inquired, "How is the emperor's health these days? Is he sleeping well?" Wu Zhong replied, "The emperor has not been in high spirits lately, but his meals and daily routines remain satisfactory. Thankfully, eunuch Wu is diligently attending to him." Chitai, harboring a certain disdain for eunuchs, recognized that the Ming Dynasty's ancestral laws prohibited eunuchs from participating in politics, thus they wielded little power. However, Wu Zhong was a close attendant to the emperor, setting him apart from other eunuchs. Chitai, having risen from humble beginnings, had developed a habit of treating others with humility, so he nonetheless offered kind words. Oh, Chitai's spirits suddenly lifted as he sensed something intriguing, although he could not pinpoint the exact nature of this intrigue at that moment. Years of bureaucratic intuition led him to believe that this matter was likely more complex than it appeared. Wu Zhong continued enthusiastically. That palace maid was originally sent to clean the latrines and rarely saw the emperor. Yet that day, when the emperor passed by, he caught sight of her and immediately took an interest. Chitai, finding little allure in this gossip, exchanged a few pleasantries with Wu Zhong before bidding him farewell. Jiming Si, a renowned nunnery in the capital, was well known to Chitai, who had served as an official there for many years. Even the carriage drivers were familiar with the route. Upon sighting the 5-tiered Yaoshi Buddha pagoda, Chitai knew he had arrived at Jiming Si. The pagoda, rising to 9 stories, was a sight to behold amidst the mists of the South Dynasty's 480 temples. Chitai feigned the guise of a pilgrim and entered the temple to light incense. The incense offerings at the nunnery, though less fervent than those at the monks' temples, still attracted a handful of worshippers, including men, as male devotees could visit a nunnery just as female devotees could attend a monk's temple. After lighting the incense, Chitai approached an elderly nun and expressed his desire to donate for the incense oil. The nun glanced at the merit incense before the statue and, with hands clasped, said, "Benefactor, your virtuous deeds are commendable. Please follow this humble nun." Chitai, suppressing his discomfort at parting with 2 guan of silver, recognized Huang Xiqing's jest at the dining table. He was indeed somewhat frugal. However, he felt it inappropriate to donate a lesser amount, as loose change could simply be placed in the merit box. Thus, the nun recorded his donation in the merit ledger, and Chitai fabricated a name. Seizing the opportunity, Chitai inquired, "Recently, has a palace maid come to your esteemed temple to take vows?" The nun, without lifting her head, asked, "What is her name?" Chitai's expression shifted slightly. He realized he had neglected to ask Wu Zhong for the maid's name. The nun, glancing at him, replied, "Only one palace maid has recently taken vows here." Chitai sighed in relief, asking, "May I meet her?" The nun turned to a person sweeping the courtyard and instructed, "Go fetch Wei Jian." After a considerable wait, without any sign of her, Chitai began to stroll through the quiet temple courtyard. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Who are you, and what do you seek from me?" Chitai turned to find himself momentarily taken aback. He suddenly recalled Wu Zhong's words. The emperor had been captivated by her at first sight. No wonder, for upon seeing this young woman, Chitai immediately understood that Wu Zhong's description was far from exaggerated. The girl appeared to be in her teens, her skin smooth and fair as silk, gleaming under the orange hues of the setting sun. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, yet concealed a depth of sorrow and resentment. Her delicate nose, and subtly full, crimson lips added to her beauty. Even in her serious demeanor, a hint of playfulness lingered. Beneath the flickering light of ancient lamps, the surroundings were dim, and even her robes were gray, yet her vibrant complexion stood out starkly against the backdrop, making her all the more striking. Such beauty was rare not only in the bustling streets, but even within the imperial palace, where countless beauties resided. Chitai mused. Had Wu Zhong not informed him that this individual was a palace maid, he would never have guessed her status. He would have suspected she was a favored concubine. Given her regal bearing, "Benefactor, what is your purpose?" the girl asked, her brow furrowed, as she slightly shielded her ear with her hand. Though she wore a hat, it seemed she wished to avoid being seen after shaving her head. Chitai pondered for a moment, then retrieved a circular token from his pocket and offered it to her, declaring, "To be candid, I am Chitai, the Minister of War." The girl regarded Chitai with a mixture of skepticism and caution before lowering her gaze to scrutinize the royal token. Chitai continued, "There is an ancestral decree that prohibits the imperial harem from interfering in state affairs. Therefore, it is equally improper for external ministers to engage with the harem, lest they conspire with insiders." The girl, quick-witted, retorted, "Is Minister Qi considered an external minister? And am I deemed part of the harem?" This girl not only possessed captivating beauty, but also a sharp tongue. Responding to her counter-question was no easy feat. Chitai considered sidestepping the issue, eager to validate his suspicions. Should he misjudge, this endeavor would be in vain. He reflected, this girl was cunning, and prying into her affairs would prove challenging. Perhaps a feigned inquiry would yield better results. Calmly, Chitai remarked, "Your presence here is surely due to the involvement of an external minister. Are you aware of this?" "So what? What can I do about it?" she replied without hesitation. Chitai's heart leaped with joy. He felt a surge of admiration for his perceptiveness in seizing this fleeting opportunity. Sensing a subtle possibility, perhaps Huang Ziqing's involvement allowed the empress to easily capture the emperor's affection. After all, Chitai knew the current emperor was bold and would not be easily manipulated by the empress. In a low voice, Chitai asked, "If the empress treats you so harshly and even communicates with external ministers, are you truly prepared to endure in silence and accept your fate?" To his surprise, the girl let out a cold laugh. Chitai was bewildered. What could such a smirk mean? A girl of her youth could hardly possess profound intentions. Could she? After contemplating for a moment, he altered his tone, sighing, "I do not wish to disrupt your spiritual practice, nor do I intend to impose upon you. I assure you, I will not disclose our encounter today." He paused before adding, "As I mentioned, the connection between external ministers and women of the harem is ill-fated. Why would I reveal our meeting? What does Minister Qi wish to inquire?" The girl asked. Chitai, attempting to establish rapport, inquired, "What is your name?" "Yao Ji," she replied. Chapter 50. Factions. After confirming his suspicions with the palace made Yao Ji and asking further questions. Chitai felt confident he had not erred and consequently departed from Jiming Sea. The following morning, Chitai arrived early at Donghua Gate, waiting for the imperial city to open before entering. The officials entering the imperial city gathered outside Feng Tianmen, adjusting their attire. At this moment, the eunuch Wu Zhong appeared among the crowd, reminding the officials of the time. Chitai, as was his custom, engaged Wu Zhong in casual conversation before requesting his assistance, stating he had an urgent matter to discuss privately with the emperor. Wu Zhong proved to be quite efficient. After the morning court session, he indeed emerged from Feng Tianmen, calling for Chitai to meet the emperor. Following the eunuch, Chitai proceeded further inward, entering Qianxingmen and traversing an eastward corridor until he arrived at Dongwon-go. This place was rarely visited by external ministers, and Chitai, feeling anxious, refrained from looking around or speaking unnecessarily. He entered the Dongwon pavilion and beheld the partition. Wu Zhong softly reminded him, "The emperor is within." Minister Chitai bowed respectfully before the partition and proclaimed, "I greet your majesty." Indeed, the emperor's voice resonated from within, commanding, "Enter." Chitai rose from the ground. Bowing as he approached the northern side of the partition, not daring to lift his gaze or glance around. The room was significantly smaller than the palace, and he easily discerned the emperor seated upon a redwood chair. Wu Zhong remarked, "Minister Qi wishes to discuss a matter of utmost importance." The emperor's voice remained steady, though slightly elevated, and he spoke rapidly. By saying this, he cleverly refrained from mentioning Wu Zhong's disclosure, thus not implying betrayal. Regardless, whether or not to sell off Yao Ji, a mere palace maid, was inconsequential. She could hardly be more significant than the emperor's closest eunuchs. Oh! The emperor's interest was piqued, and he immediately expressed a sense of urgency. Chitai paused briefly before continuing. "There is a palace maid named Yao Ji, who has been sent to Jiming Temple. The empress has contacted Minister Huang Zicheng of the Taichung Temple regarding this matter." Before Chitai could elaborate, a loud thud interrupted, as the emperor forcefully slammed his palm upon the teacup. "Is that true?" the emperor inquired. Chitai replied, "I assure your majesty with my life, I would never deceive you." At this point, the situation had become abundantly clear. Chitai could fill in the gaps of the events he and the palace maid Yao Ji had not witnessed. The empress first sought Huang Zicheng as assistance, who then seized the opportunity to persuade the emperor, adopting the tone of a mentor and citing reasons of impending danger. Ultimately, the emperor heeded his counsel, relinquishing his carnal desires, allowing the empress to boldly expedite Yao Ji's departure from the palace to become a nun. Otherwise, the emperor would not have slammed his hand down in anger. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chitai chose to remain silent, knowing the emperor had comprehended the matter without further elaboration. The two remained silent for a considerable time until the emperor exhaled deeply, seemingly striving for composure. "Since this is the case, let it be so for now." Chitai did not feel disheartened by the emperor's lack of immediate action against Huang Zicheng. The matter had clearly weighed heavily on the emperor's mind. Chitai, having deliberated carefully, concluded that the issue could no longer be postponed. He had to take a bold risk. He immediately spoke, "I dare to advise your majesty not to be deceived by Huang Zicheng. Over the past few years, he has formed factions within the court, establishing a network throughout the realm, and now even attempts to infiltrate your majesty's harem. Utilizing his status as the imperial tutor in your majesty's trust, he preaches morality and righteousness. You reported this matter today to topple Huang Zicheng, did you not?" the emperor suddenly asked coldly. Chitai shuddered at this question, his body trembling with sweat despite the autumn chill. In that moment, he recalled the years of solitary study, the weight of his family's future resting solely on his shoulders. The sweat did not bring warmth. Instead, he was engulfed by a chilling fear. Yet, did he regret it? Deep within, Chitai dismissed any notion of regret. The matter was too significant and urgent. The court would soon determine the commander for the front line. He had no choice but to abandon the principles of moderation espoused in the classics. This was not merely a question of loyalty or righteousness. It concerned the lives of countless soldiers. Could he bear the burden of his own family's fate? Moreover, if the rebel Yan were to succeed, would his name not be inscribed in the edicts, leaving his family to flee? As the adage states, when two powers clash, choose the lesser evil. Chitai knelt before the emperor, his forehead touching the floor. "Your Majesty, I harbor no selfish motives, nor do I wish to overthrow anyone. This matter is too crucial. I beseech your Majesty not to listen solely to Huang Zicheng's deceit. The Duke of Chao is untrustworthy. If your Majesty has reservations about lower-ranking generals, then consider the noble Gua Ing overly Jinglong." The emperor's mood soured, who in the court does not speak as you do, who does not claim to be free of selfish desires, professing loyalty and integrity. With his face pressed to the floor, Chitai trembled, suddenly raising his head and declaring, "If your Majesty believes me disloyal and self-serving, utter a single word, and I shall gladly die. I offer my life in counsel. Slay me, and spare Li Jinglong." "You dare threaten me?" the emperor exclaimed in anger. Chitai replied, "Your Majesty, who could coerce you into acting against your will? You need not heed anyone's counsel. The nation's affairs are for your Majesty to decide alone. If my death allows your Majesty to act according to your own judgment, then I shall die without regret. My life or death hinges upon your Majesty's decree." At that moment, the emperor let out a cold laugh. "Minister Qi, do you wish to gamble your life for fame? If I were to fulfill your wish, would I not be branded a foolish tyrant?" After a pause, the emperor's emotions calmed slightly, and he said, I have my own opinions. You may leave. Chi bowed. I thank your majesty and take my leave. Long live the emperor. Exiting the Dongwon pavilion, he was escorted by the eunuch Wu Zhong through the inner court. Upon reaching the slanted corridor, Wu Zhong's complexion remained pale, seemingly shaken by the earlier events. After a prolonged silence, perhaps recalling that Chi had not betrayed him, he finally spoke. Minister Qi, do not fear. The emperor was merely momentarily angered by you. However, his majesty is likely to forgive you. He is inherently benevolent, and as a trusted minister, it would not be so easy for you to fall from grace. Chi gradually regained his composure, replying, I appreciate it. Thank you, Wu Gonggong. Wu Zhong lamented, what thanks do we owe? I have not aided you in any significant way. Had I known you would provoke his majesty today, I would not have relayed your message. You have been of great assistance. Your noble conduct serves the nation, Chi reflected. Though the matter had not proceeded smoothly, it was not necessarily doomed to fail. Just as he was about to proceed down the imperial path, he unexpectedly encountered Huang Zicheng. It appeared Huang Zicheng had been waiting there for quite some time, fortuitously appearing in Chi's path. Huang Zicheng's expression was quite displeased as he inquired, what did Minister Qi discuss with the emperor in private? Nothing of importance. Citai deeply nonchalantly. Huang Zicheng, clearly skeptical, followed Chi, grumbling, I have treated you as one of my own. Hearing these words, Chi's anger surged. It was precisely Huang Zicheng's factionalism that had caused today's predicament. Suppressing his rage, he retorted coolly, we are all servants of the emperor, subjects of the Ming Dynasty. All officials are on the same side. Huh, Huang Zicheng scoffed. Minister Qi, you've shown your true colors. I was blind to think of you as a friend. Chi merely responded with a cold smile, shaking his head in silence. He thought to himself, whoever considers colleagues as friends is a fool. After a moment, Huang Zicheng eased his tone and even attempted to ingratiate himself, saying, I will not recommend Li Jinglong. Please tell me what you whispered to the emperor. Chi halted, asking, are you truly not recommending Li Jinglong? Let's take a step back. You tell me, and I will agree to your terms. Huang Zicheng looked at him, sighing earnestly. That is how one should govern. If everyone refuses to compromise, no one will benefit in the end. Chi was quite tempted, but upon considering that he had spoken ill of Huang Zicheng before the emperor, he feared that honesty might provoke Huang Zicheng's wrath. He lamented inwardly. If only you had suggested mutual concession sooner, it would have been better. However, would Huang Zicheng ever yield if you were not threatened by me? Chi responded, I did not say much. I merely advised the emperor against appointing Li Jinglong as commander. Huang Zicheng retorted coldly, if that is all, then why would he need to run to the inner court to see the emperor alone? Chapter 51. A machination. The imperial street had only just been swept in the morning, yet by afternoon, fallen leaves drifted across the brick pavement. The overcast sky in the capital obscured the distinction between morning and afternoon. One by one, ministers made their way toward the Fengtian gate. Huang Zicheng adjusted his desk, straightened his black official hat, and then rose to head toward the Fengtian gate as well. This afternoon, the emperor summoned the ministers to deliberate on the matter of quelling the rebellion in Yan, with the paramount task of appointing a new military commander to succeed the fallen Gung Bingwen in Jinding. Until now, Huang Zicheng remained uncertain about who would be chosen. In recent days, the emperor has been awaiting the opinions of the ministers. Huang Zicheng has consistently wished to recommend Li Jinglong. Yet Minister of War Chi vehemently opposes this, advocating instead for Guoying. Su Huizu has once again put forth Sheng Yong, resulting in a cacophony of differing opinions, making it difficult to reach a consensus. As Huang Zicheng walked along the imperial street, he was suddenly called from behind. Lord Huang, Lord Huang. He halted and turned around. The messenger hurriedly approached and whispered something in his ear. Really? Huang Zicheng exclaimed, his eyes wide. Very well. I shall first pay my respects to the emperor. He replied with a nod. Upon arriving at the imperial gates, all the significant ministers had gathered. Shortly after the emperor took his throne, the assembly performed the customary bow. Once the formalities were over, everyone arranged themselves neatly on the tiled floor. It was evident that this imperial meeting would be rife with contention, yet for the moment, silence reigned, as if each was preparing for a monumental clash. The hall remained quiet for a considerable time. Speak, came a voice from the high seat. Huang Zicheng stated, the Tongjing Sea has just received reports from the front lines. The Yin rebels have sent their envoy, Wang Fu, who is currently negotiating with the Marquis Guo-ing of Jinding. After Guo-ing publicly rejected him, Wang Fu sought a private audience. Within the Central Army, soldiers have secretly reported that Wang Fu mentioned a familial connection during their discussions. Several individuals gasped in astonishment. The ties between Guo-ing and the Yin Wang are indeed complicated, a fact that many court officials were completely unaware of. Huang Zicheng continued. The second son of the Marquis Guo-ing, Guo-ming, is married to the Su family. The father of Su is the uncle of the king of Zhongshan, posthumously honored Su De. The Yin Wang's wife, Su Wangfei, is the daughter of the king of Zhongshan, Su De. Both the Yin Wang and the Marquis Guo-ing are intertwined through the Su family. Su Huizhu, visibly irate, retorted, "Isn't the Yin Wang already the son of Taizu? And isn't it common for him to have connections with the noble families in court? Is the Yin Wang not also my brother-in-law? Am I disloyal to the court? What absurdity is this?" What can the envoy say to Guoying? He can merely explain how these relatives are related, and it would take ages to clarify. Suddenly, Chi Tai let out a sigh. Indeed, the high seat spoke again. The emperor's voice as resolute as ever, yet tinged with urgency, declaring that military forces must be dispatched northward without delay. Chi Tai's recommendation of Guo-ing was now futile, and Su Huizhu's suggestion was equally unviable. At this moment, Huang Zicheng promptly bowed and said, "I recommend Duke of Chao, Jinglong." Duke of Chao is steadfastly loyal, a staunch advocate for reducing the feudal lords, and would never conspire with the Yin rebels. He hails from a prestigious military lineage, known for his tactical prowess and high reputation. His governance of the Zhou kingdom is marked by legal integrity and strategic acumen, capable of achieving decisive victories. He possesses the qualities of a great commander. The emperor's voice responded, approved. Outside Jinding, the Yin Wang and his trusted advisors were convened in the Central Army tent. At this moment, the strategist Jin Zhong approached the tent's entrance, and after announcing himself, he hurriedly entered, drawing the attention of all present. Despite being covered in dust, Jin Zhong wore a smile and, with a composed gesture, addressed the Yin Wang. "Your Highness, the court is to appoint a new commander, and it is Li Jinglong." "Ha ha ha!" The Yin Wang suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, a rare display of such emotional abandon, for he had always maintained a composed demeanor, rarely allowing himself such levity, especially since the uprising began. Most of the generals were puzzled and could only join in laughter. The Yin Wang, doubled over with mirth, exclaimed, "Good imperial nephew! Of all the possible candidates, they could choose Li Jinglong? I suspect this is a scheme." The generals eagerly pressed him, "Your Highness, what scheme do you speak of?" The Yin Wang chuckled, "This cunning plan aims to kill me with laughter. If that were the case, there would be no need for the Jingnan campaign." "Ha ha!" The assembly erupted in laughter. Zhu Gaoxiu, unable to contain himself, chuckled as well, surprised to discover his father had a sense of humor. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the Yin Wang remarked, "I am familiar with Li Jinglong. Many of the soldiers in the capital know him as well. They would never submit to him, and soon, he will be surrounded by sycophants and treacherous flatterers. This man lacks strategy, commandability, and experience in warfare, yet he is obstinate and never listens to others, harboring jealousy and cruelty towards those around him. If he were not so self-willed and oblivious to his shortcomings, how could he accept such a heavy responsibility?" The generals, upon hearing this, paid their respects, declaring, "Li Jinglong is no match for your Highness." In high spirits, the Yin Wang encouraged his generals, "Li Jinglong is half one of us. Let us unite against the court's treacherous officials. Together, we will slay these traitors and cleanse the court. We have already achieved half of our goal." Just then, Jin Zhong bowed and said, "Master Daoyan has instructed me to convey a few words." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu immediately recognized Jin Zhong as a disciple of Yao Guangxiao. The Yin Wang replied, "We are all familiar faces. Speak freely." Jin Zhong continued, "Master Dian states that the Ming Dynasty has only been established for over 30 years, with favorable weather and no famine or cold for the populace. Now, with treacherous officials in power, war has arisen, and the court must rely on its military households. The common people avoid these conflicts. The number of military households is limited, and each region must maintain agricultural defenses, making the number of military households that can be conscripted even scarcer. Your Highness need not concern yourself with the gains or losses of a single city or pool. Instead, seized this opportunity to exploit the incompetence of the Southern Army's commander to weaken the official military strength. Zhu Gaoxiu listened intently, finding Jin Zhong's insights to be quite profound and forward-thinking. Although Yao Guangxiao had always favored the crown prince, and their relationship was somewhat strained, Zhu Gaoxiu felt a newfound respect for Yao Guangxiao upon hearing his perceptive ideas. Jin Zhong continued in the past. Emperor Taizong of Song launched a northern expedition against the Yuyuan region, only to be lured deep by the Liao army and subsequently annihilated, leading to a significant decline in Song military strength. Now, Li Jinglong is even less capable than Emperor Taizong. Your Highness may follow the Liao army strategy, drawing them to Yin territory to find an opportunity to encircle and annihilate them. The generals bowed, declaring, "We await your orders." Jin Zhong stepped forward a few paces and added, "Your Highness is truly favored by the heavens." After the death of the Marquis of Chongqing, it was unlikely that Li Jinglong would be appointed. Minister of War Chitai had recommended Guoying, knowing full well Huang Zicheng intended to recommend Li Jinglong, and he opposed it vehemently. Since Huang Zicheng is the emperor's teacher and highly favored, Chitai even secretly accused Huang Zicheng of colluding with the imperial harem and interfering in the emperor's personal matters in an attempt to sow discord between the emperor and Huang Zicheng, thereby blocking Li Jinglong's appointment. Unexpectedly, news emerged of Guoying negotiating with the Yan army and having private meetings with the envoy, forming familial ties. Chitai, who had originally recommended Guoying, found himself in the emperor's wrath, leading to suspicions against both Guoying and Chitai, allowing Huang Zicheng to regain favor. And Li Jinglong was appointed to lead the northern expedition. Upon hearing this, the Yin Wang turned to Zhu Gaoxiu and remarked, "The idea you proposed, although it did not win over Guoying, has yielded an unexpected benefit." Zhu Gaoxiu was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. The court in Nanjing was exceedingly intricate, akin to a cesspool, and Zhu Gaoxiu had no way of knowing the origins of these complex relationships. This outcome was purely serendipitous. He quickly said, "The official army in Zhending is firmly entrenched. I see my father is concerned, and I only wish to alleviate his worries. But I truly had no good idea, so I came up with a rather unrefined scheme to test it out, and I did not expect it to have such an effect. Congratulations, Father. This is a case of human plans falling short of heavenly arrangements, and heaven assists you." The Yin Wang laughed. "Gaoxiu is my fortunate son, bringing me good fortune." The assembly congratulated him in unison. Zhu Gaoxiu, in a moment of carelessness, recalled that Yuan Gong had recently claimed that the one who devised the plan was no better than a 3-year-old child. Now, Yuan Gong fell silent, his gaze evasive, fearful of drawing attention to himself. At that moment, Yuan Gong cast a glance and inadvertently met Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes. The expression on Yuan Gong's face shifted awkwardly, his complexion fluctuating between green and white, an exceedingly unpleasant sight. Had one not known the context, they might have thought he had just consumed something foul. Yuan Gong was undoubtedly displeased, and Zhu Gaoxiu suddenly realized that he had likely offended him. Zhu Gaoxiu felt wronged in his heart. He had merely proposed a not-so-sophisticated plan and had done nothing else, yet this had incurred someone's ire? Yuan Gong was indeed peculiar. Why had he come forward to critique the plan? If he were dissatisfied, he could simply devise a plan of his own. Yuan Gong, hailing from a lineage of fortune-tellers, much like the monk Yao Guangxiao, did not ascend to his position through the conventional imperial examination. However, their precise relationship remains shrouded in mystery. Zhu Gaoxiu pondered that it was prudent to offend fewer individuals. Thus he resolved to observe the circumstances before seeking an opportunity to resolve any misunderstandings. After the discussions concluded within the grand tent, the Yin Wang declared the gathering dismissed, prompting the assembled generals to clasp their fists and bid farewell. Zhu Gaoxiu suddenly realized that the monk Yao Guangxiao possessed an astonishing depth of knowledge, particularly in matters of espionage and intelligence, demonstrating an uncanny ability to infiltrate various circles. Chapter 52. A man of valor. The Duke's residence was far from desolate. It was bustling with life. Zhu Gaoxiu soon recognized the absence of Du Qinrui. Without her presence, the delightful and exquisite meals, along with the anticipation of engaging conversations, were sorely missed. With little to occupy his time and a restless spirit, he found himself unable to indulge in activities such as reading or chess. He donned a brown robe, summoned Wang Gui, and took some valuables as he set out on horseback, following a forceful recollection of the location. Zhu Gaoziu and Wang Gui arrived at the slanted street on the northern bank of the lake. On that fateful day, beneath the walls of Zhending, a soldier named Chendachui had revealed his address while offering Zhu Gaoziu a steed. The urgency of the moment had nearly caused Zhu Gaoziu to forget the soldier's appearance. Yet the address remained indelibly etched in his memory, a debt paid with Chen's very life. Surrounded by a formidable enemy, Zhu Gaoziu's cavalry was swift. Without their mounts in such tumultuous conditions, their fate would be dire. The soldier had selflessly presented his horse, with the unspoken understanding that after his sacrifice, the prince would look after his family. Though Chendachui was but a common soldier, Zhu Gaoziu held no contempt for his life based on status. Upon reaching the slanted street, they inquired of passers-by and eventually located Hubaxiang. Zhu Gaoziu instructed Wang Gui to gather information about the military household of Chendachui. Not far off, Wang Gui's voice called out, asking if anyone recognized Chendachui. Zhu Gaoziu ambled slowly, waiting for Wang Gui's return while surveying his surroundings. This area resembled the unrenovated old streets he had encountered in his previous life, with low, hard-topped houses and a grimy appearance, occasionally punctuated by small shops conducting business. Throughout Beiping, aside from the residences of noble families, most homes shared a similar aesthetic. The ordinary dwellings had small windows, allowing scant light to penetrate. After a brief interval, Wang Gui approached, leading a horse, and announced, "Young Master Hong, I have gathered information. He is just ahead." Zhu Gaoziu glanced in the indicated direction, perplexed. The establishment appeared to be a small eatery specializing in noodles, where a robust man was washing dishes at the entrance, his hair tied back with a cloth. Zhu Gaoziu had a vague recollection that this man resembled Chendachui. "Chendachui?" Zhu Gaoziu inquired. The man looked up, momentarily stunned, then stood, hastily wiping his hands on his garment before suddenly kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. "I pay my respects to the prince. How is it that you survived?" Zhu Gaoziu exclaimed. "You are alive." He stepped forward, seizing Chendachui's forearm and lifting him up in the manner befitting the Yanwang. At that moment, a young woman in a soiled apron emerged from within, holding a boy, her eyes wide with astonishment, rendered motionless by the sight. Although Zhu Gaoziu wore simple attire, the fabric was of fine quality and impeccably clean, with a white silk undergarment peeking from beneath his brown robe, distinguishing him as someone of significance in a place like this. No need for such formalities, he gestured, turning to Chendachui. To his surprise, Chendachui subtly shook his head, indicating a desire to keep his wife unaware of the peril he had faced on the battlefield, wishing to spare her any worry. Zhu Gaoziu felt a surge of deep affection for the soldier. Chendachui quickly ushered Zhu Gaoziu inside, offering him the seat of honor and instructing his wife to prepare the finest tea. The room was dim, lacking windows, and the area near the door was the only place with adequate light, while the interior remained shrouded in darkness. Chendachui, standing beside Zhu Gaoziu, recounted, "Many perished that day, and numerous horses ran amok. I seized one, spotted the prince's red flag, and charged forth." Zhu Gaoziu chuckled. "That is excellent. I was just contemplating how to soothe your grieving family, but now I can breathe easier." Chendachui grinned sheepishly, seemingly at a loss for words, only managing to smile. Zhu Gaoziu casually inquired, "How many are there in your family?" Chendachui replied, "Our family is a military household with land in the countryside. My elder sister is married to another military family, while my parents and brothers remain at home. I serve as a regular soldier in the prince's household, living in the city with my wife and 2 children. I also have a younger cousin who went to buy rice and flour. He is a reserve soldier, accompanying me." Zhu Gaoziu nodded in understanding. Soldiers from the Ming Dynasty typically came from military families, which remained unchanged, with one able-bodied man selected as a regular soldier and 1 or 2 reserve soldiers assigned to support him. In return, both regular and reserve soldiers were exempt from corvée labor. The costs of training a soldier, along with the necessary arms, armor, horses, and supplies, were considerable, and many were required to support them. However, in battles like Zhending, losses could amount to tens of thousands in a single day, rendering war a costly and brutal endeavor. Maintaining an army represented one of the state's greatest expenditures. While the Ming system appeared sound, Zhu Gaoziu had heard of increasing issues within it. After some pleasantries, Zhu Gaoziu turned to Wang Gui, who stepped forward and retrieved several items from his garments, placing them on the dark wooden table, some Ming banknotes and a pile of copper coins. I had thought you dead and was prepared to provide for your family from my own pocket. It seems that will not be necessary. Today I bring you these as a token of additional reward. Chen Dachui hastily expressed his gratitude. I thank you, my lord. Zhu Gaoziu rose, clapping his thighs, and placed a hand on Chen Dachui's shoulder. I see you possess both loyalty and courage. Follow me, and I shall not neglect my brothers. Chen Dachui nodded repeatedly as he escorted Zhu Gaoziu to the door, bowing respectfully. I bid you farewell, my lord. He remained standing there, holding the military salute for an extended period. Upon entering the gates of the Yan Wang's estate, Zhu Gaoziu walked a short distance before encountering the eunuch Ma He approaching him. Ma He said, my lord, the prince awaits you in the front hall and wishes to see Wang Gaoyang. Please accompany me to the front hall. Zhu Gaoziu nodded in acknowledgement. Ascending the steps, he entered the grand hall and noticed Jin Zhong, adorned in a headscarf and robe, standing beside the Yan Wang. Your son pays his respects to the father, Zhu Gaoziu said as he approached to offer his respects. Good. The Yan Wang glanced up momentarily before gesturing with his hand, returning his focus to the maps spread before him. The joyous demeanor that had been evident during military discussions had vanished from the Yan Wang's face. He had been quite pleased that day, perhaps with the intent to uplift his generals. After a brief silence, the Yan Wang exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. Li Jinglong claims to have gathered 500,000 troops, now assembling near the Hongtuo River. Our forces are ultimately insufficient. We remain outmatched. Zhu Gaoziu remained silent, attentively listening. The Yan Wang continued. Li Jinglong is positioned to the south, while to the north, we face threats from the Liaodong army and the three-way of the Wulanhe. Particularly concerning are the elite cavalry of Duke Ning, namely the Douyin, Fuyu, and Taining, who are exceptionally valiant. I have conferred with Daoyin and others, and we have decided to strike separately, postponing our engagement with Li Jinglong to consolidate forces from Duke Ning's troops and bolster our strength before confronting Li Jinglong. Jin Zhong immediately bowed, exclaiming, Your Highness is most sagacious. Zhu Gaoziu pondered for a moment before clasping his fists. I shall certainly follow your father's directives. However, I have had no prior dealings with Duke Ning and fear I may not be of assistance. The Yan Wang waved his hand dismissively. Gaoziu, as long as you do your utmost, you shall achieve merit. He gestured towards Jin Zhong. I will send Jin Zhong to contact you regarding any news from Duke Ning. As the conversation reached this point, Zhu Gaoziu respectfully declared, I shall obey your command, father. At that moment, the Yan Wang casually remarked that Jin Zhong should gather some news regarding the Ning Wang and later report to Gaoziu. Jin Zhong bowed and replied, Certainly. I shall take my leave. Once Jin Zhong exited, the Yan Wang pondered, Gaoziu bears a striking resemblance to me. The Wang Fei has mentioned it as well. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoziu could not help but steal a glance at the Yan Wang, who stood tall and robust, with a broad and dignified face, large eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips. In Zhu Gaoziu's eyes, the Yan Wang was not the kind of handsome man characterized by a narrow face, but rather radiated the aura of a true gentleman. Indeed, slender and overly lean men, both ancient and modern, seldom possess such a grand masculine presence. The Yan Wang continued, If it were up to me, I would have chosen Gaoziu as the heir from the very beginning. Zhu Gaoziu hurriedly interjected, Father, this is utterly unthinkable. I do not place much value on power. It would only provoke my elder brother's ire, which is unnecessary. This was the second time Zhu Gaoziu sensed the Yan Wang's sincerity. At least for now, the Yan Wang seemed indifferent to everything, burdened by immense pressure and solely focused on achieving great things. Zhu Gaoziu could assist him, being his most trusted son in this regard, willing to offer everything he had. During such times, suspicion and restraint are detrimental to the motivation of subordinates. Empowerment and encouragement are indeed the wisest paths. The Yan Wang had a keen understanding of employing people. Hence, Zhu Gaoziu felt the Yan Wang's genuine intentions, yet regrettably. A gentleman also possesses the trait of assessing situations, capable of shamelessly disavowing at any moment. Chapter 53. Waterbirds. The Yan Wang's demeanor was extraordinarily captivating. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode before his seat, his imposing figure deep in thought, seemingly contemplating what else he could offer Zhu Gaoziu. being his biological father and treating someone in such a manner. Who could refuse to serve him loyally and wholeheartedly? It is no wonder that the historical Gao Yangwang devoted himself wholeheartedly, firmly believing in his status as the heir. In reality, the Yanwang had not been overly harsh on Gao Yangwang. Considering he was his own son, he just did not meet Gao Yangwang's expectations. Zhu Gaosu understood a fundamental truth. If his father was willing to bestow something upon him, he would graciously accept it. If not, he could not demand it, let alone snatch it away. He reflected on how Wang Bin risked his life to shield him, valuing Wang's life above all else, and thus did not decline. Bowing to say, "The warriors fight valiantly for me. I dare not neglect their efforts. I express my gratitude to Father for promoting them." The Yanwang nodded. "I'm aware that you all fight for me. As for the 1,000 households, Zhang Wu and Chun Gang from the Left Guard Cavalry, I have other arrangements. The remaining 1,000 riders of the Left Guard Cavalry shall be assigned to you for the Yongping Way. You may choose the commanders at your discretion." Zhu Gaosu clasped his fists and replied, "I accept the command. However, since Wang Bin and Wei have been promoted, what will become of the original 1,000 households of Yongping Way?" The Yin Wang glared. "What commanders or 1,000 households are left? The elite troops have long since joined our great army." Zhu Gaosu remarked, "It seems that way. The Yin Wang has mobilized all the soldiers around Beiping. What remains of Yongping Wei?" The Yin Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Go." Zhu Gaosu had no choice but to take his leave. "I shall go to the inner hall to inquire after Mother's well-being." Today, Zhu Gaosu was not adorned in the dragon robe, although he wore yesterday's brown tunic. It was not soiled, and the satin fabric was of high quality. The understated color suited his taste perfectly, complemented by the newly changed white silk lining this morning, making his appearance seem quite appropriate. By the pond beside the rockery, Su Wangfei was surrounded by a group of people. She was feeding the fish when she turned her head and spotted Zhu Gaosu. He approached, clasping his fists in greeting, and inquired about her health. Su Wangfei responded, "Since your little aunt nurtured me last time, I have felt much better." Zhu Gaosu then bowed to Su Miaojin beside her. "I pay my respects to my little aunt." The young Su Miaojin initially appeared taken aback, but then nodded, saying, "The Gaoyang Wang has already become renowned for slaying the commander-in-chief of the enemy troops, the Duke of Chongqing, in Zhending. It has spread throughout the Wangfu." Zhu Gaosu smiled and replied, "It is indeed a rare honor to receive praise from my little aunt." Zhu Gaosu dared not gaze too intently at the woman, as it was considered exceedingly rude in this era. He occasionally cast discreet glances. Su Miaojin was not wearing a veil today and appeared quite ordinary, no longer resembling a Taoist priestess. Her almond-shaped eyes, gracefully upturned, were truly enchanting, more beautiful than any blossom. Zhu Gaosu could not articulate why. Merely being looked at by her, whether in admiration or reproach, stirred ripples within his heart akin to the tranquil lake beside them. Zhu Gaosu said, "If I can assist my father, it is also for the benefit of our entire family. Yet, it is still mother who loves her son more." The Wangfei instantly displayed a tender smile. After all, she bore him and thus was bound to be more affectionate. Zhu Gaosu, reluctant to discuss state affairs before his mother, diverted the topic, asking, "Have I startled mother's fish?" The Wangfei replied, "As long as there is food, the fish will come." Zhu Gaosu turned slightly, requesting the people nearby to provide fish food, just as Su Miaojin was about to hand it to him. Zhu Gaosu reached out, saying, "I will do it." Su Miaojin had no choice but to pass him the fish food. When he grasped the ceramic bowl, one of his fingers accidentally brushed against the back of Su Miaojin's hand. Her hand was indeed very smooth, akin to silk or warm jade. Her expression shifted immediately, and her hand relaxed. Fortunately, Zhu Gaosu's reflexes were quick, and he steadied the ceramic bowl. Su Miaojin shot him a fierce glare, her bright almond eyes glaring like daggers. And in that instant, Zhu Gaosu felt as if he had been pricked by something. Zhu Gaosu could not help but think, many flowers possess thorns. Yet, this ant's thorns were too many and too cold. "Be careful, don't drop it," Su Miaojin promptly cautioned. Thus, her gaze, to others, seemed to scold Zhu Gaosu for his unsteady hands, subtly smoothing over the awkwardness. However, was her glare truly for his unsteady grip on the bowl, or was it for touching her hand? "My little aunt is fiercer than my mother," Zhu Gaosu muttered under his breath as he presented the ceramic bowl to the Wangfei. Su Miaojin's voice chimed, "How could I dare?" The Gaoyang Wang is so formidable, so majestic, slaying the enemy general amidst countless troops. He is the one who has achieved the most under the Yan Wang's command. How could I dare to be fierce with you? Zhu Gaosu chuckled in response. However, after laughing, he felt a strange sensation, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Although Su Miaojin lacked the demeanor of a Taoist priestess, she left a profound impression of being exceptionally aloof and cold. Yet, when it came to military matters, her tone became longer and more engaging. He recalled that time he visited her while she was ill. She had completely ignored him. When they met again, discussing Zhang Xin, she had suddenly taken notice of him. Zhu Gaosu had felt something was peculiar then, and now the feeling had become clearer. Du Qianrui showed almost no interest in such matters, while this little aunt, hailing from a scholarly family, had a broad heart. Her interests were truly incomparable to those of an ordinary young lady. The Wang Fei fed the fish for a while, handed the ceramic bowl to someone else, and slowly walked along the wooden bridge while conversing with Zhu Gaosu. In the royal family, even conversations between mother and son were conducted with great care. Unlike those of common folk, Zhu Gaosu was mindful of his words, yet he felt considerably more relaxed than when in the presence of the Yan Wang. Su Miaojin spoke little, yet Zhu Gaosu never forgot that despite being her elder, she was such an exquisitely beautiful one. It was unavoidable. Today, Su Miaojin wore a plain skirt instead of the wide Taoist robe, which was indeed rare. In Zhu Gao, Su could not resist seizing the opportunity to glance at her more often. Her top was a standing collar, tightly fitted, exposing only her graceful neck, which gleamed like jade. Her garment bore not a single embroidered flower, and the patterns along the hem were merely ordinary diagonal stripes. The color of the fabric was plain and unadorned. Yet, she required no embellishments to accentuate her beauty. The natural sway of her waist and hips as she walked was already an epitome of grace. Her face was untouched by any cosmetics, but the brilliance of her almond-shaped eyes, shimmering with life, conveyed a beauty that no delicate Song Dynasty verse could encapsulate. Regrettably, her gaze was somewhat aloof, evoking a sense of distance that made her seem unapproachable. What had I done wrong? Zhu Gaosu pondered, recalling the finger that had inadvertently brushed against Su Miaojin's hand. He surmised that perhaps she thought he was being inappropriate. Zhu Gaosu felt a wave of despair. Had he inadvertently presented himself as a frivolous character before her? Yet, he quickly rectified his attitude. It was only natural for a young man to feel a stir of attraction in the presence of such a stunning beauty, not unlike those elderly gentlemen from his past life who shamelessly gazed at women on public transport. For a youth of his age to be drawn to a lovely maiden was hardly surprising. However, he knew that it must end there. He was acutely aware of the significance of what he possessed, especially given the precariousness of the situation. He could not afford to engage in any indiscretions driven by mere beauty, particularly since Su Miaojin held a senior position and resided in the residence of the Prince of Yan. Thus, Zhu Gaosu restrained himself, refraining from casting furtive glances at Su Miaojin any longer. At that moment, Su Miaojin spoke. "Princess, has Wang Yi not been able to accompany you for a few days?" The princess nodded, replying, "The prince mentioned last night that he wishes to go to Yongping Wei." She continued, "Gaosu need not worry about me. Focus on your duties and take care of your safety." "I will remember that," Zhu Gaosu responded with a bow. Unintentionally, he noticed Su Miaojin gazing towards the pond. Zhu Gaosu followed her gaze and looked over. A white bird skimmed across the water surface, diving down to gently touch the water, only to rise swiftly back into the air, soaring far above the surface. All that remained were faint ripples on the pond's surface, disturbed by its fleeting presence. Chapter 54. Words coarse yet reasonable at noon. Zhu Gaosu was invited by the princess of Su to dine, and the Prince of Yin also joined them in the dining hall. Zhu Gaosu felt exceedingly constrained during the meal, a stark contrast to dining with his parents. The royal dining hall was indeed opulent, adorned with valuable antique calligraphy and paintings, and furnished with exquisite mahogany furniture, while the dishes were served in fine porcelain from Jingdezhen. The variety of dishes was astounding, incomparable to what Zhu Gaosu had experienced in the duke's residence. Dining here, when juxtaposed with the lowly structures outside the Prince of Yan's estate, made Zhu Gaosu feel as though he had traversed into a realm of two distinctly different civilizations. The princess of Su served him a piece of sot ed lamb offal, sighing gently, Gao Su has reached the marriageable age. As a mother, I cannot help but be concerned about this matter. Zhu Gao Su feigned nonchalance, saying, Mother, do not worry. The time is not yet ripe. Once father has quelled the treacherous ministers and restored order in the capital, I will be able to marry. After all, how can one think of a family when the treacherous are not yet dealt with? The princess of Su seemed hesitant to speak, opening her mouth but ultimately refraining. Zhu Gao Su surmised that she feared what would happen if the Jingnan campaign were to fail, leaving her son without the opportunity for marriage. However, discussing this in front of the Prince of Yin was inappropriate, so she remained silent. Observing the Prince of Yin, Zhu Gao Su noted his increasingly grave expression. Yet he calmly remarked, What man fears being without a wife? What difficulty is there in marriage for you? Gao Su, do not let the princess fret too much. The princess of Su added, Once Gao Su reaches Yongping, you must diligently assist your father. I will take time to make an introduction to the family of Wei Baihu. A daughter cannot be delayed, and I will find you another suitable match. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gao Su thought to himself that the information relayed by Professor Ho Hai indicated that Wei Da's daughter was already betrothed. This was fortunate, as it spared him from unnecessary complications. He nodded in agreement, displaying a dutiful demeanor. Furthermore, Zhu Gao Su had never anticipated marrying Wei Da's daughter. He trusted that as a mother, the princess of Su would not choose an excessively beautiful daughter-in-law for herself. Marriage in this time was indeed peculiar. The couple often had never even seen each other before tying the knot. However, Zhu Gao Su did not mind. He had no desire to challenge his parents' authority in such matters. After all, in his previous life, he had the freedom of choice. Yet he needed the means to make a selection, ultimately ending up with an unremarkable partner, much like his previous girlfriend, who had some charm but was not the most desirable choice. With the North's military personnel in short supply, the Prince of Yin had promised to allocate the remaining cavalry from the left guard to Zhu Gao Su. However, upon taking command, Zhu Gao Su found that fewer than 800 cavalry remained. Many soldiers had been withdrawn for various reasons, leaving a considerable gap in leadership. Regardless, there were not many troops to begin with, and Zhu Gao Su did not dwell on it. After 3 days, he gathered the forces and set out for Yongping Wei. Departing from Beiping, estimating the direction and distance, Zhu Gao Su surmised that Yongping Prefecture was likely near Qinhuangdao. In later times, Qinhuangdao became a developed area, but it was not so at present. This location, originally known as Lulong Town, had historically been a strategic military point, controlling the Great Wall to the north and blocking the Liao West Corridor to the east, making it a battlefield of great significance. Whenever conflict arose in Hebei, Yongping Prefecture would invariably bear the brunt of devastation. Upon entering the city, Zhu Gao Su observed the dilapidated buildings and dusty streets, realizing that the area prioritized military affairs over economic development. The most magnificent structures in Yongping City were the 4 city towers. Yongping City served as both a prefectural city and a military garrison, with the prefectural office and military command established within the city walls. Indeed, upon arriving in Yongping City, the officials of the prefectural office welcomed him with a banquet to honor his arrival. Zhu Gao Su, accompanied by Wei Da and others, attended the feast, where he asserted his authority over military and political matters. In the early Ming Dynasty, military officers held higher status than their civil counterparts, and as the son of the Prince of Yin, there was little doubt as to who held the upper hand in this setting. That night, over 1,000 cavalrymen were stationed near the military command office, including the Duke's Guard and the 800 cavalry assigned to him by the Prince of Yin. Early the following morning, Zhu Gao Su arose and summoned his commanders to commence their duties. Zhu Gao Su first reorganized his troops, employing a straightforward method. Many cavalrymen had suffered casualties in the battles near Zhending City and were subsequently reassigned, resulting in vacancies among the ranks. He promoted the remaining Baihu to Vice Qianhu, tested Baihu to promote him to Baihu, and elevated the Zongqi to test Baihu, and so forth to fill the gaps. The small flags in Wuchang were to be chosen by the Baihu and Zongqi for reporting. Wang Bin was appointed as the Qianhu of the cavalry, commanding 208 cavalry. Chun de Chue was directly promoted to Baihu of the guard unit, temporarily leading Zhu Gao Su's 200 cavalry. After all, the personal guards only needed to follow the main commander and did not require exceptional skills, loyalty being of utmost importance. After Zhu Gao Su completed his arrangements, he instructed Professor Ho Hai to compile the roster and review the commanders. After a day of bustling activity, the hour had grown late. He ordered the assembly to disperse, allowing everyone to rest. That night, Zhu Gao Su stayed within the military command office. The office was in a state of disrepair, seemingly neglected for over a decade or two, with the red paint on the wooden pillars faded and peeling. The entire courtyard was filled with a peculiar and complex odor, a mixture of fermented sweat, mildew, smoke, and horse manure, creating a rich tapestry of scents. In the inner quarters where Zhu Gao Su resided, the bed was as hard as stone, and in the dim light, the corners of the room were covered in a thick layer of grime, the nature of which was indiscernible. He found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning before finally rising from bed. After wandering the courtyard for a while, he decided to head towards the second hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly heard voices from outside. A man's voice exclaimed, "De Chue, now you must be addressed as Chun Bai Hu. You've ascended quickly. How did you become Bai Hu all of a sudden?" Chun De Chue replied, "You didn't see me taking hits without caring for my life. Now that I'm eating well, you're drooling?" Following this, a series of indistinct chuckles ensued. Chun De Chue continued, "For the sake of our brotherhood, don't blame me for not teaching you. We serve as personal guards under the Duke of the County, having seized the initiative long ago. In this warfare, opportunities for merit and promotion abound. The only fear lies in the absence of conflict. War inevitably claims lives, and once lost, nothing remains. Fear of death leaves one helplessly watching fate unfold." He paused for a moment, muttering something to the side, before continuing. "Once the Prince of Yin reaches the capital, a multitude of officials will be ousted. Not to mention the titles of Marquis and Minister, a plethora of illustrious positions will become vacant, revealing who among us possesses true capability." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu found Chen Dazhong's words particularly insightful. With so many soldiers, why is it that he alone is the first to rush forward at a pivotal moment? This is no mere coincidence. It echoes the age-old adage, opportunity always favors the prepared mind. Chen Dazhong, though appearing simple-minded, possesses a shrewder intellect compared to other foot soldiers, demonstrating discernment. Once the Prince of Yin succeeds, Zhu Gaoxiu himself could ascend to the rank of a prince. The distinction between a prince and a duke, though seemingly trivial, is monumental in reality. Observe the grandeur of the Prince of Yin's estate, its wealth, and the throngs of people. Then compare it to Zhu Gaoxiu's own duke's residence, and the disparity becomes starkly evident. In his past life, Zhu Gaoxiu was merely a commoner burdened by debt. However, as a prince, he would stand above countless others, basking in glory and wealth, revered and worshipped, enjoying the devoted service of many, relishing in delicacies and exquisite beauty without end. If he could attain such status in the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Gaoxiu would be quite content. Yet, can one truly indulge in peace? A shadow, whose appearance he cannot recall, lingers like a nightmare, entwining his very marrow like a venomous serpent. The bed creaked under his weight as Zhu Gaoxiu turned restlessly several times. A sliver of moonlight illuminated his face, casting a pallid hue akin to a ghostly visage. The window was particularly high and narrow, allowing only a dim light to seep into the dark room. Zhu Gaoxiu pondered repeatedly. If the Prince of Yin succeeds here, he himself would be in a precarious position. How could the prince, having usurped the throne, claim to replace the legitimate heir and bestow upon him the title of successor? He found it utterly unbelievable. Is it truly feasible to remain at ease as a prince? He turned again, suddenly contemplating. Historically, how did Zhu Gaoxiu align with the Prince of Yin in rebellion? And how was he able to muster troops? Yet, when the time came for rebellion, he was easily suppressed by a newly crowned youth, without even a hint of resistance. The Ming Dynasty's vassal princes have attempted rebellion several times, yet only Zhu Di's uprising made significant waves. The revolt of the second son of the Prince of Yin was hardly notable. Zhu Gaoxiu could not help but question, did the historical Zhu Gaoxiu truly rebel? The more he contemplated, the colder his heart became. If he did not rebel, he might well be swept up in one. The more he dwelled on these thoughts, the more restless he grew, unable to sleep throughout the night. By morning, his eyes felt as if filled with sand, uncomfortable and weary. He lost all motivation, retrieving a willow branch from the water bucket to chew on as a makeshift tooth-cleaning tool. In truth, toothbrushes had already been invented, along with salt for cleaning teeth. The officers gradually arrive in the main hall, where Zhu Gaoxiu took his place at the dais, surveying them as though assessing his own strength. Regardless of the tactics employed for self-preservation, one must first possess strength. Zhu Gaoxiu inwardly cursed. Do they think they can easily dispose of me? Chapter 55. Who was to fool the troops of Yangping Wei had been summoned by the Prince of Yan, leaving only a little over 300 to defend. Zhu Gaoxiu retreated to the signing room, sifting through a chaotic pile of documents, all given to him by Jin Zhong before his departure, while also urging his officers to brainstorm strategies. At that moment, Lu Ying, a 100-man commander from the captured forces of Xiong County, spoke up. I have a few ideas, though I'm unsure if I should share them. Liu Bai Hukai encouraged him to proceed. Zhu Gaoxiu looked up and said, Feel free to speak. Lu Ying clasped his fists. In local military households, there is a system dividing them into guards and those engaged in farming, with scheduled rotations for duty. The system has become rigid over these years, and no one dares to breach the rules outside the designated time. The Prince of Yan's uprising was sudden, and it is possible that only the garrison troops were withdrawn, while those engaged in farming remain in place. Oh, Zhu Gaoxiu exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have completely overlooked this. He immediately ordered Ho Hai to investigate the records of Yangping Wei to ascertain whether the farming households were still present. After a considerable wait, Ho Hai entered the signing room, confirming Lu Ying's suspicions. Lu Ying then proposed. The Prince of Gaoyang could issue an order under the pretense of border readiness, summoning the farming commanders to report to the guard city with their troops. The military households are not affluent. If the prince could procure some funds from the Yongping treasury to reward them, this plan would be even more secure. Once the troops arrive at the guard city, whether for border readiness or deployment, it will ultimately be at the prince's discretion. Zhu Gaoxiu nodded continuously, then slammed his hand on the table, declaring, Wei Qianhu, take the roster of Yangping Wei commanders and arrange this immediately. Wei stepped forward, clasping his fists in military salute, responding, Understood. Zhu Gaoxiu waved his hand, instructing Wei to proceed without delay, while he continued to sift through the documents in hand, discerning which were of value, engaged in this task since early morning. After a while, Zhu Gaoxiu placed a small stack of papers forward and turned to Lu Ying. You stay, the others may disperse. The remaining officers bowed, stating, We take our leave. Only Lu Ying remained, awaiting further instructions. Zhu Gaoxiu regarded him once more. I have another task for you, Liu Bai Hukai. Here are some maps of the northern regions. Take them and select capable and astute soldiers from each camp to form a scouting team. Seek out a few locals to explore the terrain near Daming City according to the routes depicted on the maps. Lu Ying stepped forward, taking the stack of papers. Bowing, I will obey. After a few days, Wei gathered the military commanders from the guard units, amassing over 2,000 men. Zhu Gaoxiu, lacking commanders of his own, allowed Wei, in the capacity of a 100-man commander, to oversee the military authority of 2,000-strong units. Deputy commanders, 100 men, and other leaders were all appointed from the guard as military officers, promoting them progressively as necessary. The Ming Dynasty's guard system is uniform, but once organized into an army. The structure varies slightly, often reflecting the commanding officer's preferences in military strategy. After discussions with his officers, Zhu Gaoxiu largely adhered to the organization of the guard system in restructuring the army. 10-man banners, 56-man total banners, 100-man teams of over 300, and over 1,000 in the 1,000-man camp presented no novelty or impropriety. The newly recruited military households were all infantry, as the cavalry had already departed under the banners of the Fengtian Jingnan to Beiping. Zhu Gaoxiu instructed Wei, along with the military officers from the guards, to oversee the training of the newly gathered troops and report on military needs. He also penned letters to be sent to the local government, requesting military provisions. The governor soon arrived, lamenting poverty, prompting Zhu Gaoxiu to engage in negotiations, subsequently utilizing the seals of Yangping Wei and Prince Gaoyang to issue letters to nearby prefectures demanding funds and provisions. From the tower of Yongping City, the uneven terrain gradually came into view. The western horizon bore the faint silhouette of mountains, while the southern landscape was undulating, lacking the vast expanses. At this moment, Zhu Gaoxiu clapped Lu Ying on the shoulder. Liu Bai Hukai, would you care to become a 100-man commander? Lu Ying appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, I still aspire to that. Zhu Gaoxiu regarded him, nodding. I currently lack commanders, and though I'm unfamiliar with most of Yampingwei's leaders, I recognize your talents, Liu Baihokai. I have long wished to promote you. Yet as you have only recently defected, promoting you to 100-man commander at once might lead others to accuse me of favoritism. Liu Ying eagerly nodded. Indeed, I understand the prince's concerns. However, I still intend to promote you. Zhu Gaoxiu shifted the conversation. Liu Ying looked up in surprise. Zhu Gaoxiu patted his shoulder twice. Speaking gravely, the Prince of Yan has received word that the court has summoned the Prince of Liao and the Prince of Ning to retreat their forces via the sea route. The Prince of Liao is already preparing to depart, yet the Prince of Ning remains inactive. What could he be contemplating? Liu Ying pondered deeply before replying. Perhaps he is waiting to observe? Zhu Gaoxiu refrained from confirming. It is unclear. He likely has much on his mind. Liu Ying remarked. Zhu Gaoxiu noted that Prince Ning wields a formidable military force. Presently, both Wang Yin and the court dare not provoke him, which is why he exhibits such audacity. He has surely calculated this. Hence, I surmise he has contemplated extensively. Liu Ying nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Zhu Gaoxiu gazed at the dark silhouette of the mountains on the horizon and sighed. Uncle 17 is indeed very cunning. However, his methods are undeniably effective. Who would dare to challenge him? Only a fool would. Liu Ying pondered. Your Highness speaks the truth. Whoever dares to act against Prince Ning will only drive him further into opposition. Zhu Gaoxiu concurred thus. The wisest course of action is to wait for the adversary to make the first move. However, with so many individuals in the court, not everyone is a fool. The court can afford to wait, which is why they will not act against Prince Ning. He need only bide his time, for the latent threat in Beiping is apparent. Even I can easily discern it, and surely many in the court can as well. He reflected, if one assumes everyone is a fool, one may ultimately discover that they themselves are the fool. Your Highness speaks with great depth, Liu Ying echoed. The two fell silent for a considerable time until Zhu Gaoxiu abruptly turned to him. Nonetheless, we must take action. It would be prudent to test the waters. You and Wei De shall undertake this task. Should you succeed, I shall commend you both with great merit. Consequently, I can petition Prince Yan on your behalf for a promotion to Qinhu. Please, Your Highness, command me. I shall face any peril to fulfill this. Liu Ying exclaimed eagerly. Zhu Gaoxiu beckoned him closer to whisper a few words. Liu Ying clasped his fists and declared, I shall obey your command and strive diligently to accomplish this. Chapter 56. The tranquility of the Ning. The city of the Ning, located in the eastern part of Yan Mountain, remained as serene as ever. A military officer named Li Tai stood behind the battlements, clad in armor, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword, squinting into the distance. He was a military officer of the Ning, and, unbeknownst to many, he had been tasked by the court to secretly monitor Prince Ning. Li Tai's observations were calm, yet his mind was anything but tranquil. The stillness of the Ning was indeed suspicious. If Prince Ning, Zhu Quan, were to heed the imperial decree, he ought to gather his troops and prepare to depart for Liaodong, rather than feigning ignorance of the situation. Li Tai could not afford to ignore the gravity of the situation, for the Prince of Yan had already revolted in Beiping. Trouble was bound to arise in Ning. At that moment, a subordinate approached the battlements and saluted. General, there is an individual below claiming to be from your household, insisting on an audience with you. What manner of person? Li Tai inquired casually. The subordinate tilted his head and inhaled sharply, describing the visitor as wearing a long robe. Resembling a scholar, yet not quite fitting the mold, speaking with a southern accent, and possessing a feminine visage. Li Tai was about to instruct him to bring the individual up when he suddenly reconsidered. I shall go down and meet him. Descending from the battlements and traversing the corridor to the city gate, he indeed found someone waiting there. The individual possessed a distinctly feminine appearance. Yet Li Tai did not recognize him. Seeing only one person in plain clothing, Li Tai raised his hand slightly and gestured for the following subordinate to retreat. You are Li Tai, he stated. The visitor replied, My identity is of little consequence. I am merely here to convey a message. Are you General Li Tai? Upon receiving a confirmation from Li Tai, the visitor continued, May I see your seal? Li Tai furrowed his brow and produced a round waist token, extending it towards the visitor. The visitor retrieved a bamboo tube from within his clothing and presented it with both hands. Li Tai reached out to take it, intending to open the bamboo tube when the visitor exclaimed, Wait. Li Tai halted abruptly, looking up in confusion. The visitor added, "This is neither the place to view the contents nor to discuss matters. It would be best for you to look later. I cannot enter the city. Shall we meet again in an hour at the 10-mile pavilion to converse?" "What is this?" Li Tai pondered as he tucked it into his clothing and returned to the official residence, finding a room to open it. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Inside was a yellow silk embroidered with auspicious dragons, inscribed with 2 lines of characters in the emperor's hand. "You may judge the urgency and act accordingly." His hands trembled as he hastily concealed it within his clothing, securing all doors and windows before examining it closely. Indeed, Li Tai had seen imperial edicts before and confirmed beyond doubt that it was the emperor's own writing. "This is a secret edict. I have never encountered a secret edict before," Li Tai mused. Individuals of his rank seldom had the chance to even see the emperor, let alone receive a secret decree. After scrutinizing it, he carefully hid it within his undergarments, his heart racing. After what felt like an eternity, Li Tai set out with 2 trusted soldiers, riding eastward from the city. As he approached within several paces, he raised his hand to halt his companions and rode ahead alone. Dismounting, he bent slightly and clasped his fists, asking, "What is your name, sir?" Just then, as Li Tai reached for his sword, a sudden clang resounded, and he found himself seeing stars, quickly losing consciousness. When Li Tai regained his senses, he found the surroundings dim, night having fallen, yet he was uncertain of his location. Struggling against his bindings, he realized his hands and feet were restrained, and his mouth stuffed with a foul cloth. Nearby, he heard the sound of digging, followed by a voice exclaiming, "Damn it, I told you not to use arrows. What if the 10-mile pavilion is discovered with blood?" Another voice retorted, "Do not worry, brother. Li Tai is foolish enough not to recognize a forgery, and too trusting. Am I to be buried alive?" A wave of confusion and fear washed over Li Tai, as he felt his life slipping away without reason. Who were these individuals? He reflected, recalling the precision of the arrows he had seen earlier. Only a military archer could wield such heavy arrows capable of piercing armor. Feigning unconsciousness, he kept his eyes half open, observing his surroundings and devising a plan. He noticed a small wooden box near the fire, a treasury box that Li Tai, as a military officer, could not fail to recognize. After examining it closely, illuminated by the flickering flames, he discerned that the seal, although torn, bore the insignia of the Daning treasury. What in the world? Why would people from Daning wish to kill me? Li Tai contemplated, knowing he was an agent of the court embedded in Daning to monitor Prince Ning. Yet, it seemed the prince was unaware, or perhaps not. Despite his covert identity, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. He suspected he had already been discovered by Prince Ning. The secret edict he had seen earlier could only belong to someone of great stature like Prince Ning. How could the emperor issue such decrees so casually? Moreover, as a commanding officer of Daning, nearly no one knew his true identity. Who would wish to kill him? And for what reason? At that moment, Li Tai noticed a feathered knife lying beneath a nearby tree. Cautiously, he inched closer. Time passed, and suddenly a shout pierced the night. "The man has escaped." Li Tai deftly mounted his horse, spurring it forward with a kick to its flank, and bolted away. Moments later, he heard the sound of arrows being loosed behind him. Li Tai lowered himself on his horse, racing forward. In a relatively flat area of Yin Mountain, there lay a village inhabited by around 100 souls. As night descended, the village was engulfed in darkness, save for a few faint glimmers of light. It was an ordinary and tranquil evening. Yet, without warning, the sound of barking dogs erupted, and the thunder of hooves echoed. Torches illuminated the night as buildings were set ablaze. The village was soon aglow with flames. The sound of arrows filled the air, and chaos ensued as many villagers fled, bewildered and scattered. Cavalrymen charged through the village, their banners displaying the character for Yan, as they stormed in numbers unknown. Countless villagers fled from the village in a panic, scrambling up the hills, their cries of children mingling with the anguished wails of adults. Amidst the tumult, a man shouted, "The forces of Prince Yin have arrived in Daning. The Yin army is desperate for supplies and is plundering. Do not flee southward, or you will be slaughtered." "What should we do?" A voice cried out from the crowd. Just moments ago, a man shouted, "I am from Ego village. We were robbed at dusk, and the villagers are nearly all slaughtered. We cannot go to Daning city at such a time. We must flee east." The Yin army, driven mad by bloodlust, spared not even the village dogs, roasting children on their spears to consume. Those who did not flee were certain to meet their demise. Panic-stricken and terrified, the crowd, under the man's desperate guidance, followed him in a frantic escape. They cast aside all else, prioritizing their lives above all. As dawn approached, he noticed the southern horizon ablaze with torches, suggesting a large gathering of people. Li Tai quickly dismounted, secured his horse, extinguished the torch, and cautiously concealed himself among the withered trees by the roadside. After a moment, he realized that the group consisted of families fleeing. Some were clad only in their undergarments. Appearing utterly disheveled, Li Tai exhaled in relief, approached the path, and seized one individual, inquiring, "From where do you come, and why do you flee?" The person replied, "The Yin soldiers have come and are killing people, roasting children to eat." At that moment, another man, panting heavily, asked, "Brother, you are not a Yin soldier, are you?" Li Tai looked down at his disheveled military attire, shook his head, and replied, "I am a soldier of the Ning." The man responded, "Isn't the Ning army defeated? The Yin soldiers have arrived." After speaking, he hurriedly continued his flight eastward. Li Tai remained composed and stopped a woman, demanding, "How dare you pretend and deceive me? Speak the truth, or I shall not show mercy." The woman, collapsing to the ground in tears, pleaded, "Spare my life. We are from Galba village in the south of the Ning, robbed by the Yin soldiers. We possess nothing. We have not deceived you." Li Tai then disregarded her and randomly detained several others for questioning. They were indeed common folk, comprising the elderly, women, children, and able-bodied men, all speaking with the accent of the Ning. An elderly man who could read informed him that Yin army flags were everywhere. Exhausted and famished, Li Tai dared not enter the city of Yizhou, instead donning the attire of commoners and continuing eastward. Fortunately, he had a water pouch on his horse, which allowed him to sustain himself. Li Tai evaded capture throughout his journey, eventually reaching Guangning. Luckily, he still possessed his official seal, enabling him to enter the city and meet with the Liao Wang. Upon learning that a military officer had arrived from Daning, the Liao Wang granted him an audience. Li Tai, upon seeing the Liao Wang, knelt and exclaimed, "The Ning Wang has rebelled. The Ning Wang has rebelled." The Liao Wang, taken aback, replied, "I received news from the Ning yesterday that the Ning Wang was not making any moves. He has rebelled." Li Tai, filled with emotion, insisted, "I have witnessed it with my own eyes. It cannot be mistaken. The Ning Wang has allowed the Yin army into the Ning, deceiving the king." The Liao Wang immediately dispatched scouts to the west to ascertain the situation. Chapter 57. Reinforcements are coming in the first year of Jiangwen. The defeat of Gung Bingwen enraged the Ming court, prompting a monumental decision to launch an unprecedented assault against the Yin Wang. A strategy was devised to attack from the north and south, with Duke Chao, Li Jinglong, leading an army of 500,000 from the south, while Jiang Yinho, Wu Gao, commanded the Liaodong forces through the Liaoxi corridor from the north. The two armies were expected to resolve the rebellion in Beiping within a year. In Hejin Prefecture, troops gathered both inside and outside the city as Li Jinglong stood atop the city walls. Facing the chill of deep autumn winds, his heart burned with fervor. Observing the galloping iron steeds, rows of tents, and countless soldiers on the plains, he felt as though he stood upon the clouds. Such is the spirit of a true man. Li Jinglong wore military attire, the collar embroidered with red and blue silk, adorned with delicate embroidery. His attire was immaculate, and the jeweled scabbard of his sword gleamed brilliantly, the blade itself pristine and unused, standing tall amidst the throngs of soldiers. Li Jinglong's demeanor resembled that of a majestic mountain poised to descend. Possessing both martial prowess and literary talent, Li Gong authored the Taizu Shirlu and quelled the Yin rebellion. A figure of renown through the ages, unparalleled by any. His subordinates bent low, seeking his approval. Li Jinglong squinted, non-committal, merely stroking the beard upon his lips. At that moment, a soldier approached, kneeling before the city wall, clasping his fists, and announced, "My lord, Commander Chu Nung requests an audience." "Bring him up." Li Jinglong gestured lightly. As a duke wielding the command of the military, all within the army were obliged to heed his words. Before long, Chu Nung ascended the walls and performed military salutes. Li Jinglong cast a sidelong glance, noting Chu Nung's excessively serious demeanor, his face bearing the weight of burdens as if others owed him grain and returned husks instead. His visage suited his name, with a flat forehead indicating a life of hardship and his rough skin appeared unwashed, his disheveled mustache adding to the unkempt appearance. How could such a figure serve as a commander? What brings you here, Commander Chu? Li Jinglong inquired. Chu Ning replied, I have heard that Duke Li intends to mobilize the entire army northward. Li Jinglong, slightly displeased, responded, Did I not issue orders yesterday? Are you unaware? Guning, astonished, replied, I only just learned of it. I dare to speak a word that must be said. This area to Beiping is a flat plain with no defenses. The army of tens of thousands gathered in Hajian lacks sufficient provisions. If we rashly mobilize the entire army, how shall we sustain ourselves upon reaching Beiping? Are you afraid, Commander? Li Jinglong's expression darkened. I am indeed afraid. The lives of tens of thousands of soldiers depend on us. We must consider supplies and provisions. How could I not be afraid? Guning repli de honnêteté. Li Jinglong forcefully flicked his sleeve, raising a finger at Chu Ning, and barked with such cowardice. What battle do you intend to fight? His subordinates quickly bowed, urging calm. Yet Chu Ning remained unflinching, standing firm with clasped fists, stating, with insufficient provisions. If the rear forces transport supplies to Beiping, will they not be harassed by cavalry in the fields? Once the army gathers beneath the enemy's city, how shall we control a restless morale if we lack provisions? Li Jinglong's face flushed with anger, exclaiming, I command 500,000 troops. Can we not capture a single city of Beiping? Can we not sustain supplies for even 2 months? Chu Ning wished to continue speaking, but Li Jinglong took a deep breath, coldly stating, I understand. Days later, Li Jinglong personally led his army toward Beiping. Hundreds of thousands of troops advanced along several major roads of the plains, a massive tide flowing northward. Meanwhile, the official army's northern route swiftly descended, approaching Yongping City. Zhu Gaoxiu ordered the 4 gates of Yongping to be tightly shut, the entire city under martial law. He had received news that the forces from Liaodong were led by Jiangyin Ho, Wu Gao. For 2 days, Wu Gao's troops had encamped at the city, without firing a single arrow, instead fortifying the area with trenches and barricades. Zhu Gaoxiu ascended the northern city wall, gazing out at the tumultuous throng of soldiers outside. Hearing only their clamor, with no sound of cannons or guns, the enemy had yet to commence their assault. Straining his eyes, he could still see many engaged in constructing wooden ladders. By the looks of it, Wu Gao was preparing for a strong assault on Yongping City. Wu Gao, steady and methodical, commanded forces at least 10 times the size of Zhu Gaoxiu's, yet was first focused on fortifying defenses, not rushing into an attack. Zhu Gaoxiu found himself at a loss. His forces were too few, and an assault against a fortified position held by superior numbers seemed unwise. Surrounded by a group of military generals and civil officials from Yongding Prefecture, they debated defensive strategies. Have the common folk collect excrement and boil it. It becomes a potent poison, scalding where it touches, rendering any remedy useless, causing festering wounds. At night, mix it with clay and paste it onto the city gates to prevent the enemy's fire attacks. Prepare rolling logs and stones, and summon the people to assist in fortifying the city. The discussion grew animated, and Wada clasped his fists, asking, My lord, how should we defend ourselves? Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent for a long while, observing the scene outside before finally turning to reply, Proceed to prepare the methods you just mentioned. However, in this situation, what is most essential? The crowd fell silent, fear and urgency evident. Several individuals blurted out inquiries. Zhu Gaoxiu pondered for a moment before declaring reinforcements. Gradually, silence enveloped the assembly until a civil official finally asked, I have heard that Duke Chao, Li Jinglong, leads an army of 500,000 to attack Beiping. Will the Yan Wang send forces to aid? Zhu Gaoxiu responded calmly. With certainty, yes, my father has already dispatched word to me, instructing me to hold the line, and reinforcements will arrive. The recently somber atmosphere gradually lifted, as the group soon found hope. Gao Yangwang, the most favored prince of Yanwang, would undoubtedly come to their rescue. Fortunately, with Gao Yangwang present, how could Yanwang possibly neglect the city of Yongping? Zhu Gaoxiu remained silent, thinking to himself, You are truly overestimating the situation. When faced with critical matters, Yanwang would certainly choose to sacrifice me, his son. Do you believe otherwise? A true man would not hesitate to abandon his own son. Can he still be called a true man? However, he cannot voice these thoughts. As the current commander of Yongping, Zhu Gaoxiu's only course of action was to deceive everyone in the city. Otherwise, in a city devoid of hope, why would anyone risk their lives to defend it? This was his sole option, and there were no alternatives. Wu Gao was clearly determined to press on with a foolish strategy of constructing fortifications and launching a siege. What tactics could Zhu Gao Su employ against him besides direct confrontation? If they were to stubbornly defend, Zhu Gao Su thought he would be no match for the others present, who had just shared a myriad of dubious strategies, some of which he had never even heard of. Yet, those tricks could only buy them time. Beyond that, they were of no real use. The essence of steadfast resistance lay in strength and numbers. They could not afford to lose a single soldier. As casualties mounted, it would not take long before their forces of over 3,000 would dwindle, leading to vulnerabilities along the city walls. Thus, Zhu Gao Su was left with no options but to assure everyone that reinforcements would arrive soon. As evening approached, Zhu Gao Su completed his assignments for the city's defenders before departing from the battlements. Upon reaching the signing office, Wei De entered, hesitating before finally asking, "My lord, when shall we receive news from Yan Wang?" There were only two individuals in the signing office. Zhu Gao Su glanced at him and replied, "There is no news." Wei De soon grasped Zhu Gao Su's intent, lowering his head with a sigh. Moments ago on the city walls, Zhu Gao Su appeared calm and composed. But now his expression betrayed his inner turmoil, feeling exceedingly despondent. He had done nothing but follow military orders. Yet why was he always the one ensnared in this predicament? As both men pondered their thoughts in silence, Zhu Gao Su spoke again. "Wei Qianhu, do not abandon hope. My father may yet come. It depends on the success of our endeavor." Wei De raised his head, looking at Zhu Gao Su with a hint of confusion. Zhu Gao Su continued, "If we succeed, my father will be willing to sacrifice Beiping City, taking risks to gather elite troops from Nanning, bolstering our strength before engaging in a decisive battle with Li Jinglong's main army. My father must pass through Nanning. Aside from Songting Pass, still held by Nanning's forces, the best route across the Great Wall is Lujiakou. He will undoubtedly come to Yongping to rescue us." Wei De nodded. "Your Highness speaks wisely. May it come to fruition." Zhu Gao Su refrained from confirming, sharing the same wish as Wei De, yet his heart remained burdened. After all, such schemes were bound to harbor flaws. Whether they would be discovered was a matter of fate. Wei De clasped his hands in salute and took his leave. "I will inspect the other cities once more." Zhu Gao Su nodded, gesturing for him to go. After dinner, Zhu Gao Su summoned someone to bring his horse, taking a contingent of loyal soldiers to patrol the city defenses. Fortunately, Zhu Gao Su felt nothing but gratitude towards Yan Wang, thankful for a royal father who provided numerous advantages, yet lacking in paternal affection. Otherwise, he might have felt emotionally wounded like a typical heir. Regardless of the reasoning, being abandoned by one's own father without regard for life or death was not a pleasant experience. However, Zhu Gao Su, unencumbered by familial ties, was instead able to understand Yan Wang. "My lord, my lord." The soldiers behind the walls saluted. Zhu Gao Su suppressed his inner turmoil and worries, nodding expressionlessly. "When the enemy attacks the city, you must also be mindful of preserving your lives during battle. We must conserve our strength to combine forces with Yan Wang's reinforcements once they arrive, defeating Wu Gao. Reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements are coming." Zhu Gao Su, like a tireless herald, incessantly instilled hope within the soldiers. Chapter 58. The secret edict. Reinforcements have arrived. Gao Yang Wang has indeed kept his promise. Zhu Gao Su leaned against the city wall, hearing nearby voices raised in excitement. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sun with his palm, he peered outside the city, witnessing Wu Gao's forces from Liaodong in retreat. Tools, shovels, and tents were strewn about behind the fortifications. How amusing it was for Jiang In-ho Wu Gao to travel such a distance to Hebei with thousands of men, laboring tirelessly for days without firing a single cannon or arrow, only to abandon the painstakingly constructed fortifications and flee. Yet, what if Yan Wang's reinforcements had not arrived? Fortunately, Yan Wang did come, first sending a cavalry unit across the fortifications, pursuing northward. Soon, banners billowed in the west, and a tide of troops appeared on the horizon. Not only had Yan Wang arrived, but he also led the main forces of the Yan army. Zhu Gao Su commanded 1,000 cavalry himself, but he refrained from ordering a pursuit of Wu Gao's troops. He had no interest in chasing down a few heads. After all, the slain would ultimately be counted among their own. Before long, encircled by iron cavalry and flanked by fluttering banners, Yin Wang, clad in heavy armor, nonchalantly approached the base of Yongping. The city gates stood wide open as Zhu Gao Su descended from the walls to the gates, bowing respectfully along the way, awaiting Yin Wang's arrival. Your humble son welcomes you, father. Only then did he notice that his third brother, Gao Zai, was following behind, clad in armor. Gao Zai was of little use. Zhu Gao Su knew well that his younger brother was not skilled in archery or horsemanship and was unlikely to defeat even a mere foot soldier. Zhu Gao Su called out, "Third brother, you are here too." Gao Zai replied, "Elder brother, I hope you've been well. I implored father to take me along, wishing to assist him like my brothers." Good. Yin Wang smiled, appearing entirely unfazed, contrary to the dire situation of being besieged by 500,000 troops. However, he soon revealed the reason. Gao Su performed admirably. Your 17th uncle has been ordered to relinquish his military authority. In the imperial capital, within the grand confines of the Hongwu Gate, there lay a majestic boulevard known as Qianbulang. The Ministry of War was located on the eastern side of Qianbulang. This splendid architectural complex, with its clean and orderly grounds, offered a delightful experience for all who passed through. The Minister of War, Qi Tai, enjoyed not only a superior working environment, but also the admiration and respect of the majority of those around him. Through the clear, wooden windows, autumn sunlight filled the study, suffusing the air with the scent of ink. Minister Qi paused in his writing, holding his brush suspended in mid-air, deep in thought. He stroked his beard, his brow furrowed, sensing that something was amiss. In recent days, he had occasionally recalled a troubling thought, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. With a sigh, Minister Qi set his brush down on the inkstone and called out, "You there?" A scholar with his hair tied back and wearing a net cap entered, standing respectfully. Minister Qi instructed, "Go fetch General Li Tai to my study." The scholar promptly replied at once. Afterward, Minister Qi resumed his writing, balancing public duties with his anticipation. After a long while, the scholar returned to the door, announcing, "Minister, General Li has arrived." "Good. Please invite General Li in and prepare a pot of tea." Minister Qi instructed. Li Tai bowed and said, Yes, for you." "Minister, anyone would gladly comply. Even a prince would show you due respect." "Let's not dwell on that. I was just writing when I suddenly recalled the last audience with the emperor where several ministers were present, including the Liao Wang. But General Li was not among those summoned." Minister Qi said soberly. Li Tai replied, "My rank is too low, and besides, everyone knows the event occurring in the north. Even Liao Wang is aware." "Indeed." Minister Qi nodded. "I apologize for troubling you again, General Li. Would you mind recounting the events into Ning and Guangning once more?" Li Tai then narrated his experiences and observations in detail. Minister Qi listened attentively, occasionally nodding or making small gestures, embodying the demeanor of a keen listener. "I have finished my account," Li Tai concluded. Li Tai spoke at length, exhaling a deep sigh. Unexpectedly, Qi Shangshu interjected, "Let us have some tea to soothe our throats." "Could General Li repeat that?" All right. Li Tai nodded eagerly. "On that day, I was deceived by the people of Wangning and lured out of the city." "Wait." Qi Shangshu raised his arm. "As a military general of the Ning city, why were the people of Wangning able to deceive you rather than simply calling you out?" Li Tai glared. "Wangning did not want me to know that it was he who orchestrated the foul deed. That is a valid point, but that was not my intention." Qi Shangshu paused, adopting a different tone, speaking slowly and clearly. "My question was poorly phrased. How exactly were you deceived out of the city?" Li Tai replied. "The man presented a forged imperial edict." Qi Shangshu immediately inquired, "How did you discern it was forged? Why did you not realize at the time?" Elite explaineth. "The edict was remarkably convincing. The handwriting was indistinguishable from the emperor's own decrees, which I have seen and admired closely. However, later the assassins whispered behind my back that it was a counterfeit, easily tricking me. I regret not pondering more deeply at that moment. There is only one person who came, and he appeared scholarly, which led me to underestimate him. If we consider General Li's account, it does seem rather peculiar. Your 2 personal guard were shot dead, leaving bloodstains. Yet the assassin specifically aimed to capture you alive and then intended to bury you alive, allowing you to escape. Does this not seem somewhat illogical?" Qi Shangshu remarked coldly. Li Tai was momentarily taken aback. "What does Qi Batang mean?" Qi Shangshu did not respond and instead asked, "What did the edict say?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Tai replied. It stated, "You may judge the urgency and act accordingly." Very well. Today has been a special trip for General Li. Thank you. Qi Shangshu lifted his teacup, gently fanning the surface with the lid, yet he did not take a sip. Sensing the cue, Li Tai rose and clasped his fists. I take my leave. Someone, see the guest off, Qi Shangshu ordered. Once Li Tai departed, Qi Shangshu also stood, adjusted his attire, and walked directly out of the study towards the corridor outside the yamen. As he exited the yamen, Qi Shangshu glanced at the western sun, estimating that there was still at least an hour until the hour of you, and quickened his pace. When Minister of War Qi Tai reached the entrance of the Fengtian Gate, he suddenly noticed someone following him. So he slowed his pace and turned to see it was the Shaoqing of the Taichung Temple. Qi Tai's face turned cold, and he feigned politeness before heading to the Fengtian Gate to find the on-duty eunuch. When Zhu Yunxian paused his writing and turned around, the eunuch quietly informed, "Your Majesty, the Minister of War and the Shaoqing of the Taichung Temple wish to petition." Zhu Yunxian emitted a sound. The eunuch slowly stepped back, contemplated for a moment, then turned and walked towards the imperial gate. Qi Tai slightly hesitated, then extended his arm and clasped his fists. "I wish to report. Has your Majesty conferred any noble honors upon ministers, thus producing such a confidential edict?" After a moment, Zhu Yunxian replied expressionlessly, "I have not issued such a secret decree." Upon hearing this, Qi Tai bowed after a while. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am grateful and take my leave. Long live Your Majesty." Zhu Yunxian turned to the Shaoqing of the Taichung Temple, who also mentioned a minor matter before taking his leave. The great hall fell silent once more, as if it were merely a part of the emperor's routine governance. Several eunuchs, seeing the ministers depart without further comment from the emperor, relaxed their expressions. Yet unexpectedly, Zhu Yunxian suddenly slammed the red brush heavily onto the imperial desk, the sound echoing sharply, with red ink splattering onto the floor tiles. The nearby eunuch trembled violently, his face turning pale. Nevertheless, Zhu Yunxian did not cease. His face flushed with alternating hues. He forcefully yanked the yellow cloth from the desk, then thrust the desk forward with both hands, causing a loud crash. All surrounding eunuchs and palace maids knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, pressing their faces to the floor, not daring to breathe a sound. Only Zhu Yunxian stood there, gasping for breath, his face a mix of red and white. His eyes reddened, displaying a complex expression, as if he had just consumed something foul and was choking on it, or as if he had just fought and had not yet calmed his anger. "You may judge the urgency and act accordingly." This edict was addressed to Duke Chongqing Gung Bingwen, word for word. Yet Gung Bingwen had long since fallen at the hands of Prince Gao Yang Zhu Gaochu, and it was said that Gung Bingwen's helmet and sword had been thoroughly plundered. Chapter 59, The Woman in Between. When Wang Yin arrived at the yamen of Yangpingwei, he immediately took the seat usually occupied by Zhu Gaochu, sitting firmly upon the official podium. After exchanging greetings, Wang Yin quickly turned to Zhu Gaochu below, asking what strategy the court should employ against Wang Ning. Zhu Gaochu pondered swiftly. He did not wish to stand out too much, intending merely to assist his father quietly, as aiding Wang Yin was also beneficial for himself. However, since Wang Yin had inquired, lying would only complicate matters further if the truth were to come out later. Living in a world, one must undoubtedly tell lies. Yet when one can speak the truth, it is best to do so. Simple as that. This was Zhu Gaochu's way of handling affairs from his past life. Zhu Gaochu reached into his garment, beginning to retrieve something, capturing the attention of all those standing in the hall. He ultimately produced a roll of yellow silk from within, stepping forward to place it before Wang Yin. "Father, this is something I obtained from Duke Chongqing Gung Bingwen." He continued, "Upon returning from the battlefield at Zhending, my troops were weary, and I forgot to present this to you at that time." Wang Yin lifted a hand to uncover it, taking a glance. Zhu Gaochu added, "The imperial edict given to Duke Chongqing Gung Bingwen was rather simple, merely using the term you, which could apply to anyone. I had my subordinate Lu Ying go to the Ning city, and with this he easily lured Li Tai out. This is genuine. Li Tai would not have discerned any flaws." Zhu Gaochu continued, "Li Tai is a court spy, having long been sent to the Ning city as a military general to monitor Wang Ning's movements. It seems the court has dispatched individuals to many vassal kings. We must thank Jin Chongshi. If not for the numerous messages provided by Jin Chongshi, I would not have been aware of the situation in the Ning city when I first arrived in Yongping. After saying this, Zhu Gaochu turned about to Jin Zhong, acknowledging his significant contribution to this matter. It was only because Li Tai was the most crucial figure in this affair. Without understanding his background, nothing could have been accomplished. Due to the previous matter of seeking merit, Zhu Gaochu and Zhang Wu had resolved their grievances with a smile. Zhu Gaochu then followed suit in seeking merit for Jin Zhong, hoping it would have some effect. After all, offending a strategist beside Wang Yan for no reason is unwise. It was uncertain whether Jin Zhong was Yao Guangxiao. If that were the case, nothing would be of use. Jin Zhong hurriedly waved his hands. I dare not. I merely sifted through and selected some information. Acquiring these messages is not my merit. Zhu Gaochu recalled the disordered documents Jin Zhong had given him, noting that whatever they contained was piled in a heap. Was this what he called sifting? However, acquiring intelligence regarding Li Tai indeed required someone within the court. Zhu Gaochu continued speaking to Wang Yan. After Li Tai was lured out, he was immediately killed by his attendants, and he was knocked unconscious. I had my subordinates pretend to be people of Wang Ning who wanted to kill him, but if I had stated it directly, Li Tai might not have believed it. So I instructed those involved to create some clues, allowing Li Tai to make his own guesses. Then, I deliberately provided Li Tai with an opportunity to escape. Zhu Gaochu paused slightly, adding before this, I had also dispatched a small group of scouts to quietly infiltrate a village surrounding Daning City, first burning and plundering, driving the villagers to flee. Later, Li Tai fled, riding his horse under the cover of night. He had no choice but to follow the main road, where he encountered a group of refugees. Li Tai approached and inquired with several individuals. These refugees were merely the mountain dwellers surrounding Daning, which was undoubtedly true, so Li Tai could not find any discrepancies in their accounts. Thus, he placed his trust in them. Zhu Gaosu continued, stating that after Li Tai reached the Liao Wang dispatched scouts, who fortuitously encountered the same refugees and the disguise by who. The scouts found it convenient, asked a few questions, and promptly retreated. Haha! Upon hearing this, Yin Wang burst into laughter, exclaiming, brilliant! Jin Zhong added with a chuckle. No wonder the emperor swiftly issued an edict, stripping Ning Wang of his military power. Since Ning Wang has rebelled, the court, unable to reach him, must at least strip him of his title, making it more challenging for him to command the armies of Daning. This is a desperate yet strategic move, and it also serves as a means to vent frustrations. Yin Wang remarked, my royal nephew possesses a lofty ambition. How can he tolerate Ning Wang's defiance? The crowd clasped their fists in respect, declaring, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. At this moment, Yin Wang rose and descended from his throne, firmly grasping Zhu Gaosu's forearm with an intense gaze, saying, Gaosu, you have rendered great service to our father. Zhang Yu interjected, my lord has long sought to recruit the Wu Liangha's three-way vassal cavalry. The soldiers under Ning Wang's command are not inferior to all of our Yin troops combined. They have long posed a threat to us from the north of the Great Wall. If my lord were to acquire them, our Yin army's strength would undoubtedly soar. Xiao Fu, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, if it were not for Gao Yang Wang's cunning, how could the court's civil and military officials have the audacity to act against Ning Wang? Regardless of Ning Wang's inaction, the court should have devised ways to appease and stabilize him and the generals of Daning. If Ning Wang does not surrender, he could still intimidate us from behind. It is far better than pushing him to our side, which would only benefit us. Indeed, Yin Wang began to pace with increasing urgency, as if his anticipation was palpable. Now was an opportune moment. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly. At that moment, Zhu Gaosu, noticing Yin Wang's impatience, spoke up. May I share with the lords and generals a rather crude tale from the wilderness? In such a tense situation, how could he still find the leisure to recount a trivial story? Nevertheless, the others sensed an underlying meaning and clamored. Let us hear what Gao Yang Wang has to say. We are all ears. Zhu Gaosu smiled and began. There once was a woman whose husband was unwell and treated her poorly. However, the woman, in the prime of her youth, found herself living next to a robust young man. Haha, a tale of intrigue. The woman seduces the man. What a perfect match, akin to kindling meeting fire. Zhu Neng shouted excitedly. Zhu Gaosu saw the group's interest and shook his head, saying that will not do. Why not? Xiao Fu asked, intrigued. By the way, Zhu Neng cursed, that woman truly is something. If it were me, regardless of her consent, I would simply take her. Exactly. Zhu Gaosu pointed at Junong. That is precisely how it should be. If the situation were to arise, the woman could claim she was coerced, perhaps allowing her to escape punishment. Before the crowd could react, Yin Wang suddenly burst into laughter. He then pointed at Zhu Gaosu, jokingly rebuking, "You rascal, so audacious. To suggest that your 17th uncle is akin to an adulterous woman." The assembly erupted into laughter as they finally understood, prompting Zhu Gaosu to redden with embarrassment and clasp his fists, saying, "I acknowledge my fault. Please forgive me, father." Most in attendance were warriors, after all, and it hardly mattered. "Indeed, my lord is correct," the crowd echoed in unison. "Enough. I shall acquiesce to him," Yin Wang decisively declared. "Tomorrow at dawn, we shall break camp and head directly for Ning City. Your orders are received." The crowd responded with salutes. Zhu Gaosu replied, "I accept the command." Shortly thereafter, the assembly dispersed to make their preparations. The next morning, Yin Wang led his troops away from Yongping City. The army gradually crossed the Great Wall at Lujiakou, taking a mountain path directly towards the Ning City. At this time, the foliage in the mountains had turned yellow, and the winds carried a chilling air of foreboding. After traveling 500 or 600 miles, Yin Wang's forces arrived at the foot of the Ning City. The gates of the city were tightly shut. Yin Wang, perched upon his horse, gazed upward, observing the fortified walls bristling with weaponry and banners, a clear sign of readiness for battle. Amongst the defenders, one individual clad in a striking red robe stood out prominently. Yin Wang halted his companions and rode forward alone to scrutinize the figure. Realizing that the young man in the red dragon robe was none other than Ning Wang Zhuquan. Zhuquan also spotted the lone rider approaching and, facing him, called out, "Fourth brother, are you leading your forces to attack me?" Yin Wang replied, "17th brother, it is I, your fourth brother. I have been driven to desperation by the emperor. How could I possibly come to wage war against you?" As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "I never imagined I would find myself in such dire straits. The emperor insists I am rebelling." Zhu Quan responded, "So, fourth brother, you are not in rebellion?" Yin Wang lamented, "How could I dare? I have been coerced. There must be treacherous ministers in court. I truly have no choice, 17th brother. I implore you, write to the emperor on my behalf and plead for leniency." He called out, "17th brother, please, open the gates." Yin Wang choked back his cries. "17th brother, wait. You cannot abandon me in my time of need." Yet Zhu Quan's red robe had vanished from view. Yin Wang stood there perplexed, waiting for a considerable time. Suddenly, the city gates creaked open, revealing a narrow opening. On the day Yin Wang departed, Zhu Gaosu also set out from Yongping City, leaving only a few hundred men to guard the estate while taking the rest of the infantry and cavalry to Beiping. As expected, when Zhu Gaosu was brought into a hall by the eunuchs, Su Wang Fei and the heir were present. Zhu Gaosu hurried forward to pay his respects, saying, "Mother, elder brother." The heir, having overheard Su Wang Fei's earlier comments, appeared somewhat displeased, as she likely deemed Zhu Gaosu the most capable among her three sons during perilous times. Without exchanging pleasantries, the three quickly began discussing the defense of Beiping. Before Yin Wang's departure, he had issued strict orders to the heir and the generals to hold the city at all costs and not to venture outside. Having arranged the guard for each city while instructing Yao Guangxiao and the heir to oversee military matters, Zhu Gaosu remarked, "As October approaches, the weather grows colder. I have heard from experienced generals within the army that as the chill deepens, if we sprinkle water on the city walls the night before, it will freeze overnight, making it more difficult for the imperial army to besiege the city." Upon hearing this, Su Wang Fei nodded slightly, her brow arched with a hint of valor. "As long as we hold fast for a month, when your father returns with his forces, we shall sally forth to support my lord." Within a few days, Li Jinglong's army arrived at the city gates. Su Wang Fei, accompanied by the heir and Zhu Gaosu, ascended the city tower to rally the troops. As Zhu Gaosu climbed the tower, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight outside the city walls. Compared to the earlier siege he had witnessed in Yongping City, the vast spectacle of troops outside Beiping City was monumental. It seemed he had just escaped from the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair. Zhu Gaosu realized he was once again surrounded. In an instant, doubts crept into his mind. Could Beiping truly be so easily defended? While Beiping was indeed a grand and formidable city with high and thick walls, no city could rely solely on its fortifications. A significant military presence was essential, especially for such a large city, where forces would be even more dispersed and thus require greater numbers. The Yin army numbered less than 100,000, and with Yin Wang having taken the main force, the defending troops in Beiping were likely stretched thin. Although Li Jinglong was looked down upon by Yin Wang, if he were to act like Jiang in Hou Gao, swiftly fortifying the city and launching a direct assault, what then? Surrounded on all sides, employing various heavy siege equipment to attack the city, and bombarding from a distance with ranged weaponry might seem a clumsy approach, but it would require little ingenuity. Li Jinglong could likely manage it, as he possessed more than sufficient forces. Moreover, not all generals in the imperial army are like Li Jinglong. For instance, Sheng Yong, Ping and Zhe, and Zhu Gaoxu were almost met with total annihilation in Zhendon. Currently, the city of Beiping is indeed defensible, yet the risks are equally substantial. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Your Highness, the voices of the generals, including the Crown Prince and Wang Gaoyang, echoed throughout the area. Zhu Gaoxu cast a glance at his mother, who, despite nearing 40, retained her beauty, appearing particularly valiant today in her uniform adorned with a round collar. This was the first time Zhu Gaoxu had witnessed such a side of his mother. She stood resolutely against the wind, proclaiming, "The King of Yin has always treated his soldiers well. Now, as the enemy approaches, I urge all of you to muster your strength and fight bravely." The generals clasped their fists and vowed, "We pledge our lives to serve. We bear a heavy responsibility to ensure the safety of your Highness, the Crown Prince." And Wang Gaoyang, Zhu Gaoxu remained silent, following the Dowager Wang, listening as she continued to inspire morale at every turn. Many generals expressed their determination to protect the king of Yan's family. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Zhu Gaoxu. He recalled that when they welcomed the king of Yin at Yongping, his younger brother Gao Zai was also among the ranks. At that time, Zhu Gaoxu did not think much of it. But now a bold speculation struck him. If Beiping were to fall, the king of Yin would still have one son left, and that would be Gao Zai, who was with him. Surely, the king of Yin must also be considering the possibility of Beiping being breached, right? The more Zhu Gaoxu pondered, the more convinced he became of his conjecture. Otherwise, what use would it be to bring Gao Zai, who knew nothing of battle, to the battlefield? He glanced again at Dowager Wang in the distance, and the plump crown prince, feeling a mixture of emotions. Perhaps he was overthinking. Suddenly, a loud cannon fire jolted Zhu Gaoxu from his reverie, as if awakening him from stupor. The generals urged, "Your Highness, be cautious. Everyone, retreat from the city. The southern army has fired." Yet, Dowager Wang remained undeterred, continuing her patrol along the city wall. Zhu Gaoxu secretly admired her. Though she had spent years within the royal court, she was the daughter of the great General Su De, possessing a temperament that was gentle on the outside, yet fierce within, impervious to the commotion around her. As Zhu Gaoxu gazed at the army camp outside the city, he noticed a plume of white smoke lingering. The cannon fire must have originated from that direction. It was curious that the imperial army fired a cannon only once and ceased. The city wall's bowl guns and Hongwu cannons began to retaliate in succession. The entire city erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire, with smoke enveloping the walls. On the fog-laden ground, flashes of light intermittently flickered, reminiscent of lightning in the clouds. Wooden scaffolding, presumably for scaling the walls, had already been partially assembled. As the smoke cleared, countless infantrymen emerged below the walls, brandishing shields and various weapons, surging forward like a tide towards the towering ladders. The cannon fire seemed relentless. Zhu Gaoxu's attention was drawn to a raging inferno near the city wall, where flames licked the top of a ladder, thick black smoke billowing forth, and he could vaguely discern soldiers leaping down from the haze. The smoke was too dense. It could not possibly be ignited by mere wood or common plant oil. Zhu Gaoxu surmised it must be the highly flammable oil stored within the city, likely extracted from the earth itself. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as a large stone struck a nearby wall, sending bricks and debris flying, and a soldier fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Zhu Gaoxu turned to see the soldier's face half covered in blood and flesh. He extended a trembling hand toward his face, but dared not touch it, only managing to gasp in shock. Amidst the smoke, slender shadows darted about. The arrows flew through the air. Nearby soldiers drew arrows from their quivers, knocking them without aiming. merely releasing them towards the ground with a thud. Soon, arrows began to rain down upon the city wall as well. One soldier was struck in the chest, dropping his bow and clawing at the arrow lodged in him from behind the wall. Zhu Gaoxiu gripped the hilt of his sword, dragging his clanking heavy armor as he retreated into the city tower. In such a battle, brute force was nearly futile. Survival hinged on luck. And Zhu Gaoxiu had no desire to remain there. Shortly thereafter, Wang Bin, Wei De, Lu Ying, and others joined him. The group exchanged no words. The first day of the Imperial Army's assault had not been particularly fierce. The ladders were few, and their main offensive relied on cannons and arrows, with the infantry's attacks sporadic and lacking coordination. However, Zhu Gaoxiu anticipated that once Li Jinglong brought more heavy equipment, the battle would become even more brutal. Chapter 61. The unexpected development. The Imperial Army advanced from the south, gathering most heavily at the south gate of Beiping, known as Liza Gate. Outside the city, the cannon fire roared and smoke billowed, yet the crown prince remained steadfastly stationed at Liza Gate. Zhu Gaoxiu, Yao Guangxiao, and others stood beside the crown prince as the occupants of the tower occasionally succumbed to coughing fits due to the acrid smoke from the burning oil, which was reminiscent of gasoline and asphalt mixed together. Zhu Gaoxiu felt as if he were trapped in a dilapidated vehicle aged 30 years. Although the people atop the tower had a commanding view, thick smoke obscured their sight, rendering the external scene unclear. Occasionally, soldiers would enter the tower, kneeling to report the situation, but amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, even their voices were often drowned out, creating an atmosphere that was chaotic and tense. Zhu Gaoxiu mused that while the stakes of defending Beiping were greater than those at Yongping, the underlying principle remained the same. The danger stemmed from the continuous attrition of the defending forces, which could lead to a depleted army. The true solution lay in reinforcements. As the battle had only just commenced, Zhu Gaoxiu was not overly concerned at this moment. Suddenly, a bloodied general tumbled through the Liza Gate. The crowd turned to gaze upon him, and even the crown prince was drawn to his presence. Without waiting for inquiry, the general exclaimed, "This is bad. Your Highness, the Zhangyi Gate has been breached." What? The crown prince's corpulent form suddenly transformed, springing up from his seat with remarkable agility. The assembly erupted in an uproar, their faces paling. Even Zhu Gaoxiu, who had just been lost in thought, was taken aback. Someone nearby remarked, "How could Beiping's formidable walls fall in less than 10 days? Quickly, brother, go." The crown prince momentarily set aside personal grievances, speaking earnestly, "Brother, if you go, there may still be hope. I will do my utmost." Zhu Gaoxiu clasped his fists and hurriedly exited the tower. The crown prince remained behind, conversing with the other generals, arranging for additional troops to reinforce the area around Zhangyi Gate. Zhu Gaoxiu dashed down the tower, leaping onto his warhorse, racing westward with utmost speed. Fortunately, the crown prince had ordered a citywide lockdown before the battle commenced, sealing off several main streets to prevent any civilians from entering, ensuring clear passage for the rapid deployment of troops in times of emergency. After galloping for a while, Zhu Gaoxiu finally spotted infantry and cavalry lined up along one side of the street. Without reaching his destination, he shouted from his horse, "Wang Bin, take your cavalry to Zhangyi Gate. Wei De, lead the infantry and march swiftly to Zhangyi Gate." Understood. This is illogical. It should have been so easily breached. Zhu Gaoxiu arrived first at Zhangyi Gate, where the sounds of battle raged fiercely. As he drew closer, he saw that the gate was wide open, with soldiers clashing in a chaotic melee. Reinforcements from nearby guard troops had arrived without waiting for orders from a central command. The area around the gate was shrouded in smoke, arrows flying, and the incessant crack of gunfire echoed. The entrance was congested, preventing Zhu Gaoxiu's cavalry from advancing. He noticed a general among the defenders shouting orders, so he pressed forward on his horse. Zhu Gaoxiu called out to the general, his face flushed with anger. How could the Imperial Army breach the gate? The general recognized the Prince of Gaoyang and immediately clasped his fists in respect, replying, "I have only just arrived." It is said that due to the sparse numbers of the Imperial Army outside Zhangyi Gate, the defenders were not adequately positioned. The commanding officer underestimated the threat, allowing the Imperial troops to scale the walls via ladders. These Imperial soldiers were exceptionally fierce, taking advantage of our unpreparedness and swiftly climbing up the main wall from the Moon City. The defenders on the wall could not withstand them, and the Imperial forces surged down the slope, defeating the defenders and opening the city gate. At that moment, chaos erupted at the city gate, with a multitude of Yin soldiers fleeing in disarray down the streets, their anguished cries resounding through the air, resembling a scene of utter defeat. The infantry of the Yin army, urged on by their commanders, soon advanced again. Zhu Gaoxiu, leading his cavalry, observed the imperial troops arrayed at the city gate, steadfast in defense and refraining from pressing into the city itself. Nearby, a broad sloping passage led to the city wall, guarded by imperial soldiers, likely intended to prevent reinforcements from descending to bolster the defenders. The imperial infantry stood firm at the forefront, flanked by cavalry, their ranks well-ordered. Zhu Gaoxiu struggled to comprehend how such a disorganized force could quickly establish a formation after breaching the city gate, given the organizational standards of ancient armies. Summon Duke Chao's troops immediately, shouted a mounted general from the rear, his voice loud enough for Zhu Gaoxiu to hear. Zhu Gaoxiu mused. No wonder the imperial troops did not seize the opportunity to surge into the city. The defenders at Zhangyi Gate are few, and the entering soldiers are not numerous either. Yet this imperial general is astute, holding the city gate until reinforcements arrive to strike decisively. Pointing at the general, Zhu Gaoxiu inquired, "Who is the enemy commander?" Someone replied, "It is Dudu Kuning." Just then, fierce combat erupted ahead, as a large contingent of Yin soldiers surged toward the city gate. The sound of gunfire from the imperial troops echoed, and the cavalry behind began to shoot from their mounts. The area at the city gate was cramped, and the chaos erupted into a cacophony of screams. Zhu Gaoxiu keenly observed that the infantry before Chunong was arranged unusually, with spear-wielders interspersed with gunmen and crossbowmen, while a significant number of melee troops engaged the Yin forces up front, with ranged attacks launched from the rear. Understanding the perilous situation, Zhu Gaoxiu hesitated to lead a charge, recalling the harrowing image of Wang Bin's heavy armor being pierced by gunfire. "Quickly, go fetch the cannons," Zhu Gaoxiu decisively commanded. Fortunately, no military formation is without flaws. Chunong, positioned at the city gate, found his troops immobile and densely packed. How could a cannon not wreak havoc amidst such a gathering? At that moment, the troops on the city wall saw an opportunity and began to rush toward the city gate in groups. The cavalry in the passageway also turned to retreat outside. Just as Zhu Gaoxiu heard Chu Ning's call, it seemed that his own shout had reached Chu Nong as well. The Yin forces finally gained the upper hand, relentlessly pushing toward the city gate. "Do not pursue. First, block the city gate," Zhu Gaoxiu shouted again. "All troops ascend the city wall." Chu Ning's men left behind a trail of corpses and wounded as they streamed through the Barbican, fleeing outside. The heavy city gate emitted a thunderous sound as it began to slowly close. The last ray of sunlight vanished through the crack, allowing Zhu Gaoxiu to momentarily release the tension that had gripped his heart. Inside the city gate, screams continued to echo as Yin soldiers viciously stabbed at the still-living foes with long spears and sabers. Zhu Gaoxiu exhaled deeply, dismounted from his steed, and walked toward the city wall passage. As he set foot on the ground, he felt a nauseating stickiness beneath him. He looked down to find the brick floor awash with blood, making his steps feel akin to treading through mud. Ascending the slope to the city wall, he peered outward and saw a group of troops retreating across the moat. A mounted general in front was also looking up, his face turned toward Zhu Gaoxiu, likely Chu Nong himself. They exchanged a distant gaze across the moat, the silence between them palpable. At that moment, verbal exchanges would bear no fruit. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire, wind, gunshots, and shouts filled the air, rendering any shout futile. Standing atop the city wall, Zhu Gaoxiu could only engage in vague communication through silent speculation with Chunong. He pondered what Chunong might be thinking at that moment. Could it be admiration for Zhu Gaoxiu? Realizing that his quick wit was not the crux of the matter, he thought instead of the delayed reinforcements from the imperial army, still absent. Otherwise, if tens of thousands were to charge into Beiping, could the meager defenders withstand such an onslaught in close quarters? Zhu Gaoxiu was left with a sense of dread. He was also quietly astonished, though he had never seen Chu Nong. He had once engaged in a sparring match with Chu Ning's son, Chu Liangkai, at a tavern in Zhuozhou, where Chu Liangkai had been defeated. Little did he anticipate that Chu Nong would be so formidable, capable of breaching the city gate with just a small force and organizing a defense to hold it for so long. Outside Zhangyi Gate, Zhu Gaoxiu assessed the small contingent of infantry and cavalry surrounding Chu Nong, likely no more than 1,000 soldiers. In Chapter 62, events unfolded contrary to expectations. Gunning, with a flat forehead, high brow bones, and deep-set eyes, gazed longingly at the Zhangyi Gate Tower, his expression evoking a sense of melancholy among his surrounding officers. His son, Chu Liangkai, lamented, "What a pity! So many brothers perished in vain, and yet we have failed." One officer nearby erupted in anger, cursing, "Damn it! How difficult is it for Li Jinglong to send some reinforcements?" Chu Liangkai pondered. Father openly advised during his time in Hejian, seemingly offending Duke Chao. "I have heard that Duke Chao is narrow-minded. Could he be scheming against us from behind?" The irate officer continued. "Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? If we conquer Beiping, the greatest credit would be due to Li Jinglong." The officer remained furious, adding, "When the commanders serve in Sichuan, he commanded no less than 100,000 troops without issue. What does it mean for Li Jinglong to provide only a little over 1,000? If we had more troops, will we still be here complaining? We could have already stormed Beiping." Suddenly, a loud cannon fired from the Zhangyi Gate, followed by a thunderous barrage. The imperial troops cried out as a horse fell, its rider trapped beneath it, screaming in agony. Chu Nung urged his horse away from the city wall, and the soldiers followed suit. They began to withdraw from Zhangyi Gate, realizing there was no longer a need to press the attack. A contingent moved southward, and upon reaching a corner tower, they turned east toward Lijian Gate. "Good Yonki," catching up on horseback, remarked, "The man who just stood on the wall is none other than the Prince of Gaoyang, and it was he who called for the cannon fire inside the gate. I have seen him in Zhuizhou. His martial prowess is considerable." Chu Nang sighed. If only we had not allowed the prince to escape. Would the Marquis of Chongqing have perished in battle? If Geng Bingwen had not died, would Li Jinglong have had the opportunity? Yet, hindsight offers no ifs. As they approached the central army, they beheld a sea of banners. Amidst the throng, Li Jinglong rode forth on a fine steed to greet them. Chu Nung, with a stern countenance, approached without uttering a word, merely clasping his fists and bowing. "I pay my respects to Duke Chao. My forces were inadequate to storm the city. I feared being encircled, leading my men to needless deaths. I could only form a line to guard the city gate, but the enemy began using cannons, and our formation was too dense in such a narrow space. We had no choice but to retreat," Chu Nung explained. Li Jinglong quickly reassured him. "No need for concern. Tomorrow, Commander Chu will assault Zhangyi Gate again, and I will dispatch a large army to support you. If you could breach the city today, you shall surely do so again. And next time, we shall charge in with our forces." Chu Nung lamented, "We must not let this opportunity slip. It may not come again." As expected, the following day, when the imperial army attempted to assault Zhangyi Gate, they found the city heavily reinforced, equipped with heavy weaponry for defense. Despite repeated assaults using ladders, they could only see more of their soldiers perish. In the days that followed, the imperial army encircled the city from all sides, attacking from various fronts. Yet they struggled to make any significant progress. The dynamics of battle are fleeting, often presenting only a singular opportunity. Once missed, the next chance remains uncertain. At this juncture, the assault on the city intensified beyond previous efforts, as the imperial army continued bombardments, swarming like ants, even digging tunnels to breach the defenses. Yet days passed without success. Time slipped away, and by mid-October, the weather turned frigid. One morning, as the imperial army prepared to attack, they discovered the walls of Beiping were coated in ice. Last night, the guards of Beiping hastily doused the city walls with water, causing them to freeze, rendering any assault by the enemy impossible. At this juncture, however, the official troops faced increasingly severe shortages of provisions, compounding the dire situation. Alarming news reached the central command. The Prince of Yin had feigned a retreat from Daming and had abducted the Prince of Ning, who was seeing him off. Subsequently, the Prince of Yin turned around to attack Daming, breaching its defenses. The combined forces of the Daming Guards and the Walenga cavalry, totaling nearly 80,000, surrendered entirely to the Prince of Yin. Among the official commanders, some suggested a retreat, yet Li Jinglong hesitated. For the underground tunnels he had painstakingly constructed had finally shown some promise, and retreating now would squander all previous efforts. Moreover, a withdrawal could introduce numerous complications. Li Jinglong resolved to first dispatch Commander Chun Hui to the northeast to intercept and then strategize for a broader retreat. Within 2 days, as anxiety consumed Li Jinglong, an unexpected visitor entered the main tent, kneeling to report. Commander, Chen's forces have been unexpectedly attacked by elite cavalry. All 7 encampments have been breached, and his troops are routing south. Why am I only learning of his defeat now? Li Jinglong seethed with fury. Before he could vent his anger, another report came. Commander, the guards have emerged from Dushing Gate. The northern commanders request reinforcements. The guards can still exit the city? Li Jinglong Baluba. One of his officers quickly interjected. Commander, calm yourself. We have not fortified the city, so the guards are free to leave at any time. With the vanguard of the Prince of Yin approaching, it was certain that the guards would engage in a flanking maneuver. Understood. Thankfully, the onset of dusk brought a temporary pause to the assaults from both within and outside the city. As night fell, Li Jinglong grew increasingly restless, reflecting on the dire state of his provisions and the wavering morale of his troops. After days of siege, his forces were fatigued, and now, caught between internal and external attacks, how could they possibly fight? He suddenly recalled the grim fate of Gung Bingwen, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Li Jinglong mused. My father was the nephew and adopted son of the Emperor Taizu. My ancestor was Taizu's sister. I have yet to enjoy the wealth and glory that is my birthright. Why should I seek death? At that moment, regret washed over him. He lamented that he should not have risked himself on the battlefield for mere accolades, for no one could have predicted such a turn of events. He had assumed that leading 500,000 troops against the Prince of Yan's relatively small force would be an effortless task. Alas, reality rarely aligns with one's expectations. Overwhelmed by despair, remorse, and fear, Li Jinglong's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Chapter 63. The commander is missing as dawn broke in the east. The chill mist enveloped the outskirts of Beiping. The fury of daylight battles had temporarily receded, leaving only the faint echoes of anguished groans in the darkness. The acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, remnants of the night as chaos. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the official camp. The commander is missing. The soldiers were startled, scurrying about the headquarters in search of him. Soon after, the commanders of various camps arrived at the central tent, yet there was no sign of Commander Li Jinglong. The generals exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for action. At this point, a martial officer solemnly remarked, the commander has likely fled during the night. Before dawn had even broken, the plains echoed with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and the clamor of troops in disarray. The commanders of the official forces, in a state of panic, hastily retreated southward with their men. Within a short span, the official troops, resembling a well-rehearsed performance, rushed forward in a chaotic stampede. Hundreds of thousands of men surged across the plain, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. Tents, weapons, armor, and countless supplies were strewn chaotically in their wake. In this frenzied flight, the troops raced ahead, with those at the front demonstrating remarkable prudence. The Yin cavalry outside the city quickly pursued, and it was inevitably the slower-moving official troops who bore the brunt of the disaster. Zhu Gaoxiu was abruptly awakened by the commotion. A messenger from the heir apparent arrived with orders for him to lead the cavalry out of the city in pursuit. After quickly inquiring about the situation, Zhu Gaoxiu sprang into action. Fortunately, he had not removed his armor the previous night, allowing him to swiftly don his gear and gather his horse. As he and his men reached Liza Gate, they found it wide open, with a throng of infantry and cavalry pouring out of the city. Even the foot soldiers had joined the exodus. Zhu Gaoxiu urged his troops forward, seizing the opportunity to charge through the city gate. Outside, flickering torches illuminated the frenzied scene, as the sounds of hooves reverberated like distant thunder. Before long, Zhu Gaoxiu and his men surged past the official camp. He observed the devastation illuminated by the flames. The camp was a chaotic mess, as if it had just experienced an earthquake. Various items lay scattered, with banners emblazoned with the Ming insignia trampled underfoot. Without further thought, he led his cavalry southward in pursuit until dawn broke. During their chase, they encountered no significant resistance. The soldiers merely focused on slashing at the routed enemy, shooting arrows, and rushing forward to claim trophies. Spare me, Commander, spare me. I have an elderly mother and a wife and children, pleaded one soldier, who had been struck in the neck and collapsed, crawling forward with all his might. With a thud, an arrow struck his skull, silencing him forever. The troops paid no mind to collecting spoils. Their sole focus was claiming heads, for each trophy could be exchanged for rewards. clearly marked and without deceit. Shortly thereafter, a small detachment of armored soldiers caught up, one waving a command flag, shouting, "By order of the Prince of Yin, the official remnants are fleeing towards Tsangzhou. All units are to pursue." "Very well," Zhu Gaoxiu nodded, for the rewards were not at his expense, and it was up to the prince's court to figure out the logistics. He had no interest in the execution of the Ming soldiers, but could not hinder his men from earning their due. The soldiers selected a location to bury the heads they had collected before continuing southward with Zhu Gaoxiu. The scenes along the way were horrifying. Zhu Gaoxiu felt as though he had stepped into a zombie film. The ground was littered with headless corpses, and blood and entrails were strewn everywhere, resembling a hellscape. Reflecting on the brutal battles fought in Beiping, he mused that the death toll from those skirmishes paled in comparison to the carnage witnessed in just a few hours since dawn. Zhu Gaoxiu could not help but exclaim, "The chaos of battle is not what terrifies. What truly frightens is the rout and the relentless pursuit." "Indeed, your highness speaks wisely." The other commanders agreed. The following day, Zhu Gaoxiu's forces arrived at the foot of Tsangzhou. To his dismay, they were too late. The banners of the Yin army already fluttered atop the city gates, and the ground within and without the walls was strewn with countless corpses, most of which were headless. At that moment, another armored soldier approached, glancing at the banners behind Zhu Gaoxiu, and reported, "By order of the Prince of Yin, the commanders should make haste towards Dezhou, as the remnants of the official troops have fled in that direction, exhausted from their pursuit." Zhu Gaoxiu and several martial commanders deliberated briefly and decided to find a place to rest in Tsangzhou, to feed their horses and recuperate for the night. After a single night of rest, the next morning, as Zhu Gaoxiu prepared to set out, he was informed, "There is no need for the troops in Tsangzhou to proceed to Dezhou." This battle had indeed marked an unprecedented victory. The official forces, claiming to number 500,000, had suffered a catastrophic defeat, with casualties exceeding 50%, their corpses littering the road from Beiping to Dezhou. Meanwhile, the strength of the Prince of Yin had not diminished. Rather, it had surged to nearly 200,000. At the banquet in the main hall, Zhu Neng, having partaken of wine, was exuberantly exclaiming, "Li Jinglong leading the troops is truly comical. The other day, we fought a fierce battle at Xingkamba, defeating the official commander Chen Hui, yet we ourselves suffered significant losses. We were near Beiping and expected the next day's battle to be even more brutal, only to find, ha." Zhu Neng choked on his drink, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath, continuing excitedly, "Yet Li Jinglong fled overnight." "He fled?" Zhu Gaoxiu stared incredulously at Zhu Neng. At that moment, Yao Guangxiao, draped in a monk's robe, entered and stood beside the Prince of Yin, stating, "Your Highness, the banquet is concluded. May the commanders gather inside to discuss matters of significance." The Prince of Yin nodded slightly and replied, "We shall speak in another location shortly." Before long, Wang Yi of Yin rose from his seat, followed by the heir, Zhu Gaoxiu, and several generals who were summoned to join him. The group exited through the back door of the grand hall and entered another building. Upon their arrival, Yao Guangxiao promptly addressed them, stating, "Congratulations to Wang Yi for acquiring the armies of Daming. However, this victory would not have been so easily attained had it not been for Li Jinglong's command." The generals nodded in agreement. Yao Guangxiao continued, "I have just received news from the capital that the military's disdain towards Li Jinglong has reached the ears of the emperor." Instantly, the room fell silent, with only Zhu Gaoxiu inadvertently burping, a sound that pierced the stillness. Yao Guangxiao proceeded, "In this battle, the official army has suffered losses of tens of thousands, yet the court remains formidable, not utterly defeated. If Li Jinglong continues to lead, it would be more beneficial for Wang Yi. Therefore, in the future, you should refrain from mocking him and instead focus on his strengths, so that the emperor may feel reassured." A bewildered military general exclaimed, "After such a defeat, how can Li Jinglong still lead the official army? That remains uncertain." Yao Guangxiao pondered. At this moment, Wang Yi interjected, "We have made a few jests at Li Jinglong's expense, but there are no outsiders present. How could the emperor know?" Yao Guangxiao solemnly replied, "There are spies among us." The group shook their heads in disbelief, including Zhu Gaoxiu, who felt that at least the military men could not be spies, nor could the strategists like Yao Guangxiao. Zhu Gaoxiu casually suggested, "Could it be someone from the Wang Yi's household?" The generals concurred, affirming that such brothers would never betray Wang Yi. Wang Yi maintained a composed demeanor, remaining silent. After a considerable pause, Wang Yi finally relaxed his brow and declared, "Enough, today we shall celebrate our victory and not discuss this matter further. You are all to heed Yao Guangxiao's advice and refrain from mentioning Li Jinglong." The assembly bowed in compliance. "We shall obey your command." Wang Yi struck the armrest of his chair forcefully, rose, and dispersed the gathering, those wishing to drink proceeding to the front hall. The generals expressed, "We bid farewell to Wang Yi." At this juncture, the year was drawing to a close, and the first year of Jiangwen was about to pass. The weather in Beiping was bitterly cold, with snow blanketing the ground. In such conditions, it seemed unlikely that there would be any further military engagement soon. Chapter 64. Su Kong's snowflakes danced gently in the air, the snowfall light yet unceasing. The rooftops throughout Beiping were already laden with white snow, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Amidst this, red lanterns added splashes of color as the year-end approached. The young monk and 2 others remained outside, with only Yao Guangxiao entering through the door. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Gong and a civil official approached. Yuan Gong, adorned in a black cap and a court robe, who had previously been a fortune teller, was now the chief clerk of the royal household. Yao Guangxiao nodded and inquired, "Has the monk confessed?" Yuan Gong replied, "He has not. No matter the torture, he insists we have wronged him." "Let's have a look," Yao Guangxiao responded. The trio then proceeded down a narrow corridor. This was a courtyard of brick walls, not originally a prison. However, following Wang Ye's uprising, some critical prisoners could not be sent to the official prison. So this sturdy structure was selected for temporary detention. Before long, they halted before a barrier made of thick wood, secured with a heavy iron chain. Inside, a bald monk huddled in the corner, his tattered robe stained with blood. His feet were shackled with iron chains, dragging a round iron ball. Yao Guangxiao observed that the monk, curled in straw, still showed signs of life. At this point, Yuan Gong spoke, the previous chief clerk of the Wang Ye's household. Ge Cheng betrayed Wang Yi after being persuaded to surrender. When Wang Yi rose, following Master Daoyan's advice, we did not execute him, but he was interrogated several times. Ge Cheng, though loose-lipped, had little valuable information. He only acted as a spy for the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Bing, who was killed at the outset of the uprising. Initially, we thought Ge Cheng was of no further use, but he inadvertently revealed some clues. He and Zhang Bing had met once at Hueju Temple, where a monk arranged their meeting. That monk is the one before us now, Su Kong. Upon hearing this, Yao Guangxiao remarked, "This man, under the guise of a monk, may indeed be a spy." Yao Guangxiao refrained from engaging Su Kong in conversation and swiftly moved away from the barrier. The 3 entered a nearby room and took their seats. Yuan Gong frowned, muttering, "Could we truly have wronged Su Kong? Based on what we have learned, his connections with Zhang Bing seem minimal." Yao Guangxiao raised his hand, prompting Yuan Gong to fall silent. In Beiping, even within Wang Ye's household, there are surely spies. Yao Guangxiao asserted with conviction, "Many matters concerning Wang Yi are swiftly known in the capital. You must remain vigilant." Yuan Gong nodded, acknowledging Master Daoyan speaks wisely. However, following Wang Ye's uprising, Beiping has been chaotic for some time, and we have yet to uncover any leads. Otherwise, we would not have apprehended someone as seemingly insignificant as Su Kong. Yao Guangxiao replied, "Isn't Su Kong a lead? Individuals like him in temples are likely responsible for transmitting messages. If that is indeed the case, he may possess much more information. We must pry open his lips." Yuan Gong agreed. "That is my thought as well. Since this is our only lead, we must invest considerable effort into Su Kong. I have dispatched someone to Hueju Temple to investigate Su Kong's credentials. Then, I checked with the monastic office to confirm his name and origin before he became a monk." Yuan Gong paused and added, "Subsequently, I sent someone to his hometown where they have quietly brought his family to safety. They are currently en route." Yao Guangxiao glanced at him, but refrained from comment. Yuan Gong, feeling helpless, stated, "That monk is tight-lipped, and his reasoning is sound. Even now, we cannot be certain he is a spy. I can only resort to this desperate measure of using his family as leverage to see how he will respond." He furrowed his brow and took a deep breath, saying solemnly, "I fear we might wrongly accuse him, which could cost innocent lives. Should we report this matter to Wang Yi first?" "Not necessary," Yao Guangxiao replied, casting a glance at him that neither encouraged Yuan Gong to proceed nor deterred him from his course. Yuan Gong promptly stated, "I have also instructed those in the courtyard to cease all torture. We shall wait for Su Kong's family to arrive, at which point he will have no choice but to speak." The frigid air was infused with the scents of burning coal, charcoal, and various foods. And despite the snow piled in the streets and corners, many people in cotton coats wandered outside, exhaling clouds of vapor. Zhu Gaoxiu and Wang Gui walked side by side, leading their horses, engaging in casual conversation while observing the peculiarities around them. At that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu vaguely caught the mention of Juning Chao amidst the chatter from the Wang Ye's household, though he could not discern the surrounding context. He only fixated on that phrase. Instantly, he halted, asking Wang Gui, "What did you just say?" Wang Gui paused, responding, "I was visiting the Wang Ye's household with my classmates." "Not that part, the Juning Chao," Zhu Gaoxiu insisted. Wang Gui quickly clarified, "Oh. The horse and person from the Wang Ye's household have been renamed Zheng He. He achieved great merit at Zhengxi Yuanba, and Wang Yi honored him with the surname Zheng." Zhu Gaoxiu was momentarily taken aback. So it turned out that He was Zheng He. He was certainly aware of Zheng He. Understanding the reason for the surname was due to his accomplishments at Zhengxi Yuanba. However, at this moment, Zhu Gaoxiu was more intrigued by the matter regarding Juning Chao and chose not to speak further. Wang Gui continued, with the new year approaching. "I brought a small gift for Zheng He and spent some time at his home. During that visit, Zheng He mentioned that someone at the Wang Ye's household had mistakenly ingested Juning Chao and died from poisoning. When did this poisoning occur?" Zhu Gaoxiu inquired. Wang Gui recalled, "In June, just before Wang Ye's uprising." As Zhu Gaoxiu stood there, a multitude of events began to crystallize in his mind. Chapter 65. The splendor of fireworks. With each step Zhu Gaoxiu took, the sound of his boots crunching through the snow echoed around him. Amidst the snow, the ground remains concealed, compelling one to tread cautiously until the solid earth is felt beneath one's feet, bringing a sudden sense of relief to the heart. He lowered his head, uttering not a word. Memories surged forth, intertwining like threads in a knitted garment, forming a tapestry of both seen and unseen experiences. Juning Chao, akin to the modern lily of the valley, is entirely toxic. While prevalent in contemporary times, it was considered a rarity in ancient days, attracting Zhu Gaoxiu's interest merely out of curiosity. During his time at the residence in Nanjing, upon encountering the delicate white flowers blooming in the wall's corner for the first time, he recognized their nature without contemplating their utility. Thus, he spoke of them in jest before Du Qianrui, mocking the gossiping servants lurking in the shadows. However, as Zhu Gaoxiu and his companions were later imprisoned, the situation deteriorated beyond expectation. With no options left, Zhu Gaoxiu resolved to take a perilous gamble, using the lily of the valley to feign the heir's grave illness, hoping to create an opportunity for escape. After all, the flower was beyond the comprehension of ancient scholars, and at that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu did not believe it would be discovered. Moreover, the lily of the valley is not indigenous to the southern regions, making the specimen at the Nanjing estate rather extraordinary, likely transported from the Prince of Yan's residence in Beiping. Its properties were only studied in modern times, and even the later compendium of herbal medicine, Bin Chao Gang Mu, did not document it. Thus, had the ancient doctors truly understood its nature, there should have been records by now. Yet, he remained secretly anxious, which prompted him to use cinnabar midway, ultimately neutralizing the poison afflicting the heir. Remarkably, the heir later mentioned Juning Chao, suspecting Zhu Gaoxiu had employed it to poison him, leaving Zhu Gaoxiu utterly perplexed. At that moment, Zhu Gaoxiu believed Du Qianrui had leaked information. Otherwise, how could ancient individuals suddenly comprehend a previously unknown plant along with its toxicity and symptoms? However, Wang Gui's words today refuted Zhu Gaoxiu's assumptions. It was evident that the poisoned individual had first confirmed ingestion of Juning Chao, and the symptoms mirrored those of the heir, thus capturing his attention. Throughout this unfolding, Zhu Gaoxiu gradually pieced together the situation. Yet one question lingered. If the heir had discovered this matter, with little connection to Du Qianrui, why was she so eager to depart? After dinner, the most anticipated spectacle was the fireworks display. Within the residence of the Prince of Yan, from noble women to maids, everyone donned their finest attire, eagerly awaiting the dazzling moment. For Zhu Gaoxiu, fireworks held little novelty. Yet, perhaps what people cherished was not merely the rarity, but a fleeting joy. The celebratory atmosphere of New Year's Eve mirrored the lives of countless individuals, filled with bitterness, struggle, and pain, punctuated only by sporadic moments of joy like fleeting waves. offering a glimmer of comfort amidst a long, arduous journey. Zhu Gaosu, accompanied by several siblings, joined Princess Su atop the city tower at the front gate of the Prince of Yan's residence. From this elevated vantage point, they reveled in the evening's splendor while awaiting the fireworks. Their aunt, Su Miaojin, was also present, as the princess undoubtedly summoned her for such occasions. Zhu Gaosu, standing a few people away, couldn't help but glance at her. In his eyes, Su Miaojin's beauty far surpassed that of the fireworks. Her demeanor remained aloof, giving an impression of unapproachability. Those around her had likely grown accustomed to her perpetual demeanor, for she had always presented herself thus. Yet in Zhu Gaosu's eyes, she appeared strikingly different that night. Typically, while Su Miaojin exuded a coldness, her eyes sparkled with clarity as though nothing could escape her gaze. Yet tonight, despite Zhu Gaosu's keen observations, she seemed oblivious to his presence. If one were to liken Su Miaojin to a thorny creature in the past, it would be apt, as she could strike at any moment. At least there had been some form of interaction, albeit unpleasant. Now, however, she resembled a barrier, with her existing within while Zhu Gaosu remained an unseen observer outside, her indifference to him palpable. This sensation might be foreign to others. Most would avoid the thorns. But Zhu Gaosu felt compelled to confront them upon meeting her. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the night sky as a firework soared upward. Below the tower, shrieks of excitement erupted, followed by a chorus of cheers. The firework blossomed in the sky, scattering ephemeral colors and light. Zhu Gaosu, illuminated by the spectacle, caught sight of Su Miaojin's enchanting almond-shaped eyes, still fixed ahead, entirely disregarding the fireworks. A feeling of despair washed over him, as the reflections of the fiery display glimmered in her eyes, resembling teardrops. Zhu Gaosu pondered what was amiss with her this evening. A series of fireworks ignited simultaneously, painting the sky with vibrant hues, heralding the arrival of spring. The crowd's excitement intensified, the atmosphere reaching a crescendo. The Prince of Yin pointed skyward, and Princess Su leaned in closer to hear his whispers, promptly covering her mouth with her hand, revealing a smile. In that moment, Zhu Gaosu felt as though he belonged to a joyful family, with harmonious parental relations, though he himself remained oblivious to it. Turning to follow Su Miaojin's gaze, he noticed a monk in a robe approaching. His aunt, being a Taoist, likely held little affection for monks. Su Miaojin, having caught Zhu Gaosu's gaze, met his eyes with a vacant expression, stating, "Gao Yang Wang, I am leaving. I am leaving." These words echoed in Zhu Gaosu's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Observing Su Miaojin's retreating figure, her steps appeared uneven, reminiscent of someone caught in indecision. This stirred memories of another person he had failed to retain for reasons unknown. Perhaps driven by fate, Zhu Gaosu seized the fervent atmosphere of the fireworks and discreetly descended the stairs. Su Miaojin strolled purposefully towards the northern part of the Prince of Yan's residence, encountering two maids along the way, who bowed and made way. Yet she paid them no heed. Zhu Gaosu followed at a distance, feeling no particular urgency, as he wandered freely in his parents' abode, provided he stayed clear of the inner courtyard where the wives and concubines resided. Su Miaojin soon left the main thoroughfare, veering onto a smaller path to the west. Zhu Gaosu could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette, yet her gait and the sway of her waist were unmistakable to him at a glance. Throughout the Prince of Yan's estate, lanterns lined the pathways, while red lanterns adorned the exterior of the buildings, though their light was dim, casting everything in a haze. Occasionally, fireworks flashed in the sky, their explosive sounds gradually receding as if coming from a distant place, entirely unrelated. At that moment, Su Miaojin entered a courtyard through a gate. Zhu Gaosu paused, perplexed. Why would she enter a courtyard when she did not reside in the front hall? Hesitation crept in as he glanced around. After all, within the Prince of Yan's residence, it was not unusual for him and Su Miaojin to cross paths. However, if they both entered a particular courtyard one after the other, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Zhu Gaosu observed the surroundings, then cautiously approached the wooden gate, positioning himself to peer through the crack. Two red lanterns hung at the entrance, yet they served no purpose, for as Zhu Gaosu gazed from the illuminated area into the shadows of the courtyard, his eyes required time to adjust, rendering the lanterns ineffective. After a moment, Zhu Gaosu's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flooding over him. Without a second thought, he pushed open the courtyard gate and strode inside. To his shock, he found Su Miao Jin seated beside the well at the center of the courtyard, her legs dangling over the edge, peering intently into the depths below. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Miao Jin turned her head. Zhu Gaosu had already dashed into the courtyard, hastening toward the well. Startled, Su Miao Jin suddenly leapt into the well. In an instant, Zhu Gaosu lunged forward, extending his iron-like grip to seize her left arm, but with no leverage. He was propelled forward. Zhu Gaosu felt a sharp pain in his jaw, as if he had scraped it against the ground. His upper body rendered numb from the impact. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to the pain, exerting every ounce of strength in his right hand, while his left flailed until it grasped a stone, barely managing to secure Su Miao Jin's body. His feet flailed wildly, and he used the back of his foot to hook onto a small tree beside him. With his left hand, he reached over and supported Su Miaojin's body weight from beneath her left armpit. His palm, needing leverage, pressed firmly against her left breast, as though he was pressing into a large mass of cotton. "Let go." Su Miaojin raised her head from the well, her icy gaze fixed on Zhu Gaosu. "What are you doing?" Zhu Gaosu frowned and replied, "What are you doing?" His mind was blank, and he could hardly contemplate her thoughts. He shifted his grip from her right arm, forcing it under her right armpit, pressing both hands against her chest to embrace her upper body. With a sudden and vigorous pull, he dragged Su Miaojin out of the well, fearing she might act recklessly again. He held onto one of her hands tightly and sat down on the ground, panting. Instantly, he felt pain all over his body. He had sustained multiple injuries from falls, scrapes, and bruises. "Are you not going to let go?" Su Miaojin's trembling voice asked. Zhu Gaosu, bewildered and unsure of the situation, could only think that Su Miaojin truly intended to jump into the well. "Seeing you like this, I will never let go." Suddenly, a flash lit up the air, and fireworks burst forth. When Zhu Gaosu turned to look beneath the festive glow, he saw Su Miaojin's tear-streaked, pale face. Chapter 66. By the well, the Taoist can transcend the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the mortal world. Since Su Miaojin claimed to have received the true teachings of Zhang Sanfeng and referred to herself as a true person, she should have comprehended the true essence of the 3 realms. Why then would she seek to end her life? Zhu Gaosu pondered, but could not fathom the answer. Even if Su Miaojin abandoned her role as a Taoist, with her father's status as a scholar and her unparalleled beauty, she could live a life of luxury far beyond that of ordinary citizens. Zhu Gaosu could not help but sigh inwardly. Why does a person with nothing seek to survive, while one with everything contemplates death? He observed Su Miaojin's pallid complexion, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, and her agitated demeanor. He set aside his confusion and sentiments, hastening to offer gentle consolation. "Life is fleeting. We all must eventually die. Why must you rush, my dear?" Su Miaojin wept. "Do you understand suffering? No one cares whether I live or die. From the moment I was born, I have been in debt, a burden I can never repay. I am left with no choice but to be used by others, waiting for scraps, regardless of my desires." In Zhu Gaosu's eyes, the once proud and intelligent Su Miaojin spoke such despairing words, weeping like a young girl. He had not anticipated this side of her. However, upon hearing her speak of debt, Zhu Gaosu felt a pang of unease and nodded sincerely. "I can understand that feeling." Su Miaojin gazed into his eyes, her tear-streaked face radiating a tragic beauty. "Do you know the greatest suffering of being used? Sisters? Trusted friends?" Zhu Gaosu replied casually. Su Miaojin shook her head. "Parents." Zhu Gaosu stood there, suddenly feeling the chill of a winter's snow in Beiping. Su Miaojin stared blankly at the dark, icy well, shaking her head in confusion while murmuring, "You need not concern yourself with me. No one cares." Zhu Gaosu countered, "Do I not care for you? If it weren't for that tree, I might have fallen into the well myself. If I did not care, why would I take that risk?" Su Miaojin paused, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Yet, the eyeliner at the corners of her eyes gave her an inherently alluring quality. With a smile, even a cold one, she exuded charm. Her emotions calmed slightly, but she still gasped for breath, causing Zhu Gaosu to recall their earlier physical contact. "You only see my beauty," Su Miaojin scoffed. Zhu Gaosu retorted, "If that is the case, Should I assume that any woman who admires me is merely after my wealth and status? Perhaps I should shave my head and become a monk. Su Miaojin was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Zhu Gaoshu continued, your elegance is undeniable, and anyone with eyes can see that. However, since you have acknowledged my mother as your elder sister and changed your surname, you are now my elder. I would never dare to harbor any improper thoughts. You have seen me a few times. You must know this. He paused and quickly clarified just now. You turned your back to me and suddenly jumped down. In a moment of urgency, I had to pull you up, which inevitably caused physical contact. A clever person like you should understand that was merely a matter of necessity. I did not mean to be disrespectful. What more do you have to say? Su Miaojin suddenly shouted, her emotions unstable. Yet, who could remain calm after being forcefully restrained at their chest? Zhu Gaoshu hastily added, I know you are upset, so I won't ask what troubled you. If you wish to share in the future, I am willing to listen. If not, I shall not pry. But please, do not entertain thoughts of ending your life. Su Miaojin's anger still simmered as she glared at him. Whether I live or die is none of your concern. Remove your filthy hands. Zhu Gaoshu had no choice but to release her hand, thinking to himself, women are indeed strange, claiming no one cares for them while simultaneously admonishing me for meddling. Even this woman, who has comprehended the truths of the world from Zhang Sanfeng, remains so. He sighed, contemplatively remarking, people often become fixated on their troubles, as they focus solely on a small patch of their lives, leading to increasing frustration. My dear, do not be hasty. Wait a little longer and observe. You will discover that the world is vast and beautiful, filled with many things worth cherishing. Trust me, I have experience. Su Miaojin lowered her head, falling silent. Her voice, when she finally spoke, sounded considerably calmer. And you? Zhu Gaoshu replied, I will not leave through the front door. I shall climb over the wall when the light dims. Su Miaojin rose from the ground without a word, brushing off her clothing and departing. After a moment, she turned back, her tone softened. Can you keep tonight's events a secret, Prince Gaoyong? Certainly, Zhu Gaoshu nodded in response. As she reached the courtyard gate, she glanced back at Zhu Gaoshu just before closing the door. After waiting a while, Zhu Gaoshu tidied himself and, employing the same method as before, nimbly scaled the brick wall, quietly making his way to a narrow path between the walls. He proceeded toward the front gate, soon spotting the eunuch Ma He and several others. Zhu Gaoshu spoke first. The ground is too slippery, and I can hardly see. I nearly fell. Ah, Prince Gaoyong must be careful. Why did you not have 2 servants carry lanterns to accompany you? Monantai he responded. Zhu Gaoshu suddenly recalled that this unimposing eunuch with slightly protruding features was none other than Zhang He. Zhang Gonggong, your loyalty and bravery are commendable. I have heard about the events at Zenkunba. Zhang He smiled. It is nothing of significance compared to Prince Gaoyong. I merely thought to alleviate your burdens. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts. Zhang He and the other eunuchs bowed in acknowledgement. Zhu Gaoshu slipped out the front door and located a group of attendants watching the fireworks, leading his horse away from the Yin Wangfu. His encounter with Su Miaojin had completely transformed Zhu Gaoshu's impression of her. Nevertheless, he remained puzzled, unable to comprehend why Su Miaojin was so emotionally volatile. On the way, he occasionally heard children shouting, "It's New Year's. Time to eat meat," wearing new clothes. At that moment, Zhu Gaoshu gradually rediscovered the memories of his childhood. The joy did not stem from the beauty of the New Year's Eve fireworks, but from the fact that the celebration had truly begun. Until the Lantern Festival, people would bring forth the things they usually withheld. Most adults would set aside their daily struggles, engaging in various rituals and activities, which were far more interesting in the eyes of children. Of course, even during joyous times, not everyone felt happy. Chapter 67. No war, no benefit at that moment. Zhu Gaoshu suddenly asked Wang Gui, who was leading the horse ahead, "Have you all had your reunion dinner?" Zhu Gaoshu continued, "I dined lavishly at my father's residence, but forgot you were waiting outside. Please include tonight's expenses for food and drink in the treasury as my treat." Wang Gui replied, "Your Highness remembers us. That is a great kindness. The servant can only repay the prince's kindness with unwavering loyalty and service." A group of individuals leisurely made their way to the Gao Yang Junwang mansion. Wang Gui and others inserted their long lantern poles into the base of the entrance, transforming the lanterns meant to illuminate the path into street lamps, showcasing a multifunctional design. The door attendants and other servants opened the side door, carrying lanterns to greet them. Zhu Gaosu swiftly dismounted and tossed the reins to a servant. Upon returning to the mansion, Zhu Gaosu realized that Wang Ge and the others had not dined well, so he dismissed them. While the Jun Wang mansion lacked the opulence of the Yin Wang mansion, it was nevertheless tidy and comfortable, with its ancient architecture exuding a certain charm under the glow of lantern light. The red couplets affixed to each door added to the festive atmosphere. Zhu Gaosu had visited residences of this era, houses like Chindachue's, which are not considered poor, but were small and dark. It seemed that the dimensions of houses at this time were limited by the specifications of their beams, resulting in modestly sized rooms and small windows. In contrast, Zhu Gaosu felt fortunate to have been born into a noble family. He relished this way of life, and it appeared that no one in this era disliked it, which explained the myriad of subtle and overt power struggles. He casually picked up a copy of the Ziji Tong Jian from a shelf and settled into a chair to read. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered with a steaming bowl of lotus seed porridge. Zhu Gaosu felt as though he were at home, akin to residing in a vintage-style five-star hotel, with attentive service. This historical tome belonged to the Gaoyang Wang, and it was evident that it had been perused multiple times, showing signs of age. He was uncertain of the feelings the previous Gaoyang Wang had when reading it, but Zhu Gaosu found himself reflecting deeply. After an indeterminate amount of time, he noticed Wang Gue peering curiously from the doorway of the study and asked without lifting his head, "Have you eaten?" "No need," Wang Gue replied. "We shall sleep once the third watch passes." Zhu Gaosu then inquired, "By the way, I forgot to ask you that day. Did Zheng He mention who was poisoned by the Juning Chao in the mansion?" Wang Gue tilted his head in thought for a moment before responding. "It seems he mentioned it was a servant's child." Zhu Gaosu pressed further. "Why did Zheng He suddenly bring this up?" Wang Gue replied, "The servant is unaware." Zhu Gaosu contemplated the situation and arrived at a possible explanation. Zheng He, knowing that the heir had reported the poisoning incident, was aware of Wang Gue's intentions in befriending him, and thus deliberately disclosed this information to Zhu Gaosu. How strange. Zhu Gaosu mused, glancing at Wang Gue. Since it was a child who mistakenly ingested it, and has already been poisoned, how can one be certain they consumed the Juning Chao? Wang Gue elaborated. Zheng He said an official witnessed the child eating it. Initially, the official did not know it was poisonous, but later reported that he saw the child mistakenly consume the Juning Chao. Zhu Gaosu, what was that official's name? Wang Gue lamented, "I am at fault. Zheng He mentioned the name, but I forgot after a while." "Yes, I understand," Wang Gue acknowledged. Zhu Gaosu's mind began to race. Juning Chao should be a rare ornamental plant in this era, making it unlikely for someone to accidentally ingest it. Thus, it was not recorded. Yet, this improbable event occurred, and this improbable event held the key to Zhu Gaosu's exposure. In his attempts to flee the capital, Zhu Gaosu had executed his plans nearly flawlessly, save for a singular loophole involving Du Qianrui, making it difficult for anyone to discern the truth. Yet, misfortune struck. In June, at the Yin Wang mansion, the incident of the Jun Ing Chao poisoning was discovered. Was it merely bad luck? Suddenly, Zhu Gaosu recalled the day of the celebration banquet when Yao Guang Shao cautioned everyone against mocking Li Jinglong, as there were spies within, who would relay information back to the capital. Zhu Gaosu pondered. While in the capital, Su Huizhu had suspected that the heir had been poisoned and had persistently investigated. Could it be that Su Huizhu had gradually uncovered some clues regarding the Juning Chao, and through the spies at the Yin Wang mansion, deliberately instigated the Jun Ing Chao incident to sow discord between the heir and the Gaoyang Jun Wang? Is there such a possibility? Zhu Gaosu mulled this over repeatedly, yet found it challenging to reach a definitive conclusion. However, time waits for no one, and the second year Jian Wen had quietly arrived. The Ming court and Beiping maintained a brief peace for the new year. Nevertheless, the court would never permit the existence of another adversarial regime within the country. War was destined to erupt once more. In early February, Zhu Gaosu was summoned to the Yin Wang mansion for a council. Due to Zhu Gaosu's numerous accolades and commendable performance in the first year of Jian Wen, the Yin Wang involved him in all significant military matters. "He is dead?" Zhu Gaosu exclaimed in astonishment, prompting those nearby to glance over curiously. Wang Ge nodded vigorously. Zhu Gaosu's mind was in turmoil, akin to a bundle of twisted ropes with several strands severed. now that the individual was deceased. There was no way to corroborate the cause. If he sought clarification, whom could he turn to? Zhu Gaosu asked solemnly, "How did he die?" Wang Gui shook his head. It seems he was on tiptoe. Whispering in Zhu Gaosu's ear, it appears Zhang He is also uncertain. Observing the imperial guard stationed motionless outside the gate, Zhu Gaosu ceased his inquiries and spurred his horse out the door. Upon arriving at the Yanwang mansion, he noticed numerous sword-bearing men in blue attire moving about the front hall, neither too close nor too far away, with one appearing every 5 steps. They did not obstruct Zhu Gaosu, but likely would not permit anyone not invited by the Yanwang to approach the front hall. Once inside the grand hall, only a sparse number of individuals were present. Besides Zhu Gaosu, Zhu Neng, Zhang Yu, Qiu Fu, and other military generals, there were merely a few strategists. And even the heir was absent. After exchanging formalities, the Yanwang sat firmly at the head of the table. Yuan Gong stepped forward and bowed to the sovereign, then turned to the assembly. "We have obtained some definite news. After the spring, the court's leading general will still be Li Jinglong." The generals in the hall immediately began to discuss this news, appearing quite pleased. Yuan Gong continued, "The imperial teacher Huang Zicheng has persuaded the court officials to conceal last year's great defeat of Li Jinglong and not to mention it in the capital." Zhang Yu laughed. "That teacher is quite adept." Yuan Gong glanced at Zhang Yu, shaking his head. "The emperor cannot be kept in the dark. He may have learned of it through other channels. It is merely to shield those in the capital who are unaware of the internal affairs. The reason the current emperor continues to employ Li Jinglong is not due to ignorance of last year's defeat, but rather the scarcity of trustworthy generals. Perhaps he still believes that Li Jinglong, shamed by his past, can redeem himself." Yuan Gong paused, observing that the Yanwang remained silent, and then added, "As the son of the great Ming Taizu, the prince has countless ties to the court. The emperor is most fearful of military generals leading their troops to surrender. Though the official army suffered a great defeat last year, the power dynamics remain unchanged, and the experiences of the Ning troops still linger in the emperor's mind. His concerns are not merely about unfavorable battles, but rather about the possibility of surrender without conflict." At that moment, Yao Guangxiao interjected, "This is a splendid opportunity. If the prince can triumph over Li Jinglong again, then the great matter is within reach." Zhu Gaosu remained silent, as he was always cautious in his words and actions in front of the Yanwang. It was not the Yanwang's fault. Had Zhu Gaosu not been aware of his own fate, he might have acted differently, leveraging the Yanwang's trust. Finally, the Yanwang spoke. "I await Li Jinglong. If he is obstinate, let him be subdued." The generals, upon hearing this, felt invigorated, and they all clasped their fists in salute, exclaiming, "Your Highness is wise and valiant. Victory is assured." Chapter 68. Weighty matters what is destined to come will invariably arrive. In April of the second year of Jian 1, after months of preparation, the Ming court finally completed a new round of military mobilization. The once defeated Li Jinglong regained command of an army of 600,000. The court summoned troops from across the nation, with even soldiers from thousands of miles away in Yunnan arriving, commanded by the military leader Lu Liangwei, Tengzhu, under Li Jinglong's banner. Additionally, nobles such as Guo Ying and Wu Jie led armies in the Zhending and Hejian regions, all under Li Jinglong's command. No one could definitively explain why Li Jinglong was once again in command. However, one thing was certain. Just as Li Jinglong emerged from a select few candidates last year, there had undoubtedly been a complex power struggle within the court this year, the intricacies of which remained inscrutable to outsiders. As the Yanwang's generals convened at the mansion and confirmed that the commander of the official army would still be Li Jinglong, they were all invigorated by last year's performance of Li Jinglong. In moments of despair during several sieges, he continues to bear the psychological scars. Zhu Gaozu hopes fervently never to be assigned as a vanguard again. The laughter in the grand hall is boisterous, yet Zhu Gaozu forces himself to join in, finding it more painful than tears. Engaged in a war where he risks his life for others, how could he genuinely find joy in a victory that belongs to someone else? However, should he falter in battle, risking an even lesser role than that of the historical Gao Yangwang, he might soon find himself in dire straits. At least by fighting, he could prolong his existence for a few more years. Regardless of his sentiments, Zhu Gaozu donned the cumbersome armor weighing 50 pounds. Beside him, Wang Gui Fu, and others were drenched in sweat as they painstakingly helped him into the various pieces of armor. It was impossible for Zhu Gaoziu to wear this armor alone. He required assistance. Thankfully, the prince possessed extraordinary strength. Who else could don such armor? Wang Gui murmured as he worked, lamenting its weight. Most could hardly stand, let alone walk. Once clad in it, having spent so much time together, Zhu Gaoziu responded casually, I too find it heavy and exhausting. Wang Gui replied, better to endure the weight than risk an arrow striking the prince. Once properly attired, Zhu Gaoziu made his way from the corridor into the courtyard. Armed guards and various military officials awaited him inside and outside the gate. Zhu Gaoziu produced a document and presented it to the approaching generals, stating, according to the orders from Yan Wangfu, my troops shall first depart from Beiping to station at Guan. Additionally, the cavalry of the Dening clan will be under my command. The generals perused the document, nodding in agreement. Zhu Gaoziu's gaze scanned the crowd, landing on a dark-skinned man with braids, prompting him to smile. Thankfully, General Ji possesses a memorable Han name, or I might have mispronounced it. The cavalry officer, perplexed, pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to Zhu Gaoziu. At that moment, a eunuch rushed over from the ranks, cupping his fists in salute. Reporting to Gao Yang Wang, the Wang Fei has heard of your imminent departure and requests to meet with you once more before you leave. Very well, I understand. Zhu Gaoziu waved his hand. He glanced at the surrounding soldiers, instructing, wait Wang Bin, let Ji lead the troops out through the Lijiang gate. In half an hour, I will follow with Chun Dechue's unit to catch up with you. The generals clasped their fists in acknowledgement. We await your orders. With arrangements complete, Zhu Gaoziu summoned over 200 riders, including Chun Dechue, to accompany him to the Yan Wangfu. Upon arriving at the front gate of the Yan Wangfu, Zhu Gaoziu instructed Chun Dechue and the soldiers to rest outside while he entered the residence. He encountered a eunuch and handed over his Yinling knife and short sword for safekeeping, making his way directly to the inner court. In the courtyard where the Wang Fei resided, Zhu Gaoziu approached to pay his respects. Su Wang Fei was no longer the valiant figure from the Beiping defense, but had transformed into a mother filled with countless concerns. Zhu Gaoziu felt gratitude, but lacked the bond of mother and son. Fortunately, Su Wang Fei had other children, alleviating some of his guilt. His primary focus, however, was on the petite concubine Su Miaojin, who wore a ruchuan. Su Miaojin appeared composed, her demeanor calm. Yet, Zhu Gaoziu could not forget her emotional breakdown from that night, leaving him perplexed about what had caused her such despair. Nevertheless, months had passed, and she seemed to be faring well now. After a lengthy conversation with his mother, Zhu Gaoziu prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Su Miaojin offered, I will escort Gao Yangwang out. With Su Wang Fei's nod of approval, Zhu Gaoziu clasped his fists. I appreciate it, little aunt. The two proceeded from the corridor into the courtyard, walking along the path outside. Su Miaojin led the way, occasionally glancing back at Zhu Gaoziu. Her expression remained aloof, but her gaze towards him had noticeably softened. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Gaoziu broke the ice. Regarding that night, I have kept my promise and revealed nothing to anyone. He recalled Wang Gui's earlier words at home and reiterated, in fact, I too find it heavy and exhausting to wear. As he spoke, the clang of the thick iron plates echoed with each step. It was rare for this reserved concubine to engage with him, and seizing the opportunity, Zhu Gaoziu elaborated often. While camping on military expeditions, we would sleep in our armor, unprepared for sudden enemy attacks. Each time I slept in armor, I was plagued by nightmares. Zhu Gaoziu vaguely remembered the circumstances, referring to his past life, when, due to the farming season, children were also required to assist, carrying sweet potato vines to avoid punishment. Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin paused, her bright eyes sweeping over Zhu Gaoziu's face. Having known him for so long, Zhu Gaoziu estimated that today alone, she had looked at him more than all the previous years combined. Although she had angrily declared that evening not to concern herself with her fate, Zhu Gaoziu could now distinctly sense a significant shift in Su Miaojin's attitude. Her gaze was no longer as indifferent as before, seemingly imbued with a sense of care. I did not expect you, born into a princely family, to have endured such hardships, Su Miaojin remarked before continuing to walk ahead. Zhu Gaoziu countered, little aunt. You two have come from fine background, yet do you not also face hardships? Many appear to have it all, yet such appearances can be deceiving. Should I be carefree in your presence? Su Miao Jin emitted a sound of contemplation, leaving Zhu Gaoxiu uncertain whether it was an affirmation or a dismissal. He found himself perplexed by Su Miao Jin entirely. She remained an enigma. At times, he felt he understood her, while at other times, he did not. He seemed to grasp her emotions, yet remained utterly bewildered. Though they walked slowly, the moon gate still loomed ahead. Zhu Gaoxiu exhaled and clasped his fists. "I take my leave now." Just as he stepped through the moon gate, he heard her call out, "Hey." Turning back, he listened as Su Miao Jin said, "Thank you." "Gao Yang Wang." "Thank me for what?" Zhu Gaoxiu inquired. But at that moment, Su Miao Jin had already turned and hurried away, leaving only her fleeting silhouette. Her simple attire fluttered in the shade of the trees, the petals falling around them, despite their best efforts to bloom in their final moments, suddenly seemed to lose their luster. Chapter 69. Unbelievable hundreds of thousands of official troops pressed onward without pause, advancing northward in multiple formations, with the main force having just crossed the Hejin prefecture and now spreading towards Xiong County. The General Ping and commanded elite cavalry stationed at the northernmost point, having approached the banks of the Baigo River as the vanguard. On this day, the sturdy and robust Ping unrode a large brown horse, accompanied by only a few riders, as he arrived first at the riverbank to survey the terrain. Before long, a small cavalry unit was seen galloping towards him from the south, which, given their origin, could not possibly be enemy forces. After observing for a moment, Ping and confirmed they were indeed official troops, and among them was none other than Chu Nong. Chu Ning cupped his fist from horseback, calling out, "General Ping." Speaking little, Chu Nong galloped closer, casting his gaze over the shimmering river. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Many battles have been fought at Baigo River." Ping smiled. "While I may lack extensive knowledge, I at least know that the Song Dynasty and Liao Kingdom fought significant battles here. Indeed, any forces coming from the south must cross Baigo River to reach Beiping." Chu Nong replied, his expression serious. Many remarked that he was overly stern. He spoke in a casual tone. "The current Baigo River is even more remarkable." Ping maintained his cheerful demeanor, cupping his fists. "Then I must inquire, Chu Du, what makes it so extraordinary?" Chu Nong pointed upstream, saying, "During the Hongwu period, the Yongding River changed its course, allowing Baigo River to swell. Most importantly, ships from the East China Sea can now navigate here." Ping's smile faded as he grasped the gravity of Chu Nong's words. It was clear he had not come merely for casual conversation. "If we can secure this river, we can transport supplies and provisions via the sea route?" Ping responded, "Exactly. However, the Yin Wang likely thinks the same," Chu Nong replied, turning his attention. "With an army of 200,000, I assure you, he will certainly advance towards Baigo River." Ping asserted, "I have heard of Du's near breach of Beiping City last year, and I naturally trust in Du's insight." Du Nong, upon hearing this, revealed a look of gratification, clasped his fists, and solemnly remarked, "General Ping, as the vanguard, can lay an ambush by the Baigo River, and you shall surely reap a bountiful harvest." Ping nodded, deep in contemplation. Du Nong continued, "General Ping should advise the Grand Commander to position the main army in the rear, concealing the Chaima Dan and other artillery within the formation, awaiting the arrival of the Yin forces. You would then feign defeat and retreat towards the center. When the Yin forces pursue into the Grand Commander's formation, we shall unleash the Chaima Dan, ensuring the Yin Wang receives a hearty welcome." Upon hearing this, Ping inquired, "Why does Du not propose this directly to the Grand Commander from the center?" Du Nong hesitated, fidgeting with his hands, and replied, "It is better if Ping voices it. The upper reaches of the Baigo River are known as the Jumar River. Flowing eastward, it bends southward and becomes the Baigo River. The Yin Wang's army, nearly 200,000 strong, advanced from the northwest of Xiong County. Upon reaching the Jumar River, the Yin Wang addressed his civil and military officials. The imperial army numbers 600,000, vastly outnumbering us, and their supplies are dwindling. We must first secure the Baigo River to transport our provisions via boat." Thus, he commanded the entire army to cross the floating bridge and advance to the west bank of the Baigo River. The following day, the Yin Wang ordered the vanguard to cross the Baigo River and advance from the eastern bank. The army followed the Baigo River, marching southward in unison. Not long after, scouts reported that the imperial army had over 10,000 cavalry positioned 10 miles east of the river, seeking an opportunity to flank the Yin forces. The scout commander reported, "The imperial army's vanguard is led by Ping En, with over 10,000 cavalry advancing, and there are also infantry units moving south. As anticipated, within less than an hour, reports came in of a catastrophic rout among Ping An's infantry, while the cavalry from the east halted their assault and surged southward to support the retreating infantry. The Yin army seized the moment to launch a counterattack, and by evening, they encountered the main force of the imperial army, breaking through the vast encampment from multiple directions. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a cacophony of thunderous booms erupted from the front. A significant portion of the buried Chai Ma Dan artillery roared to life, unleashing countless small iron projectiles and stones that fell upon the faces of the Yin cavalry like raindrops. The Yin forces were caught off guard, suffering grievous losses. Other units similarly faced the sudden onslaught of the Chai Ma Dan, while a swarm of fire arrows had been prepared, awaiting their arrival. The Yin soldiers were assailed by countless arrows, resulting in innumerable casualties. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the battlefield, and chaos reigned. The Yin Wang commanded the cavalry to retreat, turning northward himself, only to be ambushed by several concealed Chai Ma Dan, causing his steed to bolt in panic. After fleeing for a while, only 3 riders remained by his side. Zhu Gao Su, still in Guan City, could faintly hear the cannon fire echoing from the plain's edge. Surmising that a battle had commenced, he paced anxiously atop the city walls, gazing towards the southwest. Yet under the pale sky, there was naught but a flat horizon. The city walls of Guan were scarcely manned. Zhu Gao Su's troops were all gathered in the broad street by the city gate. The soldiers donned armor and brandished weapons, arranged not as if to defend the city, but rather poised to charge out for a field battle. Zhu Gao Su smoothed the map before him and glanced outside the city. The direction of the cannon fire was towards the Baigo River. He had an instinctive feeling that the battle had reached a critical juncture. In ancient warfare, preparations and deployments were notoriously sluggish, often taking an extended period, with standoffs sometimes lasting years. However, once a grand battle commenced, the outcomes could be determined swiftly, typically within just a few days. Fate often hinges upon a single day. At that moment, 2 riders emerged from the horizon in a cloud of dust. As they drew near, Zhu Gao Su recognized them as Chen Decue and another. The city gates were open, for Zhu Gao Su had no intention of defending the city. The rapid clatter of hooves resounded below as Chen Decue and his companion charged into Guan City. Soon after, Chen Decue, clad in heavy armor, hurried up, kneeling on one knee before Zhu Gao Su and clasping his fists. "I have returned per orders." Without preamble, Zhu Gao Su inquired, "What news from the center?" Chen Decue gasped for breath and replied, "Yesterday, the Imperial General Ping and laid an ambush near the Baigo River and was struck a decisive blow by the Yin Wang, resulting in countless beheadings." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gao Su felt a jolt of anxiety. Could Ping An truly be so easily defeated? Zhu Gao Su had previously clashed with Ping An. It was well known that one could not hope to contend with Ping and without at least 30 to 50 men. Moreover, Ping An's elite cavalry was not inferior to the Yin troops. This military report seemed dubious, relying solely on generalities. Chen Decue, dispatched by Wang Gaoyang to inquire about the military situation, was not Wang Gaoyang himself. For morale's sake, battlefield reports often exaggerated the advantages of the reporting side. Chen Decue continued. The Yin Wang, seizing the momentum, pressed the assault into the Imperial Army's formation. Although we breached multiple enemy lines, the night fell, and the Imperial forces retaliated with the Chai Ma Dan, resulting in a stalemate, prompting the Yin Wang to temporarily withdraw. Zhu Gao Su furrowed his brow, recalling the overwhelming experience of being caught in a swarm. One could only be effective if prepared to close in. He had also heard of the Chai Ma Dan, which required prior preparation, being a scattershot weapon with limited mobility and a short range. If the Yin forces were struck by these 2 weapons, it was evident they had been waiting for the Yin army to charge. Zhu Gao Su felt a strong conviction. The Yin Wang had fallen victim to Ping An's ruse to lure the enemy, and the previous day's engagement had not gone well for them. Chen Decue added, Ping An has now maneuvered to the north of the Yin Wang's formation and is currently engaged in battle. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gao Su raised his gaze towards the vast plain before him, the horizon shrouded in gray. The distant rumble of cannon fire sounded like distant thunder rolling within the clouds. Nothing was visible on the plain, creating an atmosphere of utter desolation. Even the common folk had long since fled, and the expansive fields that should have been sowed with wheat were now overgrown with wild grass. Could it be that Li Jinglong had suddenly found a capable strategist? Though Zhu Gaosu had been the first to march out this year, he was not the vanguard, having remained in Guan City for half a month, feeling somewhat fortunate to wait for victory. However, it now appeared that the situation was not as favorable as he had envisioned. Historically, Gao Yongwang had been feared by many, undoubtedly playing a significant role in the Jingnan campaign, showcasing extraordinary talent. Zhu Gaosu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that his failure would lead to the ruin of the Yin Wang and countless others? If such a calamity were to occur, his misfortune would be monumental. Dispatch orders. Zhu Gaosu inhaled deeply, gesturing. Wang Bin, Ji-Er, and all cavalry units. Exit the city. Understood. Zhu Gaosu swiftly cast off his red cloak, gripping the hilt of his sword as he descended from the city walls. He took the reins from his guards, leapt onto his steed, sheathed his saber at his back, and grasped the cherry blossom spear in his hand. The soldiers collectively shouted, their voices filling the once desolate Guan city with fervor. With a cry, Zhu Gaosu spurred his horse forward, and countless steeds began to move in unison. The thunderous sound of iron hooves striking the brick street resonated, as if to shake the city walls to their foundation. Numerous cavalrymen poured forth from the city gates, surging westward like a torrent of steel. Chapter 70. No Mercy. The earth was a verdant green, yet the brown-gray villages bore no trace of smoke. Zhu Gaosu glanced at the village from atop his horse, his mind only conjuring a circle, the mark he had drawn on the map. Having been stationed in Gu and for over half a month, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Thousands of iron cavalry moved steadily along the road, their flags varying in size and design, with the distinction between the main banner and smaller flags being readily apparent. The sound of galloping hooves mingled with the clanging of armor, and the occasional neigh of horses echoed through the air. In the distance, the booming of cannons seemed to draw closer. The artillery had not ceased its thunderous roar. After a time, Zhu Gaosu could hear the distant clamor of troops. He strained to see, as dust and smoke rose on the horizon, and the movement of troops became discernible. The army gradually left the roadway, urging their horses towards the cypress grove. Zhu Gaosu also urged his horse to run towards that direction. He did not head to the east side, but took only a few riders along a narrow path, circumventing the woods, and arrived outside the forest to gaze towards the direction of Baigo River. After waiting for the time it took to burn an incense stick, he saw 4 riders galloping towards him from a distance. The foremost cavalryman, with arrows protruding from his back, shouted, "I am a subordinate of General Fong Quan, the deputy commander. Upon encountering the scouts of Wang Gaoyang, I received orders from above to report the military situation." The man spoke urgently, rushing to Zhu Gaosu, dismounted, and presented the seal, glaring as he said, "General Fong is on the right flank of the front line, badly wounded, and has retreated northward. The riverbank is swarming with government troops, and they are growing in number. Do not panic," Zhu Gaosu quickly replied. "Which direction by the river?" Soon after, several more riders arrived. These men were Zhu Gaosu's personal guards. Though their names eluded him, he recognized their faces. One rider waved his hand for horseback and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the camp of the Yin Wang has been shattered." At this moment, Zhu Gaosu's eyes widened in astonishment. Along the banks of Baigo River, the Yin army's tents were ablaze, the flames casting a crimson glow upon the river, with smoke billowing everywhere. A large group of government cavalry, wearing broad-brimmed hats, surged forth from beneath the arrow tower, and the area within the fence was shrouded in thick smoke. The largest tent was the central command of the Yin army, which was now engulfed in flames. The foremost government soldier, a heavily armored giant, held an iron shield in his left hand and an iron axe in his right, his shoulders broader than a thigh, wielding the heavy axe with the dexterity of a dagger. "The Yin Wang is right ahead. Kill!" the giant roared. "Kill!" The troops shouted in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a general charged forward, brandishing a spear, with a wave of iron cavalry surging behind him. The general shouted, "Chun Hung from Shoujo is here. You coward, come and meet your death." Dust flew from the ground as the 2 heavy cavalry forces collided. Chun Hung fiercely thrusting his spear, which clanged against the shield, sending sparks flying. The 2 riders brushed past each other, and in a flash, Pingen swung his iron axe in a sweeping motion. Chun Heng's body swayed to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow, and he fell to the ground with a clatter. The surrounding clamor of battle was deafening. Cries of agony filled the air, and amidst the ferocious metallic clashes, blood and flesh scattered. Ping and fixated on the Yin army general, finally reining in his steed, turning around, and charging once more. Chun Hung struggled to rise from the ground, and his loyal soldiers rushed to protect him. However, Ping had delivered a swift axe blow. Armor and weapons offered no protection, and in an instant, he felled several men. Reaching Chun Hang's side, Ping and roared, leaning forward to strike down with his axe. Clang! Chun Hung raised his Yinling blade to block, using his left arm's iron bracer to absorb the force. Yet, the Yinling blade was immediately bent by the fierce blow. Chun Hung let out a cry of pain. The sound of his breastplate crunching echoed as the axe blade glided across it, sending sparks flying. Ping and charged forward again, pivoting his horse. Chun Hung had managed to mount a warhorse with the help of his soldiers and began to flee. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the throng, striking Chun Hung in the left shoulder. Chun Hung fled with the arrow still lodged in him, the military flag beside him falling into the mud. The government troops seized the opportunity to pursue westward, arriving at the banks of Baigo River, where they spotted a group of Yin soldiers lingering by the river, blocked by the water. A splendid banner of the Jingnan campaign fluttered conspicuously in the wind. The Yin Wang is by the river. No mercy shall be shown. Ping and bellowed. Arrows rained down from the skies, dust swirling, as vast numbers of iron cavalry charged forth. At that moment, from the rear of the government troops, banners waved as countless cavalry surged out from a rudimentary wooden archway. Among the flags, one emblazoned with the character Chu stood out prominently. The troops led by Du Chu Nung rushed forth, with Chu Nung shouting from horseback, Brother Ping and Block Zhang used flanking attack. I will charge at the Yin Wang. Good. Ping and's voice rang out. Chu Nung and his son brandished their cherry blossom spears, leading the charge towards Baigo River. The troops bearing the large square flag quickly divided into two factions, one heading directly towards Chu Nung, while the other waded through the muddy riverbank heading north. The two armies clashed, blades and spears whirling, cries of agony erupting, the nearby battle cries drowning out the distant booming of cannons. Chu Nung dashed through the enemy cavalry, many of his horses falling vacant as only a few steeds remained running. Nevertheless, Chu Nung did not halt. He seized another cherry blossom spear from a nearby cavalryman, turned his blood-smeared face, and shouted, Brothers, kill! Kill! The troops echoed kill. Chu Nung led the charge directly towards the direction of Baigo River, while the fighting behind still roared thunderously. In the mud and water by the river, corpses lay scattered, blood mingling with mud, casting a dark red hue. The arrows planted in the ground resembled patches of reeds, while panic-stricken, empty horses galloped around the riverbank, smoke swirling and filling the air, plunging the world into chaos. Chapter 71. The fierce lion. The waves of the river lapped against the banks, pulling back to reveal a patch of crimson. As the dust began to settle, iron cavalry charged wildly. The Yin Wang's ears buzzed, his face pale, as he led a group of cavalry, brandishing his sword, charging southward. Kill the Yin Wang! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind, and the sound of hooves quickened. The Yin Wang, enraged, turned around, brandishing his sword forward, shouting to his men to join him in the fray. The cavalry beside him immediately spurred their horses and charged ahead, and soon the clattering of combat and cries of anguish resounded. Amidst the dust, in front of the flag bearing the character Chu, a robust warrior surged forward, unyielding. This man was undoubtedly Chu Nung, a general of the government troops. Chu Nung wielded his spear with remarkable skill, and no Yin soldier could withstand him, as they fell one by one from their mounts. In an instant, Chu Nung had thrust his spear straight towards the Yin Wang. The Yin Wang raised his sword to meet the challenge. Chu Nung bellowed, fearlessly advancing with his long spear, its tip piercing the air, when suddenly, a rider burst forth in front of the Yin Wang, and with a scream, that cavalryman was pierced and fell from his horse. With a swift motion, Chu Nang drew the clang. The Yin Wang blocked with his round-headed sword. However, Chu Nang's was longer and heavier, causing pain to shoot through the Yin Wang's hands. The sound of metal grinding echoed as Chu Nang's slid along the edge of the Yin Wang's sword. With a sudden cry, a cavalryman beside the Yin Wang clasped his neck with both hands, blood spraying into the air. Suddenly, someone shouted, "My lord, flee!" More riders surged forward, using their bodies to shield him, disregarding their own lives. The government cavalry charged from behind, breaking through several camps as Generals Chun Hung, Zhang Yu, and others led elite cavalry in a fierce counterattack, yet they could not hold the line. Just moments earlier, in less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Chu Neng had pierced through the cavalry formation and reached the Yan Wang's side. The Yan Wang dared not underestimate the situation and urged his horse to flee. However, the west led to Baigo River, and the other three sides were engulfed in the sounds of battle. The Yan Wang found himself at a loss, with his cavalry dwindling after repeated resistance. Could it be that he would fall to lead Jinglong today? Just then, the sound of hooves thundered from the east. New troops were advancing towards them. The Yan Wang squinted into the distance, seeing a mass of soldiers stirring up dust. Amidst the swirling gray, a large expanse of red flags flickered into view. Zhu Gaoziu had arrived. The Yan Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Yet he found it hard to believe that Zhu Gaoziu, who was far away in Guan, could reach the battlefield so swiftly. The thundering sound of arrows suddenly rang out, and the Yan Wang looked up to see countless arrows raining down upon Chu Neng's troops. Within the ranks of the government soldiers, it was as if a hailstorm had struck a wheat field. Cries of despair echoed along the riverbank. Many soldiers, covered in spikes like hedgehogs, fell from their horses, only to be swiftly trampled by the armored cavalry bearing long spears. In the blink of an eye, the government troops suffered heavy casualties. Gunengis Fos, already at the brink of exhaustion, found themselves caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of fresh troops and were utterly routed. After charging into the fray, Zhu Gaoziu, without exception, discarded his cherry blossom spear, gripping dual long-handled sabers as he plunged into the enemy ranks, fighting fiercely. Having experienced multiple cavalry battles, Zhu Gaoziu fully tapped into the immense potential of his body, and amidst the tension, he even felt a thrill of exhilaration from the slaughter. With fierce eyes, he focused intently, skillfully maintaining his balance, while utilizing his extraordinary strength and reflexes to charge through, unstoppable, as the enemy cavalry charged forth. A soldier of the Imperial Army swung his blade, yet his acceleration proved insufficient. Zhu Gaoziu responded with a swift strike of his own, his weapon clashing against the adversary's shoulder armor with a resounding impact. Sparks flew, and under the force of the collision, the enemy's weapon was sent flying, accompanied by a startled cry from the steed, which reared back, causing the rider to tumble to the ground. Another cavalryman surged forward, but before Zhu Gaoziu could engage, an arrow flew in from the side, piercing through the neck of the cavalryman, causing him to scream in agony as he fell from his mount. Zhu Gaoziu led a contingent of elite riders bearing crimson triangular flags, deftly maneuvering amidst the chaos, while the surrounding cavalry and infantry struggled to coordinate their efforts. The Imperial troops were in disarray, the battlefield rife with brutality. In that moment, Zhu Gaoziu observed a small group of Imperial soldiers skillfully navigating through the fray, even managing to send the enemy cavalry into disarray. One rider, riddled with arrows, pressed on valiantly, undeterred by his wounds. Zhu Gaoziu raised his gaze to a flag marred with countless arrow holes, yet still defiantly fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with the character Chu. Chunung? Zhu Gaoziu recognized him as the one who had, with a mere 1,000 men, brazenly breached the Zhangyi Gate in Beiping. Indeed, he was formidable. Just ahead, the banner of the Tianjing Nan Rebellion fluttered, and this man seemed to charge at the Yan Wang, as if he were destined to strike at the heart of every battle. Zhu Gaoziu mused. This man's prowess should not be underestimated. He could easily overpower all the generals under my command. At that moment, Chu Neng and his cavalry surged towards Zhu Gaoziu. Finally, Zhu Gaoziu caught a glimpse of Chu Neng's face, bloodied but unmistakably the same man he had encountered outside of Beiping. Brothers, to die on the battlefield is our fate. Today, let it be so. Chu Neng shouted hoarsely. Just then, a swarm of Yan cavalry charged from the front, and almost immediately, the clash of weapons filled the air as riders began to fall. Zhu Gaoziu halted his horse, wiping the blood from his eyes, and as he looked closely, he saw Chu Neng, furious and commanding, striking down an enemy rider. His red cloak billowed as he swung, catching the wind like a banner of wrath. With fierce, piercing eyes, Chu Neng locked his gaze onto Zhu Gaoziu. Zhu Gaoziu felt a strange sensation, as if he could hear a lion's roar echoing in his ears. Rage eclipsed fear, and an overwhelming power sent tremors through his enemies. Zhu Gaochuan felt a stirring within, a voice urging him. This is the ferocious lion I seek. Do not kill him, Zhu Gaochuan bellowed. He spurred his horse forward, hearing the anxious shouts of his guards. Be careful, Your Highness. Chu Neng, now adorned with multiple arrow wounds and nearing exhaustion, was not to be taken lightly. Zhu Gaochuan focused his mind, prepared to confront him, wielding his blade in a reverse grip akin to a hook. With a clash, Zhu Gaochuan parried Chu Neng's strike, cleverly concealing a series of counterattacks within his movements, showcasing Chu Neng's solid foundational skills and adaptability in combat. Suddenly, a man charged at Zhu Gaochuan from the side. Sword raised, Zhu Gaochuan turned slightly to discover it was Chu Neng's son, Chu Liangkai, whom he had encountered in Zhuozhou. Chu Liangkai appeared resigned to his fate. Zhu Gaochuan, unwilling to take his life, deflected the attack, nearly disarming him. With a swift motion, Zhu Gaochuan struck Chu Liangkai's face with the flat of his blade, causing him to fall from his horse, clutching his nose in pain. Chu Neng, witnessing this, shot Zhu Gaochuan a furious glare. As Zhu Gaochuan closed in again, Chu Neng surprisingly discarded his sword, bracing himself against the tip of Zhu Gaochuan's blade. What are you doing? Zhu Gaochuan exclaimed, hastily maneuvering his weapon to avoid a lethal strike. At that moment, Zhu Gaochuan's guards surged forward, toppling Chu Neng from his mount and restraining him. By order, seize him, Zhu Gaochuan commanded, kicking his horse into a gallop, hastening northward where the Imperial cavalry clashed violently with the Yan forces. The battlefield erupted with the thunderous sound of hooves. A tumultuous whirlwind of horses and warriors engaged in deadly combat. Amidst the swirling dust, arrows flew like shadows, and the glint of armor dazzled in the sunlight. Zhu Gaochuan glanced at his blade, noting its dulled edge before discarding it and calling out, "Spear!" He seized a spear, raising it high as he shouted, "Brothers, charge! Slay!" The soldiers echoed his battle cry, galloping fiercely into the fray. The earth trembled as clouds of dust rose, akin to a horde of serpents surging forward. Zhu Gaochuan's forces crashed into the battlefield, colliding with a group of Imperial cavalry moving northward, leaving no time for adjustment. Chaos erupted as the clash of steel and cries of agony intensified. Before long, a significant portion of the Imperial cavalry was cleaved in two, further plunging the battlefield into disarray, with iron steeds charging from all directions, resembling a mass of serpents entangled in turmoil. With a swift thrust of his spear, Zhu Gaochuan struck at the neck of an enemy rider, the spearhead penetrating the armor with deadly precision, eliciting a strangled scream as the rider fell. His guards rallied around him, emboldened by his fearlessness, creating an unstoppable force. Chapter 72. The heavens favor me. Zhu Gaochuan led his iron cavalry across the battlefield, soon spotting a figure amidst the clashing weapons. A robust man who could only be Ping An. To Zhu Gaochuan's surprise, Ping An was laughing. The Prince of Gaoyang runs swiftly. Do you fear I shall not catch you? The two armies surged forward without pause, the thunder of hooves growing ever closer. Zhu Gaochuan and Ping An, in perfect synchrony, charged towards each other. In a flash, Zhu Gaochuan drew his Yinling blade with his left hand while wielding a spear with his right, propelling his steed forward. As they closed the distance, Zhu Gaochuan kicked his horse, propelling it into a sharp left turn. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Gaochuan aimed his spear, thrusting it with force towards Ping An. The spear struck against a shield with a loud clang. As Ping An prepared to retaliate with his axe, Zhu Gaochuan deftly maneuvered his mount to evade the blow. With the enemy's spear approaching, Zhu Gaochuan raised his Yinling blade to deflect its trajectory, twisting his wrist to redirect the blade upward. With a swift motion, he retaliated, the sound of metal scraping against metal ringing out as he inflicted a wound upon the rider, blood staining the yellow dust below. The battlefield was chaotic, hooves pounding as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Zhu Gaochuan reined in his horse, executing a quick turn to face Ping An once more. Is the Prince of Gaoyang mocking my brother? Ping An shouted. This man prattles on. Ping An raised his shield, deflecting arrows raining down from above. However, the majority of the Imperial cavalry wielded long spears, and many fell under the onslaught. Meanwhile, the enemy cavalry continued to surge forth, a torrent of arrows flying through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Gaochuan charged forward, gripping his Yinling blade in his mouth while stabilizing the spear with his left hand. With a sudden thrust, he lunged forward with all his might. As Ping An swung his axe to counter, Zhu Gaochuan had already retracted his momentum, causing Ping An's axe to slice through empty air. The two riders closed in again. Zhu Gaochuan prepared for a decisive strike. Though Ping An's strength was formidable, his bulk was no match for Zhu Gaochuan's agility. Zhu Gaochuan could hear Ping An's labored breaths, a sign of his fatigue from the previous battles. With renewed vigor, Zhu Gaochuan charged again, only to find Ping An sprinting away instead of turning to face him. Ping An, you flee swiftly, fearing I shall not catch you. Zhu Gaochuan shouted loudly from behind. A voice echoed from a distance. Damn it, can we still call them cavalry if they don't run? Upon glancing at Ping An, that fellow had surprisingly sprinted several steps ahead, faster than anyone else. Kill! Zhu Gaochuan bellowed, leading the cavalry to encircle the enemy. In the east, the troops of Zhang Yu were also faintly visible. Ping An directed his cavalry to flee southeast, with countless casualties among the rear forces. Nevertheless, it was quite a feat that Ping An's unit had not been completely encircled. The government forces had engaged in fierce combat for some time, breaching several positions of the Yin army, yet reinforcements had yet to arrive. Ping An fled decisively. Had Zhu Gaochuan found himself in such a predicament, with no reinforcements and an ever-growing enemy force, he would have certainly fled long ago. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice rang out. Prince Gaoyang, do not pursue. We shall guard the Yin Wang. Zhu Gaochuan kicked his horse and turned, taking a detour towards Baigo River. The green and blue flags behind and to the side also shifted direction without the need for Zhu Gaochuan's command. Everyone gazed at the towering Jingnan banner, converging towards the Yin Wang. Zhu Gaochuan rode forward, clasping his fists in salute, stating, Yesterday, upon hearing the cannon fire, I was genuinely concerned for Father Wang's safety and took the liberty of coming to provide reinforcements. I beg for Father Wang's forgiveness. Good, good, the Yin Wang exclaimed with wide eyes. My son has arrived just in time. Zhang Yu hurriedly remarked, Your Highness, please oversee the center. This humble general is willing to lead the charge. The Yin Wang shook his head, saying, I have heard reports from the front lines that the soldiers were frightened by the government forces formation. I shall personally encourage the troops. This battle is vital for our survival, and we must exert all our strength. With the order given, Zhu Gaochuan led the army in unison towards the southeast. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from behind, lifting Zhu Gaochuan's cloak into the air. Turning his head, he could barely open his eyes as the dust kicked up by the horses assaulted his face, leaving him covered in grit. In the distance, the Yin Wang's voice called out, Heaven supports us. The wind blows upon the enemy formation. All soldiers exert yourselves. Amidst the throng of horses and men, waves of shouts arose, echoing in the fierce wind. Zhu Gaochuan ran for quite some time, squinting to see ahead. But dust obscured his vision. Sand, debris, and objects flew chaotically in the air. Around him, he could only see the flags and soldiers swaying, making it challenging to discern the battlefield situation. The sounds of cannon fire reverberated continuously. At that moment, flames shot up high from the direction of Baigo River, smoke mingling with black ash billowing into the sky, while chaotic debris swept toward the government troops' encampment. In the distance, even the flags were no longer visible. The wind howled around him, leaving Zhu Gaochuan uncertain of the enemy's precise location. This battlefield was impossible to command. He could only rely on the ingenuity of his commanders to adapt. While running, Zhu Gaochuan looked up to find the sun in the sky. As the dust began to settle slightly, a glimmer of golden light peeked through the dark clouds. He called out, Relay the order, all commanders. Look towards the sun and move towards the southeast. Each unit shall engage in battle independently. After running for a while, they finally caught a glimpse of the battlefield. Many were pushing carts forward, laden with straw, deadwood, tents, and anything flammable, along with the white smoke of gunpowder. The fuel was still insufficient, but the burning straw and smoke were blown southward. If the government troops faced this, they would struggle to keep their eyes open. Zhu Gaochuan observed the direction of those pushing the carts and surged forward again, finally spotting the fleeing government soldiers. None were facing north. They all had their backs turned, in a state of retreat, with weapons, flags, and armor scattered everywhere. Chapter 73. The shameless scoundrel of the wilderness was shrouded in smoke. Swirling dust and stones mixed with ash and gunpowder resembling a murky flood sweeping through. The throngs of frenzied infantry were like riverbanks crumbling under pressure. The battlefield had spiraled out of control. It felt as if the earth itself were splitting apart. At that moment, with a crack, Li Jinglong looked up to see the High General's banner torn by the wind. Why? Why? He shouted hoarsely, arms outstretched against the gale. The soldiers nearby urged him. It's time to flee. But the man coldly replied, if Li Gong had sent reinforcements to Chu Dudu earlier, would we have to wait for the wind to blow? Li Jinglong paused, realizing the person before him was Sheng Yong. His expression turned complex as he said, Sheng Yong, were you not always by my side? Proclaiming the brilliance of Duke Chao, that he commands like a deity? Sheng Yong replied, Li Gong, after 2 defeats, do you think there will be a third chance? You are utterly finished. There is no need for me to say anything insincere. Li Jinglong pointed at Sheng Yong, his face flushed with anger. You shameless scoundrel. Sheng Yong's demeanor remained cold. Not so. I am merely assessing the situation. Do not get too carried away. I shall settle the score with you later. Li Jinglong retorted angrily. Just then, those around him quickly restrained him, saying, Li Gong, the front has collapsed. We must depart quickly. The soldiers of the Central Army swiftly gathered Li Jinglong, turning their horses to flee. Flex, vacats, artillery, and all kinds of supplies were left behind as the government troops disbanded in large numbers. Countless soldiers surged along Baigo River, moving across the dust-laden plains like a herd of animals fleeing a natural disaster. The vast expanse once again witnessed a grand yet chaotic scene. It is uncertain how many lives were lost on this land, their cries drowned out by the wind and the thunder of hooves. Life extinguished in an instant amidst the tumult, leaving behind a multitude of disheveled corpses. The sky was overcast, dust and fog enveloping the earth. Many soldiers of the government forces lost their direction, swept into the bend of Baigo River, with no way forward and enemies at their backs. Countless were pushed into the river. The armored soldiers of the government floundered in the water, muddying it further. From a distance, the river's surface appeared as if a net was being cast, dense fish thrashing desperately, and the water seemed to boil. The government troops, both infantry and cavalry, fled southward chaotically day and night, suffering innumerable casualties, corpses strewn everywhere. Li Jinglong reached Dazhou first, rallying a portion of his forces. But upon hearing that the Yan army was in pursuit, he quickly led the remaining troops to continue their flight southward. Days later, the Shandong provincial government sent personnel to the Daji River to assist the government troops, constructing a floating bridge. It was only then that the remnants of the government troops could retreat directly into Shandong, rushing into Jinan City. Prince Gaoyang, the Yan Wang commands all units to converge on Daji River, shouted the soldier relaying the military order, dismounting to present the official seal. By this time, the day was drawing to a close, and Zhu Gaochuan did not rush on the march. He ordered the troops to select a suitable location to set up camp. After dinner, he immediately went to the tent where Chu Nang and his son were held. Zhu Gaochuan personally lifted Chu Nang's garments to inspect the wounds. Feeling relieved as he remarked, the weather is warming, and General Chu's wounds have not worsened. It should not be serious. Such superficial injuries, while not damaging to bones or muscles, are most prone to festering. Prince Gaoyang Chu Nang looked at him in confusion. Zhu Gaochuan smiled and said, last year, when I fled from the capital, I was intercepted by young Master Ling in Zhuozhou. Thankfully, young Master Ling showed mercy, which led to today's outcome. Oh, Chu Ning turned to look at Chu Liangkai. Chu Liangkai immediately shook his head, saying, at that time, my son truly did his utmost. The sons of the Yin Wang and the Prince Gaoyang, as well as the third prince, are all members of the royal family. The court had not issued a death warrant, so my son dared not harm their lives. With bows, arrows, and blades, I could not bear to use lethal force. I resorted to non-lethal methods, nets and clubs, but alas, my son was outmatched and could not prevail against dozens of attackers, ultimately having to concede. Zhu Gaochuan grasped Chu Liangcai's wrist. Fixing his gaze on his face, he said sternly, young Master Chu indeed showed mercy. But it seems you feared it would be hard to explain to the court. Am I correct? Chu Liangcai appeared bewildered, turning again to look at Chu Nang. Zhu Gaochuan continued, when you meet the Yin Wang, you must say this, speak the truth. Chu Nang pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhu Gaochuan, and understood the intention of Prince Gaoyang. That is good. Zhu Gaochuan nodded. Experience does speak volumes. Chu Nang remarked, though we each serve our masters, Prince Gaoyong treats us sincerely. The prince has given me face, and I cannot turn my back on that. However, I fear it may be in vain. The battle at Baigo River, luring the Yin Wang into a trap, and the encirclement with Pinyin were all my ideas. It nearly cost the Yin Wang his life. The Yin Wang will never let me off the hook. Rather than enduring humiliation unto death, it is preferable to meet a swift demise. Moreover, I shall not yield to Wang Yin, for I can still safeguard my family. Chu Neng furrowed his brow and remarked, "The goodwill of Wang Gaoyong is duly noted by me." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaoxiu appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "I always suspected that Li Jinglong was not as formidable as he seemed. It was, in fact, General Chu's cunning strategy. I am in awe." Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes sparkled with determination as he murmured, "Rest assured, General Chu, I will protect you with all my might, even at the cost of my life." "Why? Zhu Gaoxiu pondered briefly before responding. Even the mightiest lion must eventually meet its end, yet ought not to perish in such a dismal gutter. I cannot abide by it. The Ming Dynasty has grander horizons that require the talents of someone like General Chu." His gaze upon Chu Neng resembled that of a connoisseur admiring a priceless gem. Chu Neng was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response. Zhu Gaoxiu continued softly, "Do not concern yourselves overly much. You need not voice your opinions. Just refrain from denouncing Wang Yin. I have my own calculations." After delivering these words, Zhu Gaoxiu exited the tent and addressed Chen Dachui, who stood outside, saying, "Provide them with excellent sustenance." "Yes, my lord," replied Chen Dachui with a respectful gesture. Zhu Gaoxiu took a few steps forward, then paused and turned to Chen Dachui, recalling when we first arrived at Yongping Guard last year. "Your words that evening held considerable wisdom." Chen Dachui hastily replied, "I cannot recall what I said." Zhu Gaoxiu raised his hand as if to speak, then hesitated, ultimately lowering it again without uttering a word. His predicament was not one that could be swiftly altered, nor would it be resolved by a mere incident or two. The intricacies of the situation far surpassed his previous imaginings. Last year, he believed that it was essential to amass strength early on. Yet, what constituted strength? It was people. Zhu Gaoxiu required individuals of weighty significance. Those within Wang Yan's domain could be courted, but they were insufficient. Even if they were inclined, they would remain reticent, and attempting to undermine Wang Yan would undoubtedly provoke his vigilance. However, Zhu Gaoxiu had finally discerned another category of individuals favorable to Jiangwen. If one were to liken the riches of the world to a cake, the moment the Jiangwen court faltered, that cake would be cast aside. The followers of Wang Yan had feasted well, possessing little motivation to risk their lives. Only those who had lost their share of the cake would possess a pressing need for struggle, yearning for a new representative of their interests. Certainly, many on Jiangwen's side would succumb to despair and cling to the crumbling vessel of the past. Yet, there would undoubtedly be some unwilling to acquiesce. When the old vessel could no longer sustain them, who would serve as their protector? Zhu Gaoxiu puffed out his chest, recalling the words of Mengzi. Who but I? If all shared a common desire, why could they not unite for warmth? Zhu Gaoxiu was Wang Yan's son, thus one of their own. Were the people of Jiangwen to be considered adversaries? To limit oneself to such a notion was utterly ludicrous. The circumstances had shifted, and thus the delineation of friend and foe had transformed entirely. At present, all within Wang Yan's residence could be deemed allies, while the enemies resided amongst Jiangwen's officials. Yet, once the external adversaries from Wang Yan's side were eliminated, the internal tensions would inevitably escalate, engendering deep-seated grievances akin to the slaying of a father. To obstruct another's path to wealth is akin to murdering one's parents. How could enmity not arise? The night breeze had turned cool, yet Zhu Gaoxiu wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. This was a bold proposition. Should Wang Yan discover it, he would soon face suspicion of ulterior motives. However, he could not help but think, if one were to provide Chu Neng such a person with several thousand troops, it might very well result in the demise of 100,000 soldiers. Zhu Gaoxiu's desire for victory surged uncontrollably. A gambler. He had been labeled as such in his previous life not by choice, but by circumstance, unable to withdraw. Yet in that life, he had wagered on certain defeat. This time, he believed the stakes could yield a different outcome. A different aspect of the gambler's psyche resurfaced, the allure of chance. Zhu Gaoxiu could not help but ponder. Even if Wang Yan were exceptionally astute, could he truly comprehend Zhu Gaoxiu's unconventional reasoning? Could Wang Yan foresee this? Regardless, Zhu Gaoxiu now fixated on the discarded resources held by the Jiangwen court. If he were to seize the throne, would it not all ultimately belong to the firstborn of the house? Would he simply await retribution for his accomplishments? Were it not for the fear of ruining the cake held by Wang Yan's faction, everyone would merely stand by, and Zhu Gaoxiu would be reluctant to exert himself so vigorously. Historically, Wang Gaoyang had believed Wang Yan's words, thinking that the world was filled with ghosts, and thus he had joyously risked his own life to assist others in their endeavors. Chapter 74. Dianbu Zhang, Yan, the banner of the Jingnan campaign, flapped defiantly in the wind as the cavalry paraded with great grandeur through the territory of Lini County, advancing towards Jinan Prefecture. At that moment, a few men shouted from the roadside, "Wang Yan is wise and mighty. We commoners are willing to serve as loyal dogs and horses." The mounted Wang Yan glanced sideways and beheld 4 sturdy commoners kneeling and bowing on the roadside. Suddenly, one man sprang up and dashed towards the road, only to be immediately intercepted by the royal cavalry. My lord," the man shouted excitedly. Wang Yan flicked his whip, and upon the cavalry parting slightly, he saw the man rush over, grasping the leather strap on the horse's chest, saying, "I am Ji Gang, a former student of Lini, skilled in archery and horsemanship. I implore you to take me in." Could it be that someone who had passed the scholar's examination would voluntarily seek allegiance? Wang Yan felt a surge of interest for wherever the Yan army roamed. They were regarded as rebels by the educated elite. Wang Yan immediately instructed his guards, "Take them with us. We shall camp and meet later." The order was executed, and the troops continued southward, crossing Lini County and reaching the north bank of the Daji River that very day. Each battalion hastily constructed their encampments. That evening, Zhu Gaoxiu, accompanied by a contingent of loyal soldiers, brought Chu Neng and his son to Wang Yan's grand encampment. Chu Neng held the rank of commander, and Zhu Gaoxiu dared not conceal the truth, nor could he directly admit them into the tent. Only Wang Yan possessed the authority to decide their fate. Zhu Gaoxiu entered the main tent first, clasping his fists. "Your son pays respects to my father." "Gaoxiu has arrived," Wang Yan replied with a smile, evidently pleased with Zhu Gaoxiu's performance at the Baigo River. Zhu Gaoxiu then turned and said, "Bring in Chu Neng and his son." Shortly thereafter, Chu Neng and his son were brought in, bound hand and foot, drawing the attention of all present. The previously smiling Wang Yan suddenly grew stern, his face betraying a murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan indeed retained his composure, turning to regard Chu Neng and the others. The two stood silent, and upon receiving a nudge from the guard behind them, they were compelled to kneel on one knee. Zhu Gaoxiu observed and remarked, "Who in the world would dare defy the might of my father?" Chu Neng's family remains in the capital. Thus, they would not easily surrender. "What shall be done with the captives?" Wang Yan inquired. Zhu Gaoxiu's expression faltered, his right hand raised in anticipation, yet hesitating to fall. In that moment, the eunuch Zheng, he softly suggested, "My lord, killing them may lead other officials and military leaders to feel sorrow for the dead." Zheng, he bowed, "I shall obey." Zhu Gaoxiu, upon hearing this, secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, preserving their lives was paramount. After all, even the most formidable of dead men proved useless. The guard soon escorted Chu Neng and the others away. Wang Yan quickly declared, "Li Jinglong has fled to Jinan City. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall gather our troops and cross the river, seizing victory to conquer Jinan and subsequently the entirety of Shandong." The assembled officers echoed, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Zhu Gaoxiu exited the main tent and encountered the eunuch Zheng He. He scrutinized Zheng He, noting that he still donned the armor of the mountain warriors and held a steel helmet, resembling a martial general, if not for his lack of facial hair. "General Zheng." "Ha." Zhu Gaoxiu laughed. Zheng, he waved, smiling in response. "Wang Gaoyang, please proceed at your leisure." However, Zhu Gaoxiu had no intention of departing just yet. He casually remarked, "As I said earlier today, I am one who remembers kindness over punishment. Ha. When others show me a modicum of goodwill, I can never forget." Zheng, he chuckled. "Is Wang Gaoyang tooting his own horn?" The two exchanged knowing smiles. Zhu Gaoxiu grinned. "I simply seek a sense of peace and honesty. I have repaid my debts of gratitude, and henceforth, I shall have no further involvement." "Thank you." Zheng Gonggong, for your assistance. With a sigh, he added, such is the nature of relationships. I repay one debt only to incur another. Not all. Wang Gaoyong, you must not say such things. It was but a trifling matter, Zheng, he replied. Zheng, he gradually ceased his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. He remarked, as a servant to the Yin Wang, I naturally consider the prince's interests. If I speak out, it is with a clear conscience. To refrain from executing Chu Neng is indeed a wise course. Otherwise, how would the military leaders of the official army perceive it? Surrender inevitably leads to death, and engaging in battle would only complicate matters. Zhu Gaochun nodded in agreement. The records of the Yin Wang's residence? Zhu Gaochun mused. How deeply they have been concealed. He sighed. Curiously, he inquired, how did he meet his demise? Zheng pondered for a moment before responding. Master Daoyan and others, while investigating the spies, gleaned some clues from the traitor Gucheng, leading them to apprehend the monk Shukong from Huaiju Temple. Despite Shukong's adamant denials, Yuan Changshi, Yuan Gong, dispatched personnel to verify his background, discovering that the monk had actually married and fathered children prior to his ordination. Yuan Changshi then discreetly brought Shukong's family to Beiping, intending to use them to compel Shukong to confess whether he was a spy and what he knew. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaochun nodded repeatedly. So that is the case. Zheng he raised his thumb in approval, saying Wang Gaoyong is indeed perceptive, quick to grasp the situation. Zhu Gaochun, eager to deflect praise, chuckled, I merely speak casually. Such matters are not my concern. The day is growing late. I must take my leave, Zheng Gonggong. Zheng, he clasped his hands and said, I bid farewell to Wang Gaoyong. Chapter 75. Boya and Zi Qi, the foremost strategy in warfare is to outmaneuver the enemy, followed by diplomatic negotiations, and lastly, military confrontation, with siege as the least favorable option. The Yin Wang's forces crossed the Daji River, once again defeating the remnants of Li Jinglong's army, now poised at the gates of Jinan. At this juncture, Yao Guangxiao arrived at the military camp and addressed the Yin Wang. Few were present, mainly the Yin Wang's trusted confidants, including Zhu Gaochun. Several riders lingered at a distance of a few hundred paces, hesitant to approach, while the ominous cannon mouths on the city walls loomed over them. Jinan, the largest city governed by the Shandong provincial administration, was fortified with heavy weaponry. The imposing city towers and formidable walls created an oppressive atmosphere. Yao Guangxiao continued, The Art of War, by Suanzi speaks of the conflicts among feudal lords during the Zhou dynasty. However, its military insights remain relevant to this day. If the prince intends to attack Jinan, it is indeed a desperate measure. Were there a superior strategy, why would I resort to this inferior one? The Yin Wang furrowed his brow. Zhu Gaochun, intrigued, pondered such a grand city, with walls so thick that one could drive a vehicle atop them. Modern artillery may not even breach them. How does the Yin Wang plan to conquer it? The Yin Wang turned to him, stating, The remnants of the official army are all ensconced within. If we can seize Jinan, we can utterly annihilate the official forces. Daoyan, what methods have historically proven effective in breaching fortified cities? Yao Guangxiao replied, The most effective strategy is to encircle the city and wait for its inhabitants to starve. The Yin Wang was taken aback, yet upon observing Yao Guangxiao's earnest demeanor, it was evident he was not jesting. After a moment, Yao Guangxiao continued, Rather than assault the city, it would be wiser to persuade Li Jinglong to surrender. Will Li Jinglong capitulate? The Yin Wang questioned skeptically. Yao Guangxiao explained, The power brokers within the city are Li Jinglong, Sheng Yong, and Tai Xian. The latter two have no reason to surrender. Sheng Yong previously aspired to ascend through the Jingnan campaign to become the commander of the official army, but his lack of qualifications led to Li Jinglong seizing that opportunity. Now that Li Jinglong has become a corner dog, Sheng Yong is eager to prove himself and seek advancement. He is likely biding his time, hoping to achieve merit through the defense of Jinan. Tai Xian, the provincial governor of Shandong, was responsible for overseeing the logistics of the official army supplies and was a capable individual. Without him, Li Jinglong would struggle to gather forces. Tai Xian had the support of the imperial tutor Huang Zicheng, and with the current rift between Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng, and Li Jinglong's poor performance, Huang Zicheng intended to elevate Tai Xian as his right-hand man. With such prospects of promotion, Tai Xian would undoubtedly prefer the Yin Wang to lay siege. Zhu Gaochun listened, impressed by Yao Guangxiao's comprehensive understanding of the political and military dynamics. Regrettably, Yao Guangxiao was a staunch ally of the Yin Wang and had long been mentoring the heir, and he was of considerable age. Yao Guangxiao continued, "Thus I assert that the least favorable strategy is to besiege the city, which would align perfectly with the ambitions of Sheng Yong and Tai Xian. The only one in a precarious position is Li Jinglong, who may still harbor some hope of surrender." "What a pity," the Yin Wang interjected. "What a pity," Yao Guangxiao replied. "The timing is not right. Li Jinglong's situation has not yet reached that critical juncture. He surely holds onto a glimmer of hope. Hence, I have come today to urge the prince to withdraw the troops and cease the assault on Jinan. Should Sheng Yong and Tai Xian ascend to power, it would be exceedingly detrimental to the prince. These two, one civil and one military, are far from comparable to Li Jinglong or Huang Zicheng." The Yin Wang remained noncommittal, while his steed scratched the ground with its hooves. He repeatedly glanced at Jinan, his eyes filled with yearning. The most challenging desire to suppress is that of ambition. Capturing Jinan would allow for the complete annihilation of the official army's main forces. Subsequently, conquering all of Shandong would enable the Yin army to direct their might southward towards Shuzhou and the Huai River, gradually shaping a division of the realm. Such grand aspirations are indeed difficult to relinquish. Ultimately, the Yin Wang issued orders for a siege and assault. Employing cunning tactics, the Yin Wang instructed his men to shoot letters of surrender into the city with arrows, hoping to demoralize the official army. He proclaimed that he sought to eliminate treacherous ministers and would treat the soldiers of the official army with benevolence. When reason failed, force became the only recourse. The Yin army constructed fortifications outside the city, retrieving a substantial number of cannons from the Baigo River, and hastily manufactured siege ladders and assault vehicles. The two armies exchanged cannon fire, reigniting the flames of war. Jinan was enveloped in smoke, with the sound of cannon fire echoing day and night. Within Jinan, amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, the anguished cries of slaughtered pigs mingled with the din of freshly killed pigs, cattle, and sheep lay in an open space at the city gates, where incense was burned, and the stout Sheng Yong and Tai Xian, a descendant of the color-eyed people, each cut their fingers with a small knife, allowing their blood to drip into a bowl of animal blood. Sheng Yong and Tai Xian raised the blood-filled bowl, proclaiming, "Heaven and earth bear witness. Today, Sheng Yong and Tai Xian swear blood oaths as allies, united in purpose to steadfastly defend Jinan. As long as we are in the city, we shall endure together. Should we breach this vow, may the heavens and gods punish us." They swore their oaths before the gathered audience, then tilted their heads and drank the blood with fervor. With a crash, Sheng Yong smashed the bowl and stepped forward to grasp Tai Xian's hand. "Tai Gong." Tai Xian gazed back, Sheng Xiong. Sheng Yong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tai Xian, as if he were gazing at the robust branches of a great tree. Together, they ascended the city walls, standing tall and embodying courage in the face of the Yin army's relentless bombardment, their expressions resolute. The soldiers surrounding them, witnessing this display, were immediately invigorated. Sheng Yong declared, "I have long admired Tai Gong with the utmost respect. The forces commanded by Duke Chao number in the hundreds of thousands, with logistics being of paramount importance. And Tai Gong's contributions are monumental. It is a pity that Duke Chao has failed to appreciate Tai Gong's diligent efforts." "Oh, not all," Tai Xian replied, though a smile was already breaking across his face. He sincerely reflected, "At last, there is someone who understands. We all serve the court loyally, and it is only right that our efforts be recognized. If I am Yuboya, then Sheng Xiong is surely Zhong Ziki." Sheng Yong hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. To share the battlefield with Tai Gong in Jinan today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Tai Xian nodded. "The same goes for you." He composed himself and continued, "Had we known each other sooner, the situation in the Pinyin campaign might have been different." Sheng Yong remained silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. Tai Xian pondered for a long moment, then sighed and shook his head. After a while, Tai Xian spoke solemnly. "Initially, Sheng Xiong's friendship with Duke Wei, Su Huizu, was of little use in securing your recommendation, was it?" Sheng Yong quickly insisted. "Duke Wei possesses great insight, holds a high position, and is loyal. When I was on good terms with him, he had not yet been stripped of his fief. We simply saw eye to eye, which led to our friendship. I never sought his recommendation. By the time I learned of it, it was already too late." "I see." Tai Xian nodded, deep in thought. After a moment, he added, "Regardless, at the outset, It was never meant for Sheng Xiong to take command. There must be a process of sifting through the sands. What a great sifting through the sands! Sheng Yong praised. Tai Xian smiled. You possess great military talent, Sheng Xiong. You must exert yourself in this endeavor. As long as you hold Jinan, I shall advocate for you upon my return to court. This praise was the most significant of all. It is a promise. Sheng Yong felt a surge of joy. The two then clasped hands in agreement. Sheng Yong felt a wave of relief upon realizing the relationship between Tai Xian and the imperial master Huang Ziqing. He had heard whispers of it before. This time, fighting side by side with Tai Xian, he thought, can a sturdy tree not embrace a thick branch? Through countless trials on the battlefield and in the court, Sheng Yong had come to understand. If one merely knows the art of war, one may end up like him, forever trailing behind individuals like Li Jinglong, running for their lives on the battlefield. A wise person adapts to the times. Should he continue following Su Huizhu, Sheng Yong felt he would never see the light of day. Though he held a deep respect for Su Huizhu, emotional impulsiveness was of no use, especially since Yan and I was Su Huizhu's brother-in-law. At that moment, Sheng Yong clasped his fists and said, Tai Gong, you may remain in the Bureau of Governance. Do not worry. Jinan City boasts tall walls and a multitude of soldiers. If I cannot hold it, I shall present my head to you. Tai Xian joyfully replied. Good. I have long known that Brother Sheng is a warrior. Sheng Yong intended to inspect the city's defenses elsewhere and bid farewell to Tai Xian. As he descended the city, after riding for a while, Sheng Yong encountered Li Jinglong riding towards him. Li Jinglong glared at Sheng Yong with displeasure, swaggering down the middle of the path. Sheng Yong chuckled and moved aside. Sheng Yong, you wait for me. Li Jinglong muttered through clenched teeth as he passed. Sheng Yong merely sneered, unperturbed. In his heart, he thought, you, Li, have brought us all to ruin. I can hardly bear it and have only scolded you once. Do you dare feel aggrieved? Nevertheless, Sheng Yong was disinclined to reason with Li Jinglong. Previously, Li Jinglong had garnered attention from Huang Ziqing, not merely for his desire to align himself. Huang Ziqing was the imperial master, the emperor's most trusted confidant. Many sought to ingratiate themselves with him, yet few, like Li Jinglong, who held the title of duke, did so with the authority to command armies. Huang Ziqing found him useful. However, after Li Jinglong suffered two significant defeats, losing tens of thousands of troops, his reputation lay in ruins, and his sins were profound. Would Huang Ziqing still protect him? Unless he were Huang Ziqing's own father, or Huang Ziqing himself were utterly foolish. Sheng Yong held no fondness for Huang Ziqing. Yet when he recalled how Li Jinglong had been spared after his great defeat last year, he recognized the shifting tides in court, ultimately favoring Huang Ziqing. Sheng Yong thought, Li Jinglong is finished, but Huang Ziqing will endure. This moment is not the same as the last. Sheng Yong coldly regarded Li Jinglong, eager to see, what can you do to me? Upon entering the commander's office, Sheng Yong immediately summoned his trusted generals and issued the command. Tonight, we shall venture out of the city to counterattack Yan and I. One general cautioned, the Yan forces are fierce, they may be provoked. Sheng Yong retorted, that Gao Xian knows nothing of warfare. What nonsense has he written? I fear the Yan forces do not rage enough. What if they escape? Chapter 76, The Riverbank. Initially, Sheng Yong led his troops to launch a night raid on the enemy's camp outside the city, followed by Tai Xian's feigned surrender. Despite repeated overtures from the Yan king urging capitulation, all efforts proved futile, leading to a direct confrontation at the formidable walls of Jinan City. To prevent the government troops from launching a counterattack, fortifications were erected outside Jinan, complete with ramparts and moats, constructed beyond the reach of cannon fire. Zhu Gaoshu patrolled the battlefield from behind the barriers, resolutely refusing to cross the trench. Kill! Flames erupted beneath the walls, as numerous soldiers wielded shields, pushing ladders forward while chanting fervently towards the ramparts. Thick smoke enveloped the sky, mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the dark fumes of burning oil. The thundering of cannons reverberated from the walls, and firearms flashed in rapid succession. Zhu Gaoshu felt a persistent ringing in his ears. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, he felt as though he were immersed in a war drama, as if he had stepped into the age of firearms. The siege of Jinan City had persisted for over 2 months, yielding countless corpses but little tangible success. Despite the Yan king's martial prowess, he could not escape the limitations of the era. Zhu Gaoxiu pondered the explosive charges often depicted in films, recognizing that while gunpowder buried underground could still pack a punch, the quantity required would be immense. After all, the walls of Jinan were far sturdier than any bunker, and the earthen walls, though devoid of concrete, were several meters thick, impervious to mere bombs. Currently, the Yin King's actual control extended only to a few prefectures surrounding Beiping, and there had been no reports of plentiful saltpeter mines nearby. Acquiring such an abundance of gunpowder would undoubtedly prove challenging. A sudden scream pierced the air nearby. Two soldiers were attempting to remove the armor from an injured comrade, whose left arm and leg were charred, emanating a stench of burnt flesh mixed with tar. One soldier said, "Brother, your burns are too severe. There's no hope. Would you prefer a swift end?" The wounded soldier continued to wail. The soldier urged, "I witnessed such injuries last month. That brother was infested with maggots. He died slowly, unable to eat, eventually starving to death. It's a cruel wait for death." The injured soldier shook his head in tears, pleading, "I don't want to die. Please save me." Zhu Gaoxiu could find no words, hastily departing the grim scene. It was indeed a tragedy, and he felt powerless. "What stone?" Zhu Gaoxiu pointed at him. The young soldier struggled to rise. "I'm called Jin Shirtu." "Yes, Jin Shirtu." Zhu Gaoxiu forced a smile. "You have not perished." Jin Shirtu, with a face smeared in dirt, asked, "My lord, how long must we fight?" Zhu Gaoxiu pondered for a moment. The Yin King had yet to decide whether to continue the assault, and being on the battlefield, he could not speak freely in front of the soldiers. Thus, he replied, "We should soon capture Jinan City. There are new strategies, but I cannot disclose them yet." After circling the city, observing similar scenes everywhere, he paused and casually asked Jin Shirtu, "Have you been promoted?" "Survival is paramount," Zhu Gaoxiu affirmed. As he lightly shook the reins to move on, he added, "Survive and achieve merit. You may yet be promoted." Jin Shirtu widened his eyes, gazing at the barren, smoke-filled battlefield. Shortly after, Zhu Gaoxiu heard Jin Shirtu's voice behind him and turned to see him murmuring to his companions, "I have a few acres of land. The wheat was just harvested, and there's fresh flour for making buns, golden and crisp. The ewes have given birth to lambs, their wool soft, and their sheep's milk. Each morning, my wife warms the milk, bringing it to me with a sweet smile. She always thinks of providing for me." It seemed the army was gradually running low on provisions. After a while, Zhu Gaoxiu inadvertently recalled the early days of the Yin King's uprising, when the soldiers had been eager to achieve glory. Yet within a year, they had fallen to such a state. Listening to the distant cannon fire, he felt a sense of quiet lament. Such is humanity, after enduring mundane days for too long. One longs for grand deeds, yet one day, one will realize that those tranquil days, though subtle, are profoundly beautiful. Zhu Gaoxiu inhaled deeply, spurring his horse to quicken its pace, accompanied by several trusted guards as they raced towards the central army camp. However, the Yin King was not present there. Zhu Gaoxiu inquired of a military officer in the central command, "Where's my father?" "Huh." Zhu Gaoxiu chuckled softly. The officer replied, "I am called Jigang. Should the esteemed Gao Yang Wang have any orders, please do not hesitate to convey them." "Oh." Zhu Gaoxiu suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity, recalling that he had heard this name somewhere before, perhaps as a negative character. Regardless, anyone whose name had made waves in the past could not be an ordinary person. Zhu Gaoxiu smiled. "I see you are not ordinary. You will surely achieve great things if you work diligently." The officer beamed with joy. "Thank you, Gao Yang Wang, for your encouragement." Zhu Gaoxiu then rode towards the banks of the Ji River, spotting the banners and troops positioned there, and he galloped forward. Indeed, he found a Yin King alongside several civil officials by the river, gesturing and pointing. Upon reaching the Yin King, Zhu Gaoxiu approached and bowed in greeting. The Yin King nodded, inviting Zhu Gaoxiu to follow. A civil official was stating, "Given the height of the Ji River's water level, it cannot submerge Jinan City. It will only reach the corners of the walls, and a water assault will yield no results for days." S. countenance was gravely serious, tinged with fatigue. Zhu Gaoxiu observed for a while and recalled Jin Shirtu's incessant remarks about provisions, realizing that the military supplies were insufficient for the long haul. It seemed that they had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Zhu Gaoxiu turned to gaze at the Daji River, where the waves surged towards the riverbank, only to crash against the embankment, sending up bursts of white foam. The sturdy dam stood as a barrier, preventing the river's relentless flow from breaching its confines. Chapter 77. The art of war is deceptive at last. The order to retreat. A contingent of cavalry escorted Li Jinglong's carriage as they journeyed southward, with rice paddies gradually appearing along the roadside. The rice had just been harvested, leaving bare stumps exposed in the murky water, evoking a sense of desolation. Perhaps it was due to the long days of exhausting travel, but Li Jinglong appeared worn and haggard, a far cry from his former spirited self. His hair was disheveled, and in a few short months, it seemed to have turned a shade grayer. The inner collar of his robe, once exquisitely embroidered, was now crumpled around his neck, resembling a used handkerchief. As he pushed aside the reed curtain, Li Jinglong caught sight of a solitary white bird gliding over the desolate autumn fields, amplifying his feelings of loneliness. Outside, the once vibrant throngs of people had vanished, replaced by an air of mourning. The small group of cavalry appeared utterly forlorn. By evening, as Li Jinglong and his companions passed a relay station, they entered to exchange documents and rest. Shortly after settling in, a knock sounded at Li Jinglong's door. A young man in simple garb entered, presenting a seal and a letter before speaking. "I am Bai Hu Li De, under the command of Qian Hu Zhaohui." "Oh," Li Jinglong replied, recognition dawning upon him. Zhaohui had frequented his residence, leading the charge to apprehend Zhou Wang in Hunan the previous year. "Li Jinglong Siga. It is indeed rare to find someone seeking me at this juncture." Bai Hu Li De stepped forward and whispered, "Zhao Qian Hu has a message." "What message?" Li Jinglong inquired. Li De lowered his voice further. "Many in the court are criticizing Duke Chao Guogong. Huang Xiqing is particularly incensed, having repeatedly petitioned the throne for your execution to appease the realm." "Ah!" Li Jinglong's face paled. The old wooden window rattled under the flickering oil lamp, as if specters were lurking. He sensed the chilling breath of death. After a pause, Li De clasped his fists and said, "My task is complete. I take my leave." Li De added, "I am merely a messenger." Li Jinglong swiftly retrieved pen and ink, beginning to grind the ink. In the autumn of the capital, the sky was high and the air crisp. As Su Huizu stepped out of his carriage, he towered over his attendants by a full head. He looked up to see a plaque hanging above a grand door, Feng Fu. Not long ago, Su Huizu had heard the news that Sheng Yong, in Jinan, Shandong, had actually formed an alliance with the governor Tai Xian. Tai Xian was affiliated with Huang Xiqing, who had often sidelined Sheng Yong. Thus, this development in Jinan was surprising, yet upon deeper reflection, Su Huizu found it somewhat reasonable. Sheng Yong had always struck Su Huizu as someone astute and composed, never driven by impulse. By aligning himself with Huang Xiqing's faction, perhaps the hopes of General Ping Yin would encounter fewer obstacles. If Sheng Yong were to lead the front lines, the court's chances of victory would greatly increase. However, Su Huizu could only watch as others achieved accolades, while he gained nothing. Though the Su family had risen to the status of a duke, Su Huizu felt a tinge of unfulfilled ambition. Being excluded at such a critical moment heightened his sense of familial decline, for the favor of a sovereign is fleeting, and the Su family could not rely solely on the glory of their ancestors to maintain their position. Thus, he resolved to assess the situation as Sheng Yong had done. Yet the notion of the Su family, exalted as a duke, with a father revered as a deity in the city god temple, having to curry favor with a mere scholar, left him blushing, and he found himself unable to move as he approached Feng Fu. At that moment, the corner door creaked open, revealing Feng Xiaoru in a simple robe. He glanced at Su Huizu and promptly said, "Open the grand door." Feng Xiaoru stepped out from the corner door, clasped his fists, and declared, "Since Wei Guogong has arrived, please come in and take a seat." At this juncture, Su Huizu could hesitate no longer. His face flushed. He forced a smile and said, "I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all," Feng Xiaoru replied. "Your presence truly graces this humble abode." Su Huizu then stepped forward and entered the estate through the grand door. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoru remarked, "This is my adopted son. Many years ago, during a plague in our village, he lost his parents, so I took him in and named him Feng Zhongyi. In my leisure, I teach him some texts of virtue." "Ah, I see. Dr. Feng possesses a kind heart." Su Huizu immediately complimented. The two engaged in mutual pleasantries before finally settling into their respective seats. Once the servants brought tea, Feng Xiaoru waved them away, leaving only a trusted dwarf standing at the door, clearly a confidant who posed no cause for concern. Wei Guogong, Your presence here must be for a significant matter? Fang Xiaoru inquired with a smile. Su Huizu pondered for a moment before leaning forward slightly and in a grave tone said, I have heard some rumors that the sons of the appear to be in conflict, and the civil and military officials under him are increasingly taking sides. Fang Xiaoru remained composed and replied, Su Gong is the uncle of the three princes. Thus seizing the opportunity, Su Huizu ingratiated himself. Even your adopted son understands the principles of loyalty. How much more should one who has served the court for many years? First, loyalty to the sovereign, then concern for kin. This principle is clear to me. Indeed, Su Gong articulates this well. Fang Xiaoru promptly praised. Su Huizu continued, I was contemplating that if Dr. Fang were to orchestrate a scheme, perhaps employing a strategy of division, it could yield unexpectedly fruitful results. Fang Xiaoru regarded Su Huizu with keen interest. After a moment's reflection, Su Huizu added, this strategy is quite simple. Dr. Fang could draft a letter for this heir, then discreetly inform the eunuch Huang Yan, and we could watch the drama unfold. Huang Yan? Fang Xiaoru appeared slightly perplexed. Fang Xiaoru nodded repeatedly, deep in thought. After a moment, he frowned and said, I fear it may be difficult to succeed. The heir is this legitimate eldest son, and he has no reason to surrender to the court. The would not believe it. Then it depends on the content of the letter, Su Huizu replied. Oh, Fang Xiaoru's interest was piqued. Su Huizu leaned closer and whispered, the letter could state that should the Jingnan campaign succeed and the meet with misfortune, Gaoxiu could seize the opportunity to consolidate the army, placing the heir in a precarious situation. This would advise the heir to leave himself an escape route. Fang Xiao gazed at Su Huizu with incredulity. What a ruthless plan. Su Huizu smiled calmly. That is why I emphasize the importance of the letter's content. If it is a mere fabrication, the would not easily be persuaded. But if it is based on a plausible scenario, the would have no choice but to believe it. Fang Xiaoru stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Without the Prince of Gaoyang, the calamity of the would have likely been quelled long ago. This plan first sows discord between the traitors and the Gaoyang father and son, and then further divides the heir from the Gaoyang brothers. Brilliant. Dr. Fang is indeed perceptive. Su Huizu remarked, once the letter reaches the heir, if he chooses to conceal it, he will surely arouse this suspicion. If he submits it, then Gaoxiu will suspect a rift between him and the heir. Huang Yan, aware of the letter's existence, will inevitably approach Gaoxiu, who will seize the opportunity to speak ill of the heir to the. Upon learning this, the heir will harbor greater resentment towards Gaoxiu. This plan is a masterstroke, killing multiple birds with one stone, provided the sovereign heeds it. Fang Xiaoru immediately declared, I shall seek an audience at once and state that this is Su Gong's strategy. No need. Su Huizu replied coolly, the sovereign listens more to you. Fang Xiaoru sighed, recognizing it is due to your status, Su Gong, that the sovereign dares not employ you. Little do they know that your loyalty surpasses familial ties, making you the most devoted servant of the sovereign. Su Huizu listened in silence. Fang Xiaoru's expression darkened, contrasting sharply with the seemingly loyal yet duplicitous Duke Chao Guogong, Li Jinglong. Su Huizu could no longer contain his emotions and immediately echoed, I have long vehemently opposed the use of Li Jinglong. Can one trust a man whose loyalty is in question to command an army of hundreds of thousands? Fang Xiaoru replied, the Duke of Wei's loyalty is evident, and should I have the opportunity, I shall certainly recommend him before His Majesty. After enduring so much and waiting for so long, this was precisely the affirmation Su Huizu had yearned for. He promptly rose and solemnly bowed, saying, I must first express my gratitude to Dr. Fang for the recommendation. After Su Huizu expressed his thanks, he took his leave, saying, I shall not impose further. Please, Dr. Fang, remain. Fang Xiaoru accompanied him to the gate. Once outside, the autumn breeze brushed against Su Huizu's face, alleviating the heat he felt. Although the princes of Yan were his nephews, each served their own master, and he felt no remorse for employing such petty stratagems. Chapter 78. New Year's Eve night. The autumn in Beiping was particularly desolate. The flora and fauna did not change as gradually as in the south. When the autumn winds arose, they inevitably withered and fell. As the armored cavalry entered the city, the presence of the wounded among them added a palpable air of grimness. He changed into his usual attire and summoned Wang Gui and others to first report peace to his mother at the Yan Wang mansion. The mansion's majestic roofed gate bore a striking resemblance to the imperial city. Originally, the royal residence was reconstructed on the foundations of the Yuan dynasty's imperial palace. Although some structures were dismantled, many walls remain from that grand era. Zhu Gaozu walked through the gate and soon encountered the eunuch Zheng He, who greeted him with decorum and quickly understood Zhu Gaozu's purpose, saying, "This servant shall escort Wang Gaoyang to the inner hall to meet the princess." "What has provoked Zheng Gonggong?" Zhu Gaozu casually inquired, noticing Zheng He's peculiar demeanor. Zheng He hastily replied, "It is nothing concerning Wang Gaoyang. Merely the servants below who have caused some displeasure. I was only away with the Yin Wang for a few months, and those servants have become treacherous." "Oh," Zhu Gaozu responded, puzzled. Zheng He lowered his voice. "In truth, it is that Huang Yin who is the troublemaker. He is petty and holds grudges fiercely." Zhu Gaozu chose not to comment further, preferring to avoid entanglement in the court's intrigues. He was accustomed to such dynamics in the Yin Wang mansion, where intrigue was commonplace. The two walked along the broad avenue, heading north. Zhu Gaozu yearned to inquire about the well-being of Chu Neng and his son, but ultimately restrained himself. He feared it would reveal too much concern and was more inclined to discuss other matters. "They're all deceased," Zheng He remarked nonchalantly. Zhu Gaozu nodded, as Zheng He deliberately lagged behind, forcing him to turn his head to see him. "Did not Yuan Changshi and the others locate the family of Su Kong? Where are they?" Zheng He glanced at Zhu Gaozu and silently gestured downward. A chill ran through Zhu Gaozu, yet he recognized the normalcy of the situation and continued. "When did Yuan Changshi's men go to capture Su Kong's family?" Zheng He inhaled sharply, tilting his head as he pondered. "This servant is not entirely certain, but it likely occurred at the end of last year, around the 12th month. I only learned of this on New Year's Eve, and I heard that Su Kong's family was already en route at that time." "Oh," Zhu Gaozu mused, recalling the well and the agitated Su Miaojin, who nearly took her own life. Perhaps it is not hatred, but merely the certainty that Su Kong is dead, rendering her unable to speak. After exchanging a few more words, they arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. However, Zheng He, being a eunuch, effortlessly guided Zhu Gaozu into the inner palace until they reached the moon gate leading to the princess's quarters, where he paused. "Regarding the princess's domain, this servant cannot enter indiscriminately. When maid passes by, I shall have her escort Wang Gaoyang inside." Zhu Gaozu nodded, responding, "Although this is my father and mother's residence, I am now grown. It would be improper for me to wander alone in my father's inner sanctum. It is better to have someone from the household accompany me." After a while, several maids indeed passed by. Zhu Gaozu bid farewell to Zheng He, instructed one maid to announce his arrival, and asked another to lead the way. The stone-paved path was flanked by withered foliage, the branches bereft of leaves, and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves. Zhu Gaozu entered a corridor and walked through a wooden door adorned with intricate inlays, arriving at the residence of Su Wangfei to meet her. The mother and son exchanged words, primarily regarding the ongoing battles at the front. The princess mentioned Zhu Gaozu's rescue of the Yin Wang at Baigo He 3 times. The Yin Wang treated Su Wangfei exceptionally well. Indeed, within noble households, it was rare to see such regard for a first wife. Thus, Zhu Gaozu sensed that in Su Wangfei's heart, her husband might hold far greater importance than her son. "Is my little aunt not present today?" Zhu Gaozu casually inquired. Su Wangfei replied, "Your little aunt has recently discovered some items and has been refining medicine these past few days." Zhu Gaozu nodded and, speaking in a relaxed tone, remarked, "I have heard that my little aunt hails from an official family." Upon hearing this, Su Wangfei fell silent, merely raising her hand to gently wave, prompting a few maids beside her to kneel and, subsequently, withdraw from the room. "Oh," Zhu Gaozu pondered thoughtfully. He forced a smile and said, "I also have a vague sense that my father has connections in the capital beyond merely Jingqing." Su Wangfei nodded in agreement, and she invited Zhu Gaozu to stay for dinner. Zhu Gaozu clasped his hands together and said, "I must take my leave." At that moment, a gentle voice behind him said, "Allow me to escort Wang Gaoyang out." Zhu Gaozu turned to see Su Miaojin, exclaiming, "Did not my mother say you were refining medicine?" Su Miaojin replied, "Having not seen the princess for 2 days, I wished to visit, and I found Wang Gaoyang here as well." Zhu Gaozu smiled, saying, "I mentioned to Zheng He that it is inappropriate to wander alone in the inner palace, so I must trouble you, my little aunt." Chapter 79. Slow Walking. quick living exiting the small courtyard of Su Wangfei's residence. He passed through the wooden door into a corridor and along a stone path flanked by trees, which Zhu Gaozu had traversed many times. Just the thought of Su Miaojin brought this path to mind, as most of their exchanges had occurred here. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he noticed a stone slab in the path had cracked, and it had gone unmaintained. Zhu Gaozu broke the silence, saying, "Look, that stone is cracked." Su Miaojin remained silent, but glanced down to see the fissure. Her expression one of mild surprise as she turned to look at Zhu Gaoyang. "You have a remarkable memory. Were you counting steps?" Zhu Gaozu shook his head, pointing to a tree nearby that had only a few scattered leaves remaining, resembling a slingshot. "I thought that the first time I saw it, and the cracked stone is right beside it." Su Miaojin managed a forced smile, remarking, "In ancient times, there was a young prince with a slingshot. It seems Wang Gaoyang cannot escape tradition." Unfamiliar with the tale of the young prince, Zhu Gaozu pressed on. "Every time I walk this path with my little aunt, we take our time to observe the details." Su Miaojin's face flushed instantly. Zhu Gaozu was puzzled. He had merely stated a fact. However, a moment later, he questioned why they took their time. Su Miaojin's thoughts were indeed intricate. Zhu Gaozu considered himself attentive. Yet her insights were remarkably delicate. After a moment of silence, Su Miaojin softly remarked, "Though we walk slowly, the time passes swiftly." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaozu felt a stirring within, his heartbeat quickening. In ancient times, people were often reserved, especially unmarried women. Su Miaojin's words were not casually spoken. What did she mean by that? He could not help but gaze at Su Miaojin, who walked ahead, allowing him to see only her ear and part of her profile. Her ears resembled jade, flushed with color. Whether from the wind or the implications of her previous statement, he could not discern. Zhu Gaozu was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He didn't want to be too frivolous, yet he also wished to avoid seeming overly stiff, and the silence rendered the atmosphere awkward. If she wished to retreat, Zhu Gaozu felt no pressure to observe her, only able to see her side. Su Miaojin was clad in a simple gown. The upper garment features a pipa-style fitted sleeve and a standing collar lunar blue jacket. Although the standing collar exudes conservatism, it accentuates her elegant neck and refined shoulders, presenting a dignified grace. The only exposed skin is her neck, and the contrast with the light blue collar enhances her complexion, making it as pure as jade. A woman with fair skin possesses a particularly beautiful aspect of the nape of her neck, where dark tresses contrast with her alabaster skin, rendering her hair even more delicate and her complexion more radiant, like ink flowing gracefully on pristine Xian paper. The jacket is tailored for warmth rather than a loose, flowing style, fitting closely to the body. The fabric at the side of her chest is tautly stretched, creating a series of intricate folds, as if the material itself possesses grain lines, which evokes a complex sensation in Zhu Gaozu and ignites boundless imagination. The long jacket covers her waist, and although it does not elevate her waistline like a Ruchuan, it fully reveals the graceful contours of her slender waist and ascending hips. The moon-white skirt below is equally graceful. Indeed, women look most enchanting in dresses. Zhu Gaozu mused. Why is Su Miaojin not clad in Taoist robes, if she is not concocting elixirs? Yet, she indeed does not bear the semblance of a Taoist, as even her attire seems ill-suited for such garb. This seemingly ordinary outfit, however, she wears with remarkable poise. Furthermore, without the artifice of makeup, her natural dark hair and fair skin appear even more exquisite, reminiscent of the elusive orchid hidden within the mountains. Zhu Gaozu felt a stirring in his heart, yet a stone of doubt lodged in his throat. He even maliciously speculated. Could Su Miaojin harbor ulterior motives for her affections? Perhaps she seeks to conceal something or compel him to guard a secret. Su Miaojin does not strike him as such a person. She is far too noble. At that moment, Zhu Gaozu's previously latent suspicions surged to the fore. The two remained silent for a considerable time, walking silently toward the brick wall adorned with carved windows and the moon gate at its center. Zhu Gaozu awaited Su Miaojin to turn and face him, so he might discern her expression. Suddenly, she spoke. "Auntie, I just remembered something. Do you know that a child at the inn, Wang Fu, died from ingesting the poisonous Juniinkeo?" As he spoke, he disregarded propriety, scrutinizing Su Miaojin's face intently. Her gaze flickered, avoiding Zhu Gaozu's eyes, likely due to the earlier awkwardness. "What?" Su Miaojin's cheeks flushed, as if she were lost in thought. Zhu Gaosu had no choice but to repeat, "Do you know that someone at the Yan Wang Fu died for mistakenly consuming Junienkeo?" Su Miao Jin replied, "That was last year. All Junienkeo within the estate has been removed. There is none at the Gaoyang Wang Fu, is there?" "None," Zhu Gaosu smiled. "Who would have known that Junienkeo was toxic?" Su Miao Jin seemed disinterested, nodding dismissively. "I shall only accompany you thus far. Farewell." Zhu Gaosu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Upon arriving at the inner hall of the Junwang Fu, he entered his chamber. Behind a screen, a redwood table held a bronze mirror. While men do not require a dressing table, it is customary to possess a mirror, especially to tie back long hair. He scrutinized his reflection in the smooth mirror. However, from every angle, his visage hardly qualified as handsome by any standard, ancient or modern. His face was ordinary, bearing a slight resemblance to the Yan Wang, with well-defined features, thick brows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips. Not unattractive, yet lacking in striking charm. Additionally, Gaoyang Wang had from a young age engaged in martial pursuits, often outdoors, resulting in his skin acquiring a sun-kissed hue. Fortunately, he was well-nourished and youthful. His complexion relatively smooth. The aesthetic standards of the Ming Dynasty differed from those of later eras, as men were also celebrated for their fair skin, hence the popularity of scholarly gentlemen among women. It was evident that their fair complexion stemmed from their avoidance of sun and wind while studying. Just then, Aunt Wang entered the room with tea. The door left ajar. Upon seeing Zhu Gaosu gazing into the mirror, she could not suppress a chuckle. Such is the way of people. When treated with kindness, their audacity grows. However, Zhu Gaosu found it difficult to feel anger and, with a bold demeanor, inquired, "Aunt Wang, what do you think of my appearance?" Aunt Wang was taken aback and replied, "It matters not what the prince looks like. With a monthly stipend in hand, every maid desires to be with you." Zhu Gaosu, smiling, pointed at her and sighed. "Very well." Aunt Wang pondered for a moment and said, "If the prince only inquires about appearance, then I shall be bold and speak frankly. Not every young lady will be moved, as they are not discerning. However, the older women are most fond of the prince's robust features, thick brows, large eyes, tall stature, and strong physique. Whether in labor or revelry, they find this most appealing." Aunt Wang gave a thumbs up. "Appealing in what way?" Zhu Gaosu asked. Aunt Wang paused, gesturing toward the adjacent bed. "You know, the one from last night, oh?" Saying this, she covered her face with her hands. Zhu Gaosu erupted into laughter. "Aunt Wang, are you not a woman of experience? And yet you are shy." Her crude words held a kernel of truth. He too had heard a saying that resonated with Aunt Wang's sentiments. "What does that say, my lord?" Aunt Wang was eager to engage in conversation with Zhu Gaosu. He casually remarked, "Women of a certain age evaluate men based on two criteria, size and wealth." "Oh," Aunt Wang exclaimed, stamping her foot and turning to leave. Zhu Gaosu paid her no mind, discarding the mirror, and began to pace thoughtfully. He felt a nagging suspicion. Could Su Miao Jin be a spy for the court? If this were true, then her attempted suicide by jumping into the well on New Year's Eve would make sense, as the risk of the household threatening her family to extract confessions from Su Miao Jin would be immense. Thus, her despair was understandable. If discovered, her fate would surely be worse than death. Could Jing Qing have allied with the Yan Wang? This notion did not serve as a solid counterargument for Su Miao Jin's innocence, lacking rigor. The sincerity of Jing Qing's allegiance remained unproven. Earlier, at the Yan Wang Fu, Zhu Gaosu had tested Su Miao Jin with the Junienkeo, suspecting the child's death was a deliberate act of espionage. Su Miao Jin's remark about moving slowly, yet living quickly concealed ambiguity, indicating her guilt and her keen awareness. Hence, she feared Zhu Gaosu had discerned her true identity and sought his discretion. All of this remained mere conjecture, without any substantiating evidence. Moreover, he earnestly wished to prove his suspicions wrong. He held genuine affection for Su Miao Jin and did not wish for her to come to harm. However, should Zhu Gaosu's conjecture prove accurate, Su Miao Jin's threat would be monumental. Being close to Su Wang Fei might grant her access to the highest military secrets of the Yan army. After all, the Yan Wang trusted Su Wang Fei immensely, likely sharing confidential matters with her. Zhu Gaosu stepped out of his chamber, standing beneath the eaves, inhaling deeply of the cool air. His spirits were somewhat dismal. Despite the trappings of wealth and power, He felt surrounded by peril. Just as he found a modicum of solace, he discovered it might be a chilling and unfeeling deception. It was as if he beheld a vibrant flower, brutally battered by the howling autumn wind, withering and decaying, everything reduced to mere dust. Chapter 80, News from Dezhou. He recalled the picturesque scenery scene in Nanjing, so rich in verdant mountains and clear waters. Yet now, as Zhu Gaosu rode through the city of Beiping, all he beheld was a palette of dull hues. The streets were monotonously straight and orderly. Only the red walls of the Yanwang Fu lent a splash of color to the somber cityscape. Upon entering the Yanwang Fu, Zhu Gaosu first encountered Su Wangfei. However, with Su Miaojin present, he refrained from inquiring further, engaging instead in casual conversation. As the hour approached the evening, Su Wangfei invited Zhu Gaosu to join her for dinner, to which he readily acquiesced. He had never witnessed Su Miaojin dining with the Yan Wang and Wang Fei before, and today was no exception. They gathered in the opulent dining hall, where a round table was set with exquisite yun brocade, surrounded by various lavish items. The colorful depictions of noble ladies on the walls momentarily made one forget the withering of nature outside. Once the tableware was arranged, the Yan Wang rushed into the dining hall. Zhu Gaosu and the others promptly stood to bow in respect. Sit, sit, the Yan Wang casually commanded. He walked to the upper seat and took his place, followed by Zhu Gaochuan and others who gradually settled down. The Zhuangfei, with a gentle smile, remarked, having observed, "It is evident that the prince still holds you in his thoughts. However, with the war underway, he has been exceedingly occupied. We, his sons, understand our father's plight." Zhu Gaochuan replied. Without the need for Zhuangfei to state it, Zhu Gaochuan could sense the attention the Yan Wang bestowed upon him. As a father, the Yan Wang had already granted him considerable respect. On the battlefield, Zhu Gaochuan risked his life for him, which could not be dismissed lightly. Zhuangfei spoke with propriety. A true lady of high birth, she did not draw comparisons with other children, yet Zhu Gaochuan could imagine that his siblings did not enjoy such treatment. The Yan Wang then declared, "Sheng Yong has exited Jinan and is now advancing to conquer Dezhou. The imperial army has captured and reclaimed several counties, steadily pushing northward. Your Highness, are we to embark on another expedition?" Zhuangfei inquired immediately. The Yan Wang paused, then coldly laughed. "Sheng Yong does not even possess competent cavalry. I wonder how he intends to fight." Zhu Gaochuan refrained from commenting, but found it difficult to predict the outcome. While he agreed with the Yan Wang's assertion that cavalry was a formidable weapon in this era, he acknowledged that cavalry was not invincible. Infantry could not outrun them. Yet those who could run could not withstand them. The mobility and combat prowess of cavalry were formidable, devoid of obvious weaknesses. If infantry were not significantly disadvantaged against cavalry, why would the various dynasties fortify their northern borders with such heavy defenses? Nevertheless, recalling his near demise at the hands of Gung Bingwen outside Jinding, Zhu Gaochuan was left with a profound impression of Sheng Yong's infantry capabilities. If Sheng Yong possessed elite infantry, he would be equally challenging to contend with. Zhu Gaochuan chose not to comment on the military affairs and instead turned to Zhuangfei, casually inquiring, "I have heard that the concubine is practicing alchemy. Were the materials for those elixirs procured by the prince's residence?" Zhuangfei cast a glance at Zhu Gaochuan, her eyes conveying an ambiguous sentiment, perhaps suggesting that she believed Zhu Gaochuan was particularly concerned about the concubine, yet he was too preoccupied to ponder such matters. Zhuangfei continued, "Most within the prince's residence are devout Buddhists and know little of Taoist elixirs. There is a Chiyue temple in the West City, which was repurposed from the residence of the late Jingqing in Beiping, housing 20 to 30 female Taoists who prepare such items. Moreover, just outside the West City lies the Baiyun Temple of the Chuanjin sect, a comprehensive Taoist temple." "I understand," Zhu Gaochuan replied with a strained smile. Among Zhuangfei's words were several names familiar to him. In his past life, many had read martial arts novels, and even those who had not had seen adaptations. Yet here, the Chuanjin sect diverged significantly from the tales of martial valor. Qiu Chuji was not a national hero. In reality, he was favored by the Yuan court, and such religious figures sought only immortality, regarding political inclinations as a waste of their cultivation time. Yin Jiping was not as lecherous as depicted, but he was a formidable disciple of the Chuanjin sect, and his reputation was somewhat unjustified, were he aware of his future notoriety. He might rise from his grave in indignation. Once the dishes were served, Zhu Gaochuan refrained from mentioning the concubine again. After dinner, noticing that nightfall approached, he hastily took his leave. As he exited the Yin Wang's residence, the path became increasingly obscured. The autumn in Beiping was palpable, with daylight diminishing. Earlier at the dinner table, the Yin Wang had mentioned military affairs. Zhu Gaochuan estimated that his stay in Beiping would not be prolonged. The Yin Wang almost always led his campaigns personally, and as a fierce general under him, Zhu Gaochuan would likely accompany him, spotting Wang Gui and others with lanterns. He suddenly felt that Wang Gui handled matters with prudence. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Gui approached and inquired, "Does your highness recall the Binzi Tavern in Qianghanshi? The building is rented, and the lease is nearing its end. Should I seek the tavern owner to renew the lease?" Zhu Gaochuan pondered, knowing that Zhang Xian was aware of that place. Now, Zhang Xian was entirely loyal to the Yin Wang, and the tavern's secrecy had dissipated. He replied, "No need. You shall manage it." "Understood," Wang Gui responded. "I shall first seek someone to take over. If none can be found, we will sell the items inside." Zhu Gaochuan paused and stated, "If no one is willing to take over, find a few people in the residence to sell the items. Whatever can be earned is worth it. You need not concern yourself, as I have other matters for you to attend to." Wang Gui quickly replied, "I await your highness's orders. Let us proceed to the study." Zhu Gaochuan replied nonchalantly. The two entered the study and closed the door. Zhu Gaochuan moved past the bookshelf and seated himself at the desk. Wang Gui stood beside him, bowing in anticipation of instructions. Yet, Zhu Gaochuan remained silent for a long while. Initially, Zhu Gaochuan had intended to send Wang Gui to monitor the Qiyue Temple, but he reconsidered. What if Su Miaojin had not gone to the Qiyue Temple, but rather to the Baiyun Temple? This matter was not something he wished to disclose to others. As everything remained to be verified, he also did not want Su Miaojin to suddenly attract suspicion and fall into the hands of Yao Guangxiao and his associates. Wang Gui's adopted son, Chao Fu, seemed to be trustworthy. However, two individuals were still insufficient. Zhu Gaochuan rubbed his forehead for some time before finally speaking. "Wang Gui, you are to stand guard at the north gate of the Yin Wang's residence. Observe if any female Taoist exits the prince's residence, and follow her to see what she does. She will certainly be wearing a veil, but there are no other Taoists in the Yin Wang's residence, so ensure this matter remains confidential." He proceeded to describe Su Miaojin's height and stature. Wang Gui replied, "I shall obey your command." This endeavor could only be left to chance. The Yin Wang's residence had 4 gates, and considering Su Miaojin resided within the inner hall, the likelihood of her exiting through the north gate was relatively high. With insufficient manpower, it was challenging. Following a single person in later times was not a task manageable by merely 2 or 3 spies, not to mention the personnel at the Yin Wang's residence. The Yin Wang staff was even more numerous, yet how many could truly be trusted with secrets? Chapter 81. The scheme of division, the metallic clang of hammering resonated throughout the morning. Zhu Gaochuan entered a smithy and saw a burly man with rolled-up sleeves vigorously hammering away at a piece of metal, the nearby charcoal fire glowing brightly. In the room stood Chun Dachui and 2 laborers, who promptly bowed and greeted Zhu Gaochuan upon noticing him. Bang! Another strike landed on the anvil. Chun Dachui turned and said, "Zhang Juanxiang, the prince has arrived." Only then did the smith turn to glance at Zhu Gaochuan, placing down his hammer, clasping his hands, and bowing in salute, though he remained silent. "Is it nearly finished?" Zhu Gaochuan asked, pointing at the heavy armor hanging on a wooden rack. Chun Dachui responded, "Your Highness, Zhang Juanxiang is someone I have known since childhood. You can rest assured. He is the finest armorer in Beiping and will surely restore your armor to as good as new." "What's your name?" Zhu Gaochuan inquired casually. Zhang Juanxiang clasped his hands and replied, "I am called Zhang Juanxiang. My father was an armorer, and I too have followed in his footsteps." Zhu Gaochuan nodded slightly. The great Ming Taizu had organized the populace seemingly in an orderly fashion. Craftsmen were classified as such and remained so. The tradition of passing down trades ensured a steady supply of manpower. There were over 30,000 craftsmen serving the court, not to mention several times that number in laborers. He turned to Chao Fu and instructed, "Inform the kitchen to add a meat dish to their meals. Those who labor must be well fed." Zhang Juanxiang looked up at Zhu Gaochuan and said, "Thank you for your grace, your highness." Just then, a servant entered, bowing as he approached Zhu Gaochuan and quietly reported, "Your Highness, the third prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhu Gaochuan addressed the smith and his companions. "I shall not delay your work. Please expedite the repairs, as I will be donning this armor soon." "Yes, Your Highness." Exiting the room, Zhu Gaochuan directly inquired, "Have they been brought in?" Just as he spoke, he looked up to see Zhu Gaozai in a blue robe, accompanied by the eunuch Huang Yin, as the two approached from behind the screen. Zhu Gaochuan stepped forward to greet them, observing Gaozai performing a bow, and smiled, "Third brother, it is a rare visit. Second brother is quite busy." Gaozai replied likewise. Zhu Gaochuan turned to the eunuch Huang Yin beside him, nodding lightly in acknowledgement. Huang Yin appeared somewhat surprised. He hastily clasped his hands, bowed, and paid his respects to the Prince of Gaoyang. This eunuch, Huang Yin, had once been close to the Yin Wang, and although Zhu Gaochuan had seen him before, their interactions had been minimal. It was not until the last meeting, when Zheng He mentioned Huang Yin's behind-the-scenes machinations, that Zhu Gaochuan began to regard him with more seriousness. Regardless of who was right or wrong, Zheng He was currently favored by the Yin Wang, and an eunuch capable of contending with him was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Zheng He possessed a robust physique, while Huang Yin appeared rather slender, his frame even more delicate than Gaozai's. The duo, master and servant, seemed to complement each other well. Within, as discussions unfolded, Zhu Gaosu raised his arm to gesture. The group traversed the corridor and took their seats in a guest chamber of the outer hall. Chao Fu promptly summoned the maidservants to serve tea. Zhu Gaosu scrutinized Gaozai, noting the stark contrast between them. Although not short, Gaozai's tall, slender figure and pale complexion set him apart. At that moment, Gaozai cast a glance at Chao Fu, who stood by. Zhu Gaosu turned with a smile, and Chao Fu bowed slightly before exiting, quietly shutting the door behind him. Gaozai's voice dropped to a serious tone. "The court has dispatched the Jinyui to secretly deliver a confidential message to the heir's residence." Zhu Gaosu, taken aback yet immediately alert, remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "If it was delivered discreetly, how did you come to know, third brother?" Gaozai glanced at Huang Yin, who replied, "I received a tip-off. Moreover, the heir's actions have been peculiar. I have arranged for someone in the heir's residence." "Elder brother," Gaozai stated earnestly, "we are blood brothers, and there are certain matters I must address. Father has never held our elder brother in high regard, as you are aware. In the past 2 years, I have rendered significant service to father, and any discerning person would recognize my contributions. If they were truly brothers, Zhu Gaosu should have believed him. Yet, he could not help but ponder, what could Gaozai and Huang Yin gain from speaking thus behind the heir's back? Zhu Gaosu was unclear about Huang Yin's intentions, but he understood the bond between the three brothers. The heir had always treated both younger brothers decently, including Gaozai. After a prolonged silence, Gaozai spoke again. "We must report this to father. Last year, at the inn in Zhuozhou, the young Gaozai, lacking martial skills, had unexpectedly slain a soldier who could no longer rise. During their journey, as Zhu Gaosu and the heir took turns on horseback, Gaozai remained mounted, showing no inclination to dismount, and remained silent at the outset. When Beiping was besieged at the end of last year, Prince Yin took the main forces with him, leaving Gaozai behind, far from the heavily assaulted city. Could this brother truly be solely intent on aiding the second brother? Third brother, something is amiss. Zhu Gaosu Vima? This is a scheme to sow discord. Second brother, Gaozai frowned. Those who collude with the court's secret emissaries are not us. Zhu Gaosu, maintaining a composed demeanor, cast a significant glance at his brother and Huang Yin, saying earnestly, "I understand that you're closer to me, but our greatest adversary is the treacherous officials of the court. We must not fall into their trap." Gaozai forced a smile. When did second brother become so astute? Huang Yin also urged, "In truth, the heir is of little use to the Yin Wangfu." Sighing, Zhu Gaosu replied at this moment, "I find myself devoid of any ambition. As long as father prevails, we brothers will still be honored princes, won't we? There is nothing wrong with elder brother being the heir. Even if he were to cede his position, I would wish to recommend third brother for the role." "Huh!" Gaozai laughed in surprise. "How could it possibly fall to me? Second brother's jest is far-fetched." Zhu Gaosu smiled in return. Reflecting inwardly, Prince Yin would not believe in a miraculous turn of events. His victory would elevate him to emperor, and Gaozai, being Prince Yan's legitimate son, has never considered such a possibility. Yet, there remained a sliver of hope for Gaozai. contingent upon the demise of both the heir and Gao Yangwang. However, with the heir currently in power, Gao Zai felt an even stronger bond with Zhu Gaosu. Zhu Gaosu fervently wished that his dark imaginings were unfounded. Zhu Gaosu tilted his head, feigning depth as he sighed. I jest not. Should third brother witness the horrors of battle as I have, he too would feel disenchanted. There is little purpose in it, observing father's arduous struggles. Furthermore, I relish galloping freely on horseback, yet as the heir, one cannot venture out easily. Gao Zai, displaying displeasure, shook his head. Enough. This matter must be reported to father. Zhu Gaosu nodded. Indeed it must. At that moment, Chao Fu's voice rang from outside. My lord, please come in to speak. Zhu Gaosu responded. Huang Yin, do all the servants of the Gao Yang Wang Fu behave in this manner? Chao Fu opened the door and announced. Zheng He has arrived, saying he has urgent matters to discuss with the prince. Huang Yin immediately stepped forward, noticing his anxious demeanor. Zhu Gaosu understood, quickly advising, remain calm. Zheng He surely comes to convey father's message. He will not enter. Third brother, you may sit and enjoy your tea. I shall return shortly. Exiting the guest chamber, Zhu Gaosu approached the outer courtyard near the screen wall, where he promptly spotted Zheng He, a eunuch with a slightly protruding forehead, holding a whisk. Zheng He approached and greeted him directly, stating, Gao Yangwang, is the third prince at your residence? Prince Yin summons both of you to the front hall immediately. Zheng Gonggong, may we speak privately? Zhu Gaosu inquired. The two then entered a secluded chamber. Zhu Gaosu cut to the chase. Father's summons pertains to the heir's confidential message, correct? Zheng He glanced at him and nodded slightly. Huang Yin has reported it. Zhu Gaosu furrowed his brow. So, third brother's arrival today is not for discussion, but rather to recruit me into their scheme? Zheng He replied. Huang Yin bears a grudge against the heir. As for the third prince, I am unaware. Given that Zheng He was a trusted confidant of Prince Yin. Zhu Gaosu nodded. I find it perplexing. They both came today, insisting that the heir is unfit and urging me to seize this opportunity to topple him. Ah! Zheng He gasped, staring blankly at Zhu Gaosu. Zhu Gaosu whispered, Zheng Gonggong, you have always been sincere with me. How could I conceal anything from you? Zheng He remained silent for a while, before responding calmly. I serve Prince Yin. My loyalty lies solely with him. Good. Zhu Gaosu placed a hand on Zheng He's shoulder, appreciating the rarity of such loyalty, which is one of the reasons I admire you, Zheng Gonggong. Upon hearing this, Zheng He seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Gao Yangwang. He bowed and took his leave. Gao Zai and Huang Yin exchanged glances, their expressions betraying no surprise. Gao Zai stated, I shall take my leave first. I will speak with father shortly. Zhu Gaosu nodded. Zheng He conveyed that the audience with father is in the front hall. Dressed in a black cap and a red robe, he paced beneath the eaves, his heart tumultuous. At times, he fantasized that if he were to unseat the heir, all his problems would be resolved. Yet Zhu Gaosu vigorously shook his head. In truth, many within the Yin Wangfu were eager to choose sides, yet they made a fatal error. They believed that power could be contested. However, under the strong leadership of Prince Yin, such struggles were futile. Who ascended depended solely on the will of Prince Yin. Chapter 82. Reasonable expectations initially. Zhu Gaosu intended to ride to the Yin Wangfu, but rain suddenly poured down, prompting him to switch to a felt carriage. The downpour intensified, and as he lifted the grass curtain, a gust of wind splashed rainwater onto his face. The time approached dusk, though it was not yet the hour of view. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, casting a dim pall over the landscape. Just moments ago, it felt as if it were still daylight, but suddenly, the onset of night felt imminent, catching him completely off guard. The rain danced in the wind, resembling wisps of white smoke drifting in the distance. Visibility grew murky, rendering even the gatehouse of the Yin Wangfu indistinct. A small contingent of cavalry accompanying Zhu Gaosu donned straw hats and cloaks, creating an air of mystery as they journeyed through the rain. Upon entering the gatehouse, the eunuchs stepped forward to inspect the arrival, allowing Zhu Gaosu's groom to proceed directly to the front hall, while the accompanying cavalry remained behind, seeking shelter from the rain. After a while, the groom hurriedly dismounted and rushed over, quickly opening an umbrella with a loud pop. Zhu Gaosu bent low as he exited the door, reaching for the umbrella and instructing, guide the carriage to the side, get inside to escape the rain. Yes, my lord, came the reply. Zhu Gaosu ascended the rain-soaked stone steps, despite having settled on a course of action, still felt a twinge of concern. The crux of the matter lay in the incomplete information he possessed, such as the heir's strategies and Prince Yan's intentions. What was the true content and purpose of that secret letter? Matters of the world often do not unfold according to the reasoning of an ordinary individual. After putting away his umbrella, Zhu Gaochuan placed it on the weapon rack by the door and lifted the damp hem of his red robe. Stepping over the threshold into the front hall, Gaozai had already arrived, standing in the vast emptiness of the grand hall. The king of Yin sat upon the elevated throne, only a shadowy figure discernible from his vantage point, although candles had been lit in the hall. A peculiar natural phenomenon made it seem darker during the day than at night. Your son pays his respects to father. Zhu Gaochuan cupped his fists and bowed. Gaochuan, are you aware of the matter regarding the crown prince receiving a secret letter from the Jinyue? Inquired the king of Yin. It certainly seems rather unreasonable, he remarked. Zhu Gaochuan replied. Only a fool would act unreasonably. However, the officials of the court are not fools, hence they will act rationally. The king of Yin asked, what rational actions? Zhu Gaochuan responded, to sow discord between us, father and son. The king of Yin paused, then suddenly let out a laugh. Such a complex matter. Yet you made it seem simple. Zhu Gaochuan raised his head and bowed once more. The king of Yin turned to Gaozai. What do you think? Gaozai replied, Father, I believe my second brother speaks truth. The treacherous officials in court are indeed wicked and full of schemes. The king of Yin merely nodded slightly, appearing unfazed. However, Zhu Gaochuan was somewhat surprised. Not long ago, Gaozai had spoken passionately at the princely estate, viewing it as a rare opportunity. Yet now, with Zhu Gaochuan refraining from speaking ill of the crown prince, Gaozai surprisingly held his tongue. At the very least, Gaozai was not rigid in his thinking. He adapted quickly. Suddenly, rain began to fall. The king of Yin sighed. At that moment, Zheng He entered from the doorway. The sound of the rain outside was so loud that even his footsteps went unheard. Zheng He approached quietly and said, My lord, the crown prince has arrived and wishes to see you, sheltering from the rain at the gatehouse. Upon hearing this, the king of Yin looked toward Zhu Gaochuan and the others. You may exit through the west gatehouse. Zheng He, wait a while and then bring the crown prince in. Zhu Gaochuan and Gaozai stepped forward and bowed. We take our leave. Zheng He acknowledged and departed. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince entered the front hall. He was stout, and with poor legs, he hurried in, his posture quite ungraceful. Father, father, the crown prince called as soon as he entered. The person outside is from the Jinyue in the capital, delivering a message to me. Oh, the king of Yin feigned surprise. The crown prince then stepped forward, producing a letter from his bosom and presenting it. I did not open the letter, but brought both the messenger and the letter. The king of Yin personally opened the envelope and examined its contents. After hearing the crown prince's report, which had shown a hint of astonishment, his expression quickly shifted after reading the letter, revealing shock once more. His countenance darkened, appearing even gloomier in the dim candlelight, and, as the flame flickered, his expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Suddenly, the king of Yin crumpled the letter into a ball, nearly crushing it in his palm. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he paced anxiously, his eyes reddening in a terrifying manner. The crown prince bent lower, his face toward the ground, not daring to breathe. Zheng He, standing behind him, also recoiled. Yet as the king of Yin continued to pace, his steps gradually slowed, remaining silent. After a moment, he relaxed his grip, unfolded the crumpled paper, and walked to a candle, placing the letter in the flame. It quickly ignited, and, as he released it, the paper floated down in ashes, ultimately reduced to a pile of blackened remnants. The king of Yin pointed at the people outside and shouted, Zheng He, at your service. Zheng He replied. The king of Yin exhaled sharply, his tone icy, confine that Jinyue outside. We have a few hunting dogs in our estate. Let them go hungry for 3 to 5 days, then tie that fellow up naked to a pillar, allowing the dogs to devour his lower half, sprinkled with salt, so he may suffer a slow and painful demise. Zheng He offered no further words, cupping his fists. I understand. The crown prince's fair face had turned even paler. He hastily said, I take my leave, I take my leave. Outside, the storm raged on. Leaves clinging to the trees were swept away, swirling amidst the damp wind. In this hall, capable of accommodating at least 100 people, only the king of Yin remained, the emptiness rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate and cold. Chapter 83. The heart of man is no longer pure. Those residing in the capital gazed toward Zhongshan, where the mountains loomed like celestial peaks amidst the mist, inspiring a yearning to ascend. Su Huizu and Feng Xiaoru were no exceptions. After making arrangements, they decided to climb Zhongshan during the 10-day holiday. Puffing and panting, Feng Xiaoru bent over, finally straightened his back after a laborious ascent, breathing heavily as if he were working a bellows. Su Huizu, having only caught his breath briefly, smiled at Feng Xiaoru. "Dr. Feng, your stamina seems lacking." Feng Xiaoru waved his hand, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He glanced at Su Huizu, who stood tall and composed, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After resting for a while, Feng Xiaoru stood atop the height, surveying the entire capital, his face gradually lighting up with delight. Su Huizu observed this and remarked, "The joy of climbing mountains lies in the ascent. Only by climbing can one truly appreciate the current state of mind." Feng Xiaoru, still catching his breath, spoke little, simply nodding in agreement. At the mountainside, several men in blue robes stood scattered, silently observing their surroundings. However, there were not many climbers today, and moreover, this path did not lead to any temple, being barren and rarely visited. The two stood atop the peak, enthralled by the beauty of the world below. At that moment, without turning his head, Su Huizu said, "I recently heard an interesting tale from the countryside." Feng Xiaoru inquired, "Why not share it with me, Su Gong?" Su Huizu recounted, "It is said that an old wealthy man in the village accumulated a fortune over his lifetime, blessed with both sons and daughters, envied by many. Yet when his eldest son wished to take a concubine and requested money from him, the wealthy man refused. The son, incensed, retorted, 'You will eventually be buried. When that time comes, it will be beyond your control.' The father, even angrier, rebuked, 'Unfilial son, do you wish for me to die sooner so you can inherit my wealth?' Unexpectedly, Feng Xiaoru too became enraged, exclaiming, 'Such treachery! The heart of man is no longer pure. Such an unfilial child deserves to be captured and punished by the authorities. Dr. Feng, please calm yourself." Su Huizu observed him and felt that sharing such tales with Feng Xiaoru seemed somewhat excessive, for Feng Xiaoru was rather conservative, unable to tolerate such immoral behavior. Su Huizu quickly reassured, "It is merely a rumor. The truth remains unknown. Why should you take it to heart? Even if the father were to punish his son, would he truly have the heart to do so? A righteous official cannot resolve family matters." Alas, Feng Xiaoru sighed. Su Huizu continued nonchalantly, "What concern is there over the old man's modest wealth? However, if he were to possess unparalleled riches, esteemed status, and hold power over the realm, with his son poised to inherit,